The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2942 to Chapter 3023. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Snatching Treasures. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally woke up, but he had a splitting headache. Obviously, he had used too much soul power this time, causing him to be extremely tired. After all, soul power was harder to recover than realm essence. Oh right, those star plants. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something, quickly sat down cross-legged, and devoured those star plants. His soul power was instantly nourished, gradually recovering, and even more condensed. After that, Lin Ling took out the treasures on him and continued to refine them. The lost physical strength and realm essence also gradually recovered by more than 50%. This wake-up dragon palace is too dangerous. Standing up, Lin Ling continued to move forward. After that, he did not dare to be too ostentatious, and moved forward carefully. Not long after, a crossroad began to appear in front of him, and a large number of corpses were lying there, all wearing different colored armor. Even though they had been dead for a long time, they were still dignified like gods. These corpses were obviously experts from the era of gods. At the same time, a figure was searching around the corpses. Unfortunately, those armors shattered with a touch, and too much time had passed, and the spiritual energy was exhausted. After searching for a long time, finally, that person found 3 white tokens. Haha, the other treasures are all broken, only these 3 tokens are still as good as new. These must be extreme treasures. This is my great change ape's good fortune. That's why it's said that good intentions are rewarded. That figure could not help but laugh at the sky. Great change ape, hand over those 3 treasures. However, at this moment, an old voice sounded like a nightingale, and several figures walked over. Among them, an old man had a fierce look in his eyes, and his entire body was as thin as a monkey. I was wondering who it was, so it's Flowing Earth Old Monster. What? You want the treasures in my hands? That figure turned around, and immediately said disdainfully, and the 3 tokens in his hand were also kept by him. Great change ape, I know you're very powerful, but those who see the treasures have a share. Don't you think you're too greedy to want to take them all for yourself? Among those people, one of them also spoke. If you want these treasures, then let's see if you have the strength. The great change ape sneered, and a fierce aura burst out, and a white ancient ape appeared behind him, pounding its chest, and roaring. Let me test your strength. The old man was not afraid in the slightest and also erupted with his full strength. This person was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. His strength was great, and the power of the universe surged like an ocean. Since the great change ape was a 3rd level martial immortal, he chose to risk it all. Luminous Earth Old Monster, one of the magnates of the Blue Flame Army, actually made a move? My opponent is the great change ape, one of the 9 great heavens of the Green Province, ranked 6th. His strength is not weak either. No, he's currently ranked 7th because Lin Ling and Sakura are above him. Unknowingly, many people had gathered in the surroundings, and all of them began to discuss spiritedly. Rumble, at this moment, the 2 experts had already clashed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged millions of blows. The Flowing Earth Old Monster became more and more shocked as he fought. He was 3 realms higher than the great change ape, but he could not suppress the latter. It seemed that all the titled battle pet warriors were freaks. It's over. While he was still in shock, the great change ape roared, and a huge ancient ape appeared. There were actually 3 of them, as if their heads were in the sky and their feet were on the ground. They transformed into 3 punches and smashed down. Their powerful talent was also displayed. They actually had a 9th grade divine body, Puff, the Flowing Earth. Old Monster spat out a mouthful of blood. Unable to withstand the ferocity of the great change ape, he roared, I don't want your treasure anymore. It's too late. However, the great change ape shook his head coldly and still used his killing move. In the end, he killed the ancient senior of the Blue Flame Army. So powerful. Seeing this, the surrounding people were like cicadas in winter. They did not dare to snatch the great change ape's treasure anymore. The treasure is here. Who else wants it? The great change ape glanced at the crowd and said indifferently. Unfortunately, wherever he looked, everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. I want it. However, at this moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. Who is it? Do you want to die? Hearing this, the great change ape's expression became ferocious. There was actually someone who dared to provoke him at a time like this. He silently turned around and followed the voice. However, in the next moment, his ferocious expression vanished and was replaced by bitterness. On the misty path ahead, a slender figure slowly walked over. He wore a blue robe and carried an ancient sword. He was unforgettable. What's wrong with the great change ape? He was arrogant and unrestrained before, so why does he reveal such an expression now? The crowd became curious, and when they saw who it was, they gasped. It was the imperial court's Lin Ling. This was also a person who could shake the entire Qing province with just a move of his foot. Great change ape, since I, Lin Ling, have taken a fancy to it, then it belongs to me. Are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward, causing the great change ape to grit its teeth tightly. If it was in the past, it would feel disdain towards Lin Ling. However, not long ago, Lin Ling had shaken the entire Azure prefecture. His strength was obvious to all. However, when it thought of the precious jade tablet, the great change ape still chose to take the risk. Lin Ling, don't go too far. You and I are both heavenly blessings. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. What's not certain about? If we really fight, you'll only lose. Hearing this, Lin Ling replied indifferently, and his tone was filled with disdain. They're both heavenly blessings, but the great change ape seems to be very afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling doesn't even fear the 81st prince. The great change ape is naturally lacking. The scene before them caused many people to whisper amongst themselves. Lin Ling, let's fight. At this point, the great change ape couldn't give away the treasure with both hands. After all, losing the treasure wasn't a big deal, but losing face was something he couldn't face, so, it went all out. Roar. The three ancient white apes appeared again. They were ferocious and domineering, and their roar soared into the sky. Stubborn. Lin Ling also attacked. The realm-devouring beast appeared, and his three dantians merged. His left fist surged out like a meteor. Great change ape, you said last time that you didn't use your full strength. Now, you have a chance. Lin Ling, this time, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. The two heavenly gifted powerhouses were like two ancient vicious beasts, crazily clashing against each other. At the moment of impact, the surrounding ancient powerhouses were blown away by the powerful astral winds. The weaker ones were so shocked that they spat out blood. Rumble. The great change ape and Lin Ling exchanged blows. At first, it still had a ferocious expression, but gradually, the corners of its eyes twitched, and its face was filled with a bitter smile. This was because Lin Ling's punch was too terrifying. It was boundless like the sea, and unstoppable. This guy is clearly stronger than when he was in the tree hole. The great change ape already knew that it wasn't Lin Ling's match. However, it couldn't put down its pride, so it wanted to use its full strength to make Lin Ling fear it. However, it was useless. Bang, 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 it retreated, unable to block Lin Ling's punch. This was because Lin Ling's left fist hid the essence of the realm mountain. Do you submit? That gaze directly caused the great ape to tremble with fear. It was like a rabbit that had encountered a ferocious tiger, and it was blasted back once more by this punch. Great ape, when I defeated you last time, you said you didn't use your full strength. Now, do you submit? Lin Ling took a step forward, his fist like a torrential river. That step made the ape's courage shatter. How could it resist? It kept nodding as it retreated. Submit, 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 I submit. Lin Ling still stepped forward, his fist unparalleled. Great ape, I stole your treasure. Do you submit? Submit, submit, I submit wholeheartedly. The ape's legs went soft, and it fell to the ground. Today, you lost to me again. Do you submit? Lin Ling's aura was domineering, suppressing the ape like a giant. 10,000 submit. The ape kowtowed like pounding garlic. It had no choice but to submit. Since you submit, then I'll spare your life. From today onwards, you can join the imperial court and be my subordinate. Lin Ling's fist stopped in front of the ape's face. The wind blew, making the ape's hair flutter. Its face was very pale. I'm willing, I'm very willing. The ape kowtowed again. The youth in front of it looked down at it as if he was looking at an ant. The old monster's faces froze. The great change ape was one of the 9 great celestials of the Qing province. There was no doubt about its strength. Previously, when it had obtained the 3 jade tokens, there were some old monsters who were unwilling to give up and tried to snatch them. In the end, they were directly killed by the great change ape, shocking everyone present. However, after Lin Ling arrived, his tyrannical fist made the great change ape directly kneel in submission. Most importantly, there was no life or death battle in the entire process. It was a one-sided suppression. As one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, the gap between the ape and Lin Ling was too big. What about you guys? Do you submit? Lin Ling looked at everyone calmly. That gaze was like he was looking down on the world. Submit, we submit. The magnates and old monsters all knelt down, their eyes trembling in fear. Lin Ling faintly smiled and immediately strode forward. This was a crossroad. He recalled the route recorded on the map and chose a direction to walk in. The crowd stared at his back for a long time without saying anything. As for the great ape of transformation, he laughed bitterly repeatedly. His luck was too bad to actually encounter Lin Ling. Damn it, I wasted 3 treasures for nothing. He gave himself a ruthless slap in the face. He was angry and regretful. In Qing province, he was not afraid of millions of experts. There were only a limited number of people that he feared the most, and Lin Ling was one of them. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking on the main road. The fog in front of him was hazy, as if there was no end in sight. In Lin Ling's hand, 3 jade plates appeared. He carefully observed them. The 3 jade plates were of different colors. They were red, blue, and yellow. They looked very normal on the surface, but they emitted a mysterious qi. To know that even though there were countless treasures in the resuscitating dragon palace, too much time had passed. Most of the treasures had disappeared with the wind. However, these 3 jade plates were still preserved. This meant that they were not ordinary. The 3 jade plates were carved with ancient runes. However, Lin Ling specialized in enchantments. Therefore, he recognized 3 words from the runes. They were strength, speed, and defense. 4th realm extreme treasure, and it is a one-time use treasure. Lin Ling checked it again and understood what was going on. These 3 jade plates had miraculous powers. For example, crushing the red jade plate could increase one's attacking power, the blue one could increase one's speed, and the yellow one could increase one's defense. As for how big the increase was, Lin Ling guessed that it was not small. However, even though the jade plates were powerful, they had their flaws. They could only last for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After keeping the jade plates, Lin Ling continued walking. After passing by a few crossroads, he realized that the resuscitating dragon palace was like a maze. If he did not have the map, he would have been dizzy. However, there were definitely many treasures in the other roads. Whoever could get them would have to depend on their luck. Fight. He continued walking and reached a new crossroad. There was an intense battle in front of him. It seemed like someone had obtained some kind of treasure. This caused all the magnates to fight for it. As expected, Lin Ling saw a tombstone by the side of the road. On the tombstone, the words were blurred. However, beside the tombstone, there were a large number of treasure chests shining with light. As for the 2 sides that were fighting, one of them was a familiar face. It was the 76th prince. The other experts were from the Imperial Censor Dragon Court. The other side was also a familiar face. It was Meng Lu, Xian Linglong, and the 8th Ju Lord. Of course, there were only 3 of them. They could not stop the attack of the 76th prince and the other experts. You came at the right time. After seeing the situation clearly, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the roars in front of him continued. Haha, I, the 76th prince, am the chosen one. In these treasure chests, I see 3 Son of Heaven's essences. This is a gift from the heavens. The 76th prince was obviously very excited. It was as if all the treasures belonged to him. Meng Lu, Xian Linglong, seeing that you are from the Black Warrior Divine Manor, you can scram. I will spare your lives. An old man said indifferently. Hee, they are really pitiful. These treasures were found by them first, but in the end, they met us. Another person said. Seeing this, Xian Linglong frowned. She suddenly looked at Meng Lu and said, "Leave this place. We are not their match." "That may not be the case." Meng Lu sneered. Suddenly, powerful world essence erupted, scattering the clouds in the sky. Third stage martial immortal realm? How is that possible? Sensing the surging world essence, the 76th prince and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If they remembered correctly, Meng Lu was only at the first stage of the martial immortal realm not long ago. In such a short time, this monster actually broke through 2 stages? My strength can fight against a 6th stage martial immortal. You want to snatch my treasures? You are too inexperienced. Meng Lu's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds because of a fortuitous encounter. Die. He activated his mysterious talent. The demonic god's tomb appeared, and an ancient elegy was sung. Attack! Attack! The 76th prince and the others couldn't give up on the treasures, so they all attacked. Seeing this, Lord 8th also joined in. For a time, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It seemed that the heavens were fair. If he, Lin Ling, could obtain treasures, others could too. Meng Lu had obviously obtained a great fortune. Although the current Meng Lu was weaker than Lin Ling knew that he wasn't that much weaker. He was much better than before. Rumble. The collision between the 2 sides seemed to cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The Dragon Palace was stirred. Meng Lu's origin was indeed worthy of being one of the 9 provinces 10 vicious. He was extremely powerful, blocking a large number of experts by himself. As for Lord 8th, he only blocked 3 of them. From this, one could see the difference between the 2. Meng Lu is the number 1 genius below Lin Ling and Sakura. Lord 8th couldn't help but sigh. Then, he smiled. With a monster like Meng Lu here, the 76th prince and the others definitely couldn't take advantage of him. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Mysterious Old Man. Meng Lu, I admit that I underestimated you. However, don't be too smug. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 76th prince suddenly shouted angrily. What can you do if I'm smug? Your people have been stopped by me and Lord 8th. We only have 1 person left, Xian Linglong. She can take away all the treasures. Meng Lu said casually as he defended himself against the experts. Haha, do you think I don't exist? The 76th prince laughed. His words made Meng Lu frown. In his subconscious mind, the 76th prince was a piece of trash. It was only because he had the Azure Emperor's bloodline that people respected him. In addition, the 76th prince had been humiliated by Lin Ling time and time again. Therefore, Meng Lu looked down on him even more. I'm the son of the Azure Emperor. The 76th prince put his finger in his mouth and bit it lightly. Then, using the blood from his finger, he drew something in front of him. Bloody words appeared quietly. In just an instant, his cultivation level increased greatly and reached the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. The Azure Emperor's bloodline. Meng Lu's expression turned serious. The 76th prince had activated the bloodline left by the Azure Emperor and greatly increased his strength. Now you know fear. Weren't you very happy before? Haha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The 76th prince's aura increased greatly. If the Azure Emperor arrived, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. This made him very excited. As for Lord 8th and Xian Linglong, their expressions were extremely ugly. Very good. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I, Lin Ling, am here. However, just as everyone was thinking, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, a flaming fist came from afar. Rumble. Everywhere it passed, 3 of the opponents that Meng Lu and Lord 8th were fighting were killed by the fist. Even a 6th-level martial immortal expert could not block the fist. Then, a slender figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Meng Lu was the first to react. His pupils kept trembling. Having reached the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, he was confident that he could defeat someone at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. The gap between him and Lin Ling was not that great. However, Lin Ling seemed to have increased his strength again. A mere first-level martial immortal had actually killed a sixth-level martial immortal as easily as chopping vegetables. On the other hand, Lord Eighth and Xian Linglong were delighted. In their hearts, so long as Lin Ling appeared, it was as if nothing could stop him. It's you again, Lin Ling. Were you my nemesis in my previous life? Why is it you again? Seeing Lin Ling's untimely appearance, the 76th prince was clearly enraged. He had almost obtained those treasures, but in the end, Lin Ling had appeared. Moreover, he had appeared in a domineering manner, causing all his wishful thinking to go down the drain. Moreover, this was not the first time. He had already been humiliated by Lin Ling several times. Why can't it be me? Lin Ling looked at the 76th prince calmly. You're pissing me off. The 76th prince roared hysterically. Lin Ling had humiliated him time and time again. Now, he was still so calm. It was as if he, the 76th prince, was a dog that was born to be humiliated by Lin Ling. After all, he was the son of Emperor Qing, 76th prince, let me tell you. You'd better get the hell out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Lin Ling ignored the 76th prince's anger. He glanced at the sky and said calmly. This was because he realized that the battle here seemed to have alerted the Dragon Palace's taboo. Many dragon souls were coming from afar, therefore, he did not want to complicate matters. The treasures were more important. Then, he walked to the side of the tombstone, opened one of the treasure chests, and wanted to collect the treasures inside. The 76th prince had never seen such an arrogant person who ignored him and openly snatched the treasures. In Qingzhou, other than the leaders of the major powers, no one dared to provoke him like this. However, just as Lin Ling was about to collect the treasures, a jade-white arm suddenly pressed down on his hand, preventing him from collecting the treasures. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly caused everyone to be greatly alarmed. Lin Ling was very powerful. He was definitely one of the strongest in Qingzhou. However, there was someone who dared to attack Lin Ling and stop Lin Ling. Most importantly, no one noticed this person's arrival at all. It was as if he had been hiding in the surroundings all along. Upon closer inspection, it was an old man with a face as yellow as wax. He wore very ordinary clothes and was only a level 4 martial immortal. However, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes discovered that this old man was not as simple as he seemed. Moreover, although he was only a level 4 martial immortal, his combat strength was definitely beyond his expectations. One must know that the reason why Lin Ling was able to kill a 6th level martial immortal was because his opponent's talent and universal power were not strong enough. If he encountered someone with a level 10 divine body, Lin Ling would have a hard time defeating him. If he encountered someone with more than 50% of his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat him. This also meant that this old man was definitely very strong in a certain field. You're stopping me? Lin Ling said calmly. It's rare for you to be able to remain calm in front of me. The old man said. Although you're strong, you're not strong enough to make me fear you. Lin Ling shook his head and said calmly. I don't believe in evil. Lin Ling, there's an emperor's life essence in this treasure chest. Why don't you try and see if you can get it? The old man still pressed down on Lin Ling's hand and said calmly. However, his words were mixed with a powerful domineering aura. The treasure is right in front of you. Can you, Lin Ling, get it? I don't believe in evil either. Lin Ling retorted. Behind him, the tyrannical song sword floated up and floated towards his other hand with its scabbard. Seeing this, the old man smiled faintly. He also made a move, but no one could see through his move. His arm grabbed towards the scabbard. This sword is extraordinary. It's mine. The old man's eyes were filled with joy. Lin Ling sensed the old man's move and was shocked again. This old man's strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, he also sneered, my sword isn't that easy to take. No one in Qingzhou can say that to me. The old man shook his head in disdain. His arm was like a dragon's claw as he suddenly grabbed the sword. However, as soon as his fair palm touched the scabbard, a cold aura rolled out like a demonic cloud. Oh no! The old man had obviously underestimated the scabbard. His body disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a sword ray flashed past where he was standing before. But the old man dodged it. Even Lin Ling was surprised because this was the first time he saw the scabbard sword being dodged. "Young man, your sword is quite powerful. I admit that I underestimated you." The old man had already appeared on the other side, and his expression became serious. "I'm sorry, but I won. The Emperor's life essence has been taken by me." The 9 heavens of Qing province. Previously, he was confident that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures, so he spoke arrogantly. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. With his strength, he actually lost to Lin Ling. This made him feel disbelief. "Alright, you don't have to put on an act. Reveal your true form. Be careful not to embarrass yourself in front of me, Lin Ling." Lin Ling put away the Son of Heaven's mandate and looked at the old man indifferently. These words shocked the old man once again because Lin Ling was too calm. Facing such a strong opponent, he didn't panic at all. "How did you see through it?" the old man said with a frown. "Although I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you've cultivated to change your appearance and aura, but please, if you want to put on an act, let's go all the way. Don't you think you've revealed a huge flaw?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "Flaw? Could it be that you've seen through my cultivation technique? You're thinking too much. It's your hand. An old man like you, whose hand would be as white as jade." When Lin Ling's last sentence fell, the old man's entire body trembled. Only then did he realize that he had indeed overlooked this huge flaw. Sometimes, the simpler something is, the easier it is to forget. A true ancient martial artist shouldn't make such a small mistake, so I estimate that you shouldn't be that old. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a sword, piercing straight into the old man's heart. "Let me guess again. You're not that old, but you have such strength. There are definitely not many people in Qing province. Apart from the people I don't know, the only people I know are the remaining 4 heavens. You should be one of the 4 most mysterious people in Qing province." Lin Ling's words didn't stop until they shocked the old man to death. The old man was stunned, as if he had been struck by thunder. "Hee, I've long heard of Lin Ling's great name. Seeing you today, you're indeed extraordinary." After being exposed by Lin Ling, the old man no longer hid his identity. It was as if he had shed off a layer of skin. Then, a bright light shone and a slender figure walked out from it. This was actually a rare beauty. She looked to be around 20 years old and wore a pink palace dress with hundreds of flowers. Between her thin clothes, her twin peaks were full, and her limpid eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. No matter how one looked at it, she was a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts. "Wow, I didn't expect this expert to be so beautiful." The 76th prince could not help but speak. However, in the next moment, the crisp sound of a slap resounded across his face. It was that woman. "You hit me?" The 76th prince immediately roared. "Hee, 76th prince, if you keep talking nonsense, I might even kill you." The woman smiled, but her words were extremely cold. The 76th prince did not dare to speak again. He sensed a familiar aura from that woman. It was the Azure Thearcha's aura. The woman smiled at Lin Ling and was about to speak, but at that moment, another person arrived at the crossroad. When she saw everyone, her expression changed slightly. "Your Excellency Lin Ling." The person took the lead to greet Lin Ling. She was the 3rd princess. Of course, she looked more at the woman and finally said solemnly, "Imperial concubineshire of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou? 3rd princess, long time no see." The woman smiled and nodded. She obviously knew the 3rd princess. Imperial concubineshire? She's imperial concubineshire? The 76th prince was stunned. Then, his face was filled with horror. The old monsters next to him also opened their mouths wide. Imperial concubineshire is rumored to be the most beautiful fairy in Qingzhou. She is also the most beautiful woman in the world of mortals. She is proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She once made the Azure Thearch forget to return. Someone exclaimed. Imperial concubineshire was a very mysterious person. No one knew where she came from. However, some people knew that she opened a brothel in Qingzhou called Smoky Poetry House. Many indomitable experts of Qingzhou went there because of its reputation. including the Azure the Arch, ordinary experts were also curious about Smoky Poetry House. However, after searching for thousands of years, they could not find that brothel. The famous imperial concubine sure has also entered the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. Then, your pursuer, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger, should be here as well. The third princess said with a faint smile after calming down. Him? I don't know. Maybe he didn't come. Or maybe he is hiding among the big shots. Shurfei covered her mouth and smiled. Her gentle movements carried an aura that could topple cities. Her full chest emitted a strange light, causing the blood of the surrounding old monsters to boil. Some of the weaker middle-aged men even began to bleed from their 7 orifices. This imperial concubine sure was simply a peerless enchantress. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He realized that imperial concubine sure's talent was very mysterious. It was mixed with a kind of seduction technique. This kind of seduction technique was the best among all seduction techniques. It was as if it was left behind by a god. It had to be said that Lin Ling also admitted that imperial concubine sure was a peerless enchantress. Lin Ling, how about another round? Take out another treasure and try. Imperial concubine sure was obviously not interested in the people around her. Instead, she was very interested in Lin Ling. When her words fell, the third princess's expression changed slightly. She did not expect imperial concubine sure to provoke Lin Ling. The others were the same. They were secretly shocked. If imperial concubine sure did not announce her identity, they would think that Lin Ling would definitely win. However, after knowing that imperial concubine sure was one of the 4 most mysterious of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, they knew that the current Lin Ling could not compare to her. One had to know that the 4 most mysterious of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou were people that even Emperor Qing had to give face to. The third princess was just about to remind Lin Ling to ignore imperial concubine sure, but Lin Ling had already spoken. He said very matter-of-factly, "Isn't this a very simple matter?" The attitude of his words was as simple as eating. At this moment, everyone was stunned, even imperial concubine sure was the same. She could not help but laugh. What if you fail? Gamble? Sorry, I'm really not interested. However, I never thought that I would fail. Lin Ling said with a smile. Although his smile was calm, it was mixed with a domineering aura. Ignorant, trash, what do you know? When the 76th prince heard Lin Ling's words, he immediately cursed angrily. In his opinion, although Lin Ling was powerful, if he wanted to compete with imperial concubine sure, he was simply overestimating himself and seeking death. I've suddenly changed my mind. If I win, all the treasures will belong to me. If I lose, the treasures will belong to you. You can do whatever you want with me. Of course, the premise is that you have to give that guy 3 slaps first. Lin Ling suddenly laughed and looked at imperial concubine sure as he spoke. It seems that I've taken advantage of you. Not only do I get the treasures, but I also get you. I, imperial concubine sure, agree. Hearing this, imperial concubine sure was stunned. She smiled beautifully, but she also secretly admired Lin Ling's courage. Slap, 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 3 slaps landed on the 76th prince's face. No one could see imperial concubine sure's move. They could only see the 76th prince's ugly face as if he had eaten dog shit. 76th prince, how many times have you been slapped? In front of me, Lin Ling, you can only be slapped in the face forever. Translator, Transin editor, Transin defeating you is as simple as eating. I'm ready to make my move. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. You're reminding me? Shurfei was stunned. With her strength, Lin Ling actually reminded her. Even the third princess, Meng Lu, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no doubt about the strength of the 4 most mysterious people of the 9 heavens of Qing province. Lin Ling was gambling with such an expert, and he actually reminded her. For fairness. Lin Ling shrugged. However, this sentence was even more shocking. Fairness? He was already at a disadvantage in the gambling with Shurfei, and he was actually doing it for fairness. At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ling was planning. However, before everyone could recover from their shock, Lin Ling had already made his move. His goal this time was to obtain the treasure in the treasure chest again, and Shurfei was obviously going to stop him. Shurfei seemed to be at the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. But she was definitely not as simple as she looked. At this moment, the third princess was worried for Lin Ling because even she did not have the confidence to win against Shifei. 20 worlds of speed, amazing. Shifei stood there like a flower and did not act rashly. Instead, she was paying attention to Lin Ling's speed. Although Lin Ling's speed was terrifying, it was obviously not enough to enter her eyes, because she had a speed faster than Lin Ling. You'll be defeated in 3 breaths, because I'm also going to make my move. Shifei's Hongyan mouth moved slightly as she reminded. Sir Lin Ling, be careful. Hearing this, the third princess was the first to worry for Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would not be able to block a single move from Shifei. So strong, is this the most terrifying and mysterious genius of Qing province? Meng Lu felt a rolling pressure. He found that on the other side of the tombstone, the heaven and earth were frozen, forming a mysterious domain. This seemed to be the ultimate martial Dao, and it was a complete Dao. At this moment, Shifei made her move. Her soft and boneless palm gently slapped out. The sun, moon, stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the great Tao of the universe seemed to be shattered by her. Above the power of the universe, the rank of bravery. The third princess exclaimed. The power of the universe, that was the power of the chaos of the universe. It was extremely terrifying. However, according to legend, there was another power above it. It was the rank power left behind by the title of God. This power. It was from God. It was extremely terrifying and could shatter any power of the universe. One was the universe, and the other was God. From another point of view, the power of one's grade was the result of the fusion of the essence of a martial artist's strength and the power of the universe, for example, the power of the universe. This was the power to control the chaos of the universe. But, there were millions upon millions of chaos powers in the universe. It was impossible for a martial artist to control all of them. This would instead cause them to be less proficient, which was why there were ranks. For example, if Lin Ling were to comprehend a rank, that would be the rank of fire. A light palm landed on Lin Ling's body, and a yellow light appeared on Lin Ling's body. It was brilliant and ancient. Of you. Shifei spoke at the same time. Not necessarily. However, Lin Ling's words made Shifei's beautiful eyes narrow. With her palm, no one in the late stage of the martial immortal realm could block it. But Lin Ling blocked it. Lin Ling was only at the first stage of the martial immortal realm. How could this be? Then, she found that there was a yellow light on Lin Ling's body. It was extremely ancient and seemed to be condensed by millions of Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi was also a kind of son of heaven's fate. It had the power of the emperor. So you have a secret treasure on you. Shifei suddenly thought of something. She kept waving her arms like a blooming flower. Bang! Bang! Palm after palm, mixed with the great Tao of the universe, fell on Lin Ling's body. Your Excellency Lin Ling. That terrifying killing move caused the third princess and the others to shout out loud. However, after shouting, they found that Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Instead, he smiled and said, Shifei? The #1 beauty in Qingzhou? If you touch me like this, I'll sue you for taking advantage of me. As soon as his voice fell, everyone was flabbergasted. Facing such a terrifying attack from Shifei, Lin Ling could still joke. Even Shifei clenched her teeth. Even the Azure Emperor did not dare to joke with her, but Lin Ling dared? The effect of the treasure on you is starting to weaken. Let's see how you block it. Shifei's eyes became ferocious and she slapped out again. Indeed, the yellow light on Lin Ling's body dimmed. However, just as Shifei thought that she could kill Lin Ling this time, Lin Ling suddenly disappeared. That's right, in her eyes, he had mysteriously disappeared. This sudden change stunned Shifei. By the time she reacted, Lin Ling was already standing beside the third princess in the distance, holding the essence of the Son of Heaven's fate in his hand and shaking it gently. Sorry, I won again. The third princess was stunned, Meng Lu was stunned, even the 76th prince was the same. Lin Ling won? How did he win? Shifei seemed to be in a daze as she stared at Lin Ling. Especially the Son of Heaven's fate in Lin Ling's hand, it was swaying as if it was mocking her. Sorry, beating you is really as easy as eating. While she was in a daze, Lin Ling spoke faintly. In fact, in order to avoid Shifei's last attack, Lin Ling had used the green jade token and increased his speed by 50 boundaries. Shifei naturally could not react to this sudden burst of speed. Eating is as easy as eating? Hearing Lin Ling's casual words, Shifei almost went hysterical. She no longer looked like the #1 beauty in Qingzhou. She was one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, someone that even the Azure Emperor did not dare to underestimate. She had actually lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had said that beating her was as easy as eating. Third princess, go and collect the treasures. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. Lin Ling, tell me, how did you avoid my attack just now? With your strength, it's absolutely impossible. Shifei did not stop the third princess but looked at Lin Ling. She really could not figure it out. I really don't want to talk about such a simple thing again. However, Lin Ling shook his head faintly. His words almost made Shifei vomit blood. Her beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent. Alright, the bet is over. Goodbye. Lin Ling spoke casually when he saw that the third princess had collected all the treasures. You want to leave? The 76th prince immediately roared. Lin Ling had taken advantage of all of them. Did he really think he could leave just like that? Shifei was even more unlikely to let Lin Ling leave. Her eyes became extremely cold. If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, no one can stop me. However, Lin Ling had already strode forward, fearless and fearless. At the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar came from the sky. Countless ancient dragons swept across the land, causing the entire dragon palace to shake. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Dragon soul. They had discovered this taboo after entering the resuscitating dragon palace. There seemed to be many dragon souls in this dragon palace. They could not be destroyed unless they were killed, and this time, the number of dragon souls was clearly much more than what they had seen in the past. Even Shifei's pretty face was extremely serious. Without waiting for the dragon souls to fly down from the sky, she had already left the place. The power of rank. Who was Shifei? She was someone who had talked to Qing Di before. With her strength, she was the strongest person present. Only the leader of the giants in Qing province could fight against her. Originally, all the treasures should have belonged to her and Lin Ling should have been killed by her. However, she didn't do anything and could only watch as Lin Ling returned with a full load. Most importantly, after Lin Ling defeated her, he didn't show any joy or excitement. His reaction was very calm, as if defeating her, Shifei, was actually a very simple matter. Lin Ling, you're lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Kill. Holding endless resentment, Shifei also disappeared from the main road. She came to kill Lin Ling because she was ordered to do so by some expert. At that moment, Lin Ling also sped up because he had noticed the changes in the sky from the very beginning. This made him guess that in the Dragon Palace, the world essence that erupted from the battle between cultivators could alarm the dragon souls. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more dragon souls there were. Thinking of that, he turned around and saw that the third princess and the others had caught up. There were many people at the intersection earlier. The third princess and the others had used those people to attract the dragon souls and escaped. Your Excellency Lin Ling. Looking back, the third princess and the others still had lingering fear in their hearts. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and smiled. I didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to defeat Shifei. Truly amazing. Lord Eighth said excitedly. The current Lin Ling was probably even stronger than him, although he was a middle-stage martial immortal. In terms of talent and ultimate martial path, he wasn't very strong. The reason why he could become one of the giants in Qing province was because of his enormous world essence. In terms of world essence, Lin Ling was obviously not afraid of middle-stage martial immortals. In fact, he was one of the best among them. This made Lord Eighth sigh. The first time he saw Lin Ling in the past was at Lin Ling's market. At that time, Lin Ling was still very young, but now, his wings were full. With just a move of his feet in Qing province would change. I didn't expect the 4 most mysterious people of the 9 heavens of Qing province to be so powerful. Meng Lu, on the other hand, was recalling the scene of Shifei's attack. His expression was solemn as he said, rank. This is the fusion of the power of the universe and one's innate talent. There are no more than 5 people in Qing province who have grasped this power, and Shifei is the youngest one. That's right. I've seen Shifei before. She gave me a very mysterious feeling. I didn't expect her to have the power of a rank. The third princess also said. From what I see, she's only powerful in terms of rank strength. Her talent isn't even at the desolate body level. If you can sense rank strength, she's only SOSO. Lin Ling said with a smile. What he said was very simple, however, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't think it was simple because rank strength was the foundation of fighting those of a higher level. Sure, Fei might even be able to defeat an ordinary 9th stage martial immortal. Rank strength isn't as mysterious as you say. In the 9 provinces, there are many people who possess this power. Lin Ling recalled Li Xiaoyao's time. At that time, he had swept through the geniuses of the 9 provinces and was called the most mysterious genius in the universe by the 9 provinces. Therefore, he didn't think that possessing rank strength was that amazing. He, Lin Ling, had only cultivated for a short period of time. If he was given some more time, he would also be able to comprehend the rank of the fire element. Furthermore, he was still very weak in the past. After reaching the martial immortal realm, the arrogance of Li Xiaoyao of the past had quietly awakened. Wake Dragon Palace, we can only move forward and not retreat. That's because retreating will attract even more dragon souls. Everyone, let's continue forward. Third princess, take out the treasures you obtained earlier. I, Lin Ling, want to be the first to choose. Lin Ling looked at the third princess and said. The third princess smiled and nodded. Your Excellency Lin Ling, these treasures were obtained by you alone. There's no problem for you to take all of them. There's no need for that. After all, not all treasures are useful to me. For example, the Son of Heaven's mandate. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, Third princess, you've obtained quite a few Son of Heaven's mandates. Perhaps, the Imperial Jade Seal fragments that you possess will also change. Furthermore, in this trip to the Wake Dragon Palace, there are definitely quite a few people who have obtained great fortune. After everyone leaves, the Azure Province will definitely be in turmoil. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you're right. Hearing that, the third princess's expression became serious. There were so many paths to the Wake Dragon Palace. The others must have also obtained great treasures. Perhaps a new 9 great heavens would be born. However, the Wake Dragon Palace is also the end. With everyone's strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to enter the 5th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling said again. Is this the end of our journey? Regarding this, Meng Lu and the others were somewhat dissatisfied. However, they were extremely confident in Lin Ling's words. Therefore, they could only give up on exploring. As for Lin Ling, he was searching for treasures. Unfortunately, although there were many treasures here, they were not of much help to Lin Ling. They could not even compare to the 3 jade tokens from before. Unfortunately, there was only 1 jade token left. I want the royal crystals. You can divide the rest among yourselves. In the end, Lin Ling collected all the royal crystals and planned to use them to break through to the next level. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we've also obtained many treasures along the way. The royal crystals are all yours. The third princess pondered for a moment and hurriedly took out a large number of royal crystals. The others also understood that since they had divided all the treasures, they would definitely hand over their own royal crystals. They would treat it as using royal crystals to purchase those treasures. Thank you so much. Seeing a large number of royal crystals appear, Lin Ling could not help but be overjoyed. Next, the group continued on their journey. Along the way, Lin Ling said, Soon, there will be a crossroad. I will guide you to which path to take. There are also countless treasures there. However, I will have to part ways with you. Second brother, you're going to take another path? Hearing this, Sakura frowned and asked worriedly. Big brother, don't worry. The path I'm going to is the most mysterious place in Resuscitate Dragon Palace. The place you're going to has great fortune and countless treasures. The lowest grade is an extreme weapon. There may even be the Emperor's life essence or even the talents from the era of deities. Lin Ling patted Sakura's shoulder and said. Hearing this, the group was tempted. For Lin Ling to regard such treasures as treasures, they would definitely be extraordinary. Along the way, everyone was talking and laughing. Compared to the other giants who were nervous, they were obviously more relaxed. The reason was that Lin Ling was there. Save me, save me. There are many dragon souls in front. Not knowing how long they had been walking, an anxious shout suddenly came from the front. It was three good-looking ladies. They were wearing clothes of different colors and looked very charming. These women were not weak at all. They must be the magnates of the various forces. While they were running in front, behind them was billowing murderous aura. Several blood dragons were rolling in the air. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. The eyes of the third princess and the others were flickering. Sakura pondered for a moment and shouted, "Hurry up, it will be too late." The power of a glance, Sakura had a tyrannical personality and was decisive in killing, but he never bullied the weak. When he saw someone who wasn't strong enough, he would definitely draw his blade to help. "Thank you. Thank you." Those few women couldn't help but be overjoyed, and their speed also increased by a bit. Sakura passed by them and transformed into a huge white skeleton to fight against the dragon souls in the sky. "Sakura, I'll help you." Seeing this, Lord Eighth and Meng Lu also joined the battlefield, erupting with all their strength to resist the several blood dragons in the sky, and these dragon souls were extremely powerful, not fearing any realm essence attacks. If they wanted to resist, they could only resist with their lives. "Fortunately, we met them, otherwise we're dead for sure. These dragon souls are too terrifying, we can't kill them at all. Stop the dragon souls, don't let them come over." And seeing Sakura and the rest desperately block the dragon souls, the beautiful woman in the upper position also slowed down. While recovering her realm essence, she kept saying, "Ka ka ka." Sakura was blocking the dragon soul at the forefront. His white skeleton was also cracked from the impact, but he was still blocking the front of the road like a war god. As for Meng Lu and Lord Eighth, their faces also started to pale, resisting with great difficulty. "Stop the dragon souls, who told you to retreat step by step? If the dragon souls come over, we'll all die." Seeing Sakura and the rest constantly retreating, the three women all frowned and said, "What trash." One of the women even cursed softly. Although this voice was soft, it was clearly heard by Lin Ling, and his face immediately became ugly. His big brother tried his best to help others, but not only were these three women not grateful, they even despised Sakura for being trash. Could it be that his big brother owed them? "Big brother, ignore those dragon souls, come over immediately." Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he shouted to the front. "What are you doing? If they retreat, those dragon souls will rush over." Hearing Lin Ling's words, one of the tall women immediately reprimanded. "If they don't retreat, they'll be in danger." Killing intent appeared in the depths of Lin Ling's eyes as he coldly replied. "Facing the dragon soul is dangerous to begin with. Do you think Awakening Dragon Palace is your home? If you want to be safe, you can just hide at home. Why do you have to come out and roam the world? Moreover, in a martial artist's life, they have to cut through all kinds of hardships. If they fear danger, what is the point of talking about martial arts? If they retire, are they still men?" She looked at Lin Ling mockingly and said, "I can see that you are also a man. Unfortunately, they are much more courageous than you. You only dare to hide behind them and gossip. How ugly. What nonsense are you talking about?" As soon as the woman finished speaking, the third princess couldn't help but speak up. These three women were too self-righteous. Obviously, they were the ones who provoked the dragon soul, but now they were blaming it on Sakura. He was kind enough to help, but the three of them actually disliked him. Could it be that Sakura must help them? "You are? Third princess?" Only then did the three women realize that the person beside them was the third princess. Their expressions changed slightly. Then, they smiled because they knew that the third princess, the daughter of Emperor Qing, was extremely powerful. "Third princess, it's good that you're here. Please block those dragon souls. Those three men are too useless. They're completely useless." "No need, I'll do it." But at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. "You? You're too weak." However, the three women didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at all. Their words were filled with disdain. "Don't underestimate him. He's Lin Ling of the imperial court." The third princess didn't want Lin Ling to be looked down upon, so she spoke coldly. Her words stunned the three women on the spot. Then, they laughed. Lin Ling of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. So you're Lin Ling. That's great. With you around, there will definitely be a way. They didn't expect to meet these legendary powerhouses at the end of their road. One of the petite women even said happily, Lin Ling, among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, I admire you the most. Hearing those words, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't say anything and stepped forward. Big brother, 8th Lord, Meng Lu, step back. I'll block these dragon souls. His voice floated out, causing Sakura and the others to frown. They seemed to be worried about Lin Ling fighting the blood dragons alone. Don't you believe me? Seeing Sakura and the others, Lin Ling's heart warmed. Sure enough, his own people were still trustworthy. Alright, second brother, be careful. Lin Ling, if you can't block them, we'll immediately come to help. Now, let's recover our Jia Yuan. Sakura and Meng Lu pondered for a moment and spoke one after another. Right now, they were indeed exhausted. The 3 of them hurriedly retreated, allowing Lin Ling to block the blood dragons in the sky alone. Wake up, Dragon Palace, is the dragon god here? Lin Ling walked past Sakura and the others. His blue robe fluttered, his hands behind his back, and he looked indifferently at the huge blood dragons in the sky. Roar, the blood dragons in the sky didn't answer his words. Instead, they roared continuously, causing the sound of thunder to come from afar. The wind and clouds rolled, and the aura of destruction came like a wave. More and more blood dragons rushed over, hovering in the sky as if they wanted to devour everything. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. There were actually more dragon souls? Why is it like this? Lin Ling must have attracted more dragon souls. I've long felt that we shouldn't trust Lin Ling. He can't fight against the dragon souls at all. Yeah, he wants us to be buried with him. I don't want to die here. The 3 women were also shocked and almost wanted to escape. However, there were too many dragon souls in the sky. They didn't want to be noticed by the dragon souls, so they didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. However, if the dragon souls swooped down from the sky, they would definitely be the first to escape and let the 3rd princess and the others attract the dragon souls' attention. For a moment, they looked at each other and tacitly had the same idea. Lin Ling, be careful. Everyone go help him. The 3rd princess didn't know what they were thinking at all. At this moment, she was worried and shouted. Sakura and the others had just sat down cross-legged to recover. At this moment, they stood up again and prepared to help Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's cold pupils finally changed. A powerful soul force spread out like an ocean. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a dragon god, with an imposing aura that looked down on the world. Die. Everyone heard that calm voice. Bang bang bang, in the sky, the rolling dragon souls began to explode. One by one, the ancient dragons exploded. Blood light illuminated the sky, then turned into dust and scattered from the sky. All the dragon souls were annihilated. This was just the power of a gaze. At the back, the 3rd princess and the others maintained their charging posture, but at this moment, they all stopped in their tracks. Their faces were filled with horror. Translator, Transin editor, Transin an ant should have the awareness of an ant, dragon soul. It was the taboo of the Resuscitate Dragon Palace. Even the leader of the magnates would not dare to fight it head-on. However, Lin Ling killed it with a single blow. This was too perverted. These dragon souls are actually the descendants of the Resuscitate Dragon God. They were buried here with him. Although the dragon's body is dead, the dragon's soul is still here. With the help of the mysterious star plants, the dragon's soul is nourished. They are also the tomb keepers of the Dragon Palace. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Lin Ling walked back calmly and said, the only thing they are afraid of is soul power. Master, you are so powerful. Hearing this, the 3rd princess's eyes were filled with admiration. Among the 4 magnates, only Lin Ling was the calmest. I have said that I have no intention of accepting you as my disciple. Lin Ling said with a smile. However, his gaze was extremely cold as he looked at the 3 ladies. Lin Ling, thank you, thank you. The 3 ladies did not know that death was upon them. They were still rejoicing that they had escaped death. No need. If you want to thank someone, thank King Yanluo. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He extended his right hand and flicked his finger. A wisp of flame shot out like an arrow and landed on one of the ladies, burning her. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The lady immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, she could not withstand Lin Ling's blow and was burned alive. The other two ladies' faces changed and were filled with anger. The three of them had roamed the 10,000 worlds and were very close to each other. However, the eldest sister died here. Because you wanted to kill my brothers and friends. Lin Ling said coldly. The two ladies clenched their teeth and their eyes were filled with killing intent. I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have the strength to do so. Also, my big brother and the others don't owe you anything. They helped you, so you should be grateful. Don't blame them and even plan to push the trouble to others. I hate people like this the most. So, I can help you deal with the dragon soul, but you all have to die. Plop, hearing Lin Ling's words, the two women were completely terrified and hurriedly knelt down. Lord Lin Ling, please spare our lives. We are willing to be your slaves and serve you for the rest of our lives. Their beauty was not bad, and coupled with their strength, they were already used to others sacrificing their lives for them. They even thought that all of this was a matter of course. However, when they met Lin Ling didn't care about their beauty at all. He only treated them like ants. As for helping an ant, Lin Ling wouldn't care if it was as easy as lifting a finger. However, an ant must have the awareness of an ant. Second brother, they are just weak girls. How about sparing their lives? Sakura was soft-hearted and couldn't help but say. Big brother, some people are worth helping. Even if we use our lives to help, we won't regret it. However, some people aren't worth it. If all of you had died in the mouth of the dragon's soul, would they have sympathized with you? I guess not. They only have themselves in their eyes, as if it's a matter of course for others to help. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said. Although his big brother was decisive in killing, his temperament was too straightforward. To put it bluntly, he was also ignorant. But Sakura looked at the two women who were crying, and his heart still softened. Don't worry. You can't do it, but I can. In my eyes, it's fine as long as all of you are fine. Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that it was time for him to be the villain. In the future, if he, Lin Ling, wanted to kill someone, but he couldn't do it. He believed that his brother would also help him. The world of martial arts is cruel. No one owes anyone anything. When others help you, you should be grateful. Don't think that you are infallible. Because you are just ants. Lin Ling looked at the two women again. With a flick of his finger, surging flames shot out. Lord Lin Ling, please spare our lives. Sorry. We were wrong. Yes. The two women kept crying for help, but they were still mercilessly burned by the flames of time and space. In the end, they were turned into ashes. What you don't dare to do, I, Lin Ling, will do for you. But if I die in someone's hands in the future, I also hope that you can be like me today and do those things for me. Yes. After Lin Ling obliterated the two women, he turned around and strode forward. Hearing that, the third princess and the others felt ripples in their hearts. They knew that in Lin Ling's heart, only his family and friends were everything. What did the masses have to do with him, and for his family and friends, he dared to kill his way up to the 9 heavens. Even if the world called him a demon, he didn't care. Master, wait for me. Yes. Looking at the slender figure, the third princess immediately chased after him. Her heart was somewhat moved. No wonder Grandma Wendao was full of praise for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was indeed a friend worthy of deep friendship, the group continued forward and finally reached the crossroads. Lin Ling pointed out the path in front of them. Then, he walked on another path. Lin Ling, we'll wait for you in Qingzhou. Come back as soon as possible. Looking at Lin Ling's disappearing figure, the third princess and the others waved their hands and said. Don't worry, I'll be back. An indistinct voice could be heard from the misty road. Everyone nodded and chose a small path one after another, slowly walking forward. The path that Lin Ling took was obviously different. It was the main path to the main tomb. This path was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, but the benefits were also the greatest in the entire Wake Up Dragon Palace, Because, there were Dragon God Vitality pills here. Once this treasure was taken by Lin Ling, Lin Ling's fourth Dantian would also have a talent, and it was the Dragon God talent. Going straight to the main tomb, this path must be extraordinary. Little Kunlun, prepare for a fierce battle. Lin Ling's long robe was fluttering, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ka ka ka. After walking for an unknown period of time, the ground in front of them began to wriggle like a snake. Lin Ling was walking on the snake's body. What a strong vibration force. Sensing this, Lin Ling leaped up and exploded with his full speed. He shot forward at the speed of 20 worlds. At the same time, he realized that he was actually walking on the spine of a dragon. It was just a dead dragon. It was extremely magical, ka ka ka, but the further he went, the ground began to rumble. Soil was splattered everywhere. Then, white skeletons crawled out. These skeletons were the skeletons in the sacrificial trench. When they were alive, they were indomitable experts. This path is indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling's expression became more serious as he roared. The realm-swallowing beast appeared and turned into a ferocious fist, attacking ahead. Rumble. Under that fist, a few white skeletons were smashed to pieces. But what surprised Lin Ling was that the pieces gathered again and turned into white skeletons. They were actually immortal and indestructible. These white skeletons were probably experts in the half-step saint realm when they were alive. Lin Ling was shocked, but his fighting spirit was even more intense. Again. Translator, Transin editor, Transin a path with a slim chance of survival. The sage-to-be realm was the realm of sages. They already possessed the bloodline of gods. It was a higher realm than the martial immortal realm. Every sage-to-be expert could travel through the 9 provinces and change the laws of the world. They could change the sun, moon, stars, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They were extremely powerful. As for the sages above the sage-to-be realm, they were people who could move the world. They could pass down the powerful great Tao of the world. Even if a martial artist had no martial strength, as long as he was fated to listen to their teachings, he could instantly become an indomitable expert. The great Tao was formless. If one heard it in the morning, one could die in the evening without regrets. The entire path was covered in skeletons, with terrifying auras lingering in the air. Boom. Boom. However, a meteor-like figure continued to bombard the ground, shattering all the white skeletons just to take a step forward. The figure in the blue and white robe was also covered in blood. That was because the white skeletons could not die. He could only continue to bombard the white skeletons and never retreat. He was like a small pawn. Although his pace was slow, he did not retreat at all. Come at me more fiercely. At that moment, Lin Ling's face was filled with exhaustion. However, his godly demon body was so strong that he could not fall. Moreover, as he was smashing the white skeletons, he was refining the imperial crystal to increase the power of the world sea in his Dantian. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's Dantian was continuously consumed and filled up. In the end, he stepped into the second level of the martial immortal realm. The remaining 2 Dantians also stepped into the same realm. This greatly increased his strength and made it easier for him to fight against the white skeletons on the ancient road. Rumble. At that moment, the sky began to rumble. The entire dragon palace seemed to be shaking. In a distant place, the magnates raised their heads to look at the sky. They also noticed the changes in the dragon palace. The dragon palace is about to leave. Anyway, I have already obtained great benefits. The 99th prince frowned. Then, he smiled and did not plan to continue searching for the dragon palace. He felt that the dragon palace was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he continued, he would be in danger. The other magnates also felt the same. They even thought that they had already obtained the most precious treasure of the dragon palace. The cultivators began to retreat. Some experts who had less gains were unwilling to leave. However, they were killed by the dragon palace. I hope Master is fine. The third princess also obtained the treasure she needed. She looked at the awakened suppressing dragon palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was still fighting on the great path. He had no way out. He had to obtain the divine dragon origin pill. In the past, when he was in the crimson state, he saw the cultivators of the 9 states fighting for the dragon soul. At that time, there were many cultivators. However, it was only for the dragon soul of the divine dragon. What Lin Ling valued now was the divine dragon elixir, which was even more precious than the dragon soul of the divine dragon. So, how could Lin Ling miss this precious treasure? Boom, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling fell from the sky. His face was pale. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Although his strength had increased greatly, there were too many skeletons on the road. In front of them, neat rows of white skeletons were marching toward them, and in the sky, countless dragon souls of their descendants were also flying toward them. Scram! Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. With a roar, his soul power burst out, boom! Boom, boom! A large number of dragon souls were shattered. Lin Ling took the opportunity to catch his breath. However, he was helpless against the skeletons on the road. Swoosh! At that moment, the scabbard on his back flew out on its own. He slashed the sword forward. The sword radiance was crystal clear and resplendent. Rumble, all the skeletons were split into two. They could not block the sword. My head, where is it? The headless elder was floating in front of Lin Ling as he muttered to himself. Who knows? This sudden change made Lin Ling laugh out loud. The scabbard had once again floated out to protect him when his life was in danger. Right now, the skeletons on the road had been slashed apart. It would take some time for them to return to their original state. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Lin Ling quickly stood up. With his right hand, he grabbed the scabbard and shot it forward. Old man, I will find your head. Don't worry. Lin Ling even shouted at the scabbard. He did not care if the scabbard understood him. As for the headless elder's sword, it was indeed terrifying. The entire road had been cleared. Lin Ling finally charged across the road. Black land began to appear in front of him. This was also the first time Lin Ling saw an endless land in the wake-suppressing dragon palace. On the land, there was nothing. In the distance, a huge ancient tree sat there. It swayed with the wind, giving off a sinister feeling. Upon closer inspection, there were many corpses hanging from the ancient tree. Those corpses were constantly swaying. It was a ghastly sight. Where the F***ck is this? Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. The road to the main tomb was indeed filled with danger. At this moment, a tree branch suddenly shot out from the ground and wrapped around Lin Ling's leg. More and more branches appeared, gradually wrapping around Lin Ling. These branches were completely black but extremely tough. Even with Lin Ling's physical strength, he could not break free. Not good. This is the universal ghost tree. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This was because he recognized that this was the ghost tree from the underworld. It was even more terrifying than the ghost tree in the myriad realms. A single leaf from this tree could even turn into a ghost domain in the myriad realms. Furthermore, the branches were pulling Lin Ling towards the tree in front of him. Lin Ling was hanging there. Furthermore, Lin Ling realized that his vitality was constantly being absorbed. It seemed that he was about to become one of the corpses on the tree. He looked to the side and found that the corpse hanging there was an old man in a Taoist robe. He did not know how long he had been dead. In any case, his face was filled with pain. Lin Ling, won't die here, right? Lin Ling roared in his heart. He wanted to activate the space-time divine steel. However, he was exhausted at this moment. His realm essence was not enough to activate it. Kunlun. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's left hand made a sound. The black vine swam out. Little Kunlun. Sensing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the black vine swam towards the ancient tree and wrapped around it. Little Kunlun wants to save me. Lin Ling understood little Kunlun's intention. However, at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Little Kunlun was wrapped around the ancient tree, but some mysterious force broke it. Blood flowed out of the broken vine. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. Kunlun. However, among the broken vines, one of the vines grew again and wrapped around the ancient tree. However, it broke again. However, the weaker vine wrapped around it again as if it would not stop until it was dead. Little Kunlun. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could not help but feel sad. He knew that little Kunlun was broken. This would definitely cause fatal damage to little Kunlun. However, little Kunlun did not retreat. It still wanted to save Lin Ling. The main tomb canyon, crack. Crack, crack. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. In the end, Lin Ling could no longer see little Kunlun. It was probably as big as a strand of hair. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling said weakly. His eyes were moist, however, his vitality was fading, and he gradually closed his eyes. However, he did not see that the hair-sized vine on the ground was still moving towards the ancient tree. It was moving along the bark of the ancient tree. After an unknown period of time, the entire ancient ghost tree began to sway. Moreover, a series of sharp and painful cries rang out, as if the night crows were crying. Then, leaves fell everywhere, and the corpses hanging on the tree fell down one after another. Lin Ling was among them. However, Lin Ling did not see that the ghost tree from the underworld had begun to wither quietly. On the bark, black vines swam out and wrapped around the ghost tree tightly. It was as if the vines had absorbed all the nutrients of the tree. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the ferocious ancient tree. He felt a chill in his heart. This damn thing was too scary. However, he soon realized that the ghost tree was surrounded by black vines. Those vines were full of sharp thorns and looked extremely ferocious. What's going on? Could that be little Kunlun? Little Kunlun. Lin Ling's mouth was wide open. He could not believe it. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. He hurriedly yelled out. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound could be heard. A scene that shocked Lin Ling appeared. The entire ground was covered with black vines. It was as if countless snakes were slithering towards Lin Ling. They surrounded Lin Ling, then, those vines began to shrink. In the end, they turned into a black vine. It was only as thick as a finger, but it was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, that vine kept shaking at Lin Ling like a dog wagging its tail. Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally confirmed that this fellow was little Kunlun. Looking ahead again, there was no longer a ghost tree. There was only a piece of rotten wood. It seemed that the ghost tree had been completely absorbed by little Kunlun. This also surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect little Kunlun to have such power. However, when he thought about Kunlun's origin, Lin Ling felt relieved. Little Kunlun was obtained from the place where the Qing Thearka's imperial jade seal was seized. That place was obviously related to the rules of the gods. That kind of place was naturally not something that Lin Ling could understand at the moment. Haha, little Kunlun, I owe you a life. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Next, it should be time to reach the main tomb. The dragon god Yuan Dan that he exchanged with his life should not disappoint Lin Ling, right? Let's go, little Kunlun, let's go. Bringing along little Kunlun, Lin Ling advanced along the vast land. In front of him, it was lonely and silent. It made Lin Ling feel as if he had arrived in the netherworld. Anyone who walked here for a long time would definitely feel bored and couldn't help but want to leave this place. However, Lin Ling had learned martial arts in 2 lives and was already used to this kind of boredom. Instead, he used this period of time to cleanse the world essence in his dantian, making it even purer. The world essence in his 3 dantians also became denser. Currently, Lin Ling was at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. After fusing his 3 dantians, he could defeat a 6th level martial immortal. If he faced a genius level expert, Lin Ling could defeat a 4th level martial immortal. In the entire Azure province, such strength could definitely be ranked in the top 50, and in the Azure province, there were countless experts. To be able to enter the top 50, one definitely had the qualifications to be called a king. Along the way, Lin Ling walked through 4 seasons. He carried his sword on his back, like a lone swordsman. Occasionally, he would chat with little Kunlun, but most of the time, he was thinking about martial arts. His ultimate flame path had also quietly increased. The power of the universe had reached 50%, as his strength increased, the help of the evil. Flame change was becoming less and less. This was a pity. Unknowingly, snow had begun to fall from the sky. The land was white. We still haven't reached the end. Lin Ling looked up, a firm look on his handsome face. After shaking off the snow on his body, he continued onward. Kunlun. The surrounding cold had no effect on little Kunlun. It was like a tattoo that wrapped around Lin Ling's left arm. It had a different style to it. During this time, Lin Ling and little Kunlun were constantly talking. Although he didn't understand what little Kunlun was saying, he roughly knew that after little Kunlun swallowed the ghost tree, its strength had greatly increased. As for what boundary it had risen to, Lin Ling wasn't too sure. How strange. You're so strong but you still can't speak. Lin Ling helplessly stroked the vine on his left arm. At this time, the scene in front of him finally changed. The demon god's tomb appeared. The earth was covered with tombstones. It was lonely and silent, but a terrifying aura filled the air. Is this the final trial? Lin Ling looked up, a confident smile on his face. Gulyalu, just as he finished speaking, the demon god's tomb began to change. A large number of ancient souls rushed out from the tombstones. Ghost energy filled the air. The masters of these tombstones were definitely powerhouses of the half-step sage realm when they were alive. Scram. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. He roared and his soul force bloomed. Bang bang bang, the ancient souls in front of him all exploded. Then, a large number of jade skeletons crawled out from the ground. They moved with a crackling sound and stepped towards Lin Ling. Again. Lin Ling's body moved. Rolling fists blasted out. At his current realm, the simpler the method, the more effective it was. This was because his realm essence was too vast. With 3 dantians fused together, it was comparable to an ordinary 6th-level martial immortal. In addition, with 50% of the power of the universe and the realm-swallowing beast's strength, an ordinary fist was a powerful attack. Bang, the fist blasted the ground. Countless tombstones were overturned. Swoosh swoosh, stepping on the ground, Lin Ling shot forward. It was still the speed of 20 worlds, but it was more freely released. Boom boom boom. This time, Lin Ling rushed through the demon god's tomb. And the destination was also reached. It was an ancient canyon. There were no plants in the canyon. There was only a huge ancient dragon corpse lying there. This was a bone dragon. At this moment, it raised its head and looked down on all life. This must be the wake dragon god. What surprised Lin Ling was that the canyon was not empty. There was an old man facing the dragon god alone. His white hair danced wildly, as if a god had descended. There's someone? Lin Ling could not help but exclaim. He discovered that the old man seemed to have been here for a long time. Because the canyon was in a mess, full of traces left behind by battle, moreover, there were a large number of broken dragon bones lying on the ground. It seemed that the old man had killed many dragon descendants. Eh? Someone actually came here. At this moment, the old man also spoke. He was wearing a nebula robe, giving people a sense of immortality. Even the bone dragon looked at Lin Ling. Although its eyes were empty, it was likely that there was a hint of surprise in them. Translator, Transan editor, Transan I, Lin Ling, will not retreat in less than 3 incense sticks time. Level 2 martial immortal? However, what shocked the old man even more was that this person's cultivation was so low. Impossible. The old man kept shaking his head. Along the way, danger lurked everywhere. It was simply impossible for a martial immortal to reach the main tomb. Although the old man's strength was overwhelming, he was not arrogant. He clasped his hands at Lin Ling and said, "Young friend, I am Xianxia of the Spirit Province. May I ask how you came here?" "I walked here." Lin Ling frowned slightly and replied indifferently. Hearing that, the old man almost smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew that Lin Ling walked here. However, what he wanted to know was how he got here. "Young friend, I am a saint. Coming here, I have a slim chance of survival." "You are only a martial immortal," the old man said again. "Saint?" Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He did not expect the old man to be so powerful. However, seeing that the old man was in a sorry state, he could not help but smile and say, "Who said that martial immortals can't enter? Maybe I'm lucky. After all, I did not encounter any danger on my way here." Hearing that, the old man smiled bitterly again. He had risked his life to get here. However, this brat seemed so relaxed. Could it be that his character was that bad? How could he know that Lin Ling had obtained the map of the Dragon Palace through a shortcut? As for him, he had clearly forced his way in. Naturally, his treatment was different. "Young friend, you should leave. This dragon god Fusu is not someone you can face." After shaking his head, the old man reminded Lin Ling could tell that it was a kind reminder. Involuntarily, Lin Ling's impression of the old man increased. Thank you. However, this dragon god Fu Su does not seem to be someone you can face either. Lin Ling glanced at the enormous bone dragon and said with a smile. You have a sharp tongue. However, that is true. I have already fought with dragon god Fu Su for 3 years. The old man shook his head helplessly and said, this dragon god Fu Su still left a weak soul imprint. In addition, before it died, it set up a huge barrier around the dragon palace. This caused its power to not weaken by much. Now that I have fought with it for 3 years, although it is on the verge of collapse, I am also exhausted. Since that's the case, why don't we work together? I want the dragon god essence pill. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he said lightly. However, these words caused the old man's beard to snort. The dragon god essence pill was the most precious item of the Fu Su dragon god. This little fellow was really asking for too much. If you can kill Fu Su dragon god, I don't mind giving you the dragon god essence pellet. I want the dragon bone reverse scale. To tell you the truth, this old man was heavily injured before coming here. I urgently need the dragon bone reverse scale to cleanse my bones. The old man pondered deeply for a moment. Even though he didn't believe that Lin Ling was a match for dragon god Fu Su, he had no other choice now. Said. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the old man couldn't defeat dragon god Fu Su. He was injured. Now, can you block it for me for an incense stick's worth of time? The old man said, I can recover 30% of my strength in that time. Don't be fooled by his motionless appearance. In fact, he was still in a stalemate with Fu Su dragon god. If he took a step back, he would be doomed eternally. An incense stick's worth of time is too little. How about 3? Lin Ling stared at dragon god Fu Su and said proudly. The old man's eyes narrowed. He had always thought that Lin Ling was a little brat. However, he saw the demeanor of an expert in Lin Ling. He couldn't help but be moved. You have guts. Fine, I will bet with you. The old man couldn't help but laugh. He sat down cross-legged. The whole process was straightforward and decisive. He'd bet his life on Lin Ling because the moment he sat down cross-legged, the bone dragon would definitely attack him, and only Lin Ling could protect him. Old man, you're a little too trusting, aren't you? Even Lin Ling was shocked by the old man's generosity. I believe in my own eyes. The old man smiled and nodded. At the same time, the bone dragon roared. Mixed with an ancient aura, it swept towards the old man. However, the old man was unfazed. His long robe fluttered in the wind and he recovered just like that, when he saw this, a heroic feeling rose in Lin Ling's heart. The other party had only met him by chance, but he trusted him so much. Although he, Lin Ling, was not a good person, he would not disappoint. I, Lin Ling, will not retreat before 3 incense sticks worth of time. Lin Ling uttered and exploded with all his strength. The realm-swallowing beast arrived and charged forward with rolling flames. Boom! The moment it collided with the bone dragon was frozen by Lin Ling's punch. However, Lin Ling was obviously no match for the bone dragon. He was sent flying. This guy. Although the old man was recovering, he saw Lin Ling attack. At this moment, his beard was blown up, because he didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, especially when he saw that Lin Ling actually had the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. This made him extremely shocked. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. However, his realm essence was so vast that it made him feel like he was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. Where did this freak come from? The old man couldn't help but spit out this sentence. However, at this moment, the bone dragon exploded with a fierce aura and swept towards the old man again. This caused the old man's pupils to narrow. Although Lin Ling surprised him, it was obvious that he couldn't stop the bone dragon. At this moment, he was recovering his realm essence. If he stopped halfway, not only would there be no benefits, it would be harmful. However, it seemed that it was impossible for him not to attack. It seemed that he only had a short time to recover. Just as he was about to stand up, a figure shot over like a meteor and collided with the bone dragon again. Rumble. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was sent flying again. Little guy, are you courting death? Seeing this, the old man immediately cried out in alarm. He was somewhat moved because Lin Ling didn't know him. However, he kept his promise and said that he would protect him for 3 incense sticks worth of time. He immediately risked his life. After all, he thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stand up again after this move. Obediently recover your realm essence. It's not time yet. It's not your turn to speak. On the ground, Lin Ling stood up again. His body was covered in blood, but his voice was filled with dignity. Fine, you're the first martial immortal realm, but you dare to speak to me like this. However, at this moment, I'll listen to you. The old man smiled bitterly and closed his eyes. He seized this rare recovery time. Roar, the huge bone dragon still had a bit of intelligence. It knew that if it didn't get rid of Lin Ling would definitely pester it like a fly. Therefore, it looked at Lin Ling and attacked Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for Dragon God Fu Su at all, even if it was only a corpse. Fortunately, Lin Ling's goal was to hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Come and fight. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with battle intent. The realm-devouring beast's talent made his body strong. Even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. Boom. Boom. Slaying the dragon god with a single strike. Flaming coffin. Lin Ling also used all his ultimate moves, causing the sky to be filled with colorful flames that were extremely resplendent. The flaming coffin at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. 50% of the power of the universe continued to bombard the canyon. What a great genius! Although the elder was recovering, he was still paying attention to the battle. He could not help but nod in admiration. He had wanted to help Lin Ling when he was in the most danger. However, Lin Ling did not let him down and remained undefeated. His fighting spirit was extremely tenacious. Furthermore, he used all sorts of powerful moves. The elder had to admit that even though he had traversed the 9 provinces, he had never met a genius like Lin Ling. Rumble, the flaming coffin smashed down, but unfortunately, it did not affect the bone dragon much. It only managed to buy some time. In the end, the bone dragon let out a roar as divine light enveloped the canyon. With an even crazier aura, it swept towards Lin Ling. You are so difficult to deal with even after death. Could it be that you still yearn for the prosperity of this world? Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He had already tried his best, but unfortunately, he could not stop the bone dragon. Therefore, he could only use another trump card, Spacetime Divine Steel. Rumble, the terrifying Spacetime Divine Steel was like the laws of the gods. It was filled with a domineering and ancient aura as it smashed down heavily. This time, the bone dragon was smashed to the ground. The canyon seemed to be collapsing. The elder opened his eyes in shock and said, Spacetime Divine Steel? The legendary ultimate desolate body? The ultimate desolate body was also divided into grades. Although the Spacetime Divine Steel was not the highest grade, having it meant that one had the ultimate desolate body, he never expected Lin Ling's talent to exceed his expectations. Furthermore, Lin Ling had the talent of the realm-devouring beast and the Spacetime Divine Steel. He was also a monster with 2 talents. What are you so surprised about? Hurry up and recover. At that moment, Lin Ling heard the elder's exclamation. He could not help but curse. Did this old man think that Lin Ling was easy to deal with? He even had the mood to watch Lin Ling attack. I'm sorry. The old man also reacted and hurriedly closed his eyes to recover. However, his heart was still shaken. Rumble. Meanwhile, the ground started to wriggle, and the Spacetime Divine Steel actually slowly rose into the air. It turned out that the bone dragon had crawled up once more, and its enormous dragon head had lifted the Spacetime Divine Steel up into the air. I'm still too weak. I can't unleash the full power of the Spacetime Divine Steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He had great talent, but his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't use it. As for the bone dragon, it was like a flying dragon in the sky. Its hollow eyes stared at Lin Ling, and there was a cold glint in its eyes. It was clear that it still had a sliver of intelligence. It knew that this little brat had to be eliminated, because once he grew up, he wouldn't be much weaker than the old man. Rumble, layers of colorful clouds began to appear in the canyon, causing the canyon to be illuminated by a myriad of multicolored lights. Divine light of Fu Su, little brat, this is not good. This bone dragon is going to use its full strength when it was still alive. Although it's only for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it's definitely not something you can withstand. At this moment, the old man's expression was extremely serious. He had fought with Dragon God Fu Su for 3 years, and he knew that Dragon God Fu Su had such means. Stand down. I'll do it. The old man wanted to stand up. Shut up. I, Lin Ling, may not be a good person, but I've always kept my word. 3 incense sticks have yet to burn, and this is not your battlefield. However, Lin Ling reprimanded him directly. This made the old man even more grateful. However, it was also because of this that he didn't want Lin Ling to die here. You're not its match. You've already fallen many times. That's enough to be proud of. Let me do it. Men can fall, but they won't fall forever. You can't say that you can't do it. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly. His blue robe was covered in blood, as if he was bathed in blood. Hearing this, the old man's heart rumbled. For the first time, he carefully sized up Lin Ling. Men can fall, but they won't fall forever. What an arrogant young man. At this moment, the old man couldn't bear to help. Because if he did, it would be a humiliation to Lin Ling. Please don't die. 3 incense sticks time is getting closer and closer. The old man gritted his teeth. What he could do now was to recover his strength as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, he had constantly fought Dragon God Fu Su, causing the treasures to recover his realm essence to be used up. Otherwise, he could also fight side by side with Lin Ling. Rumble. After the divine light of Fu Su enveloped the valley, the bone dragon grew even larger. It rushed into the sky, stirring up the entire dragon palace. The dragon palace shook as if it was about to shatter. Then, the bone dragon covered the sky and earth as if it was going to destroy the world. Sensing this, the old man's heart bled. He knew that Lin Ling couldn't hold on anymore. However, Lin Ling still stood tall like a pine tree. He didn't retreat, whether it was for the promise or for the Dragon God Vitality Pill, he wouldn't retreat. It's up to you, Headless Senior. His hand touched the ancient sword behind him. This was his other trump card. It was stronger than the Time and Space Divine Steel. Of course, the Time and Space Divine Steel's potential had not been stimulated. The moment the sword touched, the sky changed color and time froze. A headless old man appeared behind Lin Ling. Demonic aura surged and sword chi gushed. This deity from the ancient times seemed to have become one with Lin Ling, and they were fighting in the era of the ancient deities. The sword was in Lin Ling's hand. His body's strength was continuously absorbed. His essence, chi, and spirit condensed on the sword. In the next moment, the sword was unsheathed. The tyrannical song sword was roaring. It was as if only this sword was singing. Demonic sword rank. The old man sensed the surging demonic aura and couldn't help but open his eyes. That was because this was the power of a higher rank. It was above the universe. Whoosh, with a slash of the sword, the universe was broken and the sun and moon were destroyed. The multicolored suppressing awakening divine light was actually slashed apart by the sword. The gigantic bone dragon was also split into 2. The sword, wherever it went, rumble. The bone dragon crashed into the canyon, shaking the sky and earth. Dragon God slain with a single sword. What other trump cards is this brat hiding? The old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He had never seen such a powerful first-level martial immortal. It was as if he saw a 5 or 6-year-old child suddenly become a martial arts master. Bang! Bang! On the ground, the bone dragon, which had been cut into pieces, let out a crisp sound. It actually reformed once again. Although it was much weaker than before, this time, it charged at Lin Ling with a ferocious aura. It wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Although Lin Ling's shocking sword move was powerful, it was obviously not enough to shake the Time and Space Divine Dragon. After all, even the old man in the Sage Realm had fought for 3 years. Lin Ling naturally couldn't do it. What a tough bone. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Dragon God Fu Su was killed. Lin Ling couldn't help but roar. Old man, what are you doing? Brat, I'm waiting for you to slash out again. That sword was too beautiful. Beautiful? Are you an idiot? A second-level martial immortal is already very powerful. How can I slash out a second time? Do you think I'm a god? Sorry. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was truly shocked by your strength. I've never seen such a powerful second-level martial immortal before. After Lin Ling scolded him, the old man came to his senses. 3 incense sticks worth of time had passed. He jumped up and roared like thunder. It's my turn. The entire canyon moved. The huge realm essence seemed to overturn the chaos. Plop. Lin Ling sat on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the old man in the sky and was speechless. Did that old man have to be so pretentious? Little friend, the person I entrusted to you didn't disappoint me. You're a true man. You said 3 incense sticks, and you did it. Now it's my turn, and I won't disappoint you. Watch me. The old man had recovered 30% of his strength, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. At this moment, his fighting spirit was high. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and attack. Attack. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. I won't disappoint you. 9 luminaries flow, primordial beginning wander, essence bright, original spirit disperse. Endless hope, send my radiance to Zhu Jing, resolve stagnation. Obtain the flying cloud, rise to the purple star, everything in the world, let me foresee. Attack. The old man muttered to himself. He activated a powerful technique and combined it with his talent. His true god martial spirit also reached the 4th seal, his whole body became huge. Realm essence surged, like a war god. Little worm, I'll show you my power. Attack. A rolling palm mixed with purple light blasted toward the bone dragon. Rumble. The terrifying power hit the bone dragon, causing its bones to splatter and the entire canyon to collapse. Arrogant. Attack. Bully me. Attack. I'll let you die with everlasting regret. I can't lose face in front of that brat. Go to hell. Rumble, the old man looked down from above like a god. His palms continued to strike, and with each strike, he let out a roar. Lin Ling rolled his eyes when he heard those words. He didn't expect there to be such a strange expert in the land of the 9 prefectures. However, he had to admit that the strength of the old man was indeed terrifying. He was even stronger than Li Xiaoyao in the past. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had only cultivated for a short period of time. If it weren't for the fact that he was harmed by the heavenly glaze, he would definitely surpass that old man in the future. Boom, with the old man's final palm strike, the ground was flattened, and the bone dragon was blown to pieces. Did you see that? I've fulfilled my promise. The old man panted heavily and looked at Lin Ling with a smug expression. Perhaps because Lin Ling had risked his life to protect him, he felt that he couldn't let go of his pride. Therefore, after recovering a certain amount of strength, he wanted to broaden Lin Ling's horizons and even worship him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already seen his strength in his previous life. Therefore, his reaction was very calm. He nodded and said, This expression, this indifferent made the old man feel like he had failed. It was as if he had suffered a huge blow. Don't be so proud. The dragon god Fu Su before his death is even more terrifying. But soon, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Because his soul power sensed that the broken pieces of the dragon god Fu Su were attacking from all directions and surrounding the old man, this happened very quickly. When the old man reacted, his expression changed greatly. Unknowingly, a huge bone dragon had appeared in front of the old man. The dragon's head was roaring, and it continued to wrap around the old man. It wanted to wrap the old man to death. If the power of the bone dragon wrapped around 10,000 worlds, even 10,000 worlds would collapse. Not good. The old man's eyes trembled. Then, he laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that I, Xianxia, would die here. I was too careless, too careless. If he hadn't taken credit in front of Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been so careless. Unfortunately, he was too eager to show off. This led to him being entangled by the dragon god Fu Su. That might not be the case. But at this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded in the old man's ears. Then, a black bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky. It was extremely fast. Before the dragon god Fu Su could wrap around the old man, it had already wrapped around the dragon god Fu Su. And what was even more terrifying was that the huge dragon god Fu Su's body was completely entangled. And what wrapped around it were black vines. At this moment, the old man was stunned. He was shocked and dumbfounded. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack. However, Lin Ling's angry roar floated out again. Was this old man born with dementia? Why was he in a daze? All right. The reason why the old man was in a daze was because he didn't expect Lin Ling to be hiding something. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying move, because the vines that could wrap around the dragon god Fu Su were no small matter. Great World Heaven measuring palm. However, the old man knew that the vines wouldn't be able to wrap around it for long. Therefore, he gathered all his strength on his palm. A mysterious ruler appeared behind him. It was as if it could measure the universe. Boom, with the vines wrapped around it, the palm landed cleanly on the dragon's head. The dragon god Fu Su let out a roar. Cracks began to appear on the dragon's head. Finally, layer upon layer of cracks appeared. It was as if a mountain had collapsed. At the same time, within the countless broken bones, a dim soul struggled. It was the dragon god Fu Su's soul. Die. At this moment, although Lin Ling was exhausted, his soul power hadn't been exhausted. Therefore, he used his soul power to clash with the dragon god Fu Su's soul. If it was the dragon god Fu Su from before, Lin Ling's soul power wouldn't affect it at all. However, the dragon god Fu Su was already dead. It was only a remnant soul that lingered in the world. In addition, it had fought with the old man for 3 years. Therefore, the dragon god Fu Su's soul was extremely dim. In the end, the dragon god Fu Su's soul power destroyed the dragon god Fu Su's soul power. Without the dragon god Fu Su's dragon soul, the bone dragon's corpse could no longer reform. Finally, it dimmed and the entire shattered canyon finally became quiet. It's been 3 years. I finally won. The old man stared at the dragon god Fu Su's soul. He was stunned in the sky. Tears flowed out of his eyes. In order to find the dragon god Fu Su's reverse scale, he had fought here for 3 years. Later, he realized that he could no longer retreat. If he retreated, he would definitely be devoured by the dragon god Fu Su. Therefore, he could only drag it out. However, an ordinary-looking kid suddenly appeared and said that the two of them would work together. At that time, he didn't believe that the kid could be of any help. However, in the end, the dragon god Fu Su that he had fought for 3 years was completely wiped out by the two of them. In fact, at the most critical moment, it was the kid who killed it. Refining the dragon god origin pill. Why are you looking at me? Do you want to kill me and steal my treasure? Looking at the old man's agitated expression, Lin Ling immediately frowned. He had learned martial arts for 2 lifetimes and knew the fickleness of the world, especially when Li Xiaoyao's career was betrayed by Tian Liuli. Therefore, he would not trust people so easily. Who do you think I am? Who would have known that it would have been better if Lin Ling had not said anything? The moment he did, the old man was immediately enraged. Even his beard was blown up. In a fit of pique, he landed on the ground and stood there, refusing to even look at Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to be startled, and he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He didn't expect this old man to be a sincere person who valued promises, and hated being misunderstood the most. Well, I apologize. Because the treasure is right in front of them, anyone would be more cautious. Lin Ling stood up and walked over. That's right. There are countless people in the universe. In order to become stronger, everyone is extremely selfish and arrogant. However, there are exceptions. Some people value principles. For example, you are a man of your words. So, this old man is the same. What you said just now was belittling and it made me very uncomfortable. The old man turned to look at Lin Ling, his face still filled with anger. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately waved his hand apologetically. I was wrong. Don't be so petty. I'm not being stingy, it's just that your words insulted me. Now, take away all the treasures left behind by Fu Su Dragon God and see if I'll even frown. The old man sat down and closed his eyes. He didn't even look at Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. He didn't expect this old man to be so stubborn, but he was also stubborn to the point of being cute. That's what you said. After that, Lin Ling walked forward and released little Kunlun. He had little Kunlun collect all the dragon bones on the ground. These were precious treasures. Soon after, he found a palm-sized piece of black dragon bone. It was the reverse scale of the dragon bone, an extremely precious treasure within the dragon god scale armor. After he collected it, he glanced at the old man and found that he was still angry. He simply collected the dragon god origin pills and left the canyon. The old man was indeed angry, but when he saw Lin Ling leave in such a carefree manner, his eyes trembled. This little guy was really free and easy. He didn't leave anything for himself. He had been fighting here for 3 years, waiting for the dragon bone reverse scale to recover from his injuries. But now, the treasure in his hands had been snatched away. However, he couldn't open his mouth to beg Lin Ling. After all, he had boasted before. He really left? It can't be, right? Then I've wasted the past 3 years. The old man sat on the ground and opened his eyes. His eyes trembled and eventually became moist. Perhaps he had been too optimistic about Lin Ling, so Lin Ling had disappointed him in the end. This caused his mood to become very gloomy. After an unknown period of time, he finally stood up and left the canyon dejectedly. He suddenly felt that he was very stupid, because not everyone valued promises. The reason why the little brat used his life to help him was because he needed his help, but he foolishly believed the little brat, causing him to return empty-handed. I'm so stupid. The old man sighed and shook his head. He finally walked out of the canyon, but his eyes instantly lit up. In front of the canyon's main road, a black scale armor lay there. Although the color was dim, it was as dazzling as the sun at this moment, because that was the dragon bone reverse scale. This meant that Lin Ling had left this treasure for him. This little guy. Staring at the scale armor, the old man's body trembled, and the depths of his eyes became even more moist. He hadn't misjudged him, he had blamed the little guy wrongly. He valued promises and kept his word. He was a true man. However, Lin Ling was the same. Lin Ling was able to leave with the treasure and disappear into the primal chaos. It would be very difficult for that old man to find Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling had still left behind a treasure. As for that treasure, it was the dragon god scale. Not to mention Lin Ling, a mere martial immortal, it was likely that even saints would be tempted by it. Brat, where are you? This old man wants to apologize to you. Before this old man suspected you in his heart. The old man looked around emotionally. However, Lin Ling was no longer in the ancient land. Instead, there was a line of words on the ground. It said, "Old man, you're to my liking. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. I'm Lin Ling from the Qing province." Lin Ling from the Qing province. The old man stared at those words, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This kid will be my Xinyan's #1 disciple. No one can snatch him from me. Haha. He raised his head and laughed loudly. If there were experts from the spirit province here, they would definitely be shocked. That was because Xinyan from the spirit province was extremely famous. His strength was overwhelming, and countless geniuses wanted to become his disciple. However, they were all rejected by him, and he even disdained them. This time, he took the initiative to recruit a disciple. He was very happy, incomparably happy. I've finally found a disciple to my liking. Moreover, this talent, this strength, it's simply difficult to find. After I recover my strength, I'll personally come find you. You want to run away? No way. The old man put away the scale armor on the ground and skipped away. It was as if finding a good disciple was more worth being happy about than obtaining the dragon bone scale armor. At that moment, Lin Ling had returned to the path he came from. He knew that the old man had taken a different path from him. The old man had most likely forced his way in. Thus, it was more dangerous. That old man is pretty good. Good. Thinking of that sage-like but magnanimous senior, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Then, he found a quiet place, took out all his gains, and checked them. The dragon bone can greatly increase the strength of my realm-swallowing beast. The dragon god original pill will be the talent of my 4th dantian. For now, I'll first refine the dragon god original pill into my body. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged, holding the colorful dragon god original pill in his hands. He also used the chaos deity formula to refine it. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao also had several dantians. However, later on, his dantians were very ordinary. In this life, Lin Ling's other dantians were very strong except for his thunder dantian, which was slightly weaker. One was the realm-swallowing beast, one was the time and space tablet, and the last was the dragon god original pill. When the fourth dantian was born, Lin Ling would be able to transform into a dragon. At that time, even if he didn't cultivate the third seal of the true god martial spirit and didn't use the power of the universe, he would be able to defeat a large number of experts with his vast realm essence. This time, the refining process took a lot of time. Gradually, Lin Ling's dantian roared. A mysterious young dragon was circling around. Unfortunately, there was no fourth dantian. This young dragon seemed to have not found a place to stay. Currently, Lin Ling was still one step away from the birth of the fourth dantian. As for his physical strength, he had already reached the standard. After the battle with Fusu Dragon God, he had completely refined the essence of the realm mountain. His physical strength had reached 1.2 million realm essence, which was equivalent to the strength of 120 realms. As for soul power, it had always been Lin Ling's strength. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 3 years later. After refining the essence of the world mountain, my realm-devouring beast talent has reached the peak of the godly body. I'm just one step away from the desolate body. If I refine the dragon bone, I'll definitely be able to achieve the desolate body. However, after refining the essence of the world mountain, my godly demon body has reached its limit. The accumulation isn't enough, so I won't refine the dragon bone for the time being. After this trip to the 8-god celestial palace, my strength has greatly increased. It's time to return. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally stood up and looked into the distance. A powerful aura emanated from his body. In Qingzhou, he had the confidence to go on a rampage. That was because he had too many trump cards. After standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. After stroking little Kunlun, he strode away. At this moment, he could return to Qingzhou. Autumn and winter had arrived in Qing Prefecture. White snow covered the land, causing the ancient divine prefecture to gain a bit of vigor. 3 years. It had been 3 years since the trip to the 8-god celestial palace. In these 3 years, Qingzhou had undergone new changes. Among the 24 Son of Heaven's fate, a few of them had successfully transformed into the Qingzhou Emperor's imperial jade seal. The only thing missing was the final Son of Heaven's aura. This let people know that the new Qingzhou Emperor was about to ascend to the throne. Other than the changes in the Son of Heaven's fate, the 9 heavens of Qingzhou had changed greatly. Other than the most mysterious 4, the remaining 5 were Lin Ling, the 81st Prince, Sakura, Meng Lu, and a newly born heavenly king, Fei Jinling. Fei Jinling was originally an ordinary genius. However, after obtaining great benefits from the 8-god celestial palace, he rose like a comet. His rise was almost comparable to Lin Ling. He was also known as one of the most monstrous geniuses in Qingzhou. At this moment, in the various cities of Qingzhou, there were several figures flying across the sky. They brought along a dazzling light, causing the eyes of the warriors on the ground to flicker. So beautiful. Who is that girl? She seems to be the most beautiful genius of Songning Academy, Jade Star Maiden. She seems to be following a youth. That youth seems to be Fei Jinling. What? Fei Jinling. Looking up at the sky, voices could be heard from the streets and alleys. Originally, no one knew who Fei Jinling was. However, a year ago, in order to make a name for himself in the Azure province, Fei Jinling came out in a domineering manner and defeated many experts. He even fought with the White Tiger Immortal Palace's palace lord for 3 months. In the end, he narrowly defeated the palace lord, Bai Xiaoyang. After this battle, the name of the flying gold plume reached its peak. Everyone knew who he was. Senior brother, you're currently the most monstrous genius in Qing province. Your growth rate is the fastest, and you're already on par with Lin Ling. She was called Jade Star Girl. Although she was the most beautiful genius of the Songning Academy, her name was not enough to make her famous in the Qing state. However, a year ago, Fei Jinling appeared in front of her, knelt down on one knee and took the initiative to pursue her. Because of this, she had become famous in the Qing state. She enjoyed all of this and was very excited. Lin Ling? However, Jade Star Girl's words made the young man frown slightly. Yes, Lin Ling is very famous in the Qing state. He has many achievements. It's not easy for senior brother to be on par with him. Jade Star Girl laughed. Haha. The young man also laughed. However, the displeasure in his heart grew stronger. He started from a nameless existence and rose to the top in a single step. In the end, he was worshipped by tens of thousands of people. Moreover, the leader of the giants personally threw an olive branch to him. This made him think that he was number one in the world. However, no matter how dazzling and monstrous he was, there was still one person above him, and that was Lin Ling. It was as if he could never surpass Lin Ling. No matter how dazzling he was only on par with Lin Ling. He's just lucky. The young man's tone was filled with jealousy. He felt that he had become famous too late. Otherwise, Lin Ling would definitely be below him. If there's a chance, I want to meet Disher Tian and the 81st Prince. As for Meng Lu, he's not my opponent. The young man knew that if he wanted to gain a foothold in the 9 heavenly reports, he would need more battles. Star Girl, I've fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you. Unfortunately, I was very insignificant back then, just like an ant. Now, I'm qualified to hold your hand. Just you wait, I'll become the leader of the 9 heavenly reports. The young man thought to himself and disappeared into the distance with a few people. Are they going to the 5-ring city? Yes, but I heard that you can't fly in the 5-ring city. The flying gold plume is an exception. He has such special privileges. Everyone looked at the sky with admiration. They hoped that they could be like the flying gold plume one day, soaring to the sky and shaking the ancient divine prefecture. The flying gold plume's story told them that in the world of martial arts, even if one's talent was ordinary, miracles could still happen. Sir, may I know why you've summoned me? At this moment, the flying gold plume had arrived at the 5-ring city. In a bustling restaurant, he bowed to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding a brush and drawing a landscape painting. His expression was calm and his every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. He was the left prime minister. Bring some people to the imperial court and see if you can save Luo Xianxia and the others. Finally, the middle-aged man stopped drawing and looked at the flying gold plume kindly. Luo Xianxia? The trash that was caught by Lin Ling? The flying gold plume said disdainfully. Yes, but I was asked by someone to save Luo Xianxia, Sun Bone, and Xiong Huang. The 3 of them were caught by Lin Ling. The middle-aged man said with a smile. Lin Ling has disappeared for 3 years. Maybe he died in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Since you want to save Luo Xianxia and the others, why do you need me to do it? Others can do it too. The flying gold plume shook his head. Lin Ling might have lost his way in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, or he might be in another place. However, we are certain that he is not dead. This is because someone used the Azure Emperor's scriptures to check and discovered that Lin Ling still has the Son of Heaven fate. The left prime minister shook his head and said, Luo Xianxia and the others were caught by Lin Ling and he wants to get them back. So, we just have to try our best. Lin Ling? Is he worthy? The flying gold plume's face darkened. Don't underestimate Lin Ling. He's a great guy. I guess he's stronger than you now. The left prime minister said again. The flying gold plume felt even more uncomfortable. The person he liked compared him to Lin Ling. The left prime minister seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than him. Go and find the 3rd princess of the imperial court. Ask her for her opinion. I should be the one doing this. But if I do, I'll have to ask the 3rd princess for help. That will make me lose face. So, you're the right person to go. Because of your status, the 3rd princess will meet you. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations not giving face. Yes, sir. Fei Jinling bowed and said. However, he was disdainful as he thought that he could bring Luo Xianxia and the others back. After leaving the restaurant, he immediately summoned the experts of the left prime minister's palace. Even the level 6 and level 7 martial immortals had to listen to him. However, he was only a level 4 martial immortal. This showed how powerful he was. Let's go to the imperial court. He led the experts forward in a grandiose manner, causing the entire 5-ring city to tremble. Senior brother, you're so cool. Looking at Fei Jinling, who had summoned the experts, the Jade Star Lady said with admiration. This is just the beginning. Fei Jinling looked at the top experts of Qingzhou and was filled with pride. He rode on a golden-armored dragon colt and headed toward the imperial court. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou wants to see the third prince. Yes. Before he even arrived, a roar drifted out of his mouth. The ancient mountain where the imperial court was located was in an uproar. Fei Jinling was a rising genius of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Someone once said that Fei Jinling was the best in terms of opportunities. He was obviously an emperor-level genius who had risen like a comet. Fei Jinling, why have you come to the imperial court? Yes. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the imperial court. They were all middle-stage martial immortals and there were many late-stage martial immortals among them. They were all the forces of the imperial court. In Qingzhou, once the imperial court moved, Qingzhou would be shaken. Among them, a woman in a long white dress walked over with graceful steps. She was as cold as a fairy. She was the third princess. When she walked out, all the light in the world seemed to be attracted to her. She was beautiful. Even Fei Jinling's expression changed. He was an ordinary person and was not qualified to see the third princess. Now that he saw her, he realized that the Jade Star lady beside him was like a firefly compared to the third princess. What's the matter? Looking at Fei Jinling, the third princess said calmly. When Fei Jinling came to his senses, he smiled and said, I didn't expect the third princess to be such a beauty. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, angry shouts came from all around. No one had expected the flying gold plume to be so arrogant that he dared to flirt with the third princess. You've already joined the left prime minister's residence. You didn't come here just to see me, did you? However, the third princess was indeed a superior person. She did not get angry at all. She knew that the flying gold plume's strength wasn't bad. Even the White Tiger Divine Palace, one of the 4 great divine palaces in the 4-ring city, wasn't his match. The flying gold plume's strength could be ranked at the top of the Qing province. Of course not. But I'm still flattered that the third princess has come to see me personally. Fei Jinling also smiled faintly. He knew that his strength had increased greatly, so the legendary daughter of Emperor Qing had to give him face. At this moment, he was incomparably proud. Once upon a time, these overlords of the Azure Prefecture were existences that he had to look up to, and even if he looked up to them, he might not be able to see them in person, but now, he could speak face to face with an overlord of the Azure Prefecture. I'm here because I want 3 people. I hope that the third princess can give me face. If you agree, I, Fei Jinling, will owe you a favor. Fei Jinling continued, of course, if the third princess wants me to join the imperial court, I can't do it because I joined the left prime minister's residence first. But since I owe the third princess a favor, as long as the third princess asks, I, Fei Jinling, will go through fire and water without hesitation. His words were filled with confidence, which made the eyes of the people of the imperial court flicker. The flying gold plume thought too highly of himself. The third princess didn't even say anything. How could he be so sure that the third princess would recruit him? Then, may I know who you want? At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke. It was 8th Ju. Fei Jinling looked at 8th Ju with disdain. He had naturally heard of 8th Ju's name, but he didn't take the current 8th Ju seriously. Luo Xiaothorn, Sun Bone, and Realgar. Fei Jinling said faintly, let the 3 of them go, and I'll owe the imperial court a favor. This will be beneficial to you. Dream on. 8th Ju and the others immediately spoke. They didn't hesitate at all. Because the 3 of them were captured by Lin Ling. If they handed them over, wouldn't they be disrespecting Lin Ling and giving Fei Jinling face instead? Therefore, this was 100 times impossible. I know. They're the people that Lin Ling wants to capture. But the third princess should reconsider. Between me and Lin Ling, who's more valuable? Moreover, you only want the 3 of them. The third princess won't fall out with Lin Ling. Fei Jinling said again. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can get them just because you want them? Get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. 8th Ju and the others spoke again. Who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of stubborn old men. Don't be fooled by your high cultivation level. In reality, your talents are only SOSO. It'll be difficult for you to break through in your lifetime. Can you compare to me? Moreover, even Meng Lu and Sakura from the imperial court are no match for me. Third princess, you should think about it yourself. Fei Jinling sneered. He wasn't afraid of 8th Ju and the others because he had a large number of people from the left prime minister's residence behind him. Moreover, he believed that the third princess wouldn't offend him easily. Powerful geniuses shouldn't be underestimated. He, Fei Jinling, was going to Jiuzhou in the future while 8th Ju and the others could only stay in Qingzhou. Third princess, what do you think? Fei Jinling asked again as he looked at Jade Star Lady. When he saw the latter's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Jade Star Lady must have been shocked by his domineering aura. Of course, he retracted his gaze and looked at the third princess. He thought to himself, if I can get the third princess and Jade Star Lady, my life won't be in vain. Why are you so sure that I'll hand them over? At this moment, the third princess finally spoke. Because of my name, Fei Jinling. Fei Jinling lifted his chin and said proudly. Hearing that, the third princess couldn't help but smile. In fact, if you want the others, I might hand them over because of your reputation. However, it's a pity that it's impossible for the three of them. What a joke. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Do you think the three of them will make things difficult for you? Hearing that, Fei Jinling's face turned ghastly pale. He felt that he had been defeated by Lin Ling again. You can go back now. Seeing that the four overlords are minding their own business, I'll ignore your ignorance. However, if you bring up the previous topic again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The third princess said again with a firm attitude. Third princess, you. Hearing that, Fei Jinling's eyes finally lit up. He had given her enough face. As long as the third princess let them go, he would owe the third princess a favor. However, who knew that the third princess would reject him so heartlessly? The reason was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had returned, but now, the flying gold plume didn't want to leave at all because he knew that the entire Qing prefecture was watching him. If he were to return in failure, then he would lose all face. Even the Jade Star Maiden would look down on him because he had boasted before that he would be able to easily take away 3 people. While his mind was filled with thoughts, disdainful voices rang out at an inappropriate time. Haha, flying gold plume, your face is obviously worthless. Some people thought that the entire Qingzhou would give them face after they made a name for themselves. In the end, they were given the cold shoulder. In my opinion, some people think too highly of themselves. Does he think he's Lin Ling? Just because he's Lin Ling, he's qualified to speak with the leaders of the major powers. He's not qualified. The people who spoke were Lord 8th and the others. All of them were gloating. This made the flying gold plume's face reveal an ominous glint. Ever since his meteoric rise, he had never been so humiliated. Senior brother, let's go back. Lord Left Minister said that it's fine as long as we can get him, but it doesn't matter if we can't. However, what made Fei Jinling even more furious was that the Jade Star Maiden next to him also tried to persuade him. Her words seemed to be sympathizing with him, causing him to feel humiliated. However, even though he was strong, he couldn't shake the imperial court. Thus, he gritted his teeth and left. Haha. This time, Lord 8th and the others laughed even louder. Their laughter was like a knife, ruthlessly cutting into Fei Jinling's heart. I can't accept this. Fei Jinling roared in his heart and strode away. However, after returning to Five Ring City, he still couldn't swallow his anger. After pondering for a while, he decided to go to the rainforest's sacred land alone without informing anyone. He wanted to bring the 3 of them back. He didn't believe that once the rice was cooked, the imperial dynasty would really dare to touch him. Moreover, even if the imperial dynasty was furious, the left minister would still attack. He, the flying gold plume, had the right to do so. The left prime minister would definitely not let anything happen to him. When he arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest, he looked at the empty land. His gaze finally landed on 2 huge stone tablets. Beside the stone tablets was a person tied up. It was Luo Xiai. It's just 3 of them. How can I not bring them back? Looking at the ground, Fei Jinling's lips curled into a smile. Senior brother, don't be rash. The minister of the left said that it doesn't matter if we can't bring him back. But at this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was the Jade Star Maiden. She quickly grabbed Fei Jinling. The left Prime Minister has indeed said so. However, he also expects me to complete the task. Now that I have failed, although the left Prime Minister will not say anything, I will not be able to put my face down. The warriors of Qing province will also laugh at me. The flying gold plume looked at the Jade Star Maiden unwillingly. What's the point? The third princess has already said it. If it was something else, she would agree. But this matter is impossible. This shows how important these three people are. Why offend Lin Ling for them? Lin Ling isn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone in Qing Prefecture knows this. Even the leaders of the major powers have to give face to Lin Ling. The Jade Star Lady explained clearly. Bull**** T Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again. Who does he think he is? Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? After she did, the flying gold plume seemed to have lost its mind. Save me. Save me. Luo Xiaxia shouted weakly. Don't worry. If I want to save someone, no one can stop me. If you anger me, I'll turn Qingzhou upside down. The Heavens Prime Minister said arrogantly. He waved his right hand and a gust of wind enveloped the huge stone tablets. Then, he strode back to Qingzhou. Senior brother. The Heavens Prime Minister looked at the Heavens Prime Minister and panicked. She had a feeling that the Heavens Prime Minister was in trouble. Although she felt that the Heavens Prime Minister was powerful, she still felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the flying golden feather continued to move forward while laughing loudly. It was incomparably domineering as it carried the two stone tablets through the sky, shocking all of Green Province. What happened? That expert seems to be one of the 9 Heavens Prime Ministers. I heard that he went to the imperial court to ask for them but returned in disgrace. Did he take them away by force? How arrogant. He's the second person after Lin Ling to not give face to the Heavens Prime Minister. At this moment, the ancient Qing province was moving. Everyone gasped. Lin Ling was in front of them and the Heavens Prime Minister was behind them. Both of them were the overlords of Qingzhou. What? At this moment, the people of the imperial court also received the news. They were all furious. The Heavens Prime Minister thought too highly of himself. Was he trying to provoke the imperial court? The Heavens Prime Minister defeated by Xiaoyang from Four Ring City. He's strong, but he's too arrogant. Even the third princess was furious. She didn't expect the Heavens Prime Minister to be so arrogant. Third princess, Lin Ling should be back soon. If he sees this when he returns, he'll be furious. So, we must bring the 3 people back before he returns. Many people in the imperial court said. That's for sure. I'd like to see if the left Prime Minister and the Empress Dowager dare to step in when I, the third princess, attack the Heavens Prime Minister. The third princess looked into the distance coldly. She knew that the Empress Dowager was the one who gave the order to get the 3 people back. The Empress Dowager was the mastermind behind the left Prime Minister's residence. What's going on? You look like you're facing a great enemy. At this moment, a figure walked over under the bright sun. His blue robe fluttered in the air and he was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling. Everyone laughed excitedly when they saw the person who suddenly appeared. Although they knew that Lin Ling would return, they didn't expect him to come back at this moment. When they saw Lin Ling's return, it was as if they saw Grandma Wendao. In the imperial court, Lin Ling's status was comparable to Grandma Wendao and the third princess. Even the third princess couldn't help but laugh. She shouted, Master. I've already said that I haven't agreed to accept you as my disciple. Lin Ling smiled. He walked down from the sky and landed on the Green Mountain. Lord 8th, Qiyuhu, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling's cultivation had reached level 2 martial immortal realm. Although his cultivation wasn't high, Lin Ling gave them a great pressure. The current Lin Ling would probably only be a match for the most powerful people in Qingzhou. Then, they roughly explained what had happened in the past 3 years. However, when they talked about Sun Bone and the other 2, their expressions changed. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were afraid that Lin Ling would be infuriated. However, Lin Ling was stunned. Then, he smiled calmly. He wasn't angry at all. what a bold junior. Don't worry, I'll settle this myself. Moreover, I'll go and collect some old debts. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. None of your business. If it was in the past, he would have asked the imperial court for help. But now, he could solve it himself. He was even looking forward to meeting the last few people from the Nine Heavens, as well as the few experts behind the scenes in Xianxia. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They realized that Lin Ling was very calm. He was confident that he could control Xianxia easily. Hee, Shaoli, go ahead. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Lin Ling knew that it was Grandma Wendao. Apparently, Grandma Wendao was also curious about Lin Ling's current level. Tell me the whereabouts of that face-something guy. Also, tell the left Prime Minister that I've killed him for him. I won't pursue this matter with him because he knows how to do it. But next time, if you really want to make a move on me, ask the person behind this to come out. Lin Ling had already decided to leave. He smiled and said to the third princess. Moreover, he had also decided to settle the matter of the sovereign marquis and Laying matter. All right. The third princess nodded. She looked at Lin Ling's departure with excitement in her eyes. She suddenly felt that whether she could become the Emperor Qing depended on Lin Ling. She couldn't help but admire Grandma Wendao even more. That was because she was the one who recommended Lin Ling to her. Lin Ling is back. Sakura, Meng Lu, and the rest should be out of seclusion. The third princess said again. Currently, the imperial court had 3 heavens. They had the strongest potential among the 4 magnates, especially Lin Ling. He was the flag of the imperial court. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the Flying Gold Plume's residence. As for the left Prime Minister's residence, they had also received news that the Flying Gold Plume had forcefully taken someone away. The left Prime Minister was furious and smashed the table into pieces. This Flying Gold Plume doesn't respect me at all. I've already said that if he can bring someone back, he will. If he can't use force. Isn't this forcing Lin Ling to go against the left Prime Minister's residence? Currently, the third princess has the strongest son of heaven's fate. Moreover, she has many experts. If the Empress Dowager doesn't step in, the third princess will definitely become the Emperor Qing. This is obviously not the right time to go against the imperial court. Sir, it's best to ask the Flying Gold Plume's residence. The others also chimed in one after another. My lord, bad news. Lin Ling is back. Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard, causing the faces of the magnates to change. Damn it. Why does he have to come back at this time? What did Lin Ling say? The left Prime Minister's expression was extremely ugly. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, this wasn't the right time to go against the imperial court. Moreover, he had witnessed Lin Ling's courage. In the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he dared to provoke the leader of the magnates when he was only an early martial immortal. Such a person could do anything when he was angry. He said that this matter has nothing to do with the left Prime Minister's residence. He won't hold it against the left Prime Minister's residence for the time being. He also reminded us that the next time we attack Lin Ling, it's best to let the mastermind step in. The person said with a terrified expression. Hearing that, the magnates heaved a sigh of relief. Even the left Prime Minister was the same. However, his expression was still ugly. A mere Lin Ling dared to speak to him in such a tone. He didn't put the left Prime Minister in his eyes at all. When the others came to their senses, their eyes turned red with anger. It's okay. We'll bear with it for now. As long as the Empress Dowager gives the order, we can attack Lin Ling. The left Prime Minister gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, Lin Ling was walking along the 5-ring city. Before he reached Fei Jinling's residence, several figures caught up with him. They were Sakura, Meng Lu, and Xian Linglong. I've already said that I can deal with this matter myself. Seeing their arrival, Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Bulsh *T, second brother. How can I miss out on such a lively event? I've long disliked the Flying Golden Plume. If I wasn't in seclusion, I would like to see how powerful this guy is. Sakura immediately said. In fact, he could have been in seclusion for a longer time. However, after hearing the news that Lin Ling had returned, he immediately came out of seclusion. Lin Ling glanced at his brother and found that Sakura had reached level 4 martial immortal realm. Moreover, his aura was vigorous. It seemed that his true god martial spirit had undergone some changes. That's right. If we're talking about the most monstrous genius in Qingzhou, I'm only convinced by Lin Ling. Even if the others are rising like comets, they're still useless. Meng Lu also said with a smile. His strength had also greatly increased. Looking at Xian Linglong, she was also the same. If that's the case, let's go together. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Lin Ling said indifferently, however, I'll deal with Fei Jinling myself because he's touched my reverse scale. Alright. The three of them nodded. The place where the flying gold plume was located was a majestic palace. At this moment, many experts from various places had arrived and were flattering him happily. For the experts, Fei Jinling was the future of Qingzhou. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Rumble. However, Lin Ling arrived and smashed the entire palace into pieces with a gentle slap. Fei Jinling, right? I, Lin Ling, am here for you. His casual words resounded in Five Ring City, causing the entire city to move. The authoritative figures also started to pay attention to this place. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and find Fei Jinling so calmly. Could it be that Lin Ling ignored all the hidden experts in Qingzhou? I knew that Lin Ling would definitely come back. Fei Jinling is too arrogant. He's obviously provoking Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling not do anything? Among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, excluding the 4 most mysterious ones, Lin Ling is the strongest. The news of Lin Ling destroying the palace spread like a snowball in Qingzhou. That was because Lin Ling was too overbearing. He was afraid that no one in Qingzhou would know that he was back. In fact, the reason why Lin Ling was so arrogant was because he wanted to lure out the hidden experts of Qing Prefecture. After all, apart from the leader of the 3 magnates, he didn't care about the rest of the experts who had revealed themselves. However, Qingzhou was vast. The real experts weren't as simple as they looked. Lin Ling knew that very well. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling? You've gone too far. Can't you talk things out? Why are you messing with us? A large number of experts rushed out from the broken palace. There were initial martial celestials and middle martial celestials. They all looked at Lin Ling furiously. It's none of your business. Lin Ling floated in the sky and smiled coldly. He didn't say anything and turned into a meteor to attack those experts. Rumble. With one punch, the experts who were dissatisfied were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be stopped. Not to mention the current Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he wouldn't be afraid of those old monsters. Seeing that overbearing punch, the remaining experts didn't dare to say anything. In fact, although they were angry, they didn't dare to go too far. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Azura's arm. I don't like to listen to nonsense. If words can't solve a problem, I'll solve it with my fists. Who else is unhappy? Lin Ling floated in the sky, waved his fist, and looked indifferently at the ambitious and ruthless people. I don't care about this anymore. Your Excellency Lin Ling, do as you wish. The heroes pondered for a moment and left the place. What a joke. If they continued to nag, Lin Ling would kill them. They had also heard of Lin Ling's arrogance in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In addition, with Lin Ling's status in the imperial court, offending Lin Ling was the same as offending the imperial court. Therefore, they were not stupid. However, they watched from afar, wanting to see how the 2 comet-like geniuses would clash. One was the most monstrous genius in the past, Lin Ling. The other was the comet-flying golden plume who rose after the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There was no doubt about their strength, but who was stronger? I think the flying golden plume is stronger. After all, he defeated by Xiaoyang of the White Tiger Divine Palace. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Lin Ling also killed the Azure Dragon King. Discussions could be heard at the same time. Even Indra, Meng Lu, and the others were chatting with each other in a carefree manner. Meng Lu, how many moves do you think Lin Ling will take to win? Within 10 moves, Lin Ling will kill the flying golden plume. 10 moves? I think 3 moves. The two of them talked without restraint, causing everyone to look at them in awe. They knew that these two were not to be underestimated among the 9 heavens of Qing province. On the ground, the flying golden plume had already appeared, looking coldly at the sky. He did not expect Lin Ling to come, and he did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, especially when he heard the conversation between Meng Lu and the others. He was so angry that his face turned gloomy. He had defeated Bai Xiaoyang before, so how could he be defeated in 3 moves like this? Senior brother, why don't you apologize? What makes him even angrier is that the Jade Star Maiden beside him also thinks highly of Lin Ling and actually wants him to apologize. Shut up. The flying gold plume could no longer hold back. You're called Flying Gold Plume, right? I have no enmity with you, but you forcefully took my people away. Don't you know that this is provoking me? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice rang out. So what? Fei Jinling raised his head and said with a strong aura. Nothing. I just feel that you're so weak yet so arrogant. Don't you think you're courting death? Lin Ling said calmly. Bullshit. When the flying gold plume heard those disdainful words, he was so angry that he roared. I know that you've had a fortuitous encounter in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and that has boosted your confidence. You want to stand tall in Qingzhou and tell everyone that life is full of ups and downs. I don't object to that, but I don't understand. Do you think you'll be famous in Qingzhou after taking my people away? Lin Ling said again. When he saw the flying gold plume sneering, he continued, it's better to be down to earth on the path of martial arts. You can reach the heavens in a single bound, but not too many. Nonsense. Didn't you, Lin Ling, reach the heavens in a single bound? Hearing that, the flying gold plume sneered and said disdainfully. Hee, it seems that you still don't understand. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, reached the heavens in a single bound? I've fought countless battles in Qingzhou, and I've risen step by step. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. I've said that you talk too much nonsense. If you only rely on your mouth to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, then you'd better admit defeat. The flying gold plume smirked and said indifferently. When he saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he thought that Lin Ling couldn't refute him. This made him feel ashamed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling shook his head because Lin Ling felt that there was no need for him to nag anymore. They said that you can defeat me in 3 moves. I think that's a joke. In 3 moves, I want you, Lin Ling, to be defeated. Moreover, I want the entire Qingzhou to witness this earth-shattering battle. The flying gold plume floated up, and his realm essence surged like the water of the heavenly river. I did have a fortuitous encounter in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. When I defeated the master of the White Tiger Immortal Mansion, I didn't use my full strength. Now, I'll show Qingzhou how powerful I am. Behind him, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, forming circles of light ripples that enveloped the entire Qingzhou. At the same time, an arm floated up from behind him. This arm was covered in blood, as though it had just been cut off. However, the moment he appeared, the flying gold plume's aura changed. As he moved, the blood-red light turned the sky into a blood-red color. A large number of buildings in the 5-ring city exploded instantly, forming an indescribable pressure field. Around them, the faces of the old monsters changed drastically. What arm is that? I'm afraid it's a very high-level divine body. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. They guessed that this was a pressure that came from the innate talent. Unless their cultivation was higher, or their ultimate martial Tao was stronger, they wouldn't be able to resist the pressure. You're quite capable. Even Meng Lu's eyes flickered. The pinnacle of the divine body. Sakura also guessed. He didn't expect that although the flying gold plume was arrogant, he was indeed capable. Ha ha ha, the two of you aren't blind. At this moment, the flying gold plume spoke faintly, but his expression was extremely mysterious. He knew that everyone in Qingzhou was curious about what kind of divine body he had obtained. Lin Ling, are you afraid now? However, the flying gold plume didn't intend to reveal the answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Azura's arm. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, so, this is your trump card. This undoubtedly caused the flying gold plume's heart to thump. Originally, he thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously and be wary of his divine body. However, who knew that Lin Ling had guessed the origin of his divine body and was still so calm? So what? Lin Ling, I know that you've cultivated the Azure sword formation before. However, do you know that the master of this sword formation is the Azure King? When your sword met my Azure's arm, it was as if it met its master. Are you afraid? Do you regret it? Since Lin Ling knew about it, the flying gold plume didn't intend to hide anything. He stepped forward and said, do you know? I'm already very strong. However, in the eyes of the people in Qingzhou, I'm only as strong as you. What makes you think you are? So, this is the reason why you're courting death. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head again and said, however, if you want to know what makes me think I am, I'll tell you. Roar, the realm-devouring beast appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to rumble. Now that his godly demon body was enhanced, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He quickly shot towards the flying gold plume like a ferocious beast in the sky. Trash talent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations defeated with a single punch. If you want to defeat me with that talent, let me tell you, you're still too young. The most terrifying thing was that the flying gold plume had used the Azure arm for the first seal. In the sky, the blood-red color began to surge like a sea current and turned into a huge blood-red palm. It followed closely behind the flying golden plume and grabbed at Lin Ling. At that moment, the palm was like the Azure King. So powerful, the flying gold plume's strength has greatly surpassed the four symbols Holy Mansion Master. Seeing that, the people were shocked. The flying gold plume was one of the most demonic geniuses in Qingzhou. Although he had only been famous for a short period of time, even shorter than Lin Ling, he deserved the title. Maybe Lin Ling won't be able to defeat him. Someone said. It was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and other top powers. Obviously, they had also come because of the fame, especially when they saw Lin Ling's terrifying aura, their faces turned pale. That was because they felt that Lin Ling was like the arrival of Emperor Qing. However, after seeing the flying gold plume's bloody palm, their confidence was boosted. The flying gold plume should not be weaker than Lin Ling. The peak divine body was definitely worthy of its reputation. Moreover, it was the Azure King's arm. If the flying gold plume obtained the other arm of the Azure King and even the complete body of the Azure King, the flying gold plume would have the chance to become a god. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided violently. Rumble. The intense power of the collision directly broke the five-ring city. Sakura and Manglu looked grave. They realized that they had underestimated the flying gold plume. It might be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat the flying gold plume in 3 moves. Even within 10 moves, they would be evenly matched. Both of them are Emperor-level geniuses. They can defeat a rank 6 martial immortal when they are only initial stage martial immortals. I wonder who is more powerful in this collision. Many old monsters said solemnly. Rumble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a figure crashed onto the ground like a meteor. The ground of the five-ring city was like waves, rolling out layer by layer. Boom. In the end, a huge crater that looked like it was hit by a meteorite appeared and it kept cracking. Do you want to know why? Just based on this. At the same time, a figure floated above the huge pit, waving his fists, telling the people in the pit that he relied on his fists. As for that figure, his blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was Lin Ling. 1 move? At this moment, everyone was shocked, unable to believe the result before their eyes. Even Dream Flow and the others were the same. Originally, they had estimated that Lin Ling could defeat the flying golden plume in 3 moves. However, the flying golden plume had obtained the arm of Shinming Demon God, which changed the situation of the battle. Even they felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. However, they now knew that they had overestimated the flying gold plume and underestimated Lin Ling. That was because he only needed 1 move to defeat the flying Jin Ling. Whoosh, Lin Ling landed on the ground and then floated up, holding a figure in his hand. It was the flying golden plume. At this moment, his chest had been penetrated by a punch. He kept vomiting blood and his face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Ling. Impossible, how could this be? He had such powerful talents. How could he be defeated by Lin Ling in 1 move? You're really stupid. Even the residents of the left Prime Minister doesn't dare to provoke me. Why did you come here to seek your own death? Look around and see if there are people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. Lin Ling held the flying golden plume and said calmly. The flying golden plume looked around. However, there were no people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. He suddenly recalled the residence of the left Prime Minister's instructions. If he could get the person, he should do so. If he couldn't, he should give up. Do you understand now? Because they are also afraid of me. Lin Ling said again when he noticed the flying golden plume's gaze. Lin Ling looked calm and said, You think you're powerful because you have the peak divine body. However, all of this is child's play to me. You can't even take a punch from me. You'd better not be one of the 9 heavens in Xianxia. Hearing those words, the flying golden plume's eyes trembled. Why is Lin Ling so powerful? Unfortunately, your talents are not limited to this. If you keep a low profile, you will have a bright future. Continue. The flying golden plume finally panicked because of what Lin Ling said. He was not in a hurry to provoke Lin Ling. In the future, he might be able to surpass Lin Ling. However, he was in too much of a hurry. No. Continue. He shouted out a single sentence, bang. However, Lin Ling gave him a punch and destroyed him. Blood splattered on the ground like rain. The flying golden plume had the peak divine body, but so did Lin Ling. The flying golden plume's cultivation was at level 4 martial immortal realm. However, Lin Ling's 3 dantians had merged together. His strength was at level 6 martial immortal realm. Coupled with the strength of his physical body and the power of the universe, the flying golden plume could not withstand a single blow. Looking at the blood splattering from the sky, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was too domineering. He defeated the flying golden plume with a single blow. This straightforward result was far beyond their imagination. As they stared at Lin Ling, the crowd realized that the young man in the sky was majestic and he looked down on the world. Among the 9 heavens of the Qingzhou, Lin Ling is still ranked 5th. Fei Jinling has accumulated a lot of experience and is an unparalleled divine talent. However, compared to Lin Ling, he is still inferior. Meng Lu muttered to himself with a trembling voice. This guy is so strong that even I can't see through him. I wonder if he is using his full strength or 80% of his strength. Sakura shook his head helplessly. The crowd looked at Lin Ling and did not dare to say a word. Senior Lin Ling, the flying golden plume's matter has nothing to do with me. I will bring the sand thorn and the other 2 out immediately. At this time, the Jade Star Maiden hurriedly said. She was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would also kill her. Then, she ran towards the distance, using her Jia Yuan to drag the 2 huge stone tablets and Luo Sha thorn, quickly running out. Lin Ling. When Luo Sha saw Lin Ling, his face turned extremely ugly. He looked around and his face turned ashen instantly. Although the flying golden plume had saved him, he had a feeling that the flying golden plume could not save them. It seemed that it was true. You can't run away. Lin Ling walked towards Luo Sha with a calm expression. Luo Sha clenched his teeth. This junior from the 8 gods' heavenly palace could easily take his life now. If Luo Sha wanted to capture him alive, none of the magnates in the Qing prefecture would dare to stop him. This change made the sand thorn feel like he was dreaming. Senior Lin Ling, this matter has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the Jade Star Lady still did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She bowed and said, revealing a large patch of her snow-white chest. I know. You can leave now. Lin Ling glanced at her and said indifferently. Thank you, Senior Lin Ling. However, my name is the Jade Star Lady. I admire Senior Lin Ling the most. I wonder if you can do it. The Jade Star Lady's face turned red. She finally looked at Lin Ling and said. Although the flying golden plume was dead, if Lin Ling took a fancy to her, her future would be magnificent. Get lost. However, Lin Ling said coldly. The Jade Star Lady's face froze. Lin Ling asked her to get lost? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. She didn't dare to resist. This guy. The Sakura shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling didn't know how to be gentle with women. If I repeat what I said a second time, you will die. Lin Ling ignored the Jade Star Maiden and said again. The Jade Star Maiden felt that she had lost all her face. She gritted her teeth and flew towards the sky. she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but she had received such treatment. Her dignity seemed to have been humiliated. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling hated people like her the most. When the flying gold plume was strong, she tried to curry favor with him. Now that the flying gold plume was dead, she tried to curry favor with him. Lin Ling already had a wife and children. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't even look at the flying gold plume. The people around and all the martial artists in Qingzhou were looking at Lin Ling. They were still silent, but some people started to leave quietly. "Marquis Sovereign, do you want to leave?" However, just as those people were about to leave, Lin Ling had already spoken. This made the Marquis Sovereign, who was hidden in the crowd, tremble. His expression turned ugly. "Come out. What kind of person are you to hide?" Before the Marquis Sovereign could speak, Lin Ling spoke again with a calm expression. However, although his words were calm, they were like brilliant heavenly might. If the Marquis Sovereign wanted to come out, he had to come out. This kind of arrogant and overbearing attitude undoubtedly infuriated the Sovereign Marquis. However, he couldn't do anything. This was because he had already fought with Lin Ling in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. He knew how ferocious this guy was. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being heartless. Although you are a formidable person in Qingzhou and can shake the entire Qingzhou with a single move, if I, Lin Ling, want to touch you, I'm afraid you won't have any power to resist," Lin Ling said again. As soon as this sentence was said, Lin Ling was like the leader of a giant. Moreover, this calm voice floated in the sky of Qingzhou, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. The dignified Marquis of Sovereign Heaven had met Lin Ling. Could he only be humiliated like this? "Lin Ling, what's the matter?" The Sovereign Marquis knew that Lin Ling had already targeted him. He had no choice but to come out. Therefore, he endured the humiliation and walked out step by step. "You came out too late. Give me a bow." Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling was arrogantly telling him to bow. Veins immediately popped out on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. However, when his gaze met Lin Ling's, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze had turned cold. "Sorry, I'm late." For some reason, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice bowed. Perhaps he was really afraid of that pair of eyes. The experts around were shocked. Even the giants of Five Ring City were shocked. They didn't expect that when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice met Lin Ling, he wouldn't dare to resist at all. He would do whatever Lin Ling wanted him to do. This change made them feel that it was very unreal. This was because even if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice exchanged a few blows with Lin Ling, or even resisted a few words, it would have been good enough. However, there was no resistance at all. Very good. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's attitude. This person was ambitious and knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Naturally, he wouldn't confront him head-on. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice confronted him head-on, then Lin Ling would be able to beat him up like a dog. In fact, Lin Ling was also looking forward to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice being arrogant. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice didn't dare to be arrogant. "In the past, when I went to the 2 commanderies for the first time, you stopped me halfway and asked me for a person. Now, where is that person? I want her back from you," Lin Ling said again with a faint smile. Threatening the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was as easy as drinking water. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face turned ferocious, but he held it in. He smiled and said, "Queen Xianxia disappeared a long time ago. I haven't been able to find her. Lin Ling, I didn't do anything to Queen Xianxia, so I hope you won't target me." At the end of his sentence, he bowed and saluted. However, the humiliation in his heart turned into a monstrous wave, especially when Lin Ling talked about the past. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. But now, he was the ant. Lin Ling already knew that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice failed to capture the Queen of Qianji. However, he shook his head and said, "I don't care about that. Since you took her away from me, you have to return her. As for how you're going to bring her back, that's up to you." "You." Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice raised his head and gritted his teeth. If he knew where Queen Qianji was, he would have caught her a long time ago. So, Lin Ling's request was even harder than reaching the heavens. Don't test my patience. When I, Lin Ling, am really angry, no one can save you. Not the 4 magnates behind you, not the 99 crown princes, not the left prime minister, not even the prime minister. Lin Ling said again. His tone was filled with authority, he said it in front of everyone in Qingzhou. He didn't give anyone face, everyone was stunned when they heard that. Even the leaders of the overlords hiding in the Qing prefecture were stunned. Their expressions turned ugly after that. Was Lin Ling trying to tell everyone that the leader of the magnates was nothing but a fart in his eyes? I don't know. I really don't know. Lin Ling, don't force me. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was completely flustered. It seems like you really don't know any better. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He looked down at him and slowly stretched out his right hand, wanting to slap him. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice immediately unleashed his boundary essence. Try it. However, just as the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was about to resist, Lin Ling stared at him, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's expression to change. He immediately retracted all his boundary essence and didn't dare to resist at all. Slap, a slap landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face. Aren't you very arrogant? You kept provoking me. Where is your confidence now? Didn't you ask me to hand her over? Now, where did that arrogance go? Aren't you someone that the Emperor Qing values? Why isn't your father here? Slap. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. It landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face, causing his face to turn green and red. He wanted to resist a few times, but in the end, he endured it. That was because he didn't know if Lin Ling would kill him. However, if he resisted, Lin Ling would definitely kill him. The magnates of Qingzhou didn't appear at this moment. Obviously, they were also afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice knew that he was alone and helpless at this moment. What a tragedy. He was slapped in the face just like that. He didn't even dare to resist. Seeing that refreshing scene, many old monsters sighed and shook their heads. In front of Lin Ling, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was like a slave. Lin Ling, you're very impressive. You came back so arrogantly. Do you want to move the powerhouse behind Qingzhou? You don't know that if you're too arrogant, you'll become a thorn in their side. However, at this moment, someone finally appeared. The 9 heavens of Qing province announced the arrival of Imperial concubine Shi. The person in the sky was a delicate beauty. She wore a long pink dress and had a slender figure. Her long hair draped over her back and was gently tied up with a pink ribbon. Behind her, there was a mist of clouds. She was incomparably beautiful. Her appearance was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. This time, everyone was greatly shocked. This was because they had never seen this woman who could make the sun and moon lose their light. However, they were certain that since this person had arrived at such a critical moment, his strength was definitely at the top of the azure state. It's her. Sakura and the rest all reacted because that was the Shi Fei they saw in Wake Dragon Palace. You're finally here. However, when he saw Shi Fei, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. You think I'm arrogant, but have you ever thought that I did it on purpose? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Shi Fei's eyes flashed. She thought that Lin Ling didn't know the depth of Qing province, so he was arrogant. But who knew that Lin Ling was doing it on purpose? This made her unable to guess Lin Ling's intentions. Was it the imperial dynasty's idea? For a moment, she fell silent. However, the sovereign Marquis's eyes kept flickering as if he had seen his savior. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you are very happy, right? Someone has finally come to save you. However, you don't seem to know who she is. Then let me tell you. She is Shi Fei, one of the 9 heavenly emblems of Qing province. She is also one of the 4 hidden heavenly emblems. Rumor has it that she is an expert who has talked to Qing Di. Lin Ling turned to look at the sovereign Marquis. The sovereign Marquis was overjoyed. The most mysterious 4 out of the 9 heavens of the Green Prefecture were so strong that they were almost as strong as the leader of the magnates. With the help of such experts, Lin Ling would definitely be helpless. But let me remind you, it's useless even if she comes. You stay here. After I deal with her, I'll catch up with you. However, Lin Ling said such a sentence, and said it so casually. This time, the sovereign marquis's heart was pounding. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to defeat the most mysterious four people? Even the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Ling gave them the feeling that he had long known that this would happen. At this moment, not just them, even the giants couldn't see through Lin Ling. How was this Lin Ling a young genius? He was more like the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling's arrogance was naturally intentional. He walked towards Shifei and said, Shifei, this seems to be the first time we've met, but you seem to be targeting me. Shifei quietly looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's strength had increased, but it wasn't enough to make her fear him. Therefore, she guessed that there must be someone behind Lin Ling. I'm just following orders. Shifei also spoke. She wanted to let the person behind Lin Ling know that she also had someone behind her. Lin Ling stopped in the sky and said calmly, I see. You probably want to kill me too, right? Unfortunately, although I don't know who's behind you, I know that his actions aren't good. What's wrong? Shifei frowned slightly, but then she heard Lin Ling laugh, because he's killing you. As soon as these words came out, Shifei's eyes narrowed. You're saying that the person behind you wants to attack me? That mysterious grandma? She obviously knew that the person behind the imperial court was Grandma Wendao, and she was naturally afraid of Grandma Wendao's strength. However, after hearing her words, Lin Ling's calm face revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, I really don't know what you're thinking. Do you need the person behind the imperial court to attack a mere Shifei? You think too highly of yourself. I don't have anyone behind me, just me, and I'm enough. You're not talking in your sleep. Hearing this, Shifei was stunned in disbelief. People also couldn't believe it. The most mysterious four great heavenly gifts had appeared, and Lin Ling actually said that he was enough. In Qingzhou, even a 10-year-old child knew that the more low-key and mysterious a heavenly gift was, the stronger it was, and the more famous it was, the weaker it was. Do you think I'm joking? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for what happened last time and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die today. Lin Ling spat out these words calmly, but his words were filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Shifei couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was so beautiful that it made the world lose its light. Even people were surprised by Lin Ling's words. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill Shifei? He must be bragging. Don't tell me you want to kill me with one punch. Shifei said jokingly after laughing loudly. In the past, she had fought with Lin Ling, so she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Now, she believed that Lin Ling was no match for her at all. That's not it. I'm not that arrogant. Lin Ling smiled and replied calmly. His words made people nod. That was the truth. However, at the next moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again, if one punch can't do it, one sword can. Boom, everyone's hearts exploded. What was the difference between one punch and one sword? Wasn't it just one move? Lin Ling had defeated the flying Jinling with one move, which had already shocked many people. However, he wanted to defeat the most mysterious heavenly gift with one move. That was simply a fool's dream. Lin Ling didn't wait for Shifei to speak again. His right hand had already touched the sword behind him. Seeing this, Shifei's eyes flickered. She had touched that sword once in the Wake Dragon Palace, and it was a little strange. Of course, she was too careless at that time. She didn't think that the sword could kill her. Moreover, the sword was double-edged. It could kill both the enemy and oneself. With Lin Ling's strength, he definitely couldn't control that sword. In the end, he would be playing with fire. Lin Ling, you're too confident in yourself. I'll fulfill your wish. After killing you, I still want to go back and drink. My wine can't be cold. Shifei was indeed the most mysterious genius. Although she was much stronger than Lin Ling, she wouldn't underestimate her opponent, nor would she reduce her aura. Terrifying world essence gushed out from her body. Treasure light clashed. That mysterious energy was extremely shocking. Moreover, her cultivation realm was also revealed. It was the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. Sure enough, she hid her strength in the Wake Dragon Palace. This woman is very strong. She has mastered the power of the realm, the power of the universe that can destroy everything. Sakura and Meng Lu had seen Shifei before, so They knew how terrifying that woman was. There was no doubt about the strength of someone who could be invited by Emperor Qing for a night chat. Warm wine moistens the throat. Cold wine is indeed a favor. I hope you can really drink warm wine. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his right hand and the best jade talisman he had obtained from the Wake Dragon Palace in his left hand. That was an attack talisman that could increase his strength. That was because he knew that Shifei couldn't be underestimated. If I, Shifei, want to drink wine, Emperor Qing can't stop me. Shifei also roared. She looked like a beautiful woman, but she was as domineering as an ambitious person. Her hands became as clear as jade, but she didn't show her talent. That was because her talent wasn't very strong. She was only at the 10th level, her strength came from her realm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 1/to kill. Warm the wine, kill Lin Ling. When her aura reached its peak, an indescribable power bloomed from Shifei's body, making her seem like the Azure Emperor, the Son of Heaven, the Stare of Courage. This was a type of deity's power, able to destroy any type of attack. In the distance, the third princess and the others were also watching the battlefield with grave expressions. In Qingzhou, apart from a limited number of people, it was rare to see the power of the Stare of Courage. Now, it finally bloomed in Qingzhou. The power of the Stare of Courage was domineering and could destroy the universe. In the sky, the dark clouds were all destroyed, revealing the void of the universe. However, the void of the universe also shattered like glass. Within it, a jade-like palm slapped towards Lin Ling. Flames, frost, lightning, and gales roared around the jade-like palm. That palm seemed slow, but it carried the power of the universe's laws. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The power of heaven and earth that was activated by that palm made their hearts palpitate. She was no longer a delicate beauty. She was simply a goddess of war, a majestic goddess of war. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. He held the sword in his hand, and all his essence, energy, and spirit surged. In addition to the power of the jade talisman, the headless elder appeared behind him, and it seemed to have merged with him. It seemed slow, but in fact, it only took an instant. No one saw Lin Ling, as everyone was attracted by Shifei's jade-like palm. Die. Finally, a cold voice floated out from Shifei's mouth. Her jade-like palm was dazzling, and her courage was unparalleled. Looking at the palm that covered the sky, Lin Ling shouted and slashed with his sword. The tyrant song in his hand was dazzling, and demonic aura surged. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The five-ring city, which was originally in ruins, exploded with a shockwave. Bang bang bang, countless people were overturned, and the weaker ones were killed by the shockwave. Meng Lu and the others were sent flying as well. They sensed Valiant's aura. That should be the stairway of courage. It was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. However, their eyes were still glued to the front, deeply afraid that they would miss something. Crack, finally, a clear and melodious sound resounded. A huge sword collided with the jade palm in the sky, and the sword was blocked. However, cracks quickly appeared on the jade palm, and after an entire breath of time, it was actually slashed apart by the sword. After the jade palm was broken, the sparkling and resplendent sword light immediately passed over Shifei's neck. Shifei's eyes froze there. Her heart rumbled. The power of rank? As for the scene in the sky, it was as if it had been frozen. Qingzhou was silent, millions of people were silent, and the entire city was shocked. Shifei, one of the four most mysterious heavenly blessings of the Qing province, controlled the Stare of Courage and brandished her strongest attack. She originally wanted to kill Lin Ling, but at this moment, she stopped abruptly. This was like a war song, incomparably impassioned, resounding, shocking, and inspiring. However, at the most crucial moment of the performance, the strings broke, and the music ended. This was like warming wine. Before the wine was warmed, the person had already passed away. It was too sudden. The world became quiet, this scene becoming still. One sword strike, just one sword strike. Wasn't this sword strike a little too terrifying? This guy has entered the 4th place of the 9 heavenly blessings of the Qing province. After a moment of silence, Sakra's voice came out softly, but it was shocking. Hearing that, everyone in Qingzhou looked at the sky. There, the young man stood facing the wind. His blue robe was like clouds, and his long hair gently floated over his shoulders. His gaze was calm, and he maintained the posture of brandishing the sword with one hand. In front of him, Shifei stood there lifelessly, her eyes staring at that huge sword. She suddenly wanted to say something. Perhaps she wanted to say, "Why are you so powerful? How is this possible? Your sword has the power of rank." Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. She finally raised her white jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling. Die. Without waiting for Shifei to do anything else, Lin Ling directly slashed down from the sky. For someone who wanted to kill him, even if it was a beauty, he wouldn't be merciful because he had given her a chance before. Boom. That sword directly beheaded the #1 beauty of Qingzhou. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble. What an awe-inspiring sword. What a sharp sword. From now on, there was one less person among the 9 heavenly blessings of Qingzhou. Moreover, it was one of the most mysterious heavenly blessings. The silence finally stopped. Next, there was an uproar in the entire city. Those excited voices came from the martial god barracks, the resplendent academy, and the imperial court. Everyone was excited, and their bodies were trembling non-stop. Lin Ling had killed Shifei, which meant that Lin Ling had officially stepped into the ranks of the top in Qingzhou. Thinking back to Lin Ling and everything else, they felt like they were dreaming. As for the leaders of the various powerhouses, their expressions changed drastically. They never expected that even the powerful Shifei couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. Qingzhou was obviously going to change. Plop, the sovereign marquis sat on the ground powerlessly, his face incomparably pale. Even Shifei couldn't save him? When did Lin Ling become so powerful? As for Lin Ling, he had already walked down with his sword on his back. Where is Queen Xianxia? It was still the same topic, but it was mixed with a domineering tone. It was as if he was telling Qingzhou that he was treating the sovereign marquis as a slave. Who in Qingzhou was not convinced? I don't know. The sovereign marquis raised his head and replied weakly. You will know. Big brother, take him back. Lin Ling said calmly. He wanted to take the sovereign marquis away in front of Qingzhou. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky of Qingzhou. It was like a brilliant heavenly might. Lin Ling's rise had finally alarmed the Empress Dowager. Even the 3rd princess of the imperial court in the distance frowned at this moment. However, Lin Ling ignored the voice in the sky. Little Kunlun appeared and tied up the sovereign marquis. He took the Luo Sha thorn and the 2 stone tablets and left just like that. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. The voice in the sky suddenly became angry. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at the sky calmly. However, in the next moment, his eyes became cold like a storm. Let the Empress Dowager remember that I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the rainforest sacred land. If she wants to see me, she can come here herself. After saying that, Lin Ling moved forward again. Boom, this sentence and this action once again alarmed Qingzhou. Let the Empress Dowager come here herself. This was provoking the Empress Dowager in front of Qingzhou. How dare you? In the sky, the ethereal voice was obviously even angrier. Talk more and I'll kill you. Lin Ling did not even look at the sky and continued moving forward. However, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing the voice in the sky to become silent. This guy has grown to the point where he can face the great Qing God dynasty. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened as they watched Lin Ling leave step by step. Today, Lin Ling had left them with too much shock. After Lin Ling disappeared, Qingzhou continued to be in an uproar. Although Lin Ling was brave, everyone knew that the impact and consequences of Lin Ling today had only just begun. It was fermenting and was about to turn into a storm. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I'll give you a chance. What an arrogant guy. Many people couldn't calm down as they recalled the scene not long ago. They would never forget the battle today. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud rumble in front of them as dust rose into the sky. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was moving forward with the 2 stone tablets. Along the way, he destroyed the city wall of 5 Ring City as if Lin Ling wanted to get rid of everything that stood in his way. The city wall of Green State had a long history and was probably tens of millions of years old. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling didn't put the great Azure God dynasty in his eyes again. This guy. The 3rd princess and the rest gasped. In the depths of the great Azure God dynasty, the hidden experts were enraged. Haha, as expected of second brother. Sakura laughed excitedly and caught up with Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out of Green State, passed through the chaos and finally arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest. Bang bang, 2 stone tablets fell from the sky and shocked the sacred ground of the rainforest. The Sunbone and Realgar were trapped in the stone tablets. At this moment, they weren't dead, so they knew what was happening outside. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful now. He barged into Green State and brought them back. After this, no one in Green State would dare to save them, thinking that they would be trapped in the stone tablets for the rest of their lives. They wished they could die immediately. Luo Xianxia, it's your turn. Lin Ling looked at the Luo Xia thorn and spat out a sentence indifferently. Plop, Luo Xianxia was originally standing, but he knelt down in fear and kept kowtowing. Lin Ling, please spare me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. It's too late. Lin Ling started to form barriers with both hands to seal Luo Xianxia. He had already shown mercy to the latter. If Luo Xianxia didn't seek death and let Realgar destroy the sacred ground of the rainforest, Luo Xianxia would definitely be alive now. You must be regretting it. Barriers landed on Luo Xiaoxi's body, making him tremble. However, he kept nodding. How could he not regret it? Originally, he didn't need to suffer such torment. He only needed to avoid Lin Ling forever. Unfortunately, he was courting death. With Sunbone and the others accompanying you, you won't be lonely anymore. Without waiting for the Luo Xia thorn to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling bluntly blasted out the final barrier, completely sealing the Luo Xia thorn. The 3 stone tablets were placed in the rainforest sacred land, as if they were apologizing to the people of the rainforest sacred land. As for the 3 people trapped in the stone steel, they had to endure inhumane torture every single day, every single moment, and every single breath. Lin Ling, you're a true man who dares to love and hate. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people from the imperial dynasty appeared in the sky and muttered to themselves. This is a true martial artist of my generation. You destroyed my world, so I want you to live and die here to repent. Even many experts in Qingzhou were paying attention to this scene. In their hearts, Lin Ling had already become someone who could never be provoked. Sovereign Marquis, you still have one more chance. After dealing with the Luo Xia thorn, Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis was trembling all over. The previous encounter with the Luo Xia thorn had scared him. Plop, the Sovereign Marquis quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Ling, don't kill me, please don't kill me. The sound of his kowtowing was like thunder, deafening to the ears. A large number of people had gathered around the rainforest sacred land. They looked at the Sovereign Marquis who kept kowtowing and sneered. They also didn't expect that the Sovereign Marquis of the Great Qing dynasty would kowtow to Lin Ling in front of thousands of people. It was even more embarrassing than when Lin Ling slapped him in the face. I'll give you one more chance. Go and find Queen Xianxia. Lin Ling looked down at the Sovereign Marquis and said. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes lit up, and he kowtowed even harder. He didn't know that the reason why Lin Ling didn't kill him was that he had left the Sovereign Marquis to Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia and the Sovereign Marquis had a grudge against each other. Queen Xianxia had saved Lin Ling in the past, so Lin Ling wanted to repay her kindness. I promise you that I will bring Queen Xianxia back within 3 years. The Sovereign Marquis raised his head and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. All right, I'll wait for you for 3 years. Lin Ling nodded. 3 years was sometimes like 3 days to a martial artist. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, the Sovereign Marquis was secretly surprised. As for Lord 8 and the others, they were a little confused. Was Lin Ling not afraid that the Sovereign Marquis would escape? In fact, the Sovereign Marquis had the same thought. After escaping from Lin Ling, he swore that he would never come back. If you can find Queen Xianxia, I will reward you even more. On the other hand, Lin Ling walked forward and a palm-sized bone fragment appeared in his hand. This bone fragment was mysterious and gave off a feeling of the ancient era, ancient and weathered. Roar. Everyone seemed to have heard the roar of a dragon. Bone of the dragon god? Among them, the ancestor dragon's body continued to tremble. She was the incarnation of a dragon, so she naturally felt the pressure from the broken bone. Dragon bone? The Sovereign Marquis was stunned for a moment, and his face was filled with joy. Lin Ling didn't kill him, but gave him the dragon bone. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling sneered. He had already set up a large number of enchantments around the dragon bone in his hand. Then, he slammed it into the sovereign marquis chest. The terrifying power caused the dragon bone to merge into the sovereign marquis body. He let out a painful roar, and his face was covered in cold sweat. However, he didn't dare to resist. In the end, the dragon bone disappeared into his body. Okay, after we find Queen Xianxia, this dragon bone is yours. Now, you can leave. Lin Ling said calmly as he retracted his hand. The sovereign marquis stared at Lin Ling and asked, "What did you do?" "To me? Nothing, I just let you have the dragon bone. You can leave." Lin Ling turned and left without explaining. This made the sovereign marquis face extremely gloomy. He couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left. After the sovereign marquis left, everyone gathered around. Sakura frowned and said, "Second brother, why did you let him go? If he leaves and disappears in Jiuzhou, it will be difficult for us to find him." Yeah. The others were also suspicious. According to Lin Ling's personality, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He can't escape from my hands. Yes. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "The main reason why I let him find Queen Xianxia is that I'm not happy. 3 years later, if he can't find her, the dragon bone will explode and his soul will be destroyed." At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. How could he let the sovereign marquis go so easily? In fact, when the dragon bone entered the sovereign marquis body, the sovereign marquis was already under Lin Ling's control. No matter where he was, Lin Ling could sense him. In fact, with just a thought, Lin Ling could turn the sovereign marquis into ashes. This was because Lin Ling had already set up a powerful enchantment around the dragon bone. This was a type of enchantment called the Gui Waterfang Array. It gathered thousands of enchantments and was extremely powerful. Find Queen Xianxia. Moreover, that old monster had only used the universe wolf bone as the base of the formation, while Lin Ling had used the dragon bone, which was of a higher level. He was certain that there were very few people in the 9 provinces who could break the spirit formation. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong enough, so he could not control this barrier. But now, it was extremely easy. I see. Sakura and the others nodded. They knew that Lin Ling was not a fool. Let's go back. It's time to see grandfather and the others. Then, Lin Ling used the time and space divine steel and brought everyone to the flame world fragment. Without a doubt, when the group of experts arrived, the flame world fragment was also alarmed. Especially Yu Yu, Ancestor Tai Yan and the others. When they saw Lin Ling return, they were all overjoyed. Great, the culprit who destroyed the rainforest sacred ground is only the Empress Dowager left. After hearing Lin Ling's summary of what happened, Ancestor Tai Yan immediately said with relief, "I am still a bit away from the Empress Dowager's strength, but it won't be long before I catch the Empress Dowager." Lin Ling said with a smile. That night, the evil flame sect was also very lively. After the banquet, the imperial court people left. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others still stayed in the flame world fragment. Lin Ling took out a large amount of dragon bones and gave them to Sakura, and taught him how to refine them. Sakura's underworld god bones also had the powerful aura of dragon bones. As for Qing state, everyone was waiting for the appearance of a storm. However, the great Qing divine dynasty was unusually silent. Even though Lin Ling had rejected the Empress Dowager's invitation, the Empress Dowager did not appear to punish Lin Ling. Clearly, the experts of the great Qing divine dynasty had their eyes on the emperor's mandate. Because of this, they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling for the time being. However, this also caused an uproar in Qing state. Lin Ling's name swept across Qing state like a storm. It was as if he was the leader of the 5 magnates in Qing state. However, when people thought that Lin Ling would use his fame to rise in Qingzhou, Lin Ling disappeared without a trace again. This made many people recall what Lin Ling had said in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He was not interested in the position of Azure Emperor. In reality, Lin Ling had always been in the Flame World fragment, accompanying his family and teaching the people of Evil Flame sect. During this period of time, his cultivation had also stabilized. However, if he wanted to step into a higher realm, he would need a lot more cultivation resources than he could imagine. The fusion of 3 dantians was indeed powerful, but the disadvantage was that it was very difficult to cultivate. As for the 4th dantian, Lin Ling still lacked a foundation, so He could only strengthen his martial arts. As time passed, his fire universal power had reached 70%. Of course, Lin Ling had also tried to refine the dragon bones. However, his godly demon body was still in a saturated state and could not absorb the dragon bones. Dragon bones, the bones of the dragon god, were not ordinary body-refining treasures. Naturally, it was even more difficult to absorb. Lin Ling guessed that unless he had the right time and place, such as a powerful lightning strike or a suppressive force, he could use it to refine the dragon bones. Of course, if a martial artist had a strong physical body, they could also help him refine the dragon bones. Unfortunately, these conditions were rare. As for martial artists with strong physical bodies, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling could only give up on absorbing the dragon bones for now. Father, I have comprehended the power of chaos. When he was free, Lin Ling also constantly gave pointers to Lin Yi. What made Lin Ling sigh was that Lin Yi's conditions were much better than his. This was because when Lin Ling and Lin Yi were at the same age, he did not even have the World King realm. However, Lin Yi's growth conditions had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Lin Yi's cultivation speed was faster. The downside was that Lin Yi lacked the tenacity of Lin Ling, who had been through many hardships. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to let Lin Yi go out to temper himself after a while. Lin Yi's strength is not strong. Won't it be dangerous for him to go out to temper himself? Yu Yu was a little worried. Jade cannot be made into anything without being polished. Sometimes, you should let him fly. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not want to spoil his son too much. Hearing this, Yu Yu could only nod. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, the Sovereign Marquis has found Queen Xianxia. That's great. Queen Xianxia helped you in the past. Today, you have returned her a favor. Yu Yu was immediately overjoyed. However, the Sovereign Marquis is very cunning. Obviously, he will not listen to my orders obediently. Yu Yu, look after the house. I will go out for a while. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see what was happening on the Sovereign Marquis side. He sneered. After saying this, he left the fragment of the flame world and headed towards the east border. At this moment, the east border was as vast as the sea. It had countless realms. The Great Freedom World was not famous in the east border. However, there were many strong people here. Of course, during this time, the Great Freedom World had welcomed a large number of strong people. They were searching for a woman, causing the entire world to be in turmoil. To the people of the Great Freedom World, asking them to listen to the orders of strong people was undoubtedly humiliating them. However, when they wanted to resist, they realized that those strong people were very powerful. They were like gods that they could only look up to. In the end, they compromised. Those strong people even told them that if they could find that woman, they would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, all the martial artists in the world started to move. They were very excited because the rewards from the gods were definitely not light. The appearance and aura of that woman also spread across the entire world. My lord, this world has been sealed by us. Queen Xianxia will not be able to escape even if she has wings. Within a palace in the Great Freedom Realm, a large number of people were standing there. They were all martial immortal level experts. On the leader's seat, an ambitious and ruthless man was sitting majestically. He was awe-inspiring as he looked down on the common people. You must find her, the man said coldly. He was the Sovereign Marquis. In the past 3 years, he had been searching for Queen Xianxia. In the end, he found that Queen Xianxia was hiding in the Great Freedom World. This allowed the knot in his heart to finally be untied. Of course, he would not hand Queen Xianxia over to Lin Ling. The reason why he looked for Queen Xianxia was because he wanted to use her to threaten Lin Ling. The dragon bones have greatly increased my strength. Did Lin Ling really not do anything to the dragon bones? The Sovereign Marquis said again. Ever since Lin Ling injected the dragon bones into his body, his bones had turned into dragon bones. He could easily destroy a world with a wave of his hand. His strength had also increased by more than 50%. This was an unexpected surprise. However, he was afraid that Lin Ling might have done something to the dragon bones. Therefore, he did not have the appetite to eat or drink. It has been 3 years. My lord has been investigating the dragon bones. He has also asked many seniors. They all said that the dragon bones are extraordinary. However, they do not have the concerns that you think they have. At this time, an old man said to the sovereign marquis. His words made the sovereign marquis feel relieved, because as the old man said, in the past 3 years, he had been asking the experts of the 9 prefectures to help him investigate the dragon bones. He had even gone bankrupt because of it. However, other than being envious of the dragon bones, those experts did not find anything wrong with the dragon bones. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans and Lin Ling had arrived. It seems that I was too suspicious. However, Lin Ling, I don't know if I should thank you or hate you. Right now, I've fused this dragon bone with my talent and formed the Qingzhou dragon cauldron. Although my realm essence didn't increase, my physical strength has reached 70 realms. I'm afraid that even if you appear in front of me now, you might not be able to kill me. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling smiled confidently. Now that he had the dragon bone, he might be able to transform into a dragon god in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but stand up and roar towards the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The Great Freedom Realm was in turmoil. The cultivators of the Great Freedom Realm were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. To them, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling was undoubtedly a god. With a single breath, the Great Freedom Realm could collapse. My lord, I found it. At that moment, someone let out a cry of surprise, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling eyes to light up. Tell me where it is. It's in the east, a village called Xianxia village. Someone knelt down in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling and said excitedly. Good, you have done a great service. It won't be long before a martial immortal realm expert will be born in your realm. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling waved his sleeve and stood up majestically. The next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. My lord is mighty. Everyone knelt down and became even more excited. So powerful, he must be an expert from the 9 provinces. The experts of the Great Freedom Realm were both excited and proud because the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling was in a good mood. Not only would he guide them in martial arts, he might even recruit them. They felt that it was their fortune to be able to be under the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Controlling. Instantly, one by one, they puffed out their chests as if their names would shake the 9 provinces in the future. Xianxia village was an ordinary village in the Great Freedom Realm. The people in the village also practiced martial arts, but they weren't very strong. A long time ago, a beautiful woman came here and lived in seclusion in the village. However, one day, the village was besieged by a huge number of demonic beasts, and the entire village was in danger. That mysterious woman finally made a move, and let everyone know that this beautiful woman was actually so powerful. It was because of this that the news spread out quietly. Queen Xianxia, how are you? A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the village. Hearing that voice, the expression of a woman wearing cotton clothes in the village changed and she let out a sigh. Last time, when she unleashed her full strength, she knew that it would definitely bring about trouble, and now it seemed that it was indeed the case. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, I didn't expect you to find this place. That woman slowly walked out. She was Queen Xianxia. She knew that if the Sovereign Heaven Marquis could find this place, it would be impossible for her to escape. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice's eyes lit up as he stared at Queen Xianxia. Although Queen Xianxia's clothes were ordinary, her natural beauty brought out another kind of beauty. Why hide from me? I don't want your space-time steal anymore. From now on, follow me. Looking at Queen Xianxia, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven governing Marquis thought of the past. They were geniuses of the same generation, and he used to like Queen Xianxia. Lin Ling has already fallen. In Qingzhou, I am the king. That's why I have the power to find you. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven said again. His words made Queen Xianxia's eyes light up. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven knew that Queen Xianxia must be very worried. He smiled again and said, if you follow me, I promise you that I will let Lin Ling go. You're not lying to me, right? Queen Xianxia frowned and said. She had not returned to Qingzhou for a long time, and she did not know what had happened there. Therefore, she believed the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. Of course. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis nodded solemnly. In fact, he had already decided not to return to Qingzhou. Although he was not afraid of Lin Ling now, he felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious. Therefore, he decided to wait until he transformed into the dragon god before returning. I promise you. After thinking for a while, Queen Xianxia finally nodded. Don't worry. I owe you in the past. In the future, I will make it up to you. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis said gently. However, Queen Xianxia snorted coldly. In the past, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis had annihilated her tribe. She would never forget this grudge. Although she was following the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis now, she would also find a chance to take revenge. Let's go. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled meaningfully. How could he not know what Queen Xianxia was thinking? Unfortunately, Queen Xianxia did not have the chance. Moreover, if Queen Xianxia became his wife and had a child, what was done could not be undone. Queen Xianxia would not want to kill him anymore. The Great Freedom Realm, the other home of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis, was not bad. The two of them walked into the distance and returned to the most powerful sect in the Great Freedom Realm. When the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Xianxia returned, flattery could be heard. My lord and this lady are a perfect match. Why don't we get married today? An old man suddenly said with a smile. He looked at the crowd and asked, everyone, am I right? Yes. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled faintly. These cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were smart. He immediately looked at Queen Xianxia and said, Queen Xianxia, you should know how I treat you. So, let's get married. When we have a family, I don't want to go back to Qingzhou anymore. Let's forget about our past grudges. His words seemed calm, but in fact, they were full of threats. What he meant was that if she did not marry him, he would go back to Qingzhou. When he met Lin Ling there, Lin Ling would most likely die. Bastard! Queen Xianxia gritted her teeth when she heard the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. However, when she thought of the little guy that she had not seen for a long time, her heart softened and she finally nodded. Lin Ling had made an agreement with her. Lin Ling would help her improve her talent and she would protect Lin Ling. However, during that period of time, she also treated Lin Ling as her best friend, especially when Lin Ling was threatened by the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis. He would rather die than hand her over. She was extremely touched, therefore, this was the last thing that she would do for Lin Ling. Okay, inform the entire realm that today is the day of my lord's wedding. The cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were very good at flattering. They immediately became noisy. In an instant, this ancient sect was extremely lively. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the Great Freedom Realm. It was Lin Ling. His soul power quietly spread out and covered the entire realm. He immediately discovered the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Xianxia. Long time no see, Queen Xianxia. Looking at the familiar figure, a calm smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. In the past, in order to help him, Queen Xianxia used herself as a bait to bring the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Lin Ling had always remembered this favor, and now, Lin Ling could repay it. He could even help Queen Xianxia take revenge. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Immortal? Too weak. The Sovereign Marquis actually refined the dragon bone. Looks like this guy asked for help from some ancient experts. Lin Ling sensed the increase in the Sovereign Marquis' strength and immediately smiled disdainfully. The Sovereign Marquis thought that his strength had increased, but he didn't know that even though he had become a god, his life was in the hands of Lin Ling. Not bad, my physical strength has increased. Just nice, just nice. Then, Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It had been a long time since he had met someone with such a strong physical body. He hoped that the Sovereign Marquis could help him refine the dragon bone. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode toward the fairyland-like sect. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling appeared at the foot of the mountain, the experts of the sect stopped him. These people were wearing long green robes, and their auras were otherworldly, as if they were immortals. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. In Lin Ling's eyes, these people were ants. The Mahasvara Immortal sect is not recruiting disciples now. You can leave. One of the middle-aged men looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He saw that Lin Ling was young and thought that Lin Ling was here to be apprenticed. Recruiting disciples? Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't expect to be taken as a disciple. Isn't that the case? I am the celestial Taoist, the strongest immortal in the Mahasvara realm. However, if you want to join my sect, your foundation is not enough. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ling contemptuously and waved his sleeve. You should leave. You are not fated to be an immortal. That's right. If you want to practice martial arts, you must have a mortal fate. Young man, you are not qualified. Don't be discouraged. Not everyone can join an immortal sect, so failure doesn't mean anything. That's right, that's right. Ordinary people like you should accept your fate. The young men around the middle-aged man also said indifferently. They puffed out their chests as if Lin Ling was an ordinary person and they were noble immortals. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and walked up the mountain. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to frown. This mortal really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Does he not know his own worth? Impudent, do you think our Mahasvara Immortal School is your home? The sage-like middle-aged man was also very unhappy at this moment. He thought that after Lin Ling was rejected, he would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. But who knew that Lin Ling was disdainful throughout the entire process? Looks like I have to teach this unappreciative junior a lesson. With a wave of his sleeve, surging realm origin astral wind blew, as if it had changed the seasons of this world. It was extremely magical. Master, you're amazing. This is the primeval immortal wind. I've also been bitterly cultivating this martial art. Unfortunately, I can't grasp the essence of it. I didn't expect Master to be able to summon the immortal wind with a wave of his hand. Voices of admiration could be heard from the surroundings. However, on the steps of the mountain gate, after the celestial wind blew, the blue-robed figure still walked up. Throughout the entire process, he did not even frown. As for the sage-like middle-aged man, he wanted to use this opportunity to teach his disciples a lesson. But now, he was tongue-tied. Bang, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground, causing the entire immortal mountain to shake. Poochie, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost the ability to resist. His face was extremely pale. Immortal? Too weak. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he strode forward. He couldn't even be bothered to kill such an ant. As for the middle-aged man's disciples, each of them had their mouths wide open. Their immortal master was now beaten like a dog. How dare you be so arrogant in our Mahasvara Immortal School? What happened at the mountain gate immediately spread throughout the entire Mahasvara Immortal School. Experts came out in droves. Some were riding immortal cranes, some were riding white tigers. The immortal aura was ethereal, as if a Daluo immortal had descended upon the world. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. These weaklings loved to put on an act. They were not strong, but they thought they were immortals. Get down from here. He spat out a sentence, and the sound waves rolled out. In the sky, the immortal cranes were so frightened that their feathers fell. The white tigers trembled and left the people on them behind. All of them ran away. Bang bang bang. Those immortals fell to the ground one by one, their faces covered in dirt. I'm here to look for a friend. You ants should stop blocking my way. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lin Ling had already strode forward. The entire sect was silent. Those white-bearded old men no longer had their sage-like demeanor. Their eyes were all red with anger. That young man was not old, but he was as fierce as a tiger. He stepped on them like they were dogs. Dream on. Our sect has immortals beyond immortals. You're going to die for causing trouble here. The sect leader of Mahasvara Immortal School roared. Immortals beyond immortals? They're just my former slaves. Lin Ling's voice floated over from the front. He had already arrived at the immortal palace-like main hall. At this moment, the main hall was packed with people. Everyone was preparing for the wedding. Bang. However, the door was kicked open by Lin Ling, and he swaggered in. Everyone stopped what they were doing, as if they were in a dream. This was because an ordinary-looking young man had suddenly come and kicked the door open. What the hell was going on? Sir, he forced his way in and said that he wanted to see a friend. He overestimated himself and is courting death like trash. Brother. While everyone was shocked, the sect leader also followed in, pointing at Lin Ling and roaring. Everyone looked at the sovereign marquis. The sovereign marquis was sitting on the main seat. He wanted to enjoy the rest of his life, but Lin Ling's sudden arrival stunned him. The myriad worlds were vast and boundless. He, the sovereign marquis, had thought that if he disappeared into the myriad worlds, Lin Ling would never be able to find him. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would appear just like that? Don't panic. He is indeed my friend. Calm down. The sovereign marquis suppressed a shock and said calmly. His words shocked everyone from Mahasbara Immortal School. They did not expect this young man to know the powerful sovereign marquis. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the sovereign marquis. Instead, he looked at Queen Xianxia, who was wearing a red bridal robe. Not bad. You can finally show your face in a bridal robe. His calm voice drifted out. Queen Xianxia was still in a daze, as if she did not believe that Lin Ling would come. She only reacted after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Ling smiled and spoke before her. You have been hiding for a long time. It must have been hard on you all these years. Today, I'm here to take you away and fulfill your wish. But the sovereign marquis is here. Queen Xianxia was grateful for Lin Ling's kindness, but she looked at the sovereign marquis seriously. Isn't it better for him to be here? However, Lin Ling shrugged, as if telling Queen Xianxia that the sovereign marquis was here to understand her thoughts. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. I'll let you have 100 moves. Don't worry, he's just a servant. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, that's enough. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice finally shouted. He could embarrass himself in front of everyone, but he could not embarrass himself in front of Queen Xianxia. He, the servant of the past, has become much bolder today. I can see that your strength has increased greatly. Why don't I give you a chance? I won't attack you within 100 moves. If you can kill me, I, Lin Ling, will leave immediately. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made everyone's pupils dilate. If he didn't fight back after 100 moves, even a real deity would be killed. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was a deity. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Queen Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice calmly. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying in the past. He was no match for him in a head-on clash. However, not fighting back after 100 moves was a different concept. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly. He might really be able to kill Lin Ling. Are you sure? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stood up. Do I need to be sure of such a small matter? However, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His words made everyone in the Great Freedom Realm think that Lin Ling was too arrogant. This was unparalleled arrogance. Sir, if he wants to die, let him be. We'll help you. Beside the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, the elites who followed him from Qingzhou all shouted. In their opinion, this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Come at me together. However, Lin Ling was fearless. All right. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was afraid that Lin Ling would change his mind. He waved his hand, and the elites around him all attacked. Rumble, all kinds of powerful martial arts exploded out, as if they were trying to flip over the Great Freedom World. The martial artists of the Great Freedom World were like cicadas in winter. These methods were simply the methods of a god. Lin Ling. Queen Xianxia floated up and shouted worriedly. The earth continued to crack. Lin Ling was directly smashed into the earth by the powerful martial arts, causing him to suffer a little injury. However, he was overjoyed. Just as he had guessed, the dragon bone was beginning to be absorbed by the god-devil body with the help of external forces. However, it still wasn't enough. Only by using physical attacks could the dragon bones absorb more energy. Bang! Stomping on the ground, Lin Ling soared into the sky and waved his hand at the people of the world. Still too weak. It's like a mosquito bite. Show me something stronger. This guy. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Then, they unleashed their unique skills once again. Rumble, the power of the universe surged, and the Great Freedom World was completely shattered. It collapsed, causing everyone to float on the giant rocks. Still weak. Did you guys not eat? But soon, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Go to hell. The people were completely enraged. Lin Ling took their attacks head-on and still had the mood to laugh at them. It felt as if they were the ones being beaten up by Lin Ling. Then, more powerful attacks were unleashed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the powerful martial artists were panting heavily. They had used up all of their world essence. Queen Xianxia was worried. Just as she was about to shout, Lin Ling had already appeared. He even had a bottle of wine in his hand. As he drank, he said heroically, "A bunch of cowards. Is this all you've got?" Without a doubt, Queen Xianxia swallowed the words that she wanted to say. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. One should know that the one who attacked was a martial immortal. When she left Lin Ling was only a true immortal. Everything felt like a dream to her. Lin Ling, let me take you on. Finally, the sovereign marquis attacked. The Qingzhou dragon cauldron descended and was held up by his hands. His attack was undoubtedly earth-shattering. He was probably invincible even in the middle stage of martial immortal. Even Lin Ling could feel the surging power. However, the smile on his face became even more excited. The attack of the sovereign marquis, this is more like it. Rumble, this time, Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor. He spat out blood, but he quickly flew back. First move. Lin Ling even counted. I don't believe that I can't kill you with the dragon bone. The sovereign marquis charged at Lin Ling again. He unleashed the physical strength of 70 worlds and the fusion of his world essence. Bang! 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 The two of them collided in the void. They fought from the east to the west, and from the west to the north. Even the nearby worlds were shattered. A large number of martial artists appeared in the sky and watched the godlike battle in horror. I'm afraid that even a god would be beaten to death by such an attack. An old man's mouth trembled as he said. However, that young man is still alive and kicking. Beside him, a thin middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. 58th move. 59th. Sovereign Marquis, you have to seize the opportunity. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was injured, but his aura didn't weaken at all. He was still as calm as ever. They could imagine what the result would be if Lin Ling counterattacked. How can he be so powerful? Queen Xianxia wasn't a fool. She knew that Lin Ling was obviously stronger than the Sovereign Marquis. She couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that the Sovereign Marquis had lied to her. He didn't come to the Great Freedom World for her, but to avoid Lin Ling. The Sovereign Marquis actually had the cheek to say that he was the king of Qingzhou. As for the Sovereign Marquis, he became more and more panicked. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling couldn't be killed. Impossible, I have the power of 70 worlds. The Sovereign Marquis roared, and his attacks became even crazier. Lin Ling was like a small boat in a storm. He could capsize at any time, but he was still calm. The two completely different attitudes felt unreal. Hee, because you're a slave. Lin Ling replied calmly. He was also angering the Sovereign Marquis. Aren't you pursuing Queen Xianxia? You're so weak in front of the girl you like. You're really a coward. Lin Ling, shut up. As expected, the Sovereign Marquis' forehead was full of veins. Compared to the humiliation of kneeling in Qingzhou, this humiliation was obviously greater. No one wanted to be humiliated in front of the girl they liked. They didn't want to appear weak and cowardly. You're a coward. However, the angrier the Sovereign Marquis was, the more Lin Ling wanted to speak. Only when the Sovereign Marquis unleashed his potential would he benefit more from Lin Ling. You can't kill me even if I stand there and let you hit me. If you're not trash, then what are you? The mocking voice continued to float out. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes were red. His bones emitted a dragon's roar as if a divine dragon had descended. Even his cultivation realm rumbled as he entered a new realm. He had broken through. This made him ecstatic. He held the Qingzhou divine cauldron and smashed it towards Lin Ling. Because it was fun, boom, the primal chaos in the universe seemed to shatter as cracks appeared. Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor and disappeared into the distance. He's dead. He's definitely dead this time. Everyone was mumbling to themselves. That last blow from before had given them the feeling that it was going to destroy the chaos of the universe. Therefore, they all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. Haha. The sovereign marquis floated in the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He held the Qingzhou divine cauldron in his hand like an overlord lifting the cauldron. Lin Ling, thank you. You've helped me break through, and you've also tempered my dragon bones. Most importantly, you're the one who gave me these dragon bones. He let out a roar in high spirits, as if he was exhaling and raising his eyebrows. On the other hand, Qianji Queen was biting her lips. Her face was pale as she looked at the direction where Lin Ling disappeared. Her eyes were wet, however, a figure quietly appeared in the pitch-black starry sky, and it slowly grew larger in her eyes. The blue robe was still fluttering in the wind, the ancient wine pot was still being poured into his mouth. As the strong liquor entered his throat, it shocked the world. I'm sorry to interrupt your excitement, but allow me to say something, because I've also broken through. Lin Ling strolled back. Although his blue robe was dyed red with blood, his spirit was trembling and he was calm and collected. If he had changed into a clean robe, people would have thought that Lin Ling was completely unscathed. How could this be? The sovereign marquis was still holding on to the Qingzhou divine cauldron. His eyes were wide open. Then, he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms and threw out the Qingzhou divine cauldron. Roar! A dragon surrounded the cauldron and roared. This was the dragon god. The aura of the ancient god era made the divine cauldron shoot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Bang! However, Lin Ling punched out. Rumble! The entire void shattered, and the ancient dragon cauldron was blasted apart, turning into dust. This terrifying scene directly stunned everyone. Previously, the divine cauldron had continuously smashed towards Lin Ling. It was as steady as a mountain, as if it would not break even after 10,000 years. And now, Lin Ling made his move. He only needed one punch to shatter the dragon cauldron. The 100th move is up. I have to say, you, the sovereign marquis, are truly a piece of trash. Even though you've broken through and the dragon bone has entered your bone marrow, you still can't kill me. Lin Ling strode forward. The entire process was as light as a breeze. Meanwhile, the sovereign marquis stood in the sky in a daze. He thought that after hiding for 3 years, his strength had increased greatly. When he saw Lin Ling again, even if he couldn't kill Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, everything was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Lin Ling was the nightmare of his life. Why is this happening? I've already refined the dragon bone. The sovereign marquis held his head and kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't figure it out at all. It's simple. Lin Ling smiled gently and came in front of him. With a thought, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. The terrifying thing was that around the realm-swallowing beast, a huge divine dragon was roaring, swallowing the heavens and the earth. This terrifying pressure directly made the sovereign marquis open his mouth because he sensed that it was a desolate body, and it was a desolate body with the aura of a dragon god. The dragon bone I gave you is actually the bone near the dragon's butt, and I have too many dragon bones. Seeing the sovereign marquis expression, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke again. Pooh! Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought that Lin Ling was an idiot to give him such an important treasure like the dragon bone. Who knew that Lin Ling had countless dragon bones? No wonder his strength had increased greatly, but he still couldn't shake Lin Ling. Because if he was the god of dragon bones, then Lin Ling would be the king of gods above him. You're playing with me. The sovereign marquis immediately roared. I wasn't playing with you, Xianxia said. I was just about to miss out on the opportunity to refine the dragon bone. Luckily, you were faster than me, so I borrowed your hand to refine it for me. Lin Ling corrected. Puff. Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out another mouthful of blood. No wonder Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 100 moves. He was using him as a sparring partner, a nightmare, as expected of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's nightmare. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. No matter how high he flew, as long as Lin Ling floated above his head and looked down on him, then he would always look down on him from afar. Also, I actually tampered with that dragon bone of yours. I can use it to find out where you are, and it'll be easier for me to get it back. Lin Ling said again. Both of his hands formed a barrier, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to cry out in pain. His bones actually broke out of his body. No, my bones. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice roared unwillingly. What a pitiful person. You're about to lose your life, but you still care about that small dragon bone. I already said that I have hundreds of such dragon bones. Lin Ling held the dragon bone of the Sovereign Marquis in his hand. With a light squeeze, the dragon bone shattered. In fact, this was only the ancient bone of the dragon god Fu Su. As for the real dragon god's dragon bone, Lin Ling had refined it himself. This also allowed his world-swallowing beast talent to reach the first-grade desolate body. His body's strength had also reached 200 world power, and his strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, why did you do this to me? You could have killed me, but you told me to find Queen Xianxia. After giving me hope, you killed me with your own hands. Why? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice let out a groan. He was unwilling, he was extremely unwilling. He, an ambitious person of his generation, had actually ended up like this. From the beginning to the end, he had been toyed with by a junior. There was no escape, he was completely unwilling. Because it's fun. Fun. However, Lin Ling smiled calmly. That sentence directly made the Marquis of Sovereign Justice feel as if he had been struck by lightning, because it was fun. In fact, it was because he was weak, so Lin Ling could play with him however he wanted. Just like when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong, he repeatedly wanted to harm Lin Ling, but he was saved by Lord 8 and the others. This was also because the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong enough. Therefore, Lin Ling deeply returned the feeling of being toyed with to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, and he even surpassed him. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stared at Lin Ling, gritted his teeth, and ran into the distance. He did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Stop him. He threw all the warriors of the great freedom world at Lin Ling. My lord, no. Those warriors were stunned. They did not expect the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to sacrifice them at the critical moment. One had to know that not long ago, they were proud of following the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Bang, Lin Ling punched out, and all the people who were thrown at him were all smashed into pieces. He put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the fleeing Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He said, Queen Xianxia, don't you have a death feud with him? Hearing this, Queen Xianxia woke up from her shock. She did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. It was so easy for him to defeat the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. That's right. My people all died in his hands. In this life, I will kill him quickly. Queen Xianxia said. All right, I will help you cripple him and let you take revenge with your own hands. What a great invitation. That smile stunned Queen Xianxia. It was as if she had seen Lin Ling for the first time. At that time, Lin Ling was like a young boy to her, and he always had this kind of smile on his face. But now, this young man was like a god who had the power to dominate everything. He could even shatter the void. Thank you. Queen Xianxia had a lot to say in her mind, but in the end, she only said one sentence. In the past, Lin Ling had promised her that he would personally avenge her. At that time, she didn't believe that Lin Ling had the ability to do so, but she didn't laugh at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the first man to say those words to her. However, after more than 10 years, Lin Ling had done it. But he has already escaped. Queen Xianxia frowned. He can't escape. Lin Ling shrugged. Under his feet, it was as if he was stepping on a divine dragon. Boom, the void instantly exploded. Cracks appeared and spread across 10,000 realms, causing the nearby realms to collapse and shake. As for Lin Ling, he had directly disappeared. This terrifying speed caused everyone to tremble. It was because they discovered that this was the speed of the flesh, the terrifying speed produced by stepping on the void with great power. This was the first time they had seen such speed in their lives. Sanctification of the flesh, this was the only sentence floating in their minds. At that moment, the Sovereign Marquis was running forward. However, when he saw that Lin Ling wasn't chasing after him, he smiled excitedly. Of course, this smile didn't last long. This was because he recalled that Lin Ling had given him the dragon bone. This proved that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go, but why didn't Lin Ling chase after him? Just as he was thinking, the space behind him rumbled and cracked open. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him with his hands behind his back and his long hair dancing in the wind. it was Lin Ling. Why? The sovereign marquis body started to tremble. He had already escaped so far. How could Lin Ling still catch up to him? No wonder Lin Ling didn't chase after him. It turned out that he still couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. 30 realm speed. Lin Ling slowly turned around and said with a smile. His words and expression made the sovereign marquis's heart turn to ash. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an immortal. You better go back obediently. Lin Ling took a step forward and mysteriously appeared in front of the sovereign marquis, punching out, crack crack. That punch directly destroyed all the bones and flesh in the sovereign marquis's body, turning him into a cripple. Even his dantian was broken. Lin Ling walked back slowly as if he was holding a chicken. At the same time, he asked casually, Sovereign Marquis, do you regret trying to kill me? The Sovereign Marquis found it difficult to breathe. He knew that he had fallen into a nightmare and would never be able to escape. He shook his head. No, not at all. Because the universe is chaotic and fair. I have killed many geniuses. Now that the cycle of karma has happened, I was killed by a genius. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, how can your feet not get wet? However, Lin Ling, it is destined that you will be like me and be killed by someone stronger. Thank you for the reminder. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that day. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Then, he asked, looking at you, you seem very unconvinced. You guessed wrong. I am convinced by you, but it doesn't mean that I regret attacking you. The Sovereign Marquis continued to shake his head. Very good. Before you die, you didn't let me look down on you. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The Sovereign Marquis was indeed an ambitious person. Even if there was still a glimmer of hope, he would not give up and run away. However, when he was really close to death, he did not regret what he had done in his life. Such a person was indeed someone who could achieve great things. Once again, Lin Ling came to Queen Xianxi's side and threw the Sovereign Marquis to her. Queen Xianxia was agitated and looked at the Sovereign Marquis with hatred. I am willing to die in your hands. The Sovereign Marquis looked at Queen Xianxia and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Ling, I will bring him back to my hometown and kill him in front of my tribe. Thank you for today. Queen Xianxia suppressed her excitement and bowed to Lin Ling. Go. If you need my help, feel free to look for me. Lin Ling threw out a jade tablet. She could contact him through the jade tablet. Xianxia Queen took the jade tablet. Then, she left with the Sovereign Marquis and the people of the Great Freedom Realm. So powerful. The people from Xianxia village left with Queen Xianxia. However, they were in awe of Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was like a god. As for the strongest sect in the Great Freedom World, the sect leader and other powerful cultivators all knelt down in front of Lin Ling. They no longer dared to call themselves immortals. However, Lin Ling was not interested in them. He turned around and returned to Qingzhou. Now, he had untied all the knots in his heart. In Qingzhou, the only thing he could not let go of was the Empress Dowager. If he could get rid of the Empress Dowager, he could embark on the path of revenge and find Tian Liuli. The dragon bones and the desolate body have increased my strength by more than 30%. Pity. Unfortunately, the fourth dantian is still lacking. Pity. Along the way, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As his strength increased, he needed more cultivation resources. Lin Ling, you are back. Pity. When Lin Ling was about to reach Qingzhou, an old woman appeared in the void and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lightning flashed around her body. She was wearing a red robe and holding a walking stick. She looked ancient. Thunderous Mother. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled. The Empress Dowager invites you to meet her. Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, Thunderous Mother's heart trembled subconsciously, but she still gritted her teeth and said. She was ordered by the Empress Dowager to invite Lin Ling. You appeared in front of me alone. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yes. Lin Ling did not answer Thunderous Mother's words, but continued to smile. You wouldn't dare. Yes. Thunderous Mother's eyes flickered suddenly, and she said forcefully. If the Empress Dowager had not asked her to invite Lin Ling, she would not have appeared in front of Lin Ling today. This was because she felt that Lin Ling was giving her a lot of pressure. The sovereign marquis just died. However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly changed Thunderous Mother's expression. She had said that Lin Ling wouldn't dare, but Lin Ling told her that the sovereign marquis was dead. This meant that there was really something that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do? You don't have to be nervous. I won't kill you for the time being. Tell me, why is the Empress Dowager looking for me? Seeing Thunderous Mother's expression, Lin Ling said slowly. The Empress Dowager wants to give you a spirit cave. She invites you to see her and participate in the Chi Turtle and Snake Heavenly Fruit Conference. Thunderous Mother did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She lowered her head and said. She was afraid that Lin Ling would really kill her. Spirit cave? Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. This was a spirit cave that was born in Huanyu. At first, it was a spirit chi vortex the size of a fist. After countless years, it gradually grew and had countless spirit chi. It was an extremely rare treasure. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Heavenly Fruit Conference. However, it took a long time to grow into Jiuzhou. Moreover, those who encountered the spirit cave would not give up on it, which led to the spirit cave rarely being able to grow. The spirit cave had another effect, which was one of the best treasures for advancement. If one wore it, it would be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more effective than ordinary cultivation. If one refined it directly, the spirit cave's spiritual chi would be even greater than an emperor crystal. The Empress Dowager really put in a lot of effort. I, Lin Ling, will participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Lin Ling had no reason not to participate. First, he lacked the treasures needed to break through to the next realm. Second, he also wanted to see the culprit behind the massacre of the sacred rainforest. Hand over the spirit cave and lead the way. Lin Ling then looked at Mother Lane and said. This made Mother Lane happy. As long as Lin Ling agreed, everything would be fine. The Empress Dowager had once told her that if she could invite Lin Ling, she would be able to protect her from death. Then, she quickly handed over the spirit cave. This was a spiritual chi vortex the size of a fist. It was extremely exquisite. It fell into Lin Ling's hand and was held by his palm. It was still like a small tornado, but the spiritual chi in the vortex was terrifyingly dense. Then, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at Qingzhou and went straight to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was a conference that was held every 100 years since Emperor Qing took the throne. Only the giants of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty could participate. As for the Heavenly Tortoise Snake Fruit, it was also an extremely rare treasure. It had no effect on cultivation, but it could prolong one's life. For some warriors with ordinary talent, they had lived for thousands of years, but they felt that death was approaching and they could not break through. Therefore, they would seek some treasures that could prolong their lives. Among them, the heavenly fruit had the most significant effect. Powerful martial artists had the same lifespan as the sun and moon. They were immortal and indestructible. In fact, this was relative. Perhaps to ordinary people, they were immortal. However, to the gods of the 9 prefectures, their lifespan had an end. When they arrived at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the ancient city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling lowered his head to look and realized that after so many years, this place had also changed. The two entered the ancient imperial city. In front of them, huge divine guards were marching. They were majestic and awe-inspiring. Just a glance at them was enough to frighten anyone. Those are the legendary divine guards. I'm afraid that even those in the middle stage of the martial immortal realm would be invincible. The imperial city is indeed ancient, just like a divine dynasty. People entered the vast imperial city one after another. They were all the most powerful magnates of the Azure Prefecture. They had brought their family members to participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Isn't this Lord Liu? It's an honor to meet you. Yo, true Lord Yueni, I've long heard of your great name. You've been to Crimson Province before. You're a martial arts grandmaster from Qing Province. Eh? Could those 3 be the 9 great heavens of Qing Province, Sakura, Menglu, and Xianlinglong? So strong. That's the newly risen Tianling, Tian Shuixiao. Other than the old monsters who had been cultivating for countless years, only Tianling was qualified to be here among the younger generation. As for the newly risen Tian Shui Xiao, this person's strength was not bad. Unfortunately, it was because of Fei Jinling's death that he was able to rise to the position. Therefore, after seeing Sakura and the others, he quietly lowered his head and did not dare to be arrogant. Could that be Lin Ling, who has disappeared for 3 years? However, at this moment, an exclamation suddenly rang out, causing the entire ancient imperial city to fall silent. This was because 2 figures floated down from the sky. One of them was young and handsome, wearing a blue robe that fluttered in the wind. This person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, although he had disappeared for 3 years, his reputation in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was as fierce as a dragon and a tiger. There were no more than 10 people who dared to confront him directly. Some people had already placed him as the leader of the magnates. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you at last. Seeing Lin Ling descending calmly, the old monsters bowed to him. Although they were middle-stage martial celestials, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not pay any attention to them because he did not know them. Moreover, if Lin Ling was not strong enough, he would have been trampled on by everyone. Therefore, other than the people from the imperial court, he did not need to give any face to the others. However, his attitude did not displease the old monsters and they all smiled at him. This is Lin Ling. If he had not killed a few Tian Ling, I would not be qualified to be Tian Ling. Tian Shui Xiao's heart trembled. He had finally met the legendary expert. He hesitated for a moment and then strode toward Lin Ling. What is Tian Shui Xiao trying to do? This guy must want to know Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Seeing Tian Shui Xiao's appearance, many old monsters reacted and smiled disdainfully. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am Tian Shui Xiao, the new Tian Ling. Please take care of me. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Tian Shui Xiao immediately bowed. His admiration was not fake, it came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother. At this moment, Sakura and the others surrounded Lin Ling and looked at Tian Shui Xiao. They were also surprised by Tian Shui Xiao's action. However, Lin Ling also saw that Tian Shui Xiao was friendly to him. He stretched out his hand and introduced himself, Lin Ling. This time, Tian Shui Xiao was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. They did not expect that Lin Ling would give face to Tian Shui Xiao and take the initiative to shake hands. What? Are you looking down on me? Seeing Tian Shui Xiao in a daze, Lin Ling smiled. I wouldn't dare. Tian Shui Xiao's body trembled. He quickly stretched out his hand and gently shook Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. Lin Ling, famous for his fighting prowess, was actually so approachable. This was beyond his imagination. He was already prepared to be disdained by Lin Ling. Moreover, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction, because he could have today. This was also because of Lin Ling's blessing. However, Lin Ling was completely different from the legends. He did not have the arrogance of a Tian Ling at all, looking down on everyone. If there's a chance, let's exchange pointers. Lin Ling withdrew his hand, said goodbye, and moved forward with Sakura and the others. Okay. Tian Shui Xiao nodded excitedly. Looking around again, a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also knew that Lin Ling was approachable to him because his friendliness came from the bottom of his heart. As for the old monsters around him, they were all cunning old foxes. That kind of friendliness was just an act, so Lin Ling was disdainful of them. Big brother, you guys are here too? Along the way, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and the others and said. Yes, the Heavenly Fruit Conference is an old rule of Qing State, so the top figures of all the major giants have come. It's also a good opportunity to see the strength of Qing State. Sakura replied. However, it's too easy to hold the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Perhaps, she wants to win people's hearts. After all, the birth of the Son of Heaven is getting closer and closer. If there are no accidents, during this period of time, one of the 4 great giants will become Emperor Qing. Meng Lu also said. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill Mother Laine. The crowd continued to move forward and finally arrived at a majestic hall. The hall was located at the top of the mountain, surrounded by scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was extremely magical. Standing on the sacred mountain, one could actually see the entire Qingzhou. In the distance, red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. Sunlight and moonlight shone down. It was a true fairyland. In the hall, there were many people scattered around. They were all the most powerful people in Qingzhou. When Lin Ling and the rest arrived, everyone's eyes lit up. Hee, I thought some people were really so arrogant that they would never meet the Empress Dowager. In the end, they were just deliberately mystifying things. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. It was the 76th prince who spoke. He looked at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes. The more he looked, the more annoyed he was. In the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, anyone who sees the Empress Dowager has to lower their noble head. Even Tianling is the same. Beside him, a wise young man also spoke. It was the 99th prince. Their words were obviously mocking Lin Ling. Previously, when Lin Ling killed the flying gold plume, the Empress Dowager had personally invited him. However, Lin Ling was arrogant and said he would not meet her in front of everyone in Qingzhou. This matter had already shaken Qingzhou. Originally, people thought that Lin Ling would not give the Empress Dowager any face. Who knew that Lin Ling would still come today? This meant that Lin Ling was also afraid of the Empress Dowager and did not dare to disobey her orders. The powerful people of Qingzhou were also seated. Their eyes were constantly flickering. They believed the words of the 99th prince and the rest. You guys, what are you talking about? However, at this moment, Sakura also roared and opposed them with equal harshness. This rebuttal undoubtedly made the 99th prince's face turn ugly. He was the leader of the magnates, and Sakura actually did not give him any face. Hee, they were just hit where it hurts. They are just angry from embarrassment. However, the 76th prince smiled sinisterly. He looked at Mother Laine and said, Senior Mother Laine, you were the one who called Lin Ling here, right? You can say something fair and see if Lin Ling is afraid of the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, everyone looked at Laine Crone. They also wanted to know how Lin Ling felt about the Empress Dowager. At this moment, Laine Mother's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had already sat down and was drinking with the third princess. That's right. Lin Ling said many good things about the Empress Dowager in front of me. I hope that the Empress Dowager won't mind his youthful frivolity. Therefore, this time he also came to apologize. In the end, the Thunder Mother said faintly. She was very afraid of Lin Ling, but this was the Empress Dowager's territory, so she was completely relieved. Moreover, this was the Empress Dowager's territory. She could not embarrass the Empress Dowager. This damned old hag. Hearing that, Sakura looked abnormally ugly. Even the third princess was frowning. Lin Ling was from the Imperial Dynasty and he feared the Empress Dowager. Didn't that mean that the Imperial Dynasty feared the Empress Dowager? At the same time, he was also humiliating the third princess. I'm only telling the truth. Hearing Sakura's words, Laine Mother also replied faintly. Her expression was also extremely indifferent. Sakura gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up, but the third princess stopped him, so he finally endured it. Hee, some people just love to put on an act. They are even worse than dogs. The 76th prince immediately added insult to injury, and his words were also sarcastic towards Lin Ling. His thoughts were the same as Laine Mother's. Today was the Heavenly Fruit Conference, and this was the Empress Dowager's territory. Lin Ling definitely had no right to be arrogant. No one knew the strength of the Empress Dowager, but this old lady was the behind-the-scenes person of the left Prime Minister's mansion and the first woman of Emperor Qing. Regardless of origin or strength, she was not someone they could offend. Good wine. But at this moment, a soft voice sounded. People saw that Lin Ling had already stood up and was slowly walking towards Laine Mother. What is he going to do? Lin Ling's arrogance is obvious to all. I think he wants Laine Mother to take back what she said before. Seeing Lin Ling stand up, many people's expressions suddenly changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to speak at this time. Laine Mother was suddenly a little panicked. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Laine Mother and was looking down at her. Laine Mother's eyes were constantly flickering. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "This is the palace of the Heavenly Fruit Conference." She was reminding Lin Ling, and even threatening him. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. The 99th prince, the Prime Minister, the left Prime Minister, Do you think we should follow some rules in the Empress Dowager's palace? Lin Mother hurriedly looked at the magnates, but they were all frowning because they did not know what Lin Ling was going to do. This also made Lin Mother more and more panicked. She smiled apologetically and said, I was talking nonsense before. In fact, Lin Ling is here because the Empress Dowager has given him a huge reward. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have bothered to come. After being oppressed by Lin Ling, she finally spoke the truth. She knew that if she did not speak the truth, Lin Ling would never let her go. As expected, people suddenly started discussing. They felt that with Lin Ling's arrogant attitude, how could he take the initiative to lower his head? Being invited by the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was not afraid of the Empress Dowager at all. As for the 76th prince, their expressions were extremely ugly. This Lin Mother was too cowardly. Moreover, with her words, the Empress Dowager would be the one to lose face. Was Lin Mother not afraid of offending the Empress Dowager? Lin Ling, I have said what I should say. At this moment, Lin Mother was in a difficult position. Although she was afraid of offending the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was already in front of her. How could she not lower her head? However, after speaking the truth, she also looked up at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would leave. However, would Lin Ling leave? Lin Mother had tried to kill Lin Ling many times. Lin Ling had long wanted to get rid of this trouble. He had not killed her previously because he wanted her to lead the way. Therefore, Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Lin Ling, how dare you? This sudden move had undoubtedly caused the faces of all the leaders to change drastically. Lin Mother had already lowered her head. They thought that Lin Ling had gotten everything he wanted and would return to his seat. However, who knew that Lin Ling actually wanted to kill Lin Mother? Moreover, he wanted to kill her in front of everyone. Boom. Unfortunately, any reprimand was useless. Lin Ling's punch penetrated Lin Mother's chest. Lin Mother's body was emitting terrifying thunder and lightning, and she had turned into a Lin bamboo. However, those thunderbolts could not break Lin Ling's defense at all. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. I, Lin Ling, never kill innocent people. Lin Mother, you were greedy for my space-time divine steel in the past and sent your granddaughter to harm me. Today is the consequence of your decision. Lin Ling's fist was mixed with the divine dragon chi. As if he wanted to destroy everything, he threw another punch. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. That ancient Lin bamboo was hit by the punch and instantly cracked. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice finally rang out. In the sky, red-crowned cranes were dancing. An old lady with a large number of people arrived on auspicious clouds. Boom. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Coercion, Rumble. The thunderclap mother's body exploded, and the lightning dissipated in the sky. An ancient artifact of the universe was completely destroyed. She thought that the Empress Dowager would protect her, so she would never die. Who knew that Lin Ling would kill her in the Empress Dowager's territory? As for the palace, it was dead silent at this moment. All the magnates looked solemn. Even the third princess sucked in a breath of cold air, because even she would not dare to do what Lin Ling had done. How dare you? Finally, someone roared. It was the 76th prince. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stepped out like a fierce tiger. His palm was like a violent storm as it landed on the 76th prince's face. Hasn't your face been slapped swollen by me? That slap sent the 76th prince flying out of the palace, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Then, Lin Ling walked back slowly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, the palace was even more silent. Other than the leaders of the magnates, everyone else was trembling in fear. To them, Lin Ling was like an azure emperor. If he moved his feet, the great azure godly dynasty would move as well. As expected of Lin Ling. His temperament is so calm. Tian Shuixiao said with admiration. He hoped that he could be like Lin Ling in the future, free and unrestrained by the rules of the gods. Greetings, Empress Dowager. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Minister of the Left, and the others all bowed, waiting for the Empress Dowager to attack Lin Ling. In the sky, the old woman walked down slowly. She was about 50 years old, but she had taken good care of herself. Her face was so tender that it looked like water. However, the vicissitudes of life between her eyebrows only added a little age. She walked down quietly, but an indescribable aura filled the air, which made everyone a little fearful. Even the 99th prince was no exception. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect the Empress Dowager to be so strong. He knew that if he wanted to become the Azure Emperor, the Empress Dowager would be a huge obstacle. However, to everyone's surprise, the Empress Dowager did not blame Lin Ling. After sitting down, she calmly drank her tea. Today, I'm indebted to everyone's kindness. Let's officially start the Heavenly Fruit Assembly. A palace maid walked out and spoke on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Her actions undoubtedly made the magnates feel even more pressured. She was indeed the first woman of the Azure the Arch. No one could see through her at all. Amazing. There's still a gap between me and her. The third princess's beautiful eyes flickered. Even though she had the highest chance of becoming Emperor Qing, she still felt uneasy when she saw that woman. According to the usual rules, anyone who has contributed to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty during the Heavenly Fruit Conference will be able to obtain a heavenly fruit. The palace maid said again. As these words fell, many older cultivators smiled. At their age, they valued cultivation treasures, but they valued their lifespan even more. Without lifespan, no matter how many treasures they had, they were useless. After all, cultivation required time. Lin Ling obtained the Azure Thearcha's Imperial Jade Seal and activated the Son of Heaven's mandate. He has fulfilled the promise given by the gods. Therefore, he has contributed and will be rewarded with 3 heavenly fruits. While everyone was pleasantly surprised, the Empress Dowager, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. What was surprising was that although she looked dignified, her words were extremely kind. Lin Ling, I intend to reward you with 3 heavenly fruits. Kneel down and receive the heavenly fruits. The Empress Dowager said again with a smile. 3 heavenly fruits. That's 3,000 years of lifespan. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red with envy, even the 99th prince and the others were the same. They did not understand why the Empress Dowager was so nice to Lin Ling after he killed old Mother Lain and humiliated the Empress Dowager. Many people began to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He smiled and said softly, I'm still young, unlike these old farts. Therefore, I don't need too many rewards. Just give me the one that belongs to me. How dare you? You're defying the decree. Someone immediately reprimanded him. The people were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so generous that he did not want the treasure given by the Empress Dowager. It's all right. Lin Ling is a straightforward person. What he said is right. He's young and does not need so many heavenly fruits. Men, reward him with a heavenly fruit. At this moment, the Empress Dowager also spoke with a smile. Surprisingly, she was still not angry. However, such shrewdness made everyone realize how terrifying the Empress Dowager was. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Was that woman the murderer who destroyed the sacred ground of the rainforest? However, she was also more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. One had to know that a lion that could roar was terrifying, but a lion that could endure was even more terrifying. My beloved subjects, you can all receive a heavenly fruit. However, today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. There are fine wine and immortal fruits, but the atmosphere is lacking. The Empress Dowager did not harp on the previous matter. She looked at the crowd and smiled. Why don't we invite someone to dance and increase the mood? I heard that the third princess is the #1 beauty of the Qing state, and is equally famous as Consort Shifei. Now that Consort Shifei has perished, why don't we invite the third princess to dance? At this moment, someone echoed the Empress Dowager. Everyone looked over and saw a burly man sitting alone not far from the Empress Dowager. His long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look domineering and unruly. Many people had never seen this person before, but they saw that he had followed the Empress Dowager here. Furthermore, he was sitting alone in a seat. This showed his status even more. He's one of the Qing state's 9 heavens, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger. The 99th crown prince stared indifferently at the man. Only the leader of the magnates knew of his origins. This person was very strong. It was said that he had the desolate body. Furthermore, he was not from the Qing state, but from another divine continent. He had stayed in the Qing state because of Consort Shifei. This person was Consort Shifei's fanatical pursuer. Not many people knew of this. Third princess, I wonder if you will give me face. The man drank alone and said with a hoarse voice. However, his words were filled with dominance. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Someone immediately retorted. The third princess's expression was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She was the leader of the imperial court, and the person most likely to become Emperor Qing. Wasn't it embarrassing for her to dance for everyone? I'm nothing, but I'm someone you can never fight head-on. The man was still drinking, but at this moment, he slowly raised his head. His fluttering long hair scattered, revealing a ferocious face. The most terrifying thing was that there were claw scars on his face, as if he had been injured by a divine tiger. He glanced at the person who spoke. That person's expression changed drastically, and his entire body began to tremble. What a terrifying ferocious aura. Subconsciously, that person did not dare to raise his head to speak. I think this is a good suggestion. The Empress Dowager is our elder. As a junior, it's not a big deal to dance for her. That's right. The most important thing is that the third princess's dance is beautiful. At this moment, the Prime Minister and the Left Minister also spoke, adding insult to injury. Desolate body, divine tiger ancestor. Bastards, this bunch of beasts. Bastards. On the imperial court side, Xian Linglong and company were secretly cursing. Did these people treat the third princess as a dancer? This was too humiliating for the third princess. When they looked at the Empress Dowager, she was drinking tea with her eyes half closed. She was still unfathomable. As for the third princess, she was in a difficult position. The Empress Dowager was indeed her elder. If she were to reject her, she would be cursed for not respecting her elders. She gritted her teeth and finally, without a choice, she decided to stand up. However, at this moment, an arm pressed down on her shoulder, allowing her to slowly sit back down. I heard that when eating the heavenly fruit, warriors will live as long as the heavens and earth. If a person with a scar on his face comes out to dance, it will be more compatible. Come. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The third princess could not reject the Empress Dowager, but Lin Ling did not need to give her face. Furthermore, he guessed that the Empress Dowager had rewarded him with 3 heavenly fruits to test him. If he were to kneel down to receive the fruits, it meant that Lin Ling might be recruited by the Empress Dowager, and now, Lin Ling had rejected her. The Empress Dowager also knew that Lin Ling was a person she could not control. Therefore, she had taken action against the third princess. When Lin Ling said that, everyone was stunned. When eating the heavenly fruit, a person with a scar on his face would come out to dance. That would be more compatible. What kind of reasoning was that? Furthermore, when people looked at the heavenly court's absolute killer, their expressions changed instantly. Wasn't a person with a scar on his face referring to the heavenly court's absolute killer? Was Lin Ling asking the heavenly court's absolute killer to come out to dance? Are you talking about me? The heavenly court's absolute killer also reacted. His cold eyes looked at Lin Ling. His killing intent was like a torrential sea of blood. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that the heavenly court's absolute killer was very strong. In the Qing prefecture, he was only second to the giants. However, that billowing ferocious aura clearly had no effect on Lin Ling. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Or are you feeling inferior? Then, Lin Ling put down the wine glass in his hand, and his voice shot out like a sharp sword. This fierce voice directly scared everyone silly. The heavenly court's absolute killer, Xianxia. Until now, no one knew his strength. However, he came from another divine continent and was one of the 4 hidden heavenly blessings of the Qing province. There was no doubt about his strength. With Lin Ling's current strength, it seemed that he was not qualified to challenge him. Minister Lin Ling, as a man, how could he possibly know how to dance? Furthermore, as one of the 9 celestial blessings of Qing province, isn't it embarrassing for him to dance in front of everyone? Suddenly, an amiable voice sounded. The Empress Dowager smiled at Lin Ling as the leader of the imperial dynasty. Isn't it embarrassing for her to dance? Lin Ling glanced at the Empress Dowager, giving tit for tat. As soon as he said this, the Empress Dowager was still smiling. However, it was obvious that she could no longer refute Lin Ling. Her expression was a little embarrassed. I don't know how to dance, but if I really have to dance, I will only dance with a murderous dance. Lin Ling, do you dare to dance with me? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, was still looking at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling had killed his most beloved person, Shifei. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling apart alive. However, Lin Ling had an expert backing him up. It was Grandma Wen Dao, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling was only at the second level of the martial immortal realm. Although he had some ability, how could he be a match for him? He was at the fifth level of the martial immortal realm. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, is inviting Lin Ling to battle? The crowd also smelled something and immediately looked forward to it. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say. However, Lin Ling drank his wine and remained silent. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, say indifferently, if you don't dare, then shut up. Also, hand over the third princess's Son of Heaven's mandate. It's better for a woman to do some embroidery. If that was the case, it was undoubtedly very domineering, because even the Empress Dowager did not dare to say such a thing. I'll dance with you. Let's see who can dance to the end. At this moment, Lin Ling put down the wine cup in his hand and finally walked out. That calm look was mixed with a cold murderous intent. He could see that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, wanted to kill him. He could also see that the Empress Dowager was adding fuel to the fire. With a grudge between Lin Ling and the Empress Dowager, he obviously had no way to retreat. Moreover, he did not want to retreat. Second level of the martial immortal realm? You want to dance with me with your measly strength? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer seemed to be a little surprised. His long hair danced madly in the wind. Rings of killing intent filled the air. Even more so, scenes appeared behind him. Those were scenes of the chaotic beasts being killed. He was like the nemesis of all beasts. He stood up, and the sky shook. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. The magnates were even more excited because the scene in front of them was beneficial to them regardless of who won or lost. Lin Ling had already walked out first. His expression was extremely calm. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer's eyes light up. Lin Ling should not be a fool. He should be able to sense his powerful aura. However, Lin Ling still dared to fight. Could it be that Lin Ling has other trump cards, after Shifei's death? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer had been constantly investigating Lin Ling. In the end, he found out that Lin Ling had a sword that could unleash the power of a higher cultivation level. Therefore, that sword was the one that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer feared the most. Without the sword, Lin Ling was nothing. Second level of the martial immortal realm, able to fight above one's cultivation level. You are a true genius of the 9 provinces. However, I am also a genius of the 9 provinces. The words fighting above one's cultivation level are useless to me. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer also walked out. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. I was born in the void of the universe. I have killed tigers all my life. I was valued by the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin. He taught me the great Tao, allowing me to be reborn. Roar, as if countless ferocious tigers were roaring, the wind and clouds in the Azure province rolled. This was the Tao of killing. Moreover, it was a cruel Tao that specialized in killing ferocious beasts. Behind the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, a terrifying monster appeared. This monster had countless tiger heads and countless tiger claws. It was as if it was formed from all the divine tigers in the universe. The moment it appeared, everyone felt a rolling pressure. It was a kind of great Tao of the universe. Tao was the pinnacle of martial arts. It had the power to destroy everything, just like the power of a higher cultivation level. That's the desolate body? At this moment, everyone finally reacted. It was as if they had seen an ancient god, the desolate body. There were less than 10 people in the Azure province who had this terrifying talent. The existence of the desolate body meant that the path to godhood had opened the key to achieving the great Tao. From a certain point of view, the desolate body could crush a divine body as easily as blowing away dust. Even the power of the universe could not resist it. Only the power of a god, the power of a higher cultivation level, or the treasures left behind by a god could possibly resist it. of course, if the difference in cultivation level was too great, relying on a strong realm to suppress a weak realm, it could also resist the desolate body. However, the difference in cultivation level between Lin Ling and the Heavenly Court's absolute killer meant that Lin Ling was weaker. Divine Tiger Ancestor. Sword Ceiling. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's talent was a divine tiger in the form of a beast. This was also a rare beast talent. Among the beasts, tigers always had the domineering aura of kings. Among millions of tigers, there would definitely be one who would become the king. It would kill all the other tigers and dominate the divine tiger race. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's killing intent was so terrifying. In order to become the Tiger King, he had killed countless tigers in the universe. Lin Ling ranked 4th among the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, you have no advantage against me. You killed my Shifei. You have committed a heinous crime. Move. At this moment, the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger moved. White light flickered and the space collapsed, turning into ashes. People only saw a fierce wind rushing out. In the next moment, behind Lin Ling, a huge arm pressing down on Lin Ling's sword. Without this sword, you are nothing. Move. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger clearly knew the source of Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he sealed Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. That arm stirred up the clouds in Qing State and directly increased the pressure on everyone present. What a ferocious talent. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger could probably fight head-on with the leader of the magnates. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger to have the desolate physique talent. It was indeed domineering. However, he also sensed a familiar aura from the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. It came from the Qilin martial god, Tian Yanlin. This person was Tian Lili's father. He was a mortal hidden in the myriad of worlds. Today, he should have become a god of the 9 states. He even used Li Xiaoyao's guidance to impart the great Tao to guide the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. How is it? Do you feel that you can't resist? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger said indifferently. Surging realm essence swept out in all directions with the 2 as the center. Lin Ling's arm was also placed on the tyrannical song sword. However, he could not pull it out. Moreover, Lin Ling's eyes began to flash with a murderous glint. His fury was like a torrential river, because he saw the successor of his lifelong enemy, Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling's hand gently pulled out the sword. Surging world essence and the strength of his body fused together at this moment, resisting the Heavenly Court's killing tiger. Although the speed at which he pulled out the sword was slow, it shocked everyone. Lin Ling was still able to pull out the sword under the powerful desolate body of the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. With his sword out, Lin Ling might be able to turn defeat into victory. We must not let him draw his sword. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried. Victory or defeat, it all depended on whether the sword was drawn or not. What powerful strength. You are definitely not a second-level martial immortal. I have underestimated you. However, that's all there is to it. At this moment, Xianxia of the Heavenly Court was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a powerful second-level martial immortal. However, he was secretly relieved. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could still suppress him. Your cultivation is too low. If this continues, you will not be able to last as long as I do. Xianxia of the Heavenly Court roared. The 100 tigers behind him also roared. However, at this moment, a fist-sized whirlpool appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. It rolled and spun, giving people an indescribable feeling of mystery. Spirit Cave. Seeing this, the faces of the leaders changed. Lin Ling actually had such a treasure. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows because she was the one who had given the treasure to Lin Ling. She immediately knew that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage when clashing with the ferocious tiger of the celestial heavens, so he had to use the Spirit Cave to assist him. The Spirit Cave can increase the effect of cultivation by 100 or even 1,000 times. However, in a fight between experts, the effect is not much help. Someone shook his head and said. He knew that Lin Ling was wasting his time. No, look, the Spirit Cave is getting dimmer. Lin Ling seems to be refining the Spirit Cave. What, he is crazy! Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The spirit cave was extremely precious. Very few people would directly refine it. After all, after refining, the spirit cave would disappear without a trace. One was a long-term effect, the other was a short-term effect. As long as one did not have great perseverance, most people would choose the long-term effect. What's more, to refine the spirit cave, this itself required a strong foundation of cultivation. With Lin Ling's cultivation, refining the spirit cave would waste 70% of the spirit cave's power. A cornered beast is fighting? I love tigers that are trapped in a dead end the most. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger did not expect Lin Ling to give up the spirit cave and refine it. However, this meant that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Therefore, he urged his power again and forced Lin Ling's sword back into the scabbard. However, he thought that Lin Ling would not be able to successfully refine the spirit cave. He did not know the power of the primal chaos divine. Formula. If I want to pull out the sword, it seems that I still need more power. Lin Ling's eyes focused. A sword-like aura soared into the sky. The sword was slowly pulled out once again. Such a change left people dumbfounded. They also did not expect that Lin Ling seemed to have completely refined the spirit cave's power. This did not seem to be logical at all. How could they know that Lin Ling's primal chaos divine formula could refine all things in the world? How could a mere spirit cave not be refined? Therefore, by constantly refining the spirit cave's power, Lin Ling possessed the power to resist the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. He caused the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger's cold face to freeze there. Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger, let me help you with this dance. At this moment, a pair of gigantic universal divine eyes appeared in the sky, overlooking all life. A white-robed youth appeared. He was majestic, like a divine general had arrived. His appearance immediately formed a massive dimensional essence storm. His eyes seemed to see through all life in the world. Lin Ling's sword gradually returned to its scabbard under his gaze. Who is this person? What powerful strength! That pair of eyes, I'm afraid it's another desolate body existence. Extreme Fire Immortal, ranked second among the 9 heavens of the Azure province. His talent is the unparalleled Mirage Eyes. It is said that he can see through any martial arts and absorb the opponent's dimensional essence for his own use. The amount of energy he can absorb is as much as 90%. This is too heaven-defying. He is even more powerful than the child beside the third princess who has the Destiny God Eye. The Destiny God Eye is considered one of the 6 great God Eyes of the universe. It is also extremely powerful. However, this kind of eye lacks offensive power and is not suitable for martial artists to use in battle. The experts began to whisper. They never expected that 2 hidden heavens would appear in this heavenly fruit conference. Most importantly, the 2 of them were suppressing Lin Ling at the same time, preventing Lin Ling from using his sword. Second brother, let me help you. At this moment, Indra, Meng Lu, and Xian Linglong also made their moves. The other side was suppressing Lin Ling with 2 people. This was unfair. Thus, they also had the qualifications to make their move. The white bone giant appeared and the demon god's tomb appeared. Together, they attacked the mysterious youth in the sky. However, the youth tilted his head and lightly said, "The 3 of you are the 9 heavens of the Azure province? You are too weak. To be on the same level as you is a humiliation to me." One was crippled, one was dead. Furthermore, something terrifying happened. Sakura and the other 2's attacks were all blocked by the youth. The mysterious heaven's eye behind the youth scanned the 3 of them. Their realm essence instantly disappeared and was added to the youth's body. Not good, our realm essence. Sakura and the other 2 were immediately alarmed. That mysterious desolate body was too heaven-defying. It actually sucked all of their strength, causing them to lose the ability to fight. Lin Ling, you do have some ability. You need the 2 of us to block you alone. Unfortunately, how can we, the most mysterious heavens, be surpassed by a clown like you? Seal. After the youth obtained the 3's realm essence, his strength increased greatly. He used the heaven's eye to seal the sword. Lin Ling, what power do you still have? You're already like a candle in the wind. Seal. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger roared. The 2 of them joined forces to seal the sword and even wanted to destroy Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. at this moment, everyone in the imperial court was worried for Lin Ling. It seems that I still need more power. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His voice was cold, even during the entire process of his sword being sealed, his attitude was extremely calm. It felt unreal. At the same time, space roared. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword's hilt and suddenly exerted force. It formed an endless amount of realm essence. It was shocking. He broke through. The 99th prince suddenly exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had reached the third level of the martial immortal realm. It's the spirit point. The prime minister and the left minister also stood up. Lin Ling had broken through at the crucial moment and suddenly blocked the two's suppression. You have some ability. This change caused the youth in the sky to frown. Is my strength not enough? Then let the storm come even crazier. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. His expression was cold and his words were like swords. A sharp great way of the sword swept out crazily at this moment. Behind him, the world-swallowing beast's talent finally exploded. However, the divine dragon soared into the sky, collapsing the sky and the earth. It fought against the celestial heaven's killer tiger behind him. It was a scene of a dragon and a tiger fighting. Not good. Dragon God? At this moment, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling gave him a very ancient feeling, even bigger and more majestic than him. If he was the king of divine tigers, then Lin Ling would be the dragon god. We must block it. He continued to roar, attempting to suppress Lin Ling's sword again. However, tyrannical Song's sword slowly floated up. Although the speed of drawing the sword was very slow, anyone could tell that it was only a matter of time. You won't last until the end of this dance. At the same time, a sharp sound rang out. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like water. Drip, there was no deafening sound, only the sound of blood dripping. No one saw when Lin Ling drew his sword, but they saw that Lin Ling was standing with his sword in hand. Behind him, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger had a sword mark on his neck. He glared at Lin Ling and finally pointed at Lin Ling. He did not say a word and slowly fell down. The heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger was dead. This was one of the most mysterious geniuses of the Qing state's 9 heavens. He could not block Lin Ling's sword and ended up in the same state as Shifei. When he draws his sword, he is really so terrifying. People began to squirm. No wonder the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger wanted to seal Lin Ling's sword. So that was the reason. Unfortunately, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger failed. At the same time, the youth in the sky had a drastic change in expression. He spat out a sentence, desolate physique? You actually have a desolate physique. Rumor has it that you have a divine physique? With that said, the Qing state was alarmed once again. Previously, the sword was too fast, causing people to fail to see Lin Ling's talent clearly. Now that they heard Extreme Fire Immortal's words, they finally reacted. It was no wonder Lin Ling was not afraid of the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger. He also had a desolate physique. Furthermore, he had broken through. With his mysterious power of realm essence, killing someone of a higher realm was not a problem. You won't be able to accompany me for the last dance. At that moment, Lin Ling calmly looked up. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he slashed the sword in his hand towards the sky. That strike caused a headless elder to appear behind him. His sharpness was on full display and he was invincible. Ah! A painful cry immediately sounded from the sky. People saw that the god's eye floating in the sky had been severed by the sword. As for Extreme Fire Immortal, he held his eyes as he fell to the ground in pain. His eyes had been blinded by a single strike. This meant that without the talent of a desolate physique, he was only an ordinary genius. Even Sakura and company could easily defeat Extreme Fire Immortal. You crippled me. Extreme Fire Immortal shouted ferociously. However, Sakura and company had already walked forward. Without the mysterious desolate physique, how could Extreme Fire Immortal still be so arrogant? You think you are as famous as us? You are humiliating us. Xian Linglong said coldly. Extreme Fire Immortal seemed to react as he was horrified. Of course, no one paid any attention to him. He was just a cripple. He was no longer the most mysterious heaven's gift. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling with grave expressions. Lin Ling had fought against two heaven's gifts at the same time. In the end, one was dead and the other was crippled. This meant that Lin Ling was probably the #1 heaven's gift in Qing state. He could even compete with the last person. At the thought of this, the various magnates found it difficult to breathe. Even the leader of the magnates felt the intense pressure. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it was just a spar. Yet, you killed two heaven's gifts. This is weakening Qing state's combat power. At this moment, a palace maid beside the Empress Dowager said coldly. She seemed to want to speak on behalf of the Empress Dowager to punish Lin Ling. Everyone was stunned. This was because Lin Ling had fought against Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xiong Hu. It was Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xiong Hu who had invited him to battle. Now that he was dead, the Empress Dowager wanted to blame Lin Ling? Yes, I killed them. So what? Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He looked at the Empress Dowager indifferently and said, I didn't expect the leader of the great Qing divine dynasty to be so shameless. The wine was invited by you. The dance was also suggested by you. Now, you are blaming me for killing them? However, I can understand your anger. The magnates don't have many experts to begin with. Now that two of them have died, this is undoubtedly a loss of wings for the magnates. Ha ha, ha ha ha. At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling laughed maniacally. Hearing this, the magnate's eyes turned red with anger. Until now, there were less than 10 people in Qing state who could defeat Lin Ling. Now that two of them had died, how could they not be angry? At this rate, other than the Azure Emperor, no one would be able to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you are talking nonsense. You are just lucky. Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the palace maid looked at the Empress Dowager and hurriedly said. Lucky? Then, you can ask your men to come out and invite me to dance again. I would like to see how many of you magnates I can kill. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Someone from Crimson State. After saying that, Lin Ling walked towards the third princess. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling was the first person to threaten the Empress Dowager in front of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Empress Dowager's eyes were cold, but she looked at the sky and endured it. She knew that the mastermind behind the imperial court must be watching. Unless the Azure Emperor intervened, she would not be able to fight against him. Heavenly Fruit Conference, let's continue. Someone said, forcing himself to remain calm. He did not want to be affected by Lin Ling's previous feat. The magnates were all smart people, and they all started to laugh. Some of them started to drink, and some of them started to talk and laugh. Of course, they looked calm on the surface, but deep in their hearts, huge waves were surging. After Lin Ling returned to his seat, the third princess and the others looked at him gratefully. If it was not for Lin Ling, the imperial court would have been humiliated today. Third princess, if you want to become the Azure Emperor, sometimes you have to face difficulties alone. After Lin Ling sat down, he took a sip of wine and looked at the third princess indifferently. The third princess frowned, not understanding Lin Ling's words. You are afraid of offending the Empress Dowager and the other magnates joining hands to suppress the imperial court. But in reality, we have already fallen out. So, you have to be decisive when you need to be. Even if there is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to face the storm. Only then can you become the Azure Emperor. Since ancient times, the process of becoming the Azure Emperor has never been smooth. Sometimes, opportunities are born in danger. Lin Ling continued, and the third princess quickly bowed and said, Master, you are right. The third princess has learned her lesson. She knew that Lin Ling thought that she was too hesitant and did not let go of the shackles of the past. She still treated the Empress Dowager as an elder, causing her to worry about personal gains and losses. However, since she wanted to compete for the position of the Azure Emperor, offending the Empress Dowager was unavoidable. So, she had to be decisive. The third princess was also a rare genius. At this moment, she calmed down, and there was wisdom and sharpness in her eyes. She looked at everyone with a look of contempt. Only by treating everyone as ants would she be qualified to become the Azure the Arch. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was still bustling with noise and excitement as if nothing had happened. However, it was obvious that no one dared to offend the imperial court at this moment. As for Lin Ling, he was calmly drinking. In truth, he was checking his own cultivation. Previously, he had forcibly broken through to the third-layer martial immortal realm with the help of the mystical cave. His spirit points were also completely depleted, but the enormous amount of spirit chi allowed his 3 dantians to reach the realm of perfection. There was even a lot of spirit chi stored in his body. The spirit cave was worthy of being a precious treasure of the universe. If he used royal crystals to cultivate, it would not have such an effect. Unfortunately, spirit points were too rare. If he had another spirit point, Lin Ling was confident that he could advance again. At the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, my world essence is extremely dense. Although it's a little impure, cleansing it is only a matter of time. With the world essence of the 3 dantians added together, I have the world essence of the 9th level of the martial immortal realm. Unless I encounter an expert with the desolate body, I have nothing to fear. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Now that his strength had greatly increased, the feeling of having everything under his control was very comfortable. With the help of the dragon bone, my world-devouring beast talent has reached the desolate body level. My physical strength has greatly increased. Now that I have broken through, the 4th dantian can be born. Lin Ling said to himself. He glanced at the experts of the Heavenly Fruit Conference and immediately opened his 4th dantian. If it were any other time, he would not dare to be so ostentatious. However, he had already refined the divine dragon pill. What he was doing now was just adding fuel to the fire. Rumble, his dantian rumbled, as if a dragon was roaring. The 4th dantian slowly opened. Moreover, the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave rushed to the 4th dantian. The world river turned into a sea, extremely vast. At this moment, the authoritative figures were still talking. They did not expect Lin Ling to cultivate in front of them and greatly increase his strength. Awesome! Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Because with the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave, his 4th dantian had finally reached the 1st level of the martial immortal realm. Of course, all of this seemed simple. In fact, Lin Ling had put in a lot of effort for this moment. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He did not say much and began to drink with his elder brother. At the same time, he quietly looked at the sky. Tian Liuli's path of revenge had begun. One of his greatest wishes in this world was to take revenge on Tian Liuli and the other 2. One day, he would definitely step onto the peak of the 9 states and trample on this goddess. However, when he looked at the sky, the wind and clouds were rolling. A golden scroll, as if it covered the entire universe, carried a large number of people and rolled over. This change was immediately noticed by the Empress Dowager and the others. Their expressions changed slightly. This group of people was extremely powerful. Any one of them stood at the peak of the green state. Is the Empress Dowager here? Heavenly Prince Guangshuan is here. A majestic and domineering voice rang out like thunder. These people came uninvited and jumped down from the sky into the palace. Bang! 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 They walked in through the door. Their steps were like the steps of giants, causing the green state to tremble. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan? The 3 emperors of the Crimson State? The Empress Dowager immediately frowned because this group of people was actually from the Crimson State. The Crimson State was the divine prefecture, which was much larger than the Green State. The 3 emperors of the Crimson State were the 3 strongest overlords of the Crimson State. Among them, the Crimson Emperor was as famous as the Emperor Qing. As for the other 2, they were his brothers. Unlike the Green State, the brothers were of one mind and were sincerely convinced by their elder brother. The Green State is still a bit too cold. Let's raise the temperature a bit. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fiery red belt around his waist. He wore a python robe and looked wise and mighty. With a wave of his hand, the entire palace was set on fire, causing the temperature to rise a lot. This person came to the Green State as if he was the master of the Green State. He actually felt that it was too cold, so he set fire to the palace. However, no one dared to provoke them, not even the Empress Dowager. This was because although Heavenly Prince Guangshuan was weaker than her, he had the Emperor Qing behind him. If the Emperor Qing was angry, he was not someone the Empress Dowager could fight against. Unless the Emperor Qing was here. Therefore, they all endured the arrogance of these people. The heavenly tortoise snake fruit? It's a pretty good item. Men, bring me a few. The middle-aged man swaggered and sat down. He looked at the heavenly fruits around him and then waved his hand. Emperor, please taste the heavenly fruits. The people who followed him immediately took the heavenly fruits and immortal wine and placed them on the table in front of heavenly Prince Guangshuan. The whole process was as if no one was there. I haven't been to the Crimson State for a long time. I didn't expect you people to still be trash. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan took a bite of the heavenly fruit and spat it out as he spoke casually. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, one of the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province. Oh, you won't even give me a word? As a martial artist, you have to be calm. If you're too impatient, you won't be able to achieve anything. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan said indifferently, seeing that you're old, I won't blame you, but you'll have to drink a cup as punishment. Drink. After saying that, he threw the wine cup in his hand at the Prime Minister. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan had already drunk half of that cup of wine. If he really wanted to punish him, he would have given him a new cup of wine. Therefore, he was also humiliating the Prime Minister. You. Drink. The Prime Minister's face suddenly turned ugly. Drink? Drink. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan squinted at the Prime Minister, causing the latter to grit his teeth and drink the cup of wine. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan ignored the Prime Minister. He looked at the crowd lazily and said, Qing Province and Crimson Province are neighbors. They're both the weakest divine prefecture in the 9 province, so we should work harder and not let the other divine prefectures look down on us. Today, we came here for a purpose. The top experts of the 2 divine prefectures will exchange pointers and pursue the great Tao together. Drink. Beside him, a young man suddenly walked out. This person was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. His aura was extraordinary, and his body had the great Tao's aura. Who's coming? Drink. After walking out, he looked at the crowd contemptuously. Today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. It's supposed to be a joyous occasion. Drink. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Empress Dowager, you're not strict enough with them. No wonder Qing Province is so weak. It's because of you, old woman. No, Empress Dowager. Look at my mouth, I say what I think. Sorry. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan put his legs on the table and said lazily. It seemed that he was apologizing, but everyone knew that he didn't take the Empress Dowager seriously at all. Empress Dowager, let your people come. Martial artists should never give up on martial arts. Drink. He said again, making it difficult for the Empress Dowager to refuse. Let me. Drink. However, before the Empress Dowager could speak, someone had already walked out from beside her. It was a woman with ordinary looks, but she had a valiant aura. She was the Empress Dowager's personal maid. 7th level of the martial immortal realm? That's 2. Is Qing Province? Is there no one? You actually let your delicate girl go up on stage, this is too shameful. The young man said disdainfully. Cut the crap. Let's see who's better. That palace maid's talent wasn't weak. She had a tier 10 divine body, and her universal force had reached 90%. Her jade-like hands danced, and winter snow sealed the sky. This time, the surrounding temperature dropped again. Break for me. Stare of glory. The youth roared as his body emitted beams of light. He was at the desolate body level. As the beams of light shot out, they melted the ice and snow. The palace maid vomited blood and was sent flying. At this moment, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. Thousands of warriors were looking at the sky. Is Qing Province filled with a bunch of chickens and dogs? The young man's cold laughter spread across the entire Qing Province. This led people to guess that other cultivators from the divine prefecture had arrived and were humiliating the top warriors of Qingzhou. How arrogant. Men. It's said that they're from the Crimson Province. Their Crimson Province is stronger than the Qing Province, so they've been humiliating us. Right now, all the experts of Qing Province are gathered there. There must be someone who can suppress them. All the martial artists in Ring City started to talk about it. The 9 heavens of Qing Province are rumored to be the strongest geniuses of Qing Province. Let these geniuses come out and fight. My name is Lin Wu. The young man was in high spirits as he said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company from the imperial court immediately revealed their fighting spirit. However, Lin Ling stopped them. With the desolate body level and a higher cultivation realm, none of you are his match. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company could only endure it. However, Lin Ling smiled. Anyway, these people are here to target the Empress Dowager and company. Let's just watch the show slowly. That's true. Meng Lu and company nodded. It looks like no one from the 9 heavens of Qing province dares to fight. When the young man saw that no one stepped forward, the pride on his face intensified. He swept his gaze and suddenly, it landed on the 76th prince. He beckoned to him. I can sense that you have the bloodline of Emperor Qing. Come and fight. At this moment, the 76th prince's expression changed drastically. Why was he so unlucky? If you don't dare to fight, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then, I'll spare you. The young man said again. Fight him. Seeing that the young man was so arrogant, the entire Qing province erupted into an uproar. Under the heavy pressure, the 76th prince finally walked out. This battle is mainly about learning from each other. After saying that, he unleashed all his strength and clashed with the young man. With everyone in Qing province watching, the 76th prince had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face the others. Second brother, how long will it take for the 76th prince to lose? Sakura stared at the battle and asked curiously. He felt that the 76th prince was weaker than him. Therefore, the number of moves that the 76th prince could block would allow him to know how big the gap between him and that youth was. Beside him, Xian Linglong was also very curious. She yearned to fight the experts of 9 province. 3 moves. Lin Ling glanced and said nonchalantly. The difference is so huge. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. Boom, that was indeed the case. Within 3 moves, the 76th prince was defeated and spat out blood. Die. However, the young man named Lin Wu showed no mercy at all. He killed the 76th prince directly. This shocked everyone. After all, the 76th prince was the son of Emperor Qing. He died in front of everyone in Qing province just like that. These experts from Crimson province were too arrogant. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, your disciple killed the son of Emperor Qing in front of everyone. Isn't this against the rules of learning from each other? The Empress Dowager's expression was ugly. It was not that she sympathized with the 76th prince, but she felt that if she did nothing when the latter died in front of her eyes, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. Hee, it's just learning from each other. There will definitely be deaths. If you want to blame someone, blame Emperor Qing's son for being too useless. To everyone's surprise, Heavenly Prince Guangshuan smiled nonchalantly. A martial artist must have a sharp spirit. If you can't beat your opponent, then death is the final price. This is also the awareness that a martial artist should have. His words were filled with schadenfreude, which made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. I'm also the son of Emperor Qing. Let me fight you. At this time, the 99th prince walked out. He was also of Emperor Qing's bloodline, so the young man mocked the son of Emperor Qing, including him. A golden sword appeared in his hand, and his emperor's qi was extremely powerful. Come on. Lin Wu's body emitted a strong fighting spirit. However, after the two of them clashed, he realized how powerful the 99th prince was. He was no match for him. The 99th prince was the leader of the giants. His strength was naturally not weak. Of course, everyone could also see that the 99th prince's most powerful move was that sword. It must be the divine sword that Emperor Qing gave him. Die. Fine, Senior Lin. Alright, enough is enough. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and threw out a shocking punch. Thunderclouds, fire clouds, wind clouds, ice clouds, all kinds of energy gathered on the fist, allowing it to block the 99th prince's sword. A deafening clang resounded. You blocked my extreme weapon? At the same time, the 99th prince's expression changed drastically. His weapon was a third-grade extreme weapon, the Soaring Dragon Sword. It was personally forged by the Azure Emperor and had the ability to shatter. But someone had blocked it, and the person who had appeared was actually Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned red with anger. that was because his disciple had killed his opponent, and he had lazily mocked him. Now that his disciple was about to die, he had stepped in to stop him. That was too despicable. Die. Lin Wu's expression was extremely ferocious. Although he had been defeated, he still punched out when he saw his master block the 99th prince's sword, domineering divine fist. That punch had directly injured the 99th prince. That was because the 99th prince's strength was not much weaker than Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. But someone had suddenly ambushed him, causing the balance to tilt. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. You. The 99th prince staggered backward and spat out blood. His expression was abnormally gloomy. Loser, stray dog. I'll spare your life on account of the Azure Emperor. Scram. However, Heavenly Prince Guangshuan said disdainfully. His words made the 99th prince grit his teeth and retreat in humiliation. Now that he was injured, he was clearly no match for Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. I've long heard of the left minister's residence. You have collected all the books in the Azure State and are well versed in martial arts. Today, I'd like to learn from you. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan looked at the Prime Minister and said. The experts from the Crimson State are trying to trample on our Azure State. That's right. Now that the Azure Emperor has stepped down, they can do whatever they want. We must send out a hero to defeat him. Seeing Heavenly Prince Guangshuan's arrogance, the entire Azure State was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to the left minister's battle. Now that the Prime Minister had embarrassed himself and the 99th prince had been defeated, it all depended on the left minister. The leader of these giants, the only person who could save the Azure State's reputation. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, 9th level of the martial immortal realm, desolate body, possesses the power of a rank. The minister of the left frowned. Seeing his hesitation, the hearts of the people present jumped. Could it be that the Lord Left Minister did not dare to fight? As expected, the Lord Left Prime Minister fell silent. Haha. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan laughed loudly, and then his lazy voice floated out again, who else wants to come up? However, Green Province was silent. All eyes were on Heavenly Prince Guangxian. Their bodies were trembling, no one dared to fight. As expected of the Crimson Province's 3 emperors. Lin Ling smiled and asked, the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province? Although Heavenly Prince Guangshuan was very strong, Lin Ling did not fear him. Instead, he was very interested in Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. That was because Heavenly Prince Guangshuan had 4 dantians. When he fused his world essence, he could reach the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. Therefore, he also wanted to fight against these peak experts of the 9 provinces. Yes, other than the Crimson Emperor, there is another called Heavenly Prince Guangtai. These 3 brothers are very strong. The 3rd princess nodded and said, it seems that the Azure State has lost face today. Of course, this is nothing. I hope that their goal is not the Heavenly Prince's mandate. Otherwise, the Azure Emperor's position will become more turbulent. Heavenly Prince Guangtai? Lin Ling immediately frowned. What a familiar name. Suddenly, he remembered what had happened in the Crimson Province not long ago. At that time, a large number of experts were fighting for the dragon soul. One of the young men wanted to covet Lin Ling's treasure. In the end, he was humiliated by the 9 lanterns fish, Lu Chen. That guy seemed to be called Heavenly Prince Guangtai. Could it be that this guy in front of him came for Heavenly Prince Guangtai? While he was thinking, Guangshuan. Prince picked his ear and lazily said, what a bunch of trash. Forget it, there is no one in the Azure Province who can match me. This is something I already guessed, but there is one person I must fight. His name is Senior Lin. This Senior Lin caused a huge wave in the Crimson Province not long ago and even humiliated my 3rd brother. Now that my 3rd brother has been killed by an expert, he still has some unfinished business, so today, I came to settle it for him. His 3rd brother, Heavenly Prince Guangtai, was unlucky. Not long ago, he met an expert of the 9 provinces. That expert was like a saint and had monstrous strength. Because of Heavenly Prince Guangtai's arrogance, he was killed by that expert. When the Crimson Emperor heard the news, he wanted to take revenge. However, the saint-level expert did not go to the Crimson Province. This made the Crimson Emperor helpless. In the end, he could only fulfill the wishes of Heavenly Prince Guangtai before his death, one of the wishes was for Senior Lin, however, no one knew who Lin Ling was. Heavenly Prince Guanshuan only knew that this person was in the Azure State and dared to humiliate his third brother. Presumably, his strength was not weak. That was why he called him Senior Lin. However, when Heavenly Prince Guanshuan finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Because they really did not know who this Senior Lin was. Moreover, for Heavenly Prince Guanshuan to call him Senior Lin, this person's strength must be very strong. He should be a formidable opponent of Heavenly Prince Guanshuan. I have long heard that Senior Lin fought in the 9 provinces and was an expert of the Gods era. What? Today, this junior has personally come to ask for guidance. Senior Lin does not give me face? Heavenly Prince Guanshuan looked at the Azure State and said again. The Azure State began to go into an uproar. No one thought that such a domineering person like Heavenly Prince Guanshuan would give Senior Lin such a high evaluation. One had to know that this person was not even afraid of the Empress Dowager. So he came for Senior Lin to fulfill the knot in Heavenly Prince Guantai's heart after his death. But, who is Senior Lin? Damn it, our Azure State has obviously been implicated by Senior Lin. I hope he can come out. The entire Azure State was abuzz with discussions. Even the Empress Dowager and the others were looking forward to Senior Lin's battle to retain the last bit of dignity of the Azure State. However, still, no one stood out. An incense stick's time passed. 2 incense sticks time passed. Heavenly Prince Guanshuan sneered. I thought that the person who dared to humiliate my third brother must be a brave person. It turns out that he's just a scoundrel. The Azure State is a nest of snakes and rats. Heavenly Prince Guanshuan's voice was full of disdain, which made the experts of the Azure State smile bitterly. In their opinion, even Senior Lin was afraid of Heavenly Prince Guanshuan. However, at this moment, a soft voice finally sounded. You came from afar to find me. It seems that I have to give you face. A figure suddenly stood up under the shocked gazes of the crowd. At this moment, everyone in the palace was shocked. The entire Azure State's experts were silent. Then, a cry of surprise sounded. Lin Ling? At this moment, everyone felt that they were dreaming. Lin Ling, don't try to show off. The Red Jade Tiger, Lord 8th, and the others all cried out in alarm. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the power to control the realm, what a joke. The Guanshuan Heavenly Prince's strength was obvious to all. The magnates were either afraid of him or were defeated by him. Lin Ling trying to show off at this time, wasn't he courting death? If Prince Guanshuan turned his attention to the Imperial Court, the Imperial Court would be in trouble unless the Azure Emperor came. But even if the Azure Emperor came, would he care about the Imperial Court? That was impossible. Master, what are you doing? The third princess was about to cry. Even the Empress Dowager didn't dare to offend Prince Guanshuan, so she was naturally afraid. Since he's already invited me, how can I not go? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Under countless fearful gazes, he walked out step by step. Master, he's calling Senior Lin, not you. The third princess almost rushed out to drag Lin Ling back. In her opinion, someone who could be valued by Prince Guanshuan must be a hidden deity expert in the Azure State. He should be a white-haired old man. Obviously, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure State. He was a genius, but he wasn't at the level of a senior. Senior Lin? He thinks he's Senior Lin? The minister of the left and the others were also shocked. However, the cultivators of the Azure State cheered. Although they didn't believe that Lin Ling was Senior Lin, at least Lin Ling dared to fight for the Azure State. At this moment, Prince Guanshuan frowned and looked at Lin Ling. He was very surprised. He said faintly, I'm looking for Senior Lin, not a useless person like you. Kid, I'll spare your life since you're young. Get lost. Obviously, Prince Guanshuan wasn't interested in a junior at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. I don't know who Senior Lin is, but if you're here for your brother, Prince Guantai, then it should be me. Lin Ling's face was calm. He didn't have any fear when facing an expert like Heavenly Prince Guanshuan. If I remember correctly, your younger brother fought with others for the Dragon's Soul in the Crimson Province. In the end, the Dragon's Soul was taken away by the experts of the Divine Temple. He was not a patient person, so he took a fancy to the treasures I had. However, he was humiliated by another expert in the end. At that time, he was so angry that he was speechless. He once said that he would visit you again in the future for today's humiliation. Sigh, people who practice martial arts are too impatient. They can't achieve anything great. Lin Ling said to himself. His words made people's eyes flicker, because they didn't know what Lin Ling was talking about. On the contrary, they thought that Lin Ling was a lunatic. The third princess almost shouted that Prince Guangxian recognized the wrong person. You are the senior Lin who humiliated my little brother. But at this moment, Guangxuan Heavenly Prince exclaimed because he was the only one who knew the whole process. Since Lin Ling could say it, it meant that Lin Ling was Lin Ling. As soon as the words fell, Qing province exploded, because Guangxuan Heavenly Prince admitted it himself. And when did Lin Ling become senior Lin? When did he go to the Crimson Province and humiliate one of the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province, causing the latter to die with grievances? All of this struck everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. It's you, it's you, it's you. Guangxuan Heavenly Prince's face was extremely cold, and his voice was louder than the previous one. He didn't expect the person who humiliated his third brother to be so young and weak. Your little brother must have obtained a lot of treasures. His cultivation is not bad, but his foundation is not very solid. He's not strong, but he's showing off everywhere. No wonder he was killed by the Saint of the Nine Province. However, Lin Ling spoke again. His words undoubtedly made Guangxuan Heavenly Prince even more furious. Everyone smiled bitterly, especially the people of the imperial court. They looked at each other, speechless. One had to know that although Lin Ling was very powerful, he still couldn't win against the leader of the magnates. Previously, when he fought against the 2 heavenly princes, that should be Lin Ling's limit. He wasn't a match for Guangxuan Heavenly Prince at all. In fact, the 99th prince and the others also thought so. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Ling had increased his strength again in this short period of time. Of course, this possibility was also impossible. The last knot in my third brother's heart will be resolved today. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my third brother. Go to hell. Guangxuan Heavenly Prince shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling ray of light shot out. It was sparkling and resplendent, but it seemed to be able to cut through 10,000 worlds. And this was just an ordinary attack, but it wasn't something that Lin Ling could block. The gazes of everyone present turned solemn, especially Sakura and the other 9 great heavens. They were even shouting. In their opinion, Lin Ling might only be able to fight to a draw against Guangxuan Heavenly Prince's disciple, Lin Wu, let alone Guangxuan Heavenly Prince who was at the master level. Grandma Wendao, please help. The third princess looked at the sky and kept shouting in her heart. Now, she could only ask Grandma Wendao for help. Flaming coffin. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Huge flaming coffins fell from the sky, one after another, endlessly. Rumble, a deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the flaming coffins fell layer by layer and broke the dazzling line of fire. How is this possible? Guangxuan Heavenly Prince's expression changed slightly. His previous attack was a casual one. However, he was a 9th stage martial immortal expert. Even a casual attack was not something that a 3rd stage martial immortal expert could block. You've already called me Senior Lin. Don't you plan to use your true strength? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He was also very curious about Guangxuan Heavenly Prince's strength. However, his opponent underestimated him too much, which made him unable to arouse any interest. As you wish. Guangxuan Heavenly Prince said coldly. Behind him, countless lines of fire appeared and intersected with each other. The aura of the desolate body erupted. I have the desolate body too. At the same time, Lin Ling also activated the talent of the world-devouring beast. It was as if he had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. Your talent is not bad. Guangxuan Heavenly Prince's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Ling, a junior, to also have the desolate body. However, he sneered and raised his right hand high above his head. He combined his talent and the power of the universe to form a powerful rank power. So strong. The power of the gods. This is the power to change the world. Seeing the intersecting lines of fire in the sky, the left minister and the others exclaimed, the level of the desolate body and the power of the rank were terrifying. The difference between them and Guanshuan Heavenly Prince was that they did not have the desolate body. That arrogant junior is going to die today. Guanshuan Heavenly Prince is obviously serious. The Prime Minister and the 99th Prince sneered and gloated. Worlds come, 100 worlds for my use. Yes. At this moment, the voice of the gods sounded again. The wind and clouds rolled in the sky. In the void of the universe, 100 worlds were moved and smashed towards Lin Ling like meteorites. You must be a descendant of a sage. Dragon bones. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his head to the sky. The dragon god's aura was roaring. It made the realm-swallowing beast even bigger. Boom. Boom, one realm after another smashed down, but they were all blocked by Lin Ling. What was even more frightening was that Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed despite the 100 worlds crashing down. This meant that he had relied on his own strength to block the 100 worlds crashing down. He had not borrowed the power of Qing province at all. This guy. Everyone screamed in horror. I want to see how many realms you can block. Come, 500 realms for me to use. Heavenly Prince Guanshuan frowned. He did not believe that a guy at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm could be so powerful. At the same time, he waved his left hand. His talent and power were extremely powerful. Through the line of fire, he was able to bind the boundaries of the myriad worlds. Through the chaos of the universe, he once again smashed down on Green Province. Such an expert could really be called a god. Likely, very few martial immortals would be able to block such a frightening attack. Only half-saints would be able to do so. You'd better move out of the 1,000 worlds. However, Lin Ling held the interface above his head and said faintly. His corporeal body had been tempered by the great ocean heart flower, the essence of the world mountain, and the dragon bones. He had long reached the power of 120 worlds. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything if a mere 100 realms wanted to suppress him. Rumble, 500 worlds crashed down, but Lin Ling remained unscathed. At this moment, the fusion of his 3 dantians and his god-fiend body made him as steady as a mountain. What? This time, Guanshuan Heavenly Prince's eyes narrowed. What kind of freak was this? Then, he saw Lin Ling gently sigh, which made him furious. Lin Ling's sigh seemed to be regretting that he didn't listen to his advice and insisted on losing face. 1,000 realms whirling. Heavenly Prince Guanxian was clearly serious. When the 1,000 realms whirling appeared, the sky became even scarier. Countless worlds floated in the sky, and one could even see the blank faces of the innocent people in the worlds. This also meant that the lives of countless living beings here were under the control of Heavenly Prince Guanshuan. This was the might of the 9 prefectures experts. To the myriad worlds, they were like gods. The 1,000 realms whirlpool began to fall like a violent storm, causing the entire Qing province to turn pitch black. Every cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, could Lin Ling block it? The 99 princes and the others all had serious expressions. If Lin Ling could still withstand it, then Lin Ling was already the leader of the giants. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, because if Lin Ling was really so strong, he wouldn't have had to struggle when fighting Xianxia and Heavenly Court. Dragon God. As the 1,000 realms whirlpool fell, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He dared not fear Heavenly Prince Guanxian because he wanted to see how powerful the Dragon God Essence Pill was. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Within Lin Ling's body, the Dragon God rushed out and roared. All the dragons in Qing province trembled and flew out from every corner. They hovered in the sky and looked at the illusory Dragon God. Even the Dragon Ancestor knelt down at this moment. The Dragon God hovered around Lin Ling, making Lin Ling look like a dragon. Desolate body, another desolate body. Heavenly Prince Guangxian was stunned. Dragon, moreover, it was not an ordinary dragon. All realms, return. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and merged with his 4th dantian. His boundary essence had reached the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. It surged and shook Qing province. He raised his hands and a rumbling sound was heard. The 1,000 Dao realms were all blasted away and returned to the myriad worlds. Everything returned to normal. So powerful. Is this still the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm? And the boundary essence that Lin Ling erupted with directly frightened Heavenly Prince Guanshuan. Senior Lin, this is the real Senior Lin. Time and space divine steel. After pushing out the 1,000 realms whirlpool, Lin Ling immediately shouted. This time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. Then, it pressed down like the investiture of the gods. The surging wind made Heavenly Prince Guangxian's expression change greatly. This seems to be another desolate body. I can't fight. This kid is too mysterious. He must be the descendant of a god. No wonder he dared to humiliate third brother. I'm afraid the person who killed third brother is his master. Heavenly Prince Guangxian thought quickly. Then, he turned into a streak of fire and fled into the distance. Lin Ling's mysteriousness made him very afraid. He was not a third level of the martial immortal realm at all. He must be hiding something. In the end, the space-time divine steel did not suppress Heavenly Prince Guangxian. However, Heavenly Prince Guangxian's escape stunned all the cultivators in Qing province. Previously, Heavenly Prince Guangxian had used the Thousand Realms whirlpool to suppress Lin Ling. However, when it was Lin Ling's turn to attack, Heavenly Prince Guangxian did not dare to take his attack and directly fled. This change was beyond imagination. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Guangxian had fled far away. He looked back and saw the huge black ancient steel falling to the ground. His expression became more serious. Fortunately, he managed to escape. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's hand was already touching the sword behind him. The energy in his body was continuously being absorbed. After the birth of the fourth Dantian, he wanted to see how powerful the sword would be after absorbing all his essence, energy, and spirit. So powerful. Lin Ling was shocked even before the sword was drawn. He felt that the sword in his hand was heavier than the Thousand Realms whirlpool. There was a mysterious power erupting. Sword, come out. He could not hold back anymore. He had to draw his sword. The moment the sword flashed, the headless old man mysteriously appeared. He floated in the sky with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a lonely person seeking defeat. A desolate aura suppressed the Azure province. At this moment, the swords of all the sword cultivators in the Azure province were broken. In the 10,000 worlds, the swords of all the sword cultivators near the Azure province were broken. Clang, a crisp sound was heard almost at the same time. Before the sound had died down, a sword came from the west, stunning and dazzling. In the distant sky, a stream of blood bloomed like a flower as if it was cut by something. Then, a figure stopped running and stood in the sky in a daze. He was Guangxuan, son of heaven. A sword was slashing toward him. When he reacted, he knew it was too late. That sword contained a power that even he couldn't see through. There was realm essence, physical strength, and even soul force. These three types of power that shouldn't have fused together actually fused together into a single sword, forming a power that only a god could possess. Senior Lin, what sword is that? He stared at the palace in the distance and then at the blue-robed young man. Senior Lin, this time, he finally admitted that the other party was his senior. I don't know either. In the palace, Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He really did not know the origin of the scabbard. You have too many secrets. You must be a descendant of a saint. Heavenly Prince Guangxuan spat out these words with great difficulty as his body fell from the sky. He seemed to be completely fine, but in reality, his soul, Dantian, and body had all been severed. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations light up Qingzhou. Silence, a deathly silence. Qingzhou was incomparably silent. Lin Ling had killed Guangxuan, son of heaven. He was an opponent that even the Prime Minister and the 99 crown princes could not defeat. This meant that Lin Ling was stronger than the leaders of the major powers. Plop, the Prime Minister and the left Prime Minister fell from their seats. Their faces were trembling. They even slapped themselves hard, afraid that they were dreaming. Lin Ling had barely defeated two heaven's gifts not long ago. However, Lin Ling had defeated Guangxuan, son of heaven in such a short time. Could it be that this guy had been hiding his strength all this time? Senior Lin, Master, it's really Senior Lin. The third princess's heart was also in a state of shock. His Excellency Lin Ling was indeed extraordinary. What about you guys? Do you still want to fight? At this moment, Lin Ling's long robe was fluttering like the clouds in the sky. It was difficult to see through him. He looked at the experts of Crimson State and said indifferently, Senior Lin, please spare our lives. Those people all knelt down. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the mysterious Senior Lin. He was the descendant of a sage and was not someone they could provoke. If they knew that Lin Ling might not even be able to defeat Lin Wu not long ago, what would they think now? Senior Lin, from now on, you are the leader of Qingzhou. Lin Wu cowed out and said. He did not know Lin Ling's identity and thought that Lin Ling had always been the strongest ancient martial artist in Qingzhou. He even thought that although Lin Ling looked young, he was actually a god-ancient martial artist from the ancient times. He was even qualified to be his grandfather's grandfather. Now, he knew that Lin Ling was in Qingzhou. Unless the Scarlet Emperor came, Qingzhou would not dare to cross the line. You guys can go now. Lin Ling said indifferently. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Lin Wu and the others quickly bowed and fled into the distance. As for the Qingzhou martial artists, they were all shocked. From now on, you are the leader of Qingzhou. This sentence shocked them. Roars could be heard one after another. The 3 great academies of Qingzhou, the various cities, the 6 armies, and other ancient factions were all excited. In Qingzhou, Lin Ling reigned supreme, they were convinced. Inside the palace, the magnates were all silent, but they all looked dispirited. Today, the imperial court's reputation had greatly increased. As long as Lin Ling was here, the people of Qingzhou would definitely think that the 3rd princess had the highest chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling, you killed Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager suddenly spoke. Lin Ling glanced at her with murderous intent in his eyes, but he also knew that he could only fight to a draw with the Empress Dowager. Moreover, he was not in his best condition after using his strongest attack, so it was not suitable for him to fight again. Shaking his head, Lin Ling ignored the Empress Dowager and walked back. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager is asking you a question. A palace maid frowned and said. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had humiliated and ignored the Empress Dowager time and time again. What dignity did the Empress Dowager have left? At this moment, the people around were all silent. They did not dare to help the Empress Dowager because they were very afraid of Lin Ling. As for the Qingzhou martial artists, they were also silent, but their hearts were on Lin Ling's side. I dare to kill those you don't dare to. Finally, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the Empress Dowager and said, Lin Ling. After these words were spoken, Qing province finally erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. I dare to kill those you don't dare to. How domineering this sentence was. When the Crimson Prefecture experts arrived, the Empress Dowager could only smile. When Heavenly Prince Guangshuan humiliated the Qingzhou martial artists, the Empress Dowager could only remain silent. However, Lin Ling had come out. He dared to. Lin Ling. Yes. Even the other martial artists in the palace shouted out Lin Ling's name. Although they were enemies, they did not have the Heavenly Prince's order and could not become Emperor Qing. Therefore, they were united against external enemies, and Lin Ling was the first to stand out. The cheers that soared into the sky were like a war song that danced in the air in Qingzhou, like the boiling of war drums. The Empress Dowager's face was incomparably ugly, and her body was constantly trembling. Now, she wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she was afraid that it would be difficult to do so. The Heavenly Fruit Conference is over. Yes. She coldly snorted and strode away. The Heavenly Fruit Conference is over. Yes. After Lin Ling returned to his seat, he smiled faintly. This time, after defeating Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, he was more familiar with his strength. Master, you are so powerful. You promised to guide me in my cultivation. Yes. The 3rd princess looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Now, she had 200% confidence in Lin Ling. The path of martial arts was vast and complicated. Any martial arts could reach the peak. However, if there was a powerful master to guide you, you would undoubtedly be able to avoid detours and stimulate all your potential, and Lin Ling was undoubtedly that powerful master, because, how could an ordinary martial artist defeat a martial immortal at the 3rd level of a martial immortal realm? Your Excellency Lin Ling, please guide the 3rd princess. Yes. The old woman beside the 3rd princess also saluted Lin Ling. In the past, she felt that Lin Ling was too young, so she did not believe in Lin Ling. But now, what else could she not believe? Lin Ling's martial arts was different from ordinary people, but his power was obvious to all. Okay, I will guide you before I leave Qingzhou. Yes. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. Master, you are leaving? Yes. Hearing that, the third princess's expression changed. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. Yes, it's time to go. Xianxia can't keep me here, and I have my own mission. Hearing that, the third princess's expression dimmed. Although she already knew that Lin Ling would leave, she was still reluctant at this moment. Sakura and the others had already guessed it. Because in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling had once said that he was not interested in the position of the Azure Emperor. At that time, they knew that the small temple in Qingzhou could not keep Lin Ling. Let's go back first. Let's go. Lin Ling glanced at the palace and found that everyone had left. Then, he smiled and said. The people of the imperial court all left with Lin Ling. The whole process was joyous. They also knew that after this, the third princess had the highest chance of becoming the Azure Emperor, because the other magnates could not stop Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a mastermind behind the imperial court, and it was Grandma Wendao. She was the leader of the two magnates, and the position of the emperor was within reach. As for the other three magnates, they were both shocked and afraid. They were shocked by Lin Ling's speed of growth, and afraid that Lin Ling would seek revenge later, especially the imperial court and the left minister's residence. They had obviously lost the chance to compete for the position of the emperor. On the other hand, the army of Blue Flame still had a chance. I must report this to the Azure Emperor. The Prime Minister looked at the rolling clouds in the sky and mumbled to himself. After saying that, he laughed bitterly. In the past, he had mentioned Lin Ling to the Azure Emperor, but the Azure Emperor had replied that this man was extraordinary. However, the Prime Minister's reply was that this was all. The Azure Emperor had arrived. Under the dazzling light, the third princess had obtained absolute protection and safely walked towards the Emperor horoscope. Qing province had clearly been changed by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had followed the third princess to where the imperial court was and began to guide the third princess in her cultivation. The third princess had also given all the treasures of the imperial court to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had rejected them with a smile. It was not that he did not want them, but that the treasures were not enough for his 4 danchans to cultivate. The more danchans he had, the stronger he could fight against those of a higher level. However, the cultivation resources he needed were also more. At the same time, Lin Ling had also brought Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others over. In the imperial court, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were clearly safer. Of course, Lin Ling had also forged a barrier jade token that could allow Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to reach the Flame World fragment. He had also warned them not to tell anyone about this token. If anything happened, they were to leave through the barrier immediately. Qing province gradually quieted down. Autumn and winter had passed and spring had arrived. Flowers bloomed. On the ancient mountain peak, Lin Ling and Indra were talking. However, not long after, Lin Ling suddenly stopped talking and looked deeply at the sky. Under the clear sky, Lin Ling's soul power felt something wrong. You have actually come. Why don't you come out to meet people? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. His words surprised Indra and the others because they had not sensed anyone in the sky. However, in the next moment, a calm and low voice suddenly sounded. You are Lin Ling. You are indeed powerful. Yes. In the sky, a middle-aged man wearing an azure dragon robe walked down with a smile. What was surprising was that this person's strength looked extremely ordinary. If he had not walked down from the sky, people would have thought he was immortal. Who are you? Yes. Indra and Menglu both frowned. However, the third princess' expression changed drastically. Before she could speak, Lin Ling had already spoken. He is the former Azure Emperor. Yes. As soon as these words fell, Sakura and the others were greatly shocked. Azure Emperor? The former God Emperor of Qing province. Below the ancient mountain, the expressions of the imperial dynasty's people changed. They were planning to charge up the mountain. Don't come up. However, Lin Ling stopped them. He smiled faintly and said, prepare some good tea for the former Qing Emperor. Yes, Your Excellency Lin Ling. The experts on the mountain all listened to Lin Ling's words. Even Lord 8, Luo Riyao, and the others waited quietly at the foot of the mountain. However, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were also waiting for Lin Ling to say something. As long as Lin Ling said something, they would definitely join hands to stop the Azure the Arch. They would not even frown. Emperor Qing, the hero of Qingzhou, Although he used to be someone they looked up to, now that the Qingzhou divine bell had rung, Emperor Qing was no longer Emperor Qing. The Emperor Qing in their hearts had become the third princess. Lin Ling, it seems like you have the final say in the imperial court. The middle-aged man smiled and sat down. That's right, I have the final say. Lin Ling also sat down. At the same time, he asked the third princess to sit beside him. He could see that the third princess was very nervous, however, this was normal. As the Azure Thearch's daughter, the third princess should know how powerful the Azure the Arch was. Moreover, the Azure the Arch was the third princess' lifelong enemy. Shuiying, you've grown up. The imperial court has been run by you and Qingzhou is proud of you. You are now the Azure Thearch's most promising successor. However, you're still young. Be careful that you don't become a puppet. The Azure the Arch took a sip of the tea on the table and muttered to himself. From his appearance, he did not look like an expert who ruled over millions of lives. Instead, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. The only difference was that he had been through a lot. Father is right. However, Shuiying will not become a puppet. The third princess glanced at Lin Ling. Her nervous heart had somehow calmed down, and she replied calmly. That's true. However, father saw that the one who summoned the imperial court was not you. The Azure the Arch smiled. His words seemed calm, but they were like a sword in the wind, killing without leaving a trace. His Excellency Lin Ling's ambition is not in Qingzhou, so I believe in him. The third princess knew that the Azure the Arch was trying to sow discord, so she did not fall for it. Very good. Don't use people you don't trust. In this aspect, you are better than the other princes. However, father will give you a piece of advice. I wonder if Shuiying will listen? The Azure the Arch put down his teacup and his expression became serious. There's no need. The third princess will not hand over the emperor's mandate. Azure the Arch, you have already stepped down. Do you want to break the rules left behind by the gods? However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke with a faint smile. He had vaguely guessed the Azure Thearch's intention, so he rejected the Azure Thearch's offer. It seemed that the Azure the Arch wanted the emperor's mandate from the third princess. The Azure Thearch's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Ling. Apparently, he was surprised by Lin Ling's wisdom. He smiled and said, although I have stepped down, there is no new Azure the Arch in Qingzhou. Therefore, I still have a chance to become the Azure the Arch. Qingzhou is my people, and I have an obligation to protect it. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly. In fact, Lin Ling had already figured out the Azure Thearch's plan over the years. No matter how the four magnates fought, the Azure the Arch had never shown himself. It turned out that he wanted the strongest emperor's mandate to be born among the magnates, and then he would take it for himself, and now, he had his eyes on the third princess. The Azure the Arch was very cunning. He was unwilling to let go of the ancient power in the Azure the Arch Imperial Jade Seal. Azure the Arch, you said that Qingzhou is your people, and you have an obligation to protect it? Suddenly, Lin Ling put down his teacup and smiled. That's right. The Azure the Arch did not know why Lin Ling said that. Then, when the three emperors of Crimson State arrived, where was the Azure the Arch? However, Lin Ling's next sentence made the Azure the Arch speechless. As expected of His Excellency Lin Ling. At the foot of the mountain, the people of the imperial court also laughed excitedly. The Azure the Arch wanted to use the emperor's prestige to force the third princess to hand over the emperor's mandate. However, Lin Ling's words trampled the Azure the Arch under his feet and questioned the Azure Thearch's qualifications. The Azure the Arch could not refute that. As expected, the Azure Thearch's face darkened. He did not say anything else and slowly drank his tea. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he said softly, "What if I insist on it?" After this sentence, all the calm clouds and breezes were shattered. It was as if a storm was about to descend. In the entire Qingzhou, countless people felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if the sky was falling on them. The leaders of the magnates, the Empress Dowager, and other experts all looked at the imperial court. The Azure the Arch went to the third princess. Has the Azure the Arch finally made his move? As expected, he did not want to give up the Azure Thearch's position. The third princess is in trouble. The person behind the imperial court asked. Grandma, she should be coming out soon. The four magnates thought to themselves. The Qing continent's great storm was about to erupt. Grandma Wen Dao has appeared. Protect the third princess. Yes. Below the ancient mountain, the cultivators' expressions drastically changed. They were all planning to rush up the mountain to protect the third princess. Sakura and the others also unleashed their terrifying auras as if they were facing a great enemy. The third princess looked at Lin Ling without saying anything. She didn't know what to do with the Azure Emperor's presence, so she could only look at Lin Ling and let Lin Ling make the decision. Lin Ling was still drinking tea with a calm expression. After 3 sips, he finally put down the teacup. If the Azure Emperor insists, then the imperial court will fight with the sword. Yes. When the teacup fell down, a sharp aura shot out to fight against the Azure Emperor. Qing state was shaken. No one expected Lin Ling to represent the imperial court and make such a decision. One had to know that he was facing the Azure Emperor, the strongest divine emperor in Qing state, the one who carried the heavens will of the 9 states, the one who controlled the ancient power. Lin Ling is crazy. Good, let the Azure Emperor destroy the imperial court. The Azure Emperor's anger will turn Qing state upside down. However, who would have thought that the Azure Emperor still wouldn't give up the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal? As expected of a cunning old fox, the second imperial court wants to be the first to eat crabs, but it has been targeted by the Azure Emperor. The magnates were shocked and helpless at the same time, so they were all pawns. No wonder the Azure Emperor sent out the message of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Everything was for them to seize the heavens will of the Son of Heaven so that he could reap the benefits. If the imperial court wanted to become the first light of the great Azure divine dynasty, they must step over the Azure Emperor. Moreover, the true flag of the imperial court, Lin Ling, must face the Azure Emperor's monstrous wave head-on. Master. At this moment, the third princess was also shocked by Lin Ling's choice. Fighting against the Azure Emperor was definitely disadvantageous for the imperial court and would even benefit the other magnates. However, Lin Ling still chose to fight with the sword and refused to compromise. She knew that this result would be very tragic, but she recalled what Lin Ling had said to her. Since ancient times, the process of being crowned emperor had never been smooth sailing. Sometimes, opportunities were born in the midst of danger. Thinking of this, she stood up straight. Her white robes fluttered like a fairy as she looked down at the lotus the arch. Under Lin Ling's command, everyone pointed their swords at the strongest emperor god in Green State. At this moment, the Lotus Emperor's expression was very calm as he looked at everyone with his deep eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you come from the insignificant North Territory and practice martial arts at the Resplendent Academy. However, I never expected that the person who would ultimately decide the Azure Prefecture God Emperor would be such a nameless person. He had obviously investigated everything about Lin Ling and was surprised by the changes brought about by Lin Ling, and his words also gave Lin Ling a very high evaluation. It's just the Azure Prefecture God Emperor. It's not a big deal. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words made the Lotus the Arch frown. This was because Lin Ling didn't care about his evaluation. He even felt that something as big as affecting the entire Green State was child's play to him. Such a person and such words made the Lotus the Arch feel that he wasn't a rising star at all. Instead, he was more like a saint of the 9 states. Alright, then let me ask you. Will I fail today? The Lotus the Arch smiled and spoke again. With me here, you can't win. Lin Ling also replied. In fact, he wasn't confident in his heart. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had to release it. If he didn't cross this final hurdle, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't be able to leave Green State in peace. At this point, there was no need to waste any more words. Hence, Lin Ling drew his sword. His 4 dantians merged and erupted with all his strength. The headless elder appeared behind him. Wisps of black demonic aura lingered on the tyrannical song sword, causing the entire sword to turn pitch black. This sword was like a demon's sorrow. Sword of the gods. The Lotus the Arch stared at Lin Ling's sword and finally stood up. He took a step forward. Although it seemed slow, he had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. A palm, which contained the divine power of the entire Green State, slammed toward Lin Ling's sword with overwhelming force. The Lotus the Arch has made his move. Lin Ling is dead meat. Seeing this, a roar came from Green State. Was the strongest battle in Green State about to take place? Everyone seemed to see a young man in a blue robe holding a sword in the temple. It was as if he was going to cut down the oldest divine emperor of Green State. However, would he succeed? Rumble. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He slashed out with his sword. The black sword was sparkling and dazzling. Bang, in front of him, a palm struck. It stirred up the power of the universe and blocked the sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. After he obtained this mysterious scabbard, he could fuse all the power of his essence, chi, and spirit. His sword was extremely powerful, but it was the first time it was blocked by someone. The Sage-to-be realm. The Lotus the Arch was definitely an expert of the Sage-to-be realm. The two of them clashed. The scene was extremely shocking and unforgettable, with the two of them as the center. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Other than the third princess, no one could resist it. Lin Ling, I don't like the saying that you are the most respected person in Qing province. The Lotus the Arch said indifferently as he pressed his palm on Lin Ling's sword. It was the first time he had used the title of I. Lin Ling did not say anything. He mobilized all his realm essence and continued to block the Lotus the Arch's attack. However, the sword was gradually bending. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for the Lotus the Arch. In fact, he was the first rising star who could fight against the Lotus the Arch as a Stage 3 martial immortal. In Green State, Lin Ling is the real man. Everyone in the Qing province had noticed this as well, and they were all lamenting about it. However, the leaders of the major forces sneered. They knew that Lin Ling could not stop the Lotus the Arch. Long time no see, Lotus the Arch. However, at this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, colorful ribbons floated over and hung in the air. It was extremely dazzling. Those ribbons were mixed with the melody of the Great Tao and they wrapped around the Lotus the Arch. You're finally willing to come out. The Lotus the Arch raised his head and revealed an ambitious smile. As if he was not surprised, he gave up on Lin Ling and charged into the sky. Rumble, a shocking battle broke out in the sky. This was the clash between the monarch horoscope and the Great Tao. It was also one of the most intense battles in Green State in many years. That should be Grandma Wen Dao of the Imperial Court. The Empress Dowager appeared on Mount Qing Tai and looked into the distance. Since the Lotus the Arch was here, the mastermind of the Imperial Court would definitely fight. Grandma Wen Dao was so powerful that even the Empress Dowager felt inferior. Only the Lotus the Arch could suppress her in Green State. Grandma Wen Dao is definitely not the Lotus the Arch's match. She has been avoiding the Lotus the Arch. Now that she has appeared, it's time for her to end her grudge with the Lotus the Arch. Grandma Wen Dao will be defeated in the end. That's right. After she dies, the Imperial Court will no longer have a mastermind. With Lin Ling's strength, it's even more impossible for him to stop the Lotus the Arch. The major forces were also discussing spiritedly. They could not help but admit that it was a blessing for them to be able to witness the most powerful battle in Green State. As for the great battle in the sky, the power unleashed was extremely powerful. The Green Province was destroyed, and countless people were watching from afar. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Ancient Power. As for Lin Ling and the others, they were also watching the battle. Grandma Wen Dao can win, right? Sakura was extremely worried, but Lin Ling shook his head. The Azure Emperor is not simple. His words made the third princess and the others sad. In fact, they had already guessed it, because if Grandma Wen Dao could suppress the Azure Emperor, she wouldn't have been hiding. Grandma Wen Dao, you're finally back. You hid in the north and I found you so easily. Azure Emperor, you've been waiting for this day for so many years. Your goal isn't the Emperor's mandate, but the treasure in my hand. No, I don't just want the treasure in your hand, I want the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Azure Emperor, you won't get what you want. Haha, you're the strongest in the Imperial Court, the rest are ants. If you die, who in the Imperial Court can stop me? Who in Qingzhou can stop me? The two of them continued to clash, but Grandma Wen Dao's ribbon was broken, and her aura gradually weakened. She really couldn't stop the Azure Emperor. On the other hand, the Azure the Arch became more and more ferocious. He was like a fiend god, an ancient god, stirring up a storm of blood. His palm grabbed out, as if he controlled the world, intimidating the ancient times. Even the fate of the 8 barren lands of the Azure State seemed to be suppressed by him. that terrifying hand grabbed towards Grandma Wendao. Grandma Wendao is finally dead. Looking at the hand that controlled Qingzhou, the giants of Qingzhou all spoke one after another. No one could stop the Azure Emperor. This was indeed a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. In Qingzhou, the Azure Emperor was the king. Grandma Wendao. Master. The third princess, Sakura, and the others shouted. After seeing the Azure Emperor's strength, they knew who they were going against. Grandma Wendao isn't the only one in the imperial court. But at this moment, a sword light pierced through the sky. When the Azure Emperor attacked Grandma Wendao, the sword slashed down fiercely. The fate of Qingzhou was cut in half by the sword. Before the sword arrived, the sky was split into two. This sword was very powerful. Even the Azure Thearch's expression changed slightly. He had to dodge this attack. He had no choice but to give up on Grandma Wen and disappear. However, a strand of his long hair was still cut off. At the same time, the sword passed by where the Azure Emperor stood, and a blue-robed figure appeared. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. He actually helped the Azure Emperor avoid that sword strike? Mr. Lin Ling of Qingzhou, you really deserve this title. Everyone in Qingzhou was shocked. Their jaws dropped. They did not expect that when Grandma Wendao was in danger, the person who saved her was actually Lin Ling. This also meant that Qingzhou was not the same as Grandma Wendao. Lin Ling was also not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Qing Emperor stood in the distance with an extremely ugly expression on his face. He had not expected Lin Ling to be able to unleash an even more terrifying sword attack than before. Little Li. Grandma Wendao panted heavily and looked at Lin Ling excitedly. It was as if she saw a junior standing tall and protecting her. The little guy from the sacred land of the rainforest had grown up today. However, Lin Ling nodded at Grandma Wendao. His expression was still serious because the previous sword attack had absorbed all of his energy. This was the final sword attack. The situation was obviously going to become troublesome. After the Azure Emperor recovered from his anger, he stared at the blue-robed young man. He realized that the blue-robed young man was standing with the sword in his hand. The wind blew at his robe, but he did not retreat at all. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. When Lin Ling said that he would fight with the sword, he should have known that Lin Ling would not retreat until death. I was wrong. There are two people in the imperial court that I am afraid of. One is Grandma Wendao, and the other is you, Lin Ling. Correct. The Azure Emperor corrected his previous opinion, but he also treated Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao seriously. You have never seen the power of the ancient times, right? I will show you now. Boom. He wrapped his arms around the sky, causing it to rumble. His eyes were cold, as if he was communicating with an ancient god. Gradually, a dazzling golden light appeared in the sky, and a huge golden palace pressed down. This palace had a huge golden dragon coiling around it, and it was majestic and awe-inspiring, shocking the past and dazzling the present. The power of the ancient times. Boom. Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao said at the same time. This was the power of the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. It came from the ancient gods. According to legend, as long as one controlled the ancient power, they could borrow the power of the gods in the Qingzhou region to suppress anyone who disobeyed them. This was also why there were so many experts in the 9 prefectures, but no one dared to seize the Azure Emperor's position. Because even a half-sage expert was not qualified. The Azure Emperor is indeed cunning. He has clearly fallen, but he is hiding the power of the ancient times. Grandma Wendao stared at the golden palace in the sky and said seriously, I have a treasure that can restrain the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. It was left by the gods, but he broke it, allowing him to use the power of the ancient times for a short period of time. Grandma Wendao, is this why the Azure Emperor has been looking for you? Lin Ling suddenly guessed something. Grandma Wendao immediately nodded. If he obtains the treasure in my hands, then he can have the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal forever. This is against the rules left by the gods. That's right. So what if you know? Today, I must get the Qingzhou jade annulus. At this moment, the Azure Emperor laughed wildly. He looked at Grandma Wendao and Lin Ling with contempt. Before you die, what else do you want to say? At this moment, he looked down on the common people with a mocking attitude. Countless people in the Qingzhou region were trembling in fear. The Azure Emperor was too terrifying. Before you die, what else do you want to say? The Azure Emperor repeated his previous words. It was obvious that he wanted Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao to taste the pain and regret it for the rest of their lives. The golden palace in the sky slowly pressed down and locked onto Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao. They felt that they could not escape. Even Lin Ling's expression was very serious. Although Li Xiaoyao was powerful in his previous life, he had not entered the era of the gods. Haha. Seeing that Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao were silent, the Azure Emperor laughed louder and louder. Ancient power? Hee hee, I've been waiting for a long time. Let me see how powerful it is. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out, causing the Qingzhou region to fall silent. Everyone's eyes flickered because someone seemed to be curious about how powerful the ancient power was. That person must be crazy. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao were definitely going to die, a terrifying atmosphere suddenly appeared. A huge fist blasted towards the golden palace in the sky, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. When the ancient power pressed down, the people from the imperial court had wanted to get closer. Unfortunately, they could not withstand the heavenly might. It was difficult for them to even take a step forward, let alone get closer, but now, someone had actually charged out of the ancient energy and clashed with it. Rumble, everyone saw that person using his fist to collide with the ancient power. Crazy, a complete lunatic. You overestimate yourself. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He was here to recruit a disciple. That was indeed the case. The person was suppressed by the Golden Palace and was in a sorry state. However, just as the Lotus Emperor thought that the person would retreat, the person roared, interesting, very interesting. So this is the ancient power. Unfortunately, the ancient power in Qingzhou isn't very strong. Not very strong? Everyone was stunned. Rumble. Then, they watched as the lunatic charged towards the Golden Palace again. What followed was a thunderous roar. His fists continued to smash the Golden Palace. Moreover, just when everyone thought that the lunatic would die, the lunatic would exceed their expectations and fight even more fiercely. The Golden Palace is floating in the air. Some people were so scared that their faces turned pale. That was because the ancient power that had been suppressed was floating towards the sky. What's going on? The Lotus Emperor was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a perverted and stubborn person. Damn, it's so hard. It's even harder than Dragon God Fusu. I don't believe that I can't take it down. I've already recovered my strength with the help of the dragon bones. Even if it's Dragon God Fusu, I'll still treat it like a worm. It's just a broken golden palace. I won't leave until I destroy it. Come on, let's see who's harder. The domineering voice continued. Finally, with a loud roar, the golden palace was overturned. Although it wasn't destroyed, the Lotus Emperor had lost control. The Lotus Emperor's expression instantly changed. He was like a duck that had been grabbed by the neck. The Qingzhou martial artist's jaws dropped to the ground. That was because a mysterious person had suddenly appeared and started fighting with the Golden Palace. How could there be such a person in this world? The overturned Golden Palace was floating in the sky. Then, a skinny figure walked down from the sky. As he walked, he spat out saliva. I have to say, this thing is really scary. Even his slightly shocked voice could be heard. Although he looked miserable, no one dared to laugh at him. That was because they couldn't laugh at someone who could send the ancient power flying. That person stood in the sky and ignored the people of Qing province. His eyes were searching for something in the surroundings. He was an old man in his 50s. He wore a gray robe and had white hair. He gave off the feeling of an immortal. Senior, you are really in a good mood. In order to experience how strong the primordial power is, you actually sent it flying. I am impressed. The Lotus the Arch finally realized that this person's strength was at the sage realm. The saints of the 9 prefectures were not people he could afford to offend. Senior, may I ask who you are? I'm the ruler of the Green Prefecture, and I'd like to play host and entertain you. The Azure Emperor said again, and his tone became more polite. Treat my ass. I don't have time to deal with you. I'm here to look for my disciple. The old man looked at Emperor Qing with disdain and said indifferently. Recruiting disciples? I am willing to serve you. There is no one in the Qing province that I don't know. I wonder who Senior wants to recruit as a disciple. The Lotus Emperor's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he continued to smile. That expert's attitude was very arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. When they heard that the old man was recruiting disciples, the entire Qing province started to tremble. Some geniuses and experts were eager to make a move. They hoped that this mysterious expert would take a fancy to them. It was said that the saints of the 9 prefectures only needed to listen to his preaching to turn an ordinary person into a supreme martial artist. Who wouldn't be moved by such an opportunity? I hope he will take a fancy to me. Perhaps the senior is here for me. It wasn't just the 99 crown princes. Even the old left minister and the others were moved. They even floated in the air, as if they were afraid that the senior would miss them. This person is at the sage realm. He is an extremely rare expert in the 9 prefectures. Granny Wendao's eyes kept sparkling, and there was a hint of respect in her eyes. Her words caused Lin Ling, who was beside her, to smile bitterly because he could tell that the old man was Xianxia Yun from the spirit province that he had seen in the Awakening Dragon Palace. He didn't expect Xianxia Yun to be so powerful. One had to know that when Xianxia Yun joined forces with him to fight against the Awakening Dragon God, Xianxia Yun was in an extremely sorry state. However, Lin Ling thought about it and understood. At that time, Xianxia Yun seemed to have been seriously injured and didn't use his full strength. Now, he should have recovered all his strength. Since he was recruiting disciples, was there anyone in Qing province that he took a fancy to? Old man, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said faintly. Old man. The moment he said that, the entire Qing province was shocked. That senior's strength was obvious to all, but Lin Ling actually called him an old man? Lin Ling, how dare you? That's a senior. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. The 99th prince and the others shouted angrily. They reprimanded Lin Ling and also wanted to attract the old man's attention. Even the Azure Emperor frowned. Lin Ling's life had been saved by that senior. Not only was this fellow not grateful, but he actually called that senior an old man. It should be known that all strong cultivators had their own pride. If they were humiliated by others, it was possible that they would destroy the entire Azure state. Little Li, don't talk nonsense. He's the one who saved us. Grandma Wendao was shocked and hurriedly said worriedly. What's the big deal? It's not like this old man hasn't been saved before. If it weren't for someone, he would have died in the tomb. There's nothing to be arrogant about. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said disdainfully. What he said was the truth. If it weren't for Lin Ling's appearance, Xianxia Yun would have died at the hands of the Awakening Dragon God. You're rebelling. Oh my God. When those words were said, Qing province was thrown into chaos again. Everyone was afraid that the mysterious old man would go crazy and destroy Qing province. At that moment, Xianxia Yun smiled. He had already seen Lin Ling, so he nodded and said, no one is allowed to call me old man. That's an insult to the senior. As expected, the senior is furious. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They could guess what was going to happen next. However, the old man's next words caused Qing Zhou to become silent. But only you have the right to do so. Only Lin Ling had the right to do so. They didn't know that Xianxia Yun had saved Lin Ling's life today. But in the past, Lin Ling had also saved Xianxia Yun's life. Hence, they had paid each other back. I'm here for you today. Lin Ling, do you want to be my disciple? Xianxia Yun spoke again with a serious expression. Without a doubt, those words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? You specially came to Qing province to look for me? Even Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect the old man to recruit him. That's right. Are you willing? Yes. Xianxia Yun smiled and nodded. Seeing that, everyone was envious. To be able to become the disciple of a saint was like stepping into the clouds and dominating the 9 states. Why is this happening? Yes. The expressions of the 99th prince and the others were extremely ugly. Previously, they had constantly showcased their abilities to attract the senior's attention. However, the senior didn't even look at them. He didn't even look at them. On the other hand, Lin Ling had scolded the senior, but the senior had recruited him as a disciple. The difference in treatment was too great. Was the senior a masochist? The more he was scolded, the more he liked it? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Not just anyone can call me an old man. Let me think about it. Just when they thought that Lin Ling would definitely agree, Lin Ling frowned and said. With his experience and knowledge, he didn't need a master. However, his words were earth-shattering. Everyone's breathing quickened. Even Grandma Wen Dao almost wanted to grab Lin Ling and make Lin Ling acknowledge him as his master. No, you must be my disciple. As for Xianxia, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he became anxious. When they were at Wake Dragon Palace, he had already decided that Lin Ling would be his disciple. Trying to run away? No way. What's the benefit of being your disciple? Can I have cultivation resources? Lin Ling pondered again and said slowly. He lacked cultivation resources. If that senior could provide him with cultivation resources, it wouldn't be bad. Most importantly, that senior had left a good impression on him. Moreover, although he had unlimited potential, he still needed some time to establish himself in the 9 states. Therefore, he also needed a huge protective umbrella. No problem. Whether you want the stars or the moon, I'll agree to it. Xianxia nodded immediately, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word. Alright, then I'll reluctantly become your disciple. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded reluctantly. Looking at his expression, he was actually a little unwilling. Beside him, Grandma Wen Dao almost gave Lin Ling a punch. This brat was too arrogant. Haha, that's great, that's great. Lin Ling, you'll become my first disciple. I have a disciple too. Haha, ha ha ha. Of course, Xianxia didn't think so much. When he saw Lin Ling nodding, he instantly laughed excitedly. This caused the entire Qing state to be filled with his laughter. Everyone was silent. Is he here to accept a disciple or to acknowledge a master? Why do I feel like he's so happy to acknowledge a master? Sakura and the rest stared at the legendary saint and were speechless. Of course, the silence in Qing state didn't last long. Old man, please accept me as your disciple. That's right, damn old man. My martial arts foundation is solid. Be my master. I'll give you a chance. At this moment, a series of reprimands rang out. The 99 Crown Prince, the left minister, and the others all spoke out one after another. Their eyes were burning with passion. This made the people of Qingzhou dumbfounded, but they soon reacted. The 99 Crown Princes and the rest were cursing the sage senior, but in reality, they were learning from Lin Ling. After all, saints would more or less have some eccentricities. They wouldn't like obedient disciples, but they would be tempted by disciples who acted differently from ordinary people. Perhaps these saints who had lived for countless years would prefer disciples with unique personalities. The 99th Prince and the others reacted so quickly. I also want to scold that senior. All sorts of thoughts surfaced in everyone's minds. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Many people wanted to follow suit. However, would they receive the same treatment as Lin Ling? This was obviously impossible. Old man? You're calling me old man. At this moment, Xianxia's gaze shifted and landed on the 99 Crown Princes and the others. He was a little surprised. Why would these ants scold him for no reason? That's right, you're a damn old man. The 99 Crown Prince was the first to speak. The Prime Minister next to him was afraid that he would be one step slower, so he also spoke. You're an old man. In their opinion, if Lin Ling could become a saint, so could they. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling and Xian had interacted before at Wake Up Dragon Palace. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. How could they compare to him? Very well, very well. I can still accept a junior calling me an old man. But the two of you don't look much younger than me, and yet you're calling me an old man? Xian laughed coldly. I dare you to call me an old man again. His last sentence caused the 99 Crown Princes and the others' hearts to thump. Their bodies continued to tremble. Could it be that they had called him wrongly? No, this senior was testing their courage. Old man. The 99 Crown Prince gritted his teeth and looked up at the old man. His face was full of fearlessness. He wanted to let the saint know that he, the 99 Crown Prince, was also a peerless genius. His head was the sky, his feet were on the ground, and his heart was higher than the sky. He would definitely be valued by the saint. Bang! However, just as he finished speaking, a mysterious force turned into a huge palm and slapped down fiercely. The 99 Crown Prince was instantly reduced to ashes. Even before he died, he didn't know why the senior wanted to kill him. Didn't the senior like geniuses with character? This turn of events stunned the Prime Minister and the Left Minister. Their faces were ashen. Why wasn't the senior angry when Lin Ling called him old man? Instead, he liked it. On the other hand, when they called him old man, they were instantly killed. I hate it when people call me old man. Because I'm not old. Without waiting for the Prime Minister and the others to speak, Xianxia waved his sleeves again. An ancient force formed and killed the Prime Minister and the Left Minister. The leader of the three magnates died just like that. His death was as light as a feather. It was because they called him old man. At this moment, Qing province was completely silent. Everyone was trembling. They couldn't understand these eccentric seniors at all. Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. He didn't expect the 99 Crown Prince and the others to end up like this. Of course, he didn't understand why the 99 Crown Prince and the others were cursing Xianxia. Weren't they courting death? His gaze quickly landed on the Lotus Emperor. That gaze made the Lotus Emperor's heart tremble. Lotus Emperor, I've said it before. You can't win today. Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out. The Lotus Emperor knew that he had lost the upper hand. His face was pale as he said, Lin Ling, you've won. However, I have no grudge against you. What I did just now was for the sake of the deity's rules. It was also for the sake of Green State. His words sounded righteous, but in reality, they were extremely shameless. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was a little cold. You're right. You wanted to kill us for the sake of Green State. I can understand that. Lin Ling, you're indeed a righteous person. You know how to make the right choice. The Lotus Emperor relaxed. If Lin Ling had allowed the saint to attack him, he wouldn't have ended up well. However, although I can understand you, I'm not a righteous person. On the contrary, I'm a vengeful person. Lin Ling's smirk deepened. He looked at Xianxia and said, Master, this person wanted to kill me. The Lotus Emperor panicked. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The outcome had been decided. Senior, this is a matter of Qing State. The fight for the Lotus Thearch's Imperial Jade Seal is unavoidable. The Lotus Thearch roared as he tried to explain himself. He began to retreat. He had already lost the ability to control his ancient powers. He was no match for the sage in a one-on-one battle. I know, I understand, but so what? Xianxia stepped forward slowly and walked toward the Lotus Thearch. Everyone watched as the legendary Lotus Thearch retreated like an ant, begging for mercy. A strange thought rose in their minds. The Qing State Thearch was not as scary as they thought. Everyone turned to look at Lin Ling, and their expressions turned serious. Qing State revered Lin Ling. This was what the Crimson State cultivators had left behind before they left. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. You can't kill me. I'm the Lotus Thearch. I'm a person who carries the gods' rules. There are still the 9 destined lands near Qing State. Those seniors will save me. The Lotus Thearch panicked. However, his words made Xianxia frown. He seemed to understand the gods' rules, so he did not kill the Lotus Thearch. Although you're no longer the Lotus Thearch of Qing State, you used to be someone the gods valued. Therefore, I won't kill you today. Xianxia stopped in his tracks. The Lotus Thearch heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It was as if he had taken a stroll outside the gates of hell. When he calmed down, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. However, just because I won't kill you doesn't mean I won't teach you a lesson. However, before the Lotus Thearch could relax, a cold gust of wind appeared in front of him. In the next instant, the sound of a slap was heard. The sound of the slap was like a thunderstorm, and it did not stop. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their expressions were very interesting because they did not know how many slaps the Lotus Thearch had received. When the sound finally stopped, the Lotus Thearch's face was swollen. His eyes were narrowed into slits. It was painful to look at him. Do you admit defeat? Xianxia stood in front of the Lotus Arch and said calmly. Yes. The Lotus Emperor's face was swollen, and it was extremely difficult for him to speak. Then I'll spare your life. However, Lin Ling is my disciple. If anything happens to him, I'll exterminate your entire clan and the entire Qing province. I hope everyone will remember this. Xianxia nodded slightly and looked at the entire Green province. Those words were clearly meant for the entire Qing province. At this moment, everyone in Qingzhou knew that the next Emperor Qing would definitely be the third princess. On Green Mount Tai, the Empress Dowager was as pale as ashes. She was so scared that her body was trembling. Qing's state had completely changed. If not for Lin Ling, the imperial dynasty would have been wiped out today. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, today, Lin Ling, this great enemy, would have died without a doubt. Without Lin Ling, she would still be the Empress Dowager. However, in the chaos of the universe, everything was subject to change. There were no ifs in anything. Now, everything had changed. She, who had once dominated millions of lives, had to think about her own safety. Given the hatred between Lin Ling and her, Lin Ling would definitely kill her. In fact, she had also sensed Lin Ling's cold gaze. It seemed to penetrate the endless clouds and land on Green Mount Tai. At this moment, she was very panicked. This was the first time she had been so panicked since she became the Divine Empress of Qing Province. However, Lin Ling did not do anything, nor did he ask Xianxia to kill the Empress Dowager. This was because the Empress Dowager had destroyed the rainforest's sacred ground. Lin Ling wanted to take revenge personally. Only then would he be worthy of those who had died. You may leave. Lin Ling's voice floated in the sky. It seemed calm, but it was filled with endless majesty. Thank you. The Lotus Emperor was the first to speak. However, before he left, he also looked deeply at Lin Ling and the third princess. He thought that today was the day to decide everything. He thought that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He was the real oriole. However, the outcome told him that the world was unpredictable. Moreover, before he left, he saw the murderous eyes of his daughter, the third princess. He knew that the third princess would definitely kill him in the future, and such an enemy, he could only watch as she grew, but he could not kill her. The indescribable feeling was unimaginable. After the Lotus Emperor left, the people of the various magnates also dispersed. However, it was clear that the Imperial Dragon Court, the Blue Flame Army, and the Left Minister's residence were all disbanded. The Imperial Court was the strongest in Qing Province. Lin Ling also walked down with Grandma Wendao. Xianxia followed Lin Ling with a smile. However, blood suddenly gushed out from his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it down. The ancient power is not so easy to deal with. Yes. Although Xianxia hid it very well, Lin Ling still noticed it. He said with concern. Yes, the things left behind by the gods are not as simple as they seem. I used all my strength just now, but I only managed to get rid of that power. I was also injured. Xianxia was surprised by Lin Ling's knowledge, but he still said with a bitter smile. In reality, not all the great emperors of the 9 prefectures were peak experts. What made them fearful was the ancient power. This was also why there were countless experts in the 9 prefectures, but no one dared to provoke the great emperors of the 9 prefectures. This was because the ancient power was also the power that protected the 9 prefectures. After everyone landed, Xianxia went into seclusion to recover from his injuries. Grandma Wendao and the others were still surprised by Xianxia's strength. They kept asking Lin Ling how he knew such a saint expert. Lin Ling did not hide anything and roughly told them what happened at the Awakening Dragon Palace. Kid, you are really lucky. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend's friend. Even if it is a saint, as long as you can survive with him, he will owe you a favor. Hearing this, Grandma Wendao could not help but envy Lin Ling. Master, if it wasn't for you today, our imperial court would have been in great trouble. The third princess looked at Lin Ling gratefully and said. This made Lin Ling smile and wave his hand. He looked at everyone and said, now that the situation in the Green Prefecture has been settled, it is only a matter of time before the third princess becomes the Azure Emperor. Everyone in the imperial court is also a founding figure of the imperial court. Haha, the third princess is going to become the Azure Emperor. Our imperial court is also the most powerful force in the Great Green Divine Dynasty. Hearing this, everyone was incomparably excited and happy. After going through countless ups and downs, they finally won. As for what happens next, it will depend on all of you. I also plan to leave the Green Prefecture. Lin Ling smiled and said again. Although everyone knew that Lin Ling was going to leave, when they heard this, they were still a little reluctant. Third Princess, the Azure Emperor is your enemy. You have to avenge your mother with your own hands. According to the martial arts that I have taught you, you just have to work harder and that day won't be too far away. Lin Ling looked at the third princess and said. Although he had never admitted that the third princess was his disciple, in his heart, she was half a disciple. Realm-swallowing beast, it was a pity that Wan'er and Yi Zhao's talents were limited, so they couldn't achieve great things. Lin Ling's time was limited, so he rarely taught them. This was Lin Ling's biggest regret. As for his disciples in his previous life, there were quite a few of them. The three of them were still learning martial arts in the fragments of the flame world. Master, I understand. The third princess nodded respectfully to Lin Ling, second brother, I will leave Qingzhou with you. At this time, Disher Tian looked at Lin Ling and said. Then he looked at Grandma Wendao and asked for her opinion. Go. Qingzhou is a small temple after all. The outside world is bigger. Grandma Wendao looked at Disher Tian and said. Disher Tian was her disciple. When Lin Ling first came to Qingzhou, Disher Tian had been learning martial arts with her for many years. But, I am a bit worried about Grandma. Hearing this, Disher Tian's eyes were a bit wet. Don't worry. Su will take care of me. Grandma Wendao smiled kindly. Beside her, the cloaked man Su nodded slightly to Disher Tian. Then Grandma Wendao looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, outside Qingzhou, the gods rule the world. You two brothers need to take care of each other. Don't worry, Grandma. I will do it even if you don't tell me. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He looked at all the familiar people and remembered their faces. Not long after, Xianxia slightly recovered from his injuries. He also walked out. He wanted to take Lin Ling and leave immediately, but Lin Ling refused. He had been fighting and rarely spent time with his family, so he planned to spend this time with his family. After knowing Lin Ling's decision, Xianxia didn't stop him. He left first, as if he had something important to do. Before leaving, he left a map of Spirit State and asked Lin Ling to find him when he arrived. Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. The reason he wanted to leave the Azure Prefecture was because with the cultivation resources of the Azure Prefecture, he would need even more time to grow. Therefore, he planned to go to a wider sky. In the following days, Lin Ling accompanied Yu Yu and the others. Although it was peaceful, it was also joyous. At the same time, Lin Ling was also stabilizing his realm. With the help of all the treasures in his possession, his fourth Dantian had reached the second level of the martial immortal realm. However, because of that, he was completely broke. In the past, Li Xiaoyao left many treasures in the fortune manor of the 9 states. With my current strength, I can go and take some of them. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he was also a little excited when he thought about how he was about to embark on the path of revenge. With his current strength, he was not afraid of ordinary late-stage martial immortals. As for peak martial immortals, although he was no match for them, it would not be easy for them to kill him. As for geniuses with the desolate body, Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat a 4th-level martial immortal. If he used the scabbard, he might even be able to kill a 5th-level martial immortal. The scabbard was currently Lin Ling's most powerful trump card. A sword formed by absorbing the 3 great powers of essence, energy, and spirit was indeed terrifying. In the past, Emperor Qing was an expert of the half-sage realm. However, when faced with that sword, he still had to avoid it. After another 3 months, Lin Ling looked at the sky. He had completely embarked on his journey. On this journey, Sakura was traveling with him. However, when they left the Azure province, Menglu also caught up. He planned to travel the 9 states with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clear about Menglu's origin. Therefore, he was not surprised that Menglu joined them. On the contrary, Sakura was puzzled. Menglu, you're so weak, yet you still want to leave the Azure province. Brother, I have to admire your courage. Sakura, you're not much stronger than me. Hearing that, Menglu's face instantly turned ugly. Haha, I like you. You're not strong but you never admit defeat. Bullshit. Bullshit, aren't you the same? Bullshit. Menglu was stunned for a moment, then he also laughed loudly. The three of them traveled through the void. Lin Ling checked the map and finally walked in the direction of the east border. From there, they could go straight to the Spirit Province. Spirit Province? I wonder how strong the cultivators are. How are they compared to the Azure Province? Yes. Sakura appeared to be very excited. The Spirit Province is ranked 4th in the 9 states. The cultivators there are thousands of times stronger than the Azure Province. Before Lin Ling could speak, Menglu spoke first. That's great. In the Azure Province, we're the strongest cultivators below the giants. If the Spirit Province is the same as the Azure Province, then it's too boring. Second brother, let's speed up. It's best if we reach the Spirit Province tomorrow. Sakura brandished his fists and strode forward in large strides. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Brother, the 9 states is very vast. We can't reach the Spirit Province in a day. I'm afraid it'll be difficult even in 3 months. Yes. Ah? So far? Yes. Sakura stopped in his tracks in disbelief. What do you think? The 9 states in the universe is the oldest continent in the 10,000 worlds. It's so big that other than the gods, no one has ever traveled through the 9 states. Lin Ling looked at the pitch-black void and said with some nostalgia. In the past, Li Xiaoyao also didn't travel through the 9 states. This was a pity, but Lin Ling believed that he would definitely be able to travel through the 9 states in this lifetime. Lin Ling, you've only been to the Crimson Province, right? Why do I feel like you're very familiar with the 9 states? Wow. Menglu looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Although Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling, Lin Ling was familiar with the 9 states. It was impossible for him not to be surprised. I read a lot of books, so of course I'm familiar with it. Wow. Lin Ling replied indifferently. His eyes suddenly looked forward and warned, there are fluctuations in the void ahead. I'm afraid some trouble has appeared. Brother, be careful. Heh. Heh heh, I just left the Azure Province and I'm already a strong cultivator. My blood is also boiling. Heh. Hearing this, Sakura was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. This fighting spirit also infected Lin Ling. It made Lin Ling think of the days when he was fighting in the 9 states. After leaving the Azure Province, he felt like his whole body was dripping with energy. He felt like a bird flying in the sky, free and unfettered for the rest of his life. Something's not right. Why do I feel like I've entered another void? Lin Ling, what's going on? Heh. Compared to Sakura and Lin Ling's boldness, Menglu was more cautious. Lin Ling's soul power spread out and he suddenly laughed. Brothers, we've entered the mouth of the realm-swallowing beast. Ha ha ha, we're going to be swallowed. Heh. Realm-swallowing beast? My god, Lin Ling, you can still laugh. Heh. Hearing this, Menglu's pupils trembled. Who in the 9 states didn't know the name of the realm-swallowing beast? This terrifying thing could swallow anything. Even the realm couldn't escape its mouth. Haha, this is so exciting. Are we going to die? Sakura's mouth was trembling. This guy was excited and panicked. He was indeed a battle maniac. Dragon's Tooth Tongue Lin Ling immediately laughed and scolded, do you think it will listen to me? Who knows, it might be here to devour me. What do we do now? Hearing this, Menglu roared and panicked even more. Run. Lin Ling had already taken the lead to escape to the other side. This caused Dream Flow and the others to be stunned, and they quickly gave chase. Haha, so exciting. Behind Menglu, Sakura was still roaring, as if he was looking forward to the future adventure. Lunatic. Dreamflow could not help rolling his eyes. He was about to die, yet this guy could still laugh. Then, he glanced at Lin Ling, and saw that Lin Ling was also smiling. This caused him to slap his forehead helplessly. These two brothers are crazy. Rumble, in the sky in front of them, the giant mouth began to close. The entire universe was disappearing, and Lin Ling and the other two were wrapped in the giant mouth. They had to escape from this dangerous situation before the mouth completely closed. This was the realm-swallowing beast. Its appearance was unpredictable and unpredictable. By the time the martial artists discovered it, it was already too late. Most of them ended up being devoured. Use your full strength. In front of him, Lin Ling let out a roar. The scabbard appeared, and he pulled out his strongest demonic sword. That sword light seemed to illuminate the entire void. Copper wind coffin opening. Seeing this, Meng Lu's expression turned solemn, and he unleashed his powerful innate talent. Haha, you can't leave me out. Sakura roared and transformed into a white bone giant. With a halberd in his hand, he also attacked. With the three of them working together, their power was indeed terrifying. They actually froze the mouth in place. In the next moment, the three of them rushed out of the huge mouth and escaped with their lives. Looking back, the giant mouth behind him began to close, and finally disappeared without a trace. However, Meng Lu was still trembling with fear. His handsome face was full of solemnity. Well, don't worry, that thing ran away. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled and appeared to be at ease. Phew. Hearing this, Meng Lu let out a sigh of relief. After he relaxed, he realized that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at Lin Ling and Sakura again, he was instantly speechless. These two fellows had a carefree expression as they began to chat cheerfully and wittily. Did they understand what kind of situation they were in before? These two perverts, however, it should be a monster. Let's go. Lin Ling had no idea what Meng Lu was thinking. He looked into the distance, smiled faintly, and continued on his journey. Although they had narrowly escaped death before, Lin Ling had an intuition that they would definitely be able to escape that disaster. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of approaching death, and this was only the danger they encountered right after leaving Qing Province. Who knew what kind of challenges they would encounter in Spirit Province? After a long journey, Lin Ling and the other two's realms had become even more solid. Among them, Lin Ling's Dantian's boundary yuan had also become much more condensed and thick. A continent began to appear in front of them. It was like a dragon. We've arrived at Spirit Province? Sakura's eyes suddenly lit up. During these days, they had traveled along the east border and had also gone to many realms. They experienced the characteristics of those realms, which made the journey less boring. TSK, a continent floating in the void of the universe, but it's not a realm. What a spectacle! Meng Lu clicked his tongue in wonder because the continent in front of them seemed to be formed by countless gravel. They couldn't see the end of it, and it meandered like a dragon. That's the dragon's tongue Fong. Lin Ling looked at the map and said, it's not Spirit Province, but it's the only way to pass through Spirit Province. It means that we're getting closer and closer. Haha, that's good. Spirit Province, wait for me. Our three great prodigies of Qing Province are here. Sakura laughed loudly and took the lead to shoot toward the continent in front of them. Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and hurriedly followed suit. The meandering beach-like continent looked like a dragon from afar. Only when they arrived did they realize that it was extremely majestic. It wasn't smaller than Qing Province, and it was filled with plants that soared into the sky. The roars of divine beasts could be heard from time to time. The moment they landed on the ground, Lin Ling and the others felt the rolling pressure. Lin Ling and the others walked slowly in a direction. However, not long after, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and revealed an excited smile. Our luck isn't bad. We actually encountered the wild grass of Celestial Fire Star. Not far away, a plant with sword-like leaves was quietly planted on the ground. The leaves were fiery red and exuded a domineering aura. Sakura and the others even saw unknown demonic beasts that approached the plant and were instantly sliced into pieces. This is a spirit herb that's extremely helpful to fire elemental talents. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked towards the spirit grass excitedly. Lin Ling, be careful. Meng Lu had never seen such a divine herb before and couldn't help but remind him worriedly. It's fine. Although these herbs are powerful, they don't cause much harm to fire elemental cultivators. Instead, they can increase my talent. It seems that this dragon tongue Fong should be a paradise for spirit herbs. Lin Ling replied. However, just as he was about to collect it, several laughter suddenly rang out. Waha, the wild grass of celestial fire star. If it were placed in an auction, it would be a treasure worth 5 million royal crystals. We're rich. We've encountered some trash during this period of time. Now, we finally have a big harvest. Big brother, I've taken a fancy to that extreme weapon. This time, I have the money to buy it. 3 figures walked out of the forest and were extremely excited. The 3 cultivators had bald heads and bulky figures. They were wearing the same outfit, and their cultivations were all in the 6th layer martial immortal realm. They ignored Lin Ling and the others as soon as they appeared, and stared at the stalk of grass greedily. Next, they didn't say anything and directly wanted to pick it. One of the fire elemental cultivators reached out his hand and wanted to hold the wild grass of celestial fire star in his hand. However, before his hand touched the grass, an arm moved faster than him and landed on the wild grass of celestial fire star. Then, it fiercely pulled. Such an unforeseen event caused the 3 of them to narrow their eyes. In fact, they had already seen Lin Ling and the others. However, when they saw that they were at the initial stage of the martial immortal realm, they ignored them. However, they didn't expect the 3 of them to be so insensible. Not only did they not leave, but they even took the initiative to snatch the spirit herb. Do you know what you're holding? One of the bald men raised his cold eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "We'll give you a chance to explain." "Say it. Why are you so stupid? You're courting death at such a young age. If you explain well, we'll spare your lives." The other 2 spoke one after another and their faces were as gloomy as water. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly collected the wild grass of celestial fire star and looked at the 3 brothers with a faint smile. He looked very calm. "Don't think that we'll show mercy just because you're being polite." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fairy Lu. Then I'll give you an explanation. Lin Ling was still smiling, but at the same time, he punched out, "If you don't want to die, scram." Rumble. That punch contained the power of the realm-devouring beast and the roar of the dragon god. The man closest to Lin Ling changed his expression and anxiously tried to block, but it was obviously useless. He was sent flying by the punch and broke countless trees. The other 2 were dumbfounded. Even the bald man's head was shining, as if he did not expect the little guy in front of him to be so fierce. "We 3 brothers will give you a chance to explain." At the same time, Indra and Menglu walked over with cold faces. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they were the 3 strongest geniuses in Qingzhou. Ordinary middle-stage martial immortals were nothing in their eyes. F***CK, we've kicked an iron plate. 3 big shots, please spare our lives. The 2 bald men's mouths trembled, and they knelt down directly. This kind of change made Sakura and the others very unhappy, because after leaving the Azure province, they all wanted to see the strong practitioners of the 9 provinces. However, these 3 bald burly men, although they looked tall and sturdy, they were only good for looking but useless. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Since they had knelt down and begged for mercy, Lin Ling and the other 2 did not bother to attack anymore. 3 big shots, please spare our lives. The 2 men were still kneeling on the ground with bitter smiles on their faces. "Who are you? What's around here?" Lin Ling shook his head and asked. "We're rogue cultivators looking for treasures here. There's a huge city nearby called Dragon Tooth City. It's a lawless area, and the treasures we find are sold there. Moreover, there are many things we can buy there." The 2 men said at the same time. "Get up, tell us the direction, and then go by yourselves." "It's hard to say, but we're going back to the city. If you don't mind, I'm willing to lead the way." Hearing this, Lin Ling glanced at Sakura and Lin Ling, seeing them nod, Lin Ling also agreed. Although they were in an unfamiliar place and shouldn't trust anyone, the 3 of them weren't very strong. Therefore, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them playing any tricks. 3 big shots, follow me." In the distance, the bald man who had been sent flying also walked back with a bitter smile on his face. After that, the 3 of them led the way while Lin Ling's group of 3 followed behind them. However, along the way, Lin Ling finally understood why these 3 fellows were so easy to talk to. It was because the demon beasts in the forest were extremely formidable, and the 3 of them were utterly unable to deal with them. In the past, they could only take a detour when they encountered them, but with the addition of Lin Ling's group of 3, their journey would definitely be much simpler. therefore, along the way, Lin Ling's group of 3 also collected quite a lot of spirit herbs and treasures. These treasures could not be found in Qing province at all. This made Lin Ling smile excitedly. She's here, Fairy Lu is here. After walking for an unknown period of time, when they gradually approached the huge city, a large open space appeared in the dense forest. There were scattered inns, and many individual cultivators were resting in them. Presumably, this was a kind of relay station for adventurers to rest. Lin Ling's group walked in, slightly curious. The legendary Fairy Lu. At this moment, in the open space, a large number of individual cultivators stood up, and their emotions were slightly excited. Fairy Lu? Sakura frowned immediately. Look at how excited these fellows are. I'm afraid that a real fairy has arrived. I wonder how she compares to the third princess. Meng Lu was also curious. At this moment, the cry of a crane came from afar. Then, a white palace arrived in a grandiose manner. Wherever it passed, petals floated in the sky, and a fragrance filled the air. Around the palace, there were several women wearing long white dresses and veils covering their faces, guarding the palace. So beautiful. Legend has it that Fairy Lu is the #1 beauty in Dragon Teeth City. No one has ever seen her. I wonder if we'll be so lucky. She's coming out. Everyone, look. As the crowd discussed, a woman in a purple dress walked out of the palace. Although she also wore a veil on her face, her figure was tall, her breasts were full, and her buttocks were perky. Just her delicate figure alone was enough to make people daydream. It was hard to imagine how devastatingly beautiful she was under the veil. Don't stop me, I want to see too. TSK, the best in the world. I didn't live in vain. The rogue cultivators in the surroundings became agitated and clamored like animals. However, the woman in the purple dress was silent, as if she was used to the feeling of being surrounded by stars. What a bunch of beasts. It's just a woman. Is there a need to be so impulsive? I really feel disdain. Sakura said sarcastically from behind the crowd. However, his eyes kept looking forward, but unfortunately, his line of sight was blocked by the crowd. He simply grabbed the people in front of him and pushed them back one by one, squeezing out of the crowd. This guy. Meng Lu was tongue-tied. Sakura obviously also wanted to see the beauty, but he actually mocked others before. His skin was too thick. Even Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and followed Sakura out of the crowd. However, when the woman in the purple dress appeared in front of him, he also felt a sense of amazement. He was very curious about what kind of face was under the veil. Fairy Lu, legend has it that she's the reincarnation of 100 flowers. Once she was born, her fragrance was overflowing. Fairy Lu of the Heavenly Court, TSK, a blessed girl. The individual cultivators around were still drooling. Their words also made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. Fairy Lu of the Heavenly Court, the corner of his mouth immediately revealed an evil smile. With a flick of his finger, powerful realm essence turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Whoosh, the gust of wind came without warning. The woman in the purple dress was still enjoying the gazes around her and didn't react at all. The veil was blown away in an instant. This time, everyone's eyes widened, and they were so excited that their bodies trembled. This gust of wind came at the right time. The name of Fairy Lu. They finally had the chance to see her true face. However, after the veil was blown away, a face that would make people vomit for 3 days and 3 nights appeared. It was a face with an upturned nose, a face full of acne, and a pair of dead fish eyes. If such a face was placed on an ordinary person, they would vomit upon seeing it, let alone Fairy Lu. The crowd was dead silent. Blurg. Next, all the individual cultivators vomited one after another. F***ck, this is Fairy Lu? Meng Lu, your dream lover is really too beautiful. You can even swallow such a heavy taste. I admire you. Sakura couldn't help but roar loudly. Sakura, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say she's my dream lover? If you're talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Meng Lu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, jumping up and down. Even Lin Ling was astonished. Previously, when he heard that the latter was from the Heavenly Court, he had an evil thought because the Heavenly Court was his great enemy. However, he didn't expect that Fairy Lu had the most beautiful body, but her appearance was so shameful. At this moment, Fairy Lu was stunned. Previously, when she came out of the palace, she didn't leave immediately because she wanted to enjoy the sentimental gazes of everyone, and she also liked this kind of gaze. This made her feel that she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Translator, trans and editor, trans and kill him. Who is it? After being stunned for a moment, Fairy Lu let out a sharp voice. F***ck, this voice is like a pig being slaughtered. All the rogue cultivators were stunned. They all covered their ears and vomited again. This was because they also saw that when Fairy Lu spoke, she actually revealed her extremely yellow front teeth. The shocked expressions of the rogue cultivators made Fairy Lu's face as ugly as a pig's liver. Miss, it's him. At this moment, the few palace maids beside Fairy Lu also looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's methods were hidden, everyone looked at Fairy Lu with admiration at that time. Only Lin Ling was indifferent, therefore, it was easy for others to see through it. Kill him and pull out his bones. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Fairy Lu was stunned for a moment and then looked at Lin Ling sinisterly. In her opinion, a mere rogue cultivator had embarrassed her so much. What was the use of not dying? Lin Ling instantly frowned when he heard this. Sakura and the others were the same as well. Because Fairy Lu had merely revealed her true appearance, yet she wanted to kill them and even viciously wanted to pull out their tendons and bones. Wasn't this method a bit too cruel? Even the surrounding rogue cultivators felt the same. Fairy Lu had embarrassed herself, so she wanted to kill him out of anger? Fairy Lu, this person is young and doesn't know anything. He was just curious about Fairy Lu's appearance, so he attacked. But this doesn't need to kill him. An old man couldn't help but say. Go to hell. Fairy Lu didn't listen to the old man at all. A jade trident appeared in her hand and she waved it at the old man. Whoosh, a dark green light shot out, and the gloomy cold air caused the surrounding area to become cold and icy. The old man's pupils constricted. He never thought that because he tried to persuade her, she would also want to kill him. He hurriedly activated his realm essence and let endless electric snakes wrap around his body, forming a large electric net. This old man's realm was not low. He was at the 6th level of a martial immortal realm. However, when the green light rushed into the electric net, it didn't slow down at all. Instead, it absorbed the power of the lightning and instantly reached the old man's eyes. The old man's expression changed greatly. He knew that he was going to die. You killed me just because I said something? This is Fairy Lu. However, right at this moment, an arm seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and it suddenly grabbed onto the jade green light, causing the jade trident to reveal its true form and be unable to move forward at all. Sir, thank you. The old man's eyes trembled, and then he reacted because the person who had saved him was actually the blue-robed young man. Previously, he couldn't stand it, so he spoke up for the blue-robed young man. Moreover, the blue-robed young man had saved him when he was close to death. This made him feel extremely grateful. Ignorant Junior, let's see if you can stop my clear jade orange whale. Fairy Lu let out a cold snort and activated her realm origin, causing the jade fork to shine even brighter. The originally frozen jade fork shot out once more. Extreme weapon, this is definitely an extreme weapon. Seeing this, everyone's hearts thundered. They knew that the jade trident was a valuable treasure. I can't hold on any longer. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling and said. They also knew that Lin Ling was only at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. With such a cultivation, it was impossible for him to block the attack of an extreme weapon. Break for me. However, right at this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a voice. There was a dragon's roar in his dantian, and his dragon bones also made cracking sounds. After fusing with the power of the realm-devouring beast, Lin Ling's arm immediately appeared with an ancient power, and he suddenly clenched his fist. Ka! The sparkling jade fork was immediately crushed by Lin Ling. Then, he let go of his hand, and the sparkling fragments scattered on the ground, causing the surroundings to suddenly become silent. Fairy Lu's pupils constricted. This damnable young man had actually broken through her treasure? Fairy Lu, with such a temperament, you actually have the nerve to call yourself a fairy. Waving his hand to scatter the jade fork fragments, Lin Ling looked at Fairy Lu with a cold smile and said. His words caused Fairy Lu's expression to turn even colder. Sir, you were rude first, and now you've even destroyed Fairy Lu's treasure. Don't you think you've gone too far? Right at this moment, a calm voice was heard. Then, a young man wearing a blue and white robe slowly walked over from afar. This person's aura was extremely extraordinary, making it hard for people to forget him with a single glance. Behind him were several experts, all of whom were in the late stage of the martial immortal realm. Their auras were extremely dense, and it was obvious that they had a powerful background. Young Master Bailey Yanwu. When the young man walked over, there were already cries of surprise coming from all around. That was because the latter's reputation in Dragon Tooth City was not small. He was a member of the Bailey clan, and this Bailey clan was said to be from the Divine Prefecture, which was even more powerful than the Spirit Province. This also caused the Bailey clan to be a powerful force in the nearby area that no one dared to provoke. I was rude first. Perhaps you're right, but just because of that, she can easily take people's lives. Lin Ling stared at the blue and white robed young man and said, moreover, this fairy Lu hid her true appearance. In reality, she was enjoying the admiring gazes. However, because her mask was torn off, she became angry out of embarrassment. But then again, this fairy Lu's appearance is clearly not very good, but she likes the feeling of being surrounded by stars. That's a bit ironic. After his words left his mouth, the surrounding people all secretly laughed. This fairy Lu still had the nerve to say that she was the reincarnation of the 100-flower fairy. Now, it seemed that it was just a fart. Perhaps this is the mischief of ugly people. Haha. Disher Tian also laughed loudly as he spoke. I'll kill all of you. Haha. When Fairy Lu saw that Lin Ling still dared to humiliate her, her ugly face was immediately filled with malevolence. As for Bailey Yanwu, his eyes kept flickering, but this time, he did not say anything. Evidently, he also thought that Fairy Lu's actions were too unsightly. She was clearly ugly, but she insisted on pretending that she was some sort of fairy. Now that she was forced to reveal her true appearance, she had truly lost a lot of face. In reality, he had always thought that Fairy Lu had the power to cause the fall of a city. He had even almost asked his father to go and ask for her hand in marriage. Fortunately, he had seen Fairy Lu's appearance today. I'll kill all of you. Haha. At this moment, Fairy Lu was both embarrassed and angry. She let out a furious roar. Her appearance was no longer that of a woman, but that of a monster. Seeing this, Bailey Yanwu gave a signal with his eyes. Immediately, the experts behind him attacked and pounced at Lin Ling. Black clouds instantly enveloped the entire sky. Within the clouds, a ray of light shot out like a bolt of lightning. This person's strength was at the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. Even in the surrounding area, he was definitely an expert. You can't kill us. Yes. However, Lin Ling's gaze was still calm. With his hands behind his back, he did not move at all. Lin Ling, let me. Yes. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations and Encirclement. You're courting death. Humph. The expert snorted in disdain, not taking Meng Lu seriously at all. Boom, he slapped his palm out, thinking that he would be able to smash Meng Lu into pieces. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sense of danger arose spontaneously. Oh no. Humph. He cried out in alarm and wanted to retreat quickly, but it was already too late. When he came into contact with the dream stream, his soul was taken out. This young man is so powerful. People saw that the expert kept retreating, but a strand of his soul was forcefully pulled out. It was terrifying. Even Bailey Yanwu's eyes narrowed. Previously, he felt that Lin Ling and the other two were extraordinary, so he did not act rashly. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. Meng Lu, return his soul. Humph. At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently. Although Bailey Yanwu attacked him, he could see that it was more of a test. Moreover, he had just arrived, so Lin Ling did not intend to cause any trouble. Okay. Humph. Meng Lu nodded coldly and played with the soul in his hand. Then, he lightly waved his hand, and the soul disappeared into the expert's body as if it had entered water. The expert gradually recovered, but his face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Meng Lu. Now, is there anything else? Humph. Lin Ling ignored the gazes around him and spoke again. Although he had an irreconcilable enmity with the Heavenly Court, his target was the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin. not all of the Heavenly Court's members. Therefore, he did not intend to kill all of the Heavenly Court's members. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some ability. Humph. Fairy Lu seemed to be unwilling, but after she spoke, Bailey Yanwu smiled faintly. Since it's a misunderstanding, how about we shake hands and make peace? Humph. As you wish, I don't want to waste time here. Let's shake hands and make peace. From now on, don't mention what happened today again. Let's write it off. Humph. Lin Ling nodded and agreed. Humph, you aren't from the spirit state, right? It's been a long time since a genius like you appeared spirit. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, Bailey Yanwu also cupped his fists and bowed to Lin Ling, giving others the impression that he was very easy to talk to. Goodbye. Lin Ling didn't say anything and left with Meng Lu and Meng Lu. Watching them leave in such a carefree manner, the eyes of the surrounding rogue cultivators flickered. They didn't expect that after provoking the Heavenly Court, the three of them could actually leave safely. However, although the three of them were young, their strength seemed to be very strong. I can't accept this. I want to kill them. Fairy Lu looked at the backs of Lin Ling and the other two with a venomous gaze, as if she was still unwilling to give up. Fairy Lu, these three aren't weak. If a conflict erupted before, the ones who would suffer would be us. That's why the reinforcements plan is even better. Bailey Yanwu shook his head. His tranquil eyes turned ice-cold as well. They're that strong? Fairy Lu seemed to be in disbelief. Very strong. I'm afraid there aren't many people here who can match them. Bailey Yanwu nodded. Therefore, let them leave for the time being. They can't go far. Well, they must die. Fairy Lu immediately nodded coldly. Today, she had suffered the greatest humiliation in her life, so how could she forgive Lin Ling and the other two? At this moment, Lin Ling and the other two were walking along the dense forest. Thinking of what had happened before, they laughed loudly. Second brother, your methods are still the best. If it weren't for you, I would have been deceived by the name of a fairy. When Indra thought of the ugly Fairy Lu, his body trembled subconsciously. However, we've also offended that Fairy Lu. Their background seems to be a bit complicated. Meng Lu said worriedly. The area around the spirit province wasn't like the Qing province. Sometimes, even a powerful dragon couldn't defeat a local snake. Fairy Lu's background is the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court and I have an irreconcilable enmity, so what if we've offended them? Lin Ling shook his head and said. His words made Indra and Meng Lu come to a realization. No wonder Lin Ling had interrupted Fairy Lu's pride. So that's why. But fortunately, the young man who came later spoke up, and this matter was settled. It's better to have less trouble. Meng Lu said again, now, let's hurry to the spirit province. The three of them headed towards the Dragon Tooth City. That was the path to the Qing province. However, after walking for half a day, Lin Ling's eyes frowned slightly. His soul power was powerful, and he seemed to have sensed a prying feeling. Although the feeling was faint, Lin Ling believed in his soul power. Hurry up, someone's following us. Lin Ling couldn't help but look deeply behind him, and then said to Indra and Meng Lu. His words made their expressions change slightly, but they also believed in Lin Ling's words. The three of them passed through the dense forest, and their speed was extremely fast. Moreover, they didn't burst out with 10 realms speed because they didn't know what would happen at the moment. So, if they were to panic, it would be even worse. However, as time passed, the prying feeling was noticed even by Meng Lu. This was because the other party was no longer secretly following them, but directly chasing them. There were quite a number of people. When the three of them rushed out of the forest and arrived at a huge river, several figures in black cloaks had already appeared in front of them. They seemed to be hiding in the night, and also seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling and the others. They were all 8th level martial immortals, and there were even 9th level martial immortals. Behind them, more and more experts arrived one after another and surrounded the three of them. All of them floated in the sky like death gods. Such fast speed, and none of these people are 7th level martial immortals. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the surroundings, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Now, all their paths of escape had been sealed. Splash, the ancient river in front of them emitted dazzling light, and looked extremely extraordinary. However, more and more people appeared at the side of the heavenly river. "We've just arrived here, so we shouldn't have offended any experts." Indra frowned and said. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. At the same time, Lin Ling and Meng Lu were the same. They had obviously guessed the other party's background. They were most likely people that Fairy Lu had called over. "Young master is here to kill you." However, while Lin Ling and the others were guessing, a cold voice appeared above the heavenly river. It was hoarse and icy. Lin Ling and the others came to a realization. "Young master, it must be that Bailey Yenwu." This guy had said that the matter had been settled, but he had gone back on his words. Previously, Bailey Yenwu did not have many people. If we were to fight him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he used the plan of sending reinforcements to let us leave first. In fact, as soon as we left, he had already invited more experts. Lin Ling's eyes immediately flickered with murderous intent. Bailey Yenwu had lied to them. He was obviously a person who hid a knife behind a smile. Lin Ling hated people like him the most. "Break out of the encirclement. Break out of the encirclement." If they continued to waste time, it would only make the situation worse. Thus, Lin Ling whispered to Sakura and Meng Hao. "Okay, go that way." Sakura nodded. He turned into a skeleton and attacked in one direction. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't speak, but they all erupted with their full strength, wanting to stop Lin Ling's group from breaking out of the encirclement. This was because if Lin Ling's group was surrounded, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to fight against a sea of people. Sooner or later, they would be obliterated in the waters of the heavenly river. This was also the reason why they weren't in a hurry before. They wanted Lin Ling's group to panic. If that happened, it would be easier for them to deal with Lin Ling's group. "You want to run?" Seeing Sakura rush over, a martial artist coldly spat out a sentence. He urged the power of his world essence to surge. The power of the universe was extremely strong, reaching 70%. "Sakura, I'm helping you." Meng Hao chased after Sakura, also erupting with the power of the demon god's tomb, causing the nearby area to turn pitch black. "It's useless." An old man shook his head. He stretched out his 5 fingers, his fingers ferocious. They were like withered trees entwined in myriad worlds as they attacked Sakura. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sakura and Meng Hao immediately joined forces and urged out a powerful attack, instantly destroying the old man's attack. However, the old man sneered. He didn't continue to fight with Sakura and Meng Hao. He stepped back and retreated. As soon as he stepped down, someone else immediately took his place. "It's useless." The new powerhouse even said indifferently, his words mixed with disdain. Lin Ling was at the back. At this moment, a large number of powerhouses rushed over, surrounding him and wanting to nibble away at Lin Ling's group. Demon God Body. Lin Ling's pupils were extremely cold. Seeing that Sakura and the rest were obstructed in their attempt to break through, he could only temporarily block the people behind him. He stopped in his tracks, and his powerful corporeal body transformed into a fist, rolling towards the people behind him. "It's useless." He was a 9th-level martial immortal. At this moment, he condensed his realm essence into a finger and shot it towards Lin Ling at the speed of 25 worlds. Bearing Cloud Demon Finger, this finger contained 100% of the power of the universe. It was terrifying. Behind that person, the others slowed down their pace and walked over expressionlessly. In their opinion, although that young man was powerful, he was definitely not a match for a 9th-level martial immortal. That finger should have been able to take the youth's life. Rumble, fist and finger collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The expression of the expert who attacked instantly changed, because although Lin Ling's punch looked ordinary, its power was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Jia Yuan gave him the feeling that he was not much weaker than him. Crack, his finger broke in the next moment. This caused the expressions of the people behind Lin Ling to change drastically. However, the powerhouse who attacked was truly experienced in battle. He took a step back and dodged Lin Ling's attack. Just as he retreated, another powerhouse immediately took his place. Attrition warfare. Lin Ling looked ahead and had a guess in his heart. If it wasn't for the help of others, he was confident that he could kill that powerhouse in 3 moves. What a pity, there were too many people surrounding them. "It's useless." The powerhouse who broke his finger stood in the sky and shook his head lightly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling was like a hot knife through butter. He fused his 4 dantians, the dragon god Dantian, the dragon bone, the realm-swallowing beast's talent, and the spacetime divine steel. He was like a sword that soared into the sky. As for the newcomer, his expression changed slightly. This person who was bound to die was so tenacious. 8,000 Buddhist flowers. He activated his strongest martial arts, causing the Buddhist sound to fill the sky and golden flowers to bloom. However, Lin Ling's attack was already at the peak of his strength. Therefore, after the collision, the golden flowers exploded one after another. Moreover, there was a fist that smashed towards the powerhouse. This caused the powerhouse's expression to change again. He knew that this young man was definitely the strongest of the 3. If it was a one-on-one battle, he was definitely not the young man's match. Fortunately, he was not the only one who came to kill the young man today. He quickly retreated, and immediately a new person took his place. This is a genius. If he grows up, his future will be limitless. However, we will not let him grow. The newcomer said indifferently at this moment. He guessed that the young man must be very helpless and unwilling because he was clearly so strong, but he had encountered a round-robin battle. Moreover, he had encountered a well-organized encirclement. However, just as he thought that Lin Ling would attack him, a sudden change occurred. Lin Ling's speed of rushing towards him suddenly stopped. Instead, he shot into the distance to help Sakura and Meng Lu. Such a change immediately stunned those experts. Then, they became furious, as if they had been toyed with. You guys can't escape. Someone said in a cold voice. At this moment, Sakura and Meng Lu were still working together, trying to break out of the encirclement. Both of them were powerful geniuses of Qingzhou. When they worked together, they were indeed terrifying. However, the other party continued to fight them in a round-robin battle. This caused Sakura and Meng Lu to still be unable to open a gap. Big brother, attack them with all your strength. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded out, and it was mixed with a wisp of anxiousness. All right. Sakura and Meng Lu glanced at each other and nodded, because if they continued fighting, they would be tired, and their realm essence would be exhausted. Moreover, the other party had successively sent people to help them. This would be disadvantageous to them, so they had to open a gap immediately. Both of them activated powerful martial techniques, causing the sky to shatter. Ferocious realm essence energy blasted out in all directions. In the vast forest, the scattered independent cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Moreover, they looked into the distance. They knew that a fierce battle had occurred there. It should be those 3 young men. Someone sighed. They had a feeling about this since long ago, because the Lu family from the Heavenly Court and the Bailey family from Dragon Tooth City would definitely not let those 3 people go. Young Master Bailey's words from before were actually just to deceive those 3 people. At this moment, they didn't think that Lin Ling's group could break out of the encirclement. Rumble, the deafening sound continued to resound. Life and death would be decided at this moment. Sakura and Meng Lu's joint attack instantly increased the pressure on the strong cultivators at the front. However, they still gritted their teeth and endured it. It's useless. It was to the extent that those lightly injured cultivators even said indifferently as they retreated. Die. At this moment, a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell sounded out. This time, they obviously couldn't retreat, because after Sakura and Meng Lu's attack, it was Lin Ling's attack next. The 3 of them joined forces and forcefully broke out of the encirclement with their domineering strength. Lin Ling was the last to attack. His attack was a sword from his scabbard. The fusion of essence, energy, and spirit, the 3 great powers, gathered all of their killing intent into one sword. It was as if there was only one sword in the sky and earth, a sword of killing that could destroy everything. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin an arrow at the end of its flight. In the next moment, the cultivators in front of them were all frozen in place. Their faces were filled with panic, and their previous indifference was nowhere to be seen. However, after the sword passed by, they were all frozen in place. Lin Ling and the other 2 quickly passed by them, causing the experts behind them to shout, "Stop them, what are you doing?" However, just as their voices fell, the experts who were frozen in place were all smashed into the heavenly river, and their heads were all cut off. this terrifying scene caused the hearts of the experts behind them to tremble. Killing a late-stage martial immortal expert with a single sword, and not just one, the strength of these three people was indeed terrifying. However, they couldn't let them leave. Chase after them. Someone let out a ferocious voice. This was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. At this moment, he was also chasing after them. They opened the encirclement, but they also used up all their realm essence. They are at their weakest now. Kill them, the Bailey family and the Liu family will reward you handsomely. Crazy voices also floated out at this moment. We just came to the spirit province, but even peak martial immortal experts are chasing after us. The Bailey family and the Liu family really think highly of us. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the other two quickly rushed forward, and their faces were extremely cold. Although life and death were close, the three of them were people who had been through ups and downs. This kind of pursuit wouldn't cause them to lose the ability to fight. Second brother, if this continues, we will be caught sooner or later. Sakura looked back and said with a frown. There were many experts behind them, and many of them hadn't attacked yet. In order to open the encirclement, they had used up a lot of realm essence and power. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for them. Go down the river. Lin Ling also knew this. He looked around and finally, his gaze landed on the rolling heavenly river. This huge river seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He hoped that he could use the geographical advantage to escape from this group of people. Okay. Sakura and Meng Lu nodded and rushed down into the rolling heavenly river. Trying to escape? The powerful cultivators behind them roared. Their prey was already within sight. How could they let them escape? Lin Ling was the last to reach the heavenly river. However, he floated in the sky and stopped. His emotionless eyes stared at the countless experts behind him. That gaze was very cold, but for some reason, it made the powerhouses feel a little panic in their hearts, especially when they recalled the young man's sword strike from before. Their expressions became solemn. There's no need to fear him. That sword can only be used once. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out, causing the gazes of the experts to gradually turn ice-cold. That's right, a third-level martial immortal definitely wouldn't be able to execute a second sword strike of such a terrifying level. However, just as they were about to move, Lin Ling's arm had already touched the scabbard once again. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to panic. Although the young man was an arrow at the end of its flight, they didn't want to be buried with the young man. However, while they were being serious, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He immediately rushed down the surging heavenly river. Oh no, we've been tricked. They're like candles in the wind. How can they still fight? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they reacted one after another. Moreover, they were all furious, because with their strength and seniority, they'd actually been frightened by a junior. This was an enormous humiliation. Brat, you dare to trick us? Let's see where you can run to. Someone roared and chased after Lin Ling's group. However, just as he approached the surging heavenly river, he instantly stopped in his tracks as if he had thought of a taboo. Don't go near the heavenly river. The others said with solemn expressions and stopped in their tracks. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The 10th-layer martial immortal realm expert uttered a chilling sound as he executed a powerful martial art aiming at the enormous heavenly river below him. Rumble, the river instantly soared into the sky. It was deafening as if it was going to collapse the world. One after another, the elites made their moves one after another, causing the heavenly river to reverse. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had entered the heavenly river, had a drastic change in his expression. Because after entering the huge heavenly river, he found that the water here was extremely mysterious. Even with his god-demon body, he was still surging. When he looked at Sakura and Meng Lu, he found that they had disappeared. This made him worried. Rumble, at the same time, a destructive power came from behind him. That power was so strong that Lin Ling felt a sweet taste in his throat and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had made those experts hesitate and afraid when he held the sword. At that time, his big brother and the others should have rushed into the depths of the water. Otherwise, they would have been injured. I have to dive again. Lin Ling's gaze was grave. He let his body sink again. It was too dangerous to stay above the water. After all, the joint attack of the late-stage martial immortal was definitely not simple. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the river seemed to have no bottom. After 3 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Ling still did not reach the bottom of the river. One must know that with Lin Ling's current speed, 3 incense sticks worth of time could pass through more than 10 worlds. Even with the obstruction of the river, he would definitely pass through 10 worlds. This river is indeed not simple. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. However, after another 3 incense sticks worth of time, the river gradually calmed down. This made Lin Ling feel as if he had arrived in another world. When he raised his head, he found that there was a dividing line in the river. The river above was extremely turbulent, while the river below was extremely calm. Rumble. At this moment, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him. It was swimming in the water like an overlord. When he looked carefully, he found that it was a huge black armored whale. There's a whale in the river? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. Lin Ling, come here. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. There were a lot of rocks in the river. Among them, a figure was waving at Lin Ling from a huge pile of rocks. That person was Meng Lu. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly swam over and avoided the black armored whale with Meng Lu. Where's my big brother? After the crisis passed, Lin Ling looked around and asked worriedly. He's been washed away. Meng Lu frowned and said with a sigh. He'll definitely be fine. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became solemn. The river was very rapid before, so it was not impossible for Sakura to be washed away. However, as long as his big brother escaped the pursuit of those powerhouses, everything would be fine. Hurry up and recover. This river is also extremely dangerous. Then, Lin Ling looked at Meng Lu and said, making the latter nod. Right now, they were all exhausted. If anything happened, they would not have the strength to resist. At this moment, above the heavenly river, the powerhouses continued to attack. In the end, they were all panting like cows. Are they dead? Someone asked angrily. So many of them came to hunt them down, but they did not succeed. Instead, many of their own people died. This simply made their lungs explode with anger. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the sea god's bloodline, time quietly passed. All the experts were in a daze above the heavenly river. No matter what, when we return, tell young Master Bailey that they're dead. Finally, that 10th stage martial immortal expert said indifferently. But we don't know if they're dead or alive. Someone said with a frown. Obviously, they weren't sure if Lin Ling and the other 2 were dead. If we tell others about this, do you think we'll still have face? That old man said again. Finally, many people nodded. Indeed, if they told the Bailey clan that those 3 brats weren't dead, they would lose face. Those experts left one after another. Gradually, many loose cultivators appeared in the vicinity of the heavenly river. They were discussing spiritedly. Some said that Lin Ling and the other 2 weren't dead. Some said that Lin Ling and the other 2 were dead. Even more people said that even if Lin Ling and the other 2 weren't dead, they would have encountered the taboo in the river. No matter what, if Lin Ling and the other 2 were still alive under the pursuit of so many experts, that was a miracle. At this moment, beneath the surging heavenly river, Lin Ling and Meng Lu were still recovering amidst the rubble. After a while, Lin Ling stood up. After glancing at Meng Lu, he began to protect him. However, when he thought of Bailey Yenwu and Fairy Lu, his eyes flickered with ice-cold killing intent. Lin Ling, you've recovered. At this moment, Meng Lu finally stopped cultivating. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was surprise and emotion on his face. He was surprised that Lin Ling recovered so quickly. He was moved because while he was recovering his boundary essence, Lin Ling had been protecting him all along. What do we do now? Meng Lu stood up and walked towards Lin Ling. My big brother will definitely be fine. I'm not worried about him. Instead, Bailey Yenwu provoked us. He's dead for sure. Lin Ling's calm face revealed a smile. However, that smile contained a hint of bloodthirst. Bailey Yenwu really deserves to die. We were just passing by, but he provoked us. Does he think we're pushovers? Meng Lu's white hair danced in the wind. He looked like the god of death, and a murderous look appeared at the corners of his mouth. He's messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Lin Ling glanced around, then strode out of the pile of rubble. Let's leave this place. We need to find cultivation resources and increase our strength as soon as possible. Then we can find Big Brother and take revenge for today. Good. Dreamflow was also an unparalleled genius, but together with Lin Ling, he also quietly regarded Lin Ling as the leader. Even though Meng Lu was currently weaker than Lin Ling, his background proved that he would definitely be a figure who ruled over the 9 states in the future. The two of them walked along the quiet river and didn't leave the river for the time being because they couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be any experts waiting above the river. After an unknown period of time, a slight ripple came from the water in front of him, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Only the mysterious water plants at the bottom of the river danced, and occasionally, an unknown fish swam past. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and floated in the river. Lin Ling, what happened? Dreamflow knew that Lin Ling's intuition had always been sharp, and he had been able to warn him of danger several times in advance, so he knew that something was about to happen. There's something nearby. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered. His soul force sensed that there was something mysterious moving quickly in the river, and even he could only vaguely sense it. Human, do you want to die by coming here? Finally, a voice rang out from the river, and 5 tall figures strangely appeared. Their appearance was difficult for even Lin Ling to detect, causing him to exclaim inwardly, "What fast speed, it's definitely 40 world speed." Lin Ling had 30 world speed, but his opponents were 10 worlds faster than him. The difference was too great. Even if Lin Ling was stronger, if his speed couldn't catch up, he still wouldn't be able to defeat his opponents. The 5 people who appeared were extremely tall, with blue skin and long hair like water plants. Their physiques were strong, and they were like agile leopards. Most importantly, they had fish gills on both sides of their cheeks, clearly not humans. Who are you people? Seeing this, Dreamflow acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and was ready to fight to the death. He finally knew why those loose cultivators didn't dare to come down. It turned out that there were such powerhouses in the river. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the descendants of the sea god bloodline. Lin Ling looked at the 5 people and said indifferently. His words caused Dreamflow's pupils to constrict. The 100 great bloodlines were the bloodlines left behind from the era of gods. These descendants of gods were superior to others the moment they were born, and were existences that couldn't be underestimated in the 9 continents. You have some knowledge. Among the 5, a tall woman said. Apart from her blue skin and fish gills, her other features were no different from a human's. Her chest was covered by a corset woven from seaweed, which wrapped around her full breasts. It gave off an extremely sexy feeling. No need to talk nonsense with them, kill them. Someone said coldly, as if it was taboo for humans to enter the heavenly river. Let me. The leading woman's face turned cold, and a sea god trident appeared in her hand. She stirred the waves and rushed towards Lin Ling. Sea god bloodline? I'd like to meet you. Dreamflow knew that a great battle was inevitable, and he was ready to attack. However, at this time, Lin Ling's arm landed on his shoulder, and he restrained Dreamflow from attacking. This caused Dreamflow's face to change drastically. Lin Ling was not planning to resist. In this short period of time, the woman's sea god trident had arrived. At this moment, she indeed gave off the feeling of a sea god. However, Lin Ling still didn't move. He had his hands behind his back, and he was calm and composed. Surprisingly, the sea god trident suddenly stopped in front of Lin Ling's eyes, and the cold light was extremely dazzling. Why aren't you resisting? The woman didn't kill Lin Ling, and she was a little puzzled. 1. I can't resist. 2. I have no enmity with you, and I don't think you'll kill me. Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm spirit made the woman's eyes flash with surprise. This was the first time she had met someone with such extraordinary courage. One had to know that over the years, they had killed countless cultivators who entered the heavenly river, but those cultivators either resisted desperately or knelt down and begged for mercy. It was rare to see someone like Lin Ling, who had his hands behind his back and was unfazed even if the sky collapsed. Ha ha ha, we won't kill you? Look at how many corpses there are at the bottom of the river. Behind the woman, the sea god tribe members laughed loudly. However, Lin Ling was still expressionless and indifferent. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him. This person is really mysterious. He's obviously not strong, but he gives me the feeling of dominating everything. The woman's eyes flickered, and she finally waved her hand. Take them back. What? The others were shocked. They may be useful. Take them back and let the patriarch decide. The woman waved her hand, and several people behind her grabbed Lin Ling and swam forward. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations killing to vent their anger. Their speed is 40 worlds. In the water, that's their territory. On the other hand, our speed has been suppressed, so we're not suitable for battle. Moreover, we need cultivation resources right now. Perhaps the Sea God clan will be of help to us. As if sensing Meng Lu's confusion, Lin Ling secretly transmitted his voice. Meng Lu immediately nodded. At the same time, he also discovered that in the face of danger, Lin Ling was much calmer than him. Along the way, the several Sea God men angrily shouted at Lin Ling, "You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." They also saw that Lin Ling was too calm. He didn't have the panic that an ordinary person should have. This made them a little unhappy. "Are we not going to behave now?" Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words left them speechless. They felt that Lin Ling had come here to play. In fact, even Meng Lu felt the same way. Not long after, an ancient black mountain canyon appeared in front of them. Layer upon layer, it was submerged in rolling waves. However, in the canyon, a large number of tall figures were gathered. They were all members of the Sea God clan. "Lin Ling, look!" Suddenly, Meng Lu cried out in surprise. This was because a large number of treasures were scattered around the canyon. They were all weapons, and there were even some scattered extreme artifacts, yet, such precious treasures were scattered everywhere like trash. It was impossible not to be surprised. Those are the things left behind by the martial artists who entered the Heavenly River. Hearing Meng Lu's voice, the leader of the Sea God clan woman said indifferently. Then, she ignored Lin Ling and Meng Lu and led the others forward. They didn't seem to be afraid that Lin Ling and Meng Lu would escape. However, Lin Ling could also see that if they wanted to escape here, unless they had 50 worlds of speed, it would be an act of suicide. These Sea God bloodlines are only a type of branch bloodline. In reality, there are quite a few people who possess the Sea God bloodline, even humans. However, this group of people can't give birth to Jia Yuan, but their bodies are extremely powerful. Therefore, they can't use those weapons, and the weapons have become trash. Lin Ling looked ahead and explained indifferently. "I see." Meng Lu nodded and suddenly asked curiously, "Lin Ling, are you familiar with the Sea God bloodline?" "It's a little familiar," Lin Ling said with a smile as he strode forward. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had defeated countless geniuses of the 9 continents. One of them had the pure bloodline of the Sea God and could summon the Sea of the 9 continents. He was extremely powerful and was ranked in the top 10 of Li Xiaoyao's opponents. Unfortunately, he was still defeated by Xiaoyao. Although that genius had the bloodline of a deity, Li Xiaoyao had an ancient technique that even deities couldn't understand, the chaos formula. "Come on, come on." At this moment, a deafening sound came from the front. There was a huge rock there. There was a huge, but the rocks blocked the entrance, which was, the rock, 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 the side. The rock was engraved with ancient runes. After approaching it, one could hear the roar of the sea. In front of the rock, there was a tall and sturdy Sea God clansman trying to lift the rock. However, when he hugged the rock with both hands, the rock only shook slightly and remained motionless. "They are challenging the altar left behind by the ancestors again," someone said indifferently. It was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was a human who was captured and enslaved by the Sea God clan like Lin Ling. Meng Lu and Lin Ling stood not far from the old man. Looking carefully, there were more than 100 humans here. The altar left behind by the ancestors? Meng Lu was somewhat curious. Yes, this is the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing that Lin Ling and Meng Lu were newcomers, the old man couldn't help but explain. It turned out that this group of Sea God clansmen was called the Uzumaki clan. This showed that Lin Ling's previous words were correct. There were many people with Sea God's bloodline. Because they have a vortex seal on them, the only way to break the seal is to enter the altar of the ancestors. It is said that in so many years, only one person of the Uzumaki clan has entered the altar and successfully broke the seal. From then on, he can cultivate boundary essence. Next to the old man, a middle-aged man said. Their physical strength is very strong, plus their combat strength in the water can be greatly increased, so we are not their opponents. Yes. The Uzumaki clan and the forces of Dragon Tooth City are sworn enemies, so as long as we fly over the Heavenly River, they will attack us. Right now, we have been trapped for 800 years. Yes. I have 1,000 years. Yes. The others also said one after another. Two little friends, you were caught at such a young age, what a pity. The old man looked at Lin Ling and Meng Lu and said with some regret. Hearing this, Meng Lu's face became a little ugly. Was he going to be a slave here for a lifetime? Don't think about running away, they are very fast, you can't escape at all, and if you are found running away, you will only end up dead. Sigh. The old man seemed to guess what Meng Lu was thinking and advised again, making Meng Lu sigh, even more unwilling in his heart. It's okay, we can leave whenever we want, it's not difficult. I am very interested in the treasures in the canyon. At this time, Lin Ling, who had been silent, also opened his mouth. His words made the pupils of the people around him shrink, and then they all smiled disdainfully. This young man is young and impetuous, he doesn't know the ferocity of the Uzumaki clan. In the future, he will understand. They didn't say anything about Lin Ling, because everyone who came here for the first time was like Lin Ling, like to say some arrogant words. Lin Ling also noticed the gazes of the people around him, but he didn't explain anything. Instead, he looked around the canyon, where he noticed a familiar aura, related to the scabbard behind him. Is there also a fragment of the scabbard here? The scabbard, this is a treasure that Lin Ling can't understand. In the past, the headless old man repeatedly wanted to kill Lin Ling, but after getting a fragment of the sword, the old man's killing intent weakened a lot, and Lin Ling can also control the sword for the first time, and the power of the sword is currently stronger than the time and space steel. So, if there is a fragment of the sword here, Lin Ling is bound to get it. Rumble. At this time, there was a roar in front of them, and another Uzumaki clan member went to carry the stone, but unfortunately, he failed and was seriously injured. This made the Uzumaki clan members sigh. It seems that the altar left by their ancestors is really difficult to enter. Patriarch, I am useless. The person who failed bowed his head and said, his face was extremely sad. You are the first warrior of our Uzumaki clan. If you can't succeed, then I am afraid there is no one in our generation. We can only rely on the next generation. A white-haired old man with a flowing beard said helplessly, this is the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. I am useless. The warrior who failed gritted his teeth, still unwilling. His eyes suddenly fell on the human, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Fragments of the water boundary. Originally, this area was the ancestral home of the Uzumaki clan, but after the damn humans came, they robbed their territory and made them hide in the Milky Way forever. Therefore, humans deserve to die. Not good. Perceiving the gaze of the Uzumaki clan, the faces of the warriors in the distance greatly changed. They also know that if the Uzumaki clan fails, one of the humans will die. It's you, come out. The warrior pointed to an old man and said. That old man was the one who spoke to Lin Ling before. Alas, it's finally my turn. The old man's heart immediately turned to ashes. He knew that resistance is useless. He looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, what's in life must be there. Today, I will die for you. I hope that one day you can escape from the sea of bitterness. Elder Guan. Hearing this, the eyes of the others suddenly became moist. The old man smiled bitterly and wanted to step out, but at this time, a figure walked out faster than him. It's Lin Ling. Senpai, I will die for you. As soon as such words came out, everyone was stunned. Lin Ling step by step walked towards the Uzumaki clan, which made the Uzumaki clan extremely surprised, because this is the first time they saw someone die for others. Boy, you are very bold. The warrior squinted his eyes. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's courage, it doesn't mean that he will let Lin Ling go. Before you die, do you have anything to say? The warrior also stepped forward. He was 3 meters tall. He came in front of Lin Ling and looked down at Lin Ling like a giant. Lin Ling looked up at the blue-skinned Uzumaki clan member. His face was calm, but he also showed a faint smile. I just want to say one thing, you are indeed useless. When this sentence fell, the entire Uzumaki clan, including the humans, were stunned. They thought that Lin Ling would say something, but the result was this guy mocked the warrior face to face. The warrior was also stunned, his eyes were red with anger. The Uzumaki clan leader frowned. Who brought this person back? Grandfather, it's me. The woman who brought Lin Ling back immediately replied, but she also couldn't understand Lin Ling's actions. You must be the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan. I really don't understand why your Uzumaki clan is qualified to have the bloodline of the sea god. Lin Ling said again, it's a disgrace to have your race in the bloodline of the sea god. You're crazy. How dare you? No one thought that after reprimanding the warrior, Lin Ling would dare to mock the entire Uzumaki clan. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan immediately laughed, without the slightest anger. Little guy, you are so bold. I think you want us to look at you in a different light and spare your life in the end. Unfortunately, such tricks are useless against us. We will still kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand coldly. He had lived for countless years, so how could he not be aware of Lin Ling's actions? However, what Lin Ling said next stunned him. Really? What if I lift the boulder? This sentence undoubtedly shocked the entire Uzumaki clan. The warrior was even angrier. Arrogant words, watch me kill you. In his view, Lin Ling is simply provoking the Uzumaki clan. They can ignore him once, but twice, thrice, this is unacceptable. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Ling, without any world essence power, but with the power of 70 worlds. Crash, the river suddenly turned into monstrous waves. Their sea god's bloodline is very strong in the field of controlling water. Not only is it powerful, but it also contains the power of the universe. If you don't try, how can you not know that I can't do it? Instead, if you kill me, you will miss the opportunity to unlock the seal. Facing the warrior's attack, Lin Ling put his hands behind his back, his blue robe fluttering with the waves, extremely stunning. Stop. Finally, the patriarch shouted, stopping the warrior's attack. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still calm, as if he didn't know that he had just walked through the door of death. Such boldness undoubtedly made everyone secretly admire him. Little guy, with your courage, I will give you a chance. The patriarch looked deeply at Lin Ling and said. As Lin Ling said, killing Lin Ling is a small matter, but what if Lin Ling can really unlock the seal? They won't lose much in this gamble, so why not? Lin Ling slowly walked forward and shook his head. It's not like that, but I will give you a chance. With his age, saying such words, no doubt shocked everyone again. The patriarch couldn't help but laugh out loud. It had been many years since he had seen a martial artist with such a personality. This was because if the youth was arrogant and deliberately mystifying, then he didn't even frown in the face of death. He was truly fearless, but the young man is so young. I want the treasures around this canyon, and then let everyone go. I promise to help you. Lin Ling came to the front of the patriarch and smiled slightly. You have put forward 2 conditions, don't you think you are too greedy? The patriarch narrowed his eyes and said. I don't think so. First, I will unlock the seal for you. Second, I will join hands with you to eradicate the forces of Dragon Tooth City, so I put forward 2 conditions, no one will lose. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom, these words were earth-shattering. Not only the Uzumaki clan, but also the human's heart roared. A prisoner actually boasted like this. Could it be that he grew up bragging? Don't talk about eradicating the forces of Dragon Tooth City, even the first condition is impossible. After all, the Uzumaki clan has been here for many years, and their seal has not been lifted. How can Lin Ling do it? Haha, you made me take you seriously before, but now I've underestimated you. You said that you can break the seal, then let me ask you, what is that rock? I'll give you 100 chances to answer. If you answer wrongly, I'll kill one of you until all of you are dead. The patriarch's voice turned cold. Humph, I advise you, those who threaten me will not have a good ending, but seeing that you have a grudge with the forces of Dragon Tooth City, I will not care about it for the time being. As for what that rock is, such a simple question, are you laughing at me? Or are you looking down on me? Lin Ling sneered and looked at the huge rock. The reason why he dared to come out must be because he was confident, because that rock was broken by him. In Xianxia's era, he once fought with the Poseidon bloodline. The latter held the sea-suppressing sky halberd, and in the end, the halberd was broken, and one of the fragments turned into that rock. The reason why Lin Ling was so familiar with it was that he had fought with that genius for 3 years. The raw material of that rock is the fragment of the water realm, which was cast into the shape of the sea-suppressing stone. It was originally one of the fragments of a halberd. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Yuri helping by shutting up. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned and said disdainfully, "It turns out that you don't know the origin of this rock." The patriarch was a little embarrassed and said, "We only know that this is the sea-suppressing stone, we didn't know that it is a fragment of the water realm and one of the halberds." The fragment of the water realm is actually the same as the fragment of the flame world, only the shape is different, of course. After Lin Ling said the origin of the rock, the Uzumaki people looked at Lin Ling differently, and their attitude became much more polite. "This stone has the weight of 100 worlds, without the power of 100 worlds, no one can lift it," Lin Ling said again. No wonder, no wonder." The patriarch was even more surprised and was even more polite to Lin Ling. "But for me, it's still a little too light." However, Lin Ling spoke again, and that light sentence directly made the patriarch's eyes widen. In his sight, Lin Ling was already walking towards the huge rock. "No way, he's a human." "Crazy." "Is he crazy?" Even the Uzumaki clan, who are good at physical strength, failed. How can this young man succeed? Before, I thought that he was really capable, but now it seems that he is used to boasting, and the more he boasted, the more he boasted. The humans in the distance immediately whispered to each other. It's not that they look down on Lin Ling's strength, but among the warriors, there are very few people who have strong physical strength, let alone more than the power of 100 worlds. "Patriarch, the sea-suppressing stone is not simple, if he fails, he will die." The warrior stared at Lin Ling's back and quickly looked at the patriarch. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to care about Lin Ling's life or death, but Lin Ling's previous explanation made them know that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. If he died, it would be bad for them. "Everyone, get ready, don't let him die, he knows a lot of things, maybe he can help our Uzumaki clan." "Yes," the patriarch also reacted and quickly waved his hand. "Yes, patriarch." All the Uzumaki clansmen looked at Lin Ling and prepared to help Lin Ling. Rumble, however, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded and stunned. Some people even slapped themselves hard to see if they were dreaming. This was because the rock that sealed the altar was being slowly lifted up by Lin Ling. What a fierce human! Everyone's hearts trembled violently. The altar has appeared. The patriarch was so shocked that he almost fell to his knees. He stared at the cave behind the huge rock. The Uzumaki clan has been here for thousands of years. They have always wanted to enter the altar but failed repeatedly. Today, a human suddenly came and opened the altar for them? This was simply the talk of an eternity. How could they know that Lin Ling was indeed inferior to them in the water? But in terms of physical strength, Lin Ling greatly surpassed them. "Although this sea-suppressing stone isn't very heavy, do you want me to keep carrying it?" At this time, Lin Ling's depressed voice came. The Uzumaki clansmen reacted and their body trembled with excitement. The patriarch quickly said to the clansmen, "Quickly, go in and unlock the seal." Hearing this, the Uzumaki clansmen rushed into the black hole and disappeared inside. Lin Ling was still holding the huge rock for them. This made the patriarch and the others feel grateful and almost kneeled down to salute him because this young man has made a great contribution for them. "Don't be happy too early, I think there is nothing in the altar." However, Lin Ling slowly said while holding the huge rock. "Why?" The patriarch didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling and immediately asked. "It's very simple, your ancestors sealed the sea-suppressing stone at the entrance of the cave. This shows that the altar is actually useless, so he sealed the cave," Lin Ling said with a smile, but the patriarch didn't refute him. He just frowned and waited quietly. Not long after, a large number of Uzumaki clansmen came out of the cave. One by one, their face was gloomy. The previous warrior sighed and said, "Patriarch, there is nothing inside." Looking at the clansmen who didn't gain anything, the patriarch's face suddenly turned ashen. Rumble, Lin Ling also put down the boulder and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. "Actually, it's not difficult to break your seals. I just need to break the sea with the sea. You should feel that your dantian is like the sea, no matter how you practice, all the spiritual energy dissipates into the sea, right? Hearing this, the patriarch exclaimed, "Little friend, how do you know this? I have a friend who also has the blood of the sea god. At first, he practiced the same way as you, but later, he broke the seal and became a genius of 9 regions. Who is your friend? Can we see him?" Through constant conversation, the attitude of the Uzumaki clan members towards Lin Ling changed to awe, no longer a mere courtesy. "I'm afraid you can't see him." Lin Ling shook his head. The genius of the sea god's blood was Li Xiaoya's opponent, but now he didn't know where he went, and even if he was in front of him, he wouldn't care about the Uzumaki clansmen. "However, you don't have to be disappointed, because I may be able to unlock your seal." Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling said again, "Silence." The entire canyon was dead silent. "Senior, you won't lie to us, right?" The patriarch didn't seem to believe it, but Lin Ling's magic was obvious to all. This made him look forward to it, but at the same time, he was afraid that his dream would be defeated by reality and everything would be in vain. "You think I'm free?" Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. "Little ones, quickly let the senior help." With Lin Ling's affirmation, the patriarch suddenly roared. "Senior, please help me." The Uzumaki clansmen rushed out of the canyon one after another, and each of them was very excited. "What's the hurry? Do you think I'm a treasure that everyone wants to eat? Give me one by one." Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand those fierce Uzumaki clansmen. At this moment, all of them bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. That scene made the humans in the distance feel very unreal. Is this really the Uzumaki clan that killed countless people? "Patriarch, you go first." Lin Ling walked toward the patriarch and asked him to sit down cross-legged. "Senior, what do I want to do? Just say it, I will break the seal even if I have to risk my life." The patriarch seemed to be desperate. "You don't have to do anything, just sit cross-legged and cultivate." Lin Ling stopped in front of the patriarch and said lightly. "Good." The patriarch was very excited. After waiting for a moment, he said again, "Senior, if there's anything you want to say, just say it." Thinking of being able to unlock the seal, he undoubtedly became more and more excited, so he was afraid that he couldn't help Lin Ling. "If you shut up, I'll help you." Lin Ling couldn't help but reprimand him again. "This old guy, is he done yet?" After saying that, his palm slapped the patriarch's back, and in his body, thousands of sea roared, and this is the power of the big sea heart flower. Translator, Transin editor, Transin leaving the Milky Way. "See? Are you the sea god?" At this moment, the patriarch exclaimed as he felt the power of 10,000 seas pouring into his body. "Shut up!" Lin Ling roared again. "Oh my god, he has the power of the sea god, he is definitely the sea god." Who knew that the patriarch was so shocked that he was incoherent? Bang! Lin Ling punched the patriarch's head and knocked him out. "You old man, you talk too much nonsense." Seeing Lin Ling attacking the patriarch, the Uzumaki people smiled bitterly, but they did not dare to do anything and let Lin Ling do whatever he wanted. Rumble. At the place where Lin Ling was, the river water surged and turned into 10,000 seas rolling. The power of Thunder Sea, Flame Sea, Ice Sea, and so on were all integrated into the river water. So powerful. The Uzumaki people blinked and looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the sea god, and the sea god is a real god. After an unknown amount of time, the patriarch finally opened his eyes and found a trace of weak spiritual energy lingering in his dantian. He jumped up and swam around crazily like a fish. "I can cultivate, ha ha ha, I can cultivate." One must know that the sea god's bloodline is not weak and his body is extremely strong. If he can produce boundary essence, it can increase his strength by half, so, how can the patriarch not be happy? "Benefactor, benefactor." After swimming a few laps excitedly, the patriarch came to Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. "Men, give all the treasures around the canyon to the benefactor and release all the humans. From now on, except for the forces of Dragon Tooth City, ordinary warriors are not allowed to be killed." When his order came out, the hundreds of warriors in the distance were shocked and absent-minded. They did not expect that because of Lin Ling, they would be free from the sea of bitterness from now on. That little friend is really a god. At the same time, he was extremely grateful to Lin Ling, in the following days, Lin Ling cultivated in the Uzumaki clan. There were a lot of treasures here, and he used them all to refine them. After a year, his cultivation had finally reached the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. However, there weren't many treasures that could be used for cultivation, so Lin Ling's other dantians were still in place. As for Dream Flow, he had also stepped into the 4th level of the martial immortal realm. Furthermore, his talent had been stimulated once more, allowing him to step into the desolate body realm. Dreamstream is also a piece of unpolished jade with limitless potential. Lin Ling was secretly astonished at Dream Flow's growth. Dream Flow was still in seclusion, so he did not want to disturb him. Instead, he planned to leave this place temporarily, because he had too many treasures, and he needed to go to Dragon Tooth City to trade. Patriarch, the forces in Dragon Tooth City also have enmity with me. After my strength increases again, I'll join forces with you to eradicate those forces. Before leaving, Lin Ling said to the Patriarch. The Patriarch nodded excitedly. In the area of Dragon Tooth City, there are many people who want to eradicate those forces. In this dense ancient forest, I know of a few ancient clans. They also want to destroy the Bailey clan and Lu clan. Alright, contact them. Tell them that the best time has come. Lin Ling changed into a clean robe and waved goodbye. Watching the young man leave, the Patriarch sighed in his heart. What a mysterious young man. Whoosh, using all his strength, Lin Ling once again rushed through the rolling waves of the heavenly river. When he appeared on the ground, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He finally came out. Lin Ling patted the bag hanging from his waist. It was filled with a large number of treasures. He planned to head to Dragon Tooth City. As long as he traded these treasures, his strength would increase again. The scabbard is beginning to change. After obtaining all the treasures in the canyon, Lin Ling saw a broken sword and a pile of scrap metal. Then, he put it into the scabbard, and it was finally absorbed by the scabbard. This made him realize that the broken sword was indeed a part of the sword. However, the broken sword was not big, so the effect of the scabbard was not obvious. However, it made Lin Ling more familiar with the scabbard. This scabbard must be the sword of some divine being. Its origin was extraordinary, and it could make Lin Ling use the most powerful sword with the fusion of essence, energy, and spirit. That sword seemed to be 20% of the devil sword rank, but Lin Ling felt that it was not only that. Because he was very familiar with the power of the rank, 20% of the power of the rank was not as strong as the scabbard. Therefore, this scabbard had a power that exceeded the rank. However, Lin Ling was not very clear about what kind of power it was. Thinking constantly, Lin Ling walked back the way he came. Boy, along the way, did you see the ultimate emperor heavenly fruit? Suddenly, a lazy voice came from above. On top of a huge ancient tree in front of him, an assassin-like man was standing there, leaning against the ancient tree. His aura was extremely sharp. The ultimate emperor heavenly fruit he mentioned was obviously the treasure he needed the most. However, he could not find it in a short time, so he asked passers-by about it. Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, his face became a little strange. The man lowered his head, looking very carefree. However, when he saw that Lin Ling did not say anything, he finally looked at Lin Ling slowly. You're just an early martial immortal, don't be too arrogant. After saying this, he saw Lin Ling's appearance clearly. His eyes narrowed. You're the boy who was being hunted? He recognized that this was the boy who caused an uproar a year ago, and all the experts were sent to hunt him down. Hee, I didn't expect that someone would recognize me. Lin Ling was also a little surprised, but the smile on his face became even more bloodthirsty. You remember me. This means that you were also involved in the hunt last time. His voice was cold, and his smile was like that of a demon. The carefree man on the tree trembled. In the past, this young man killed countless martial immortals with a single sword. That scene, he had seen it with his own eyes. Bang, he stepped on the tree branch, and a turbulent smoke burst out. His whole body disappeared from the tree in an instant. The hazy smoke blocked his line of sight. Lin Ling was stunned. Then, his soul power spread out. He escaped really fast. He took a step and shot toward a certain direction. At this moment, a figure walked out from a thick and short ancient tree. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. That boy is still alive. I must tell the 100 Lane clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the distance while a complacent smile hung on the corners of his mouth. The martial technique he'd executed earlier was called the Sandalwood Rain technique, and it was a mid-grade 7th grade martial technique. It allowed him to cultivate 30% of the force of the universe, allowing him to vanish in the void of the universe. It was unfathomable. He'd relied on this movement technique to escape death many times, and he'd even survived at the hands of a half-saint expert. If I tell Fairy Lou this news, she will definitely reward me handsomely. Thinking of the reward, the man became even more excited. He could exchange it for a large amount of treasures to cultivate, and his strength would increase greatly. Then, he could kill some weak people and be admired by millions of beauties. Just thinking about it made him excited. Bang. Translator, trans and editor, trans and slaughter, those words and that smile made the man tremble. The person who came was Lin Ling. Without waiting for the man to speak, Lin Ling exploded with the speed of 30 worlds and punched out. In the next moment, a painful cry came from the dense forest, startling the birds. The cultivators nearby all looked up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. After Lin Ling killed the man, he shook off the blood on his fist and looked into the distance. Bailey Yenwu, Fairy Lou, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. I'll make you regret what you did that day. Cold. The cold voice echoed in the forest. Lin Ling had already disappeared. The ancient dragon's tongue and teeth were vast and boundless. In this ancient divine forest, light would occasionally soar into the sky and roar of divine beasts. In the depths of this ancient forest, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Some people died here and turned into a pile of bones. Some people obtained treasures here and rose to the heavens in a single step. It was undeniable that although this forest was dangerous, it was also the cradle of heavenly treasures. However, this treasure-like forest was also controlled by someone. It was the huge power of the Dragon-Tooth City. Run. That person is catching up. In the dusky forest, the light in the sky was blocked. A figure quickly moved through the forest with the speed of 15 worlds. This speed was extremely terrifying. In the 10,000 worlds, this speed could easily cross 15 worlds. However, in the 9 prefectures, this speed was obviously suppressed. In addition, the forest was bigger than the 10,000 worlds, so the speed of 15 worlds couldn't allow him to rush out of the forest in an instant. This person wasn't old, about 40 years old. However, he was extremely powerful. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. However, when he turned around and looked behind him, fear appeared on his determined face. It was as if there was an ancient ferocious beast chasing after him. I must return to the city immediately. He made complicated hand seals with both hands. A black hole vortex began to appear in front of him and he shot into it. When he reappeared, he was already in the void. The pitch-black starry sky made the man smile. He finally escaped from that demon. During this period of time, many of his friends had died in the hands of that demon. That demon was extremely powerful. Late martial immortals were no match for him. In addition, he was like an assassin that was impossible to guard against. In the end, he became the most feared person among the loose cultivators. In fact, he didn't know why that person wanted to kill him. Perhaps, that person was a homicidal maniac. Rumble, right at this moment, a dazzling meteor appeared in the sky, and it came crashing down on him in a dense mass. Upon closer inspection, the colorful flames covering the meteors were in the shape of coffins. It's him. The man's heart trembled. The Grim Reaper had caught up. He didn't expect that the Grim Reaper would still be able to catch up to him after he escaped into the universal void. Why do you want to kill me? The man let out an unwilling cry. A cloaked figure appeared in front of his eyes. He stood there quietly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. However, the figure gradually removed his cloak, revealing a delicate and pretty face. It's you. The man looked at the face in disbelief. He finally knew why the other party had come. Rumble. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The flaming coffin smashed down from the sky. The man began to resist with all his might. Unfortunately, there were too many flaming coffins. Gradually, he was smashed beyond recognition. He let out a painful cry and finally calmed down. In the pitch-black starry sky, the cloaked man walked forward step by step. He looked extremely calm and said, "This is the 65th person. The Bailey clan and the Liu clan are really bold. they actually summoned so many late martial immortals. However, I would like to see how many people can be killed by me. He was Lin Ling. After leaving the Heavenly River, he began to take revenge. Those loose cultivators had no enmity with him. However, they wanted to kill him for money. Therefore, they had to bear the anger of being killed by Lin Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, he wore a large cloak and kept inquiring about the news. He killed all those who had participated in the assassination of him. However, Lin Ling still did not find any news about his elder brother. The only thing he was sure of was that his elder brother was still alive. Moreover, during this period of bitter fighting, Lin Ling's cultivation had stabilized. Now, he was confident that he could defeat a 10th-stage martial immortal expert. Of course, the premise was that his opponent did not have the desolate body and the power of a higher stage. Who is it? At this moment, in a luxurious mansion in the Dragon-Tooth City, a middle-aged man smashed the teacup in his hand. The middle-aged man was wearing a white fur coat. He was rich and dignified. His eyebrows were sharp and he gave people a feeling that they could not look directly at him. His identity was also extremely powerful. He was one of the last disciples of martial god Qilin, Lu Xingyun. The heavenly court was a huge force that spread throughout the 9 provinces. It was unshakable since ancient times. The current number 1 person in the heavenly court, martial god Qilin, was a big shot that shocked the 9 provinces. Although there were countless members in the heavenly court, there were not many who could become martial god Qilin's last disciple. Each of them had an illustrious identity. In the 9 provinces, even the god emperors would give them face. Sir, during this period of time, more and more people have died in our branch of the heavenly court. Many of them were qualified to join the heavenly court but were killed in the end. Most importantly, we have reported the quota to the heavenly court. Now that we can't hand over so many experts, it will be difficult to explain to the heavenly court. A man in a standard robe said. The heavenly court was also constantly recruiting members, constantly growing stronger and stronger. It was just that the recruitment requirements were higher. Becoming a member of the heavenly court was also a matter of endless glory, but now, the warriors they had recruited here were all dead. Instead, they had handed over the quota. This made it difficult to explain to the heavenly court. It's not strange that 1, 2, or even 3 people have died. However, all of them are our people. This means that someone is deliberately targeting us. Lu Xingyan said faintly, I guess, it should be one of the 3 young men we chased a year ago. One of them is still alive. Moreover, the Bailey clan has also replied that many of their people have died. So, we can be sure that among the 3 young men, one of them is still alive. Sir, you're right. We will find that person. Hearing this, the man in the standard robe nodded immediately. Go. This person humiliated the young lady. He must die. Don't bother me with these trivial matters. My goal is still to guard against the ancient clans in the heavenly river and the ancient forest. Lu Xingyan rubbed his temples and said, as if he was very impatient with this matter. Yes, sir. The man took the order and left. However, not long after, a piece of news that made Lu Xingyan slightly happy came. Sir, that person has been found. This person is in the Dragon-Tooth City. He wanted to kill young Master Bailey but was discovered in the end. Although he escaped, he is now sealed in the Dragon-Tooth City. Very well. Good, he is in the Dragon-Tooth City. That is the territory of the Bailey clan and my Lu clan. He can't escape. I will give you 3 months to capture him alive and let the young lady personally gouge out his eyes. Sir. It's impossible to fly. At the same time, a storm was brewing in Dragon-Tooth City, and the entire city was on guard. It was easy to enter the city, but it was harder than ascending to the heavens to leave the city. Capture 1 person alive in the city. This is the appearance of that person. Anyone who sees it will be heavily rewarded. He's that homicidal maniac? TSK, I didn't expect him to be so young. He caused a storm in the city some time ago. Now, we can go search for treasures in the ancient forest without worry. After the ancient city was covered with portraits, those independent cultivators relaxed. So long as that person was trapped in Dragon-Tooth City, then they would capture him sooner or later, so they didn't have to worry. At this moment, In an inn in Dragon Tooth City, a masked man was drinking wine, and the eyes beneath the mask were extremely cold. The Bailey clan has a half-saint realm expert. That young Master Bailey is very difficult to kill. This man was Sakura. After he jumped into the surging Milky Way that day, he flowed with the current and was finally separated from Lin Ling and Lu Ming. Now, a year had passed, and he didn't know the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Meng Lu. However, according to the rumors, both Lin Ling and Meng Lu were dead, so Sakura didn't leave. He ceaselessly slaughtered the members of the Bailey clan, and he wanted to kill Bailey Yenwu and Fairy Lu even more, but in the end, his plan failed, and he was trapped in the city. This city is really miraculous. I wanted to soar through the sky, but a mysterious force sealed me, causing me to be unable to charge out. I could only leave through the city gate. However, there are countless experts at the city gate, so that path isn't easy to take. Sakura said to himself. During this period of time, his strength had improved, but he was still much weaker than the Bailey clan and Lu clan. Die. Right at this moment, a ray of light slashed towards him. It was sharp and fierce, and it possessed 60% of the energy of the universe. Crack, Sakura threw away the wine cup in his hand, and his right arm transformed into bones that collided with the sword. Cracks instantly appeared on his bones. What? Use your hands to block my sword. The person who had attacked was an old man at the 8th level of the martial immortal realm. He was Sword Immortal MOU from the Eastern Territory. He had thought that the person being hunted was not strong, so he had volunteered. However, he now realized that this 4th level martial immortal realm junior was not weak at all. Hee, the one who should die is you. The corner of Sakura's mouth revealed a cold smile. His white bony arm swung out and pierced through that old man's chest. You, kill me. The old man lowered his head in disbelief. This is what you get for trying to kill me. Sakura sneered and threw the old man away. Then, he quickly left through the window. He didn't dare to burst out with his full speed because he would become the focus of attention. He only wanted to blend into the crowd as soon as possible. Yes, he's in the vicinity. Have everyone in the city narrow down their search target and focus on searching the nearby area. Sakura had just left and immediately, a strong practitioner appeared and issued an order. Dragon Tooth City was huge, so it would not be easy to find someone in a short period of time. However, if the target of the search was smaller, it would be much easier. Very good, this man is called Sakura. I want to catch him with my own hands. In the Bailey clan, Bailey Yenwu also revealed a cold smile. Among the 3 cockroaches, he was lucky enough to survive. Did he think that he could escape the Bailey clan's pursuit? This was simply a dream. Almost at the same time, the Lu clan also received the news. Lu Xingyu nodded with satisfaction. The homicidal maniac that he had been looking for was finally coming to the surface. He also wanted to see what this cockroach-like person looked like. Not good, my lord. In the ancient forest, another member of our heavenly court has died. However, when the 2 forces were looking forward to it, someone sent the news, which made Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yenwu stunned. Wasn't the homicidal maniac trapped in the ancient city? Why were there still people dying in the forest? How many people died? Lu Xingyun frowned and said. If 1 or 2 people died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Perhaps they died in the mouth of demon beasts. Almost 100 people, all of them are from the Heavenly Court and the Bailey clan. The man glanced at Lu Xingyun and said nervously. Sure enough, after this sentence, Lu Xingyun's face became extremely ugly. His heart was extremely painful, as if it was cut by a knife. The number of people who died in the Heavenly Court's branch this time was simply beyond his imagination. This means that 2 of the 3 cockroaches are still alive. Find him, even if he's a god. I want him to fall in the dragon tongue tooth. Lu Xingyun's voice became louder and louder. Obviously, he was roaring. On the other side, the Bailey clan was also furious at this moment. Because these 2 pieces of rat feces had stirred up a nest of soup, they even thought that the 2 cockroaches did it deliberately. One of them was outside, while the other was inside. They wanted to uproot them. Finally counterattack? Let's see if you're qualified. Bailey Yenwu said with a cold face. He did not expect the 2 to be so difficult to deal with. He was sure that the 2 foreigners were not ordinary people. They were probably very powerful in their hometown, however, the fierce dragon could not fight the local snake. They could not make any big waves in the Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, a figure in a large cloak was slowly entering Dragon Tooth City. The cloaked figure stopped at the entrance and raised his head to look at the ancient city while a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Flying Snow Heavenly Love Formation. Once this formation is set up, those who enter it will not leave. It's an excellent ancient formation for trapping people. Unless one is in the Sage-to-Be realm, no one can break out of it. Moreover, this formation covers the whole city. The Lu clan is really generous. However, martial god Qilin used to learn martial arts from me. He didn't learn the essence, but he did learn a lot of skills. The man said lightly. He was Lin Ling. After seeing the giant defensive formation of the city, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. This formation was taught to martial god Qilin by Li Xiaoyao. Now that someone in the city could set up this formation, it meant that the person was the successor of martial god Qilin. Lin Ling even guessed that the person was the person with the greatest power in the heavenly court in the Dragon Tooth City. In the past, although Lin Ling had killed many people in the heavenly court, they were just small fries. Now, he could finally kill a backbone. This was also the first step on his path of revenge against the heavenly court after his rebirth. I'll play with you slowly. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and stepped into the ancient city. Then, he went straight to the auction house, which was also a place for trading. He had a lot of treasures now, and what he needed was imperial crystals. When he arrived at the ancient auction house, the auction had already ended. However, there were still a lot of rogue cultivators around. This was because there were also treasures to be sold around the auction house, but they were not as valuable as the ones in the auction house. Lin Ling knew that the auction had ended through the conversations of passers-by. He simply set up a stall to trade. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. You still have 3 breaths of time. When the treasures fell on the floor, the expressions of the people nearby changed. That's a semi-supreme weapon. What a sharp aura. And it's not just one. Look at that long saber. That's the Flying Fish Flaming Wasp Saber, the famous weapon of Taoist Fire Bee. It's extremely powerful. TSK, I wonder how much it's worth. Many people gathered around quietly, their eyes full of excitement. Although weapons were external objects, powerful weapons could increase a cultivator's strength by 30% or even 50%. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, they were also a little afraid of the cloaked man, because those who dared to set up a stall here must have some confidence in their own strength. However, after they used a secret technique to investigate, they were surprised to find that the cloaked man was only a level 4 martial immortal. This level of cultivation was not very strong, but he had endless treasures. This was very shocking. Everyone's eyes became greedy. The cloaked man was too bold. This drunken dream leaf sword is mine. I didn't expect you to steal it. Right at this moment, a skinny man arrived before the stall and looked at one of the ancient swords with bright eyes. The sword was completely blue and had clouds flowing around it. If one stared at the sword, they would feel as if they were in a dream. This was the extremely famous drunken dream leaf sword. The owner of this sword was a 10th level martial immortal expert. He was quite famous in the Dragon Tongue Feng region. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly raised his eyes and looked at the thin man in front of him. The man was not tall, but his eyes were sharp. Obviously, he was also a decisive person. You said this sword is yours? Lin Ling said indifferently. That's right. Now, you have to return the sword to me and compensate me with a treasure. Then, I'll forgive you for your mistake. The man nodded and said with an extremely tough attitude. The people around sneered secretly and looked at the cloaked man mockingly. They knew that the owner of the drunken dream leaf sword had died in the heavenly river, so the man was not the real owner. He was just looking for an excuse to steal the sword. In fact, how could Lin Ling not know this? He said indifferently, what if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being impolite. The man took a step forward, and his voice became even colder. Moreover, his hand reached out to grab the sword on the ground. Seeing this, the eyes of the surrounding people flashed. It seemed that they were also planning to make a move. Because the man had forcefully snatched the sword, they could also take advantage of the chaos to snatch away all the treasures of the cloaked man. Moreover, even if they didn't snatch it, others would. However, just as the man was about to grab the sword, Lin Ling's finger was already on the sword. Just one finger was enough to make the man unable to lift the sword. Let go. The man flew into a rage and punched towards Lin Ling with his other hand. This punch contained 50% of the power of the universe. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He pointed with his left hand, "Get out of my way." The finger collided with the fist, and a cracking sound was heard. The man's left fist was penetrated by the finger, and his entire arm was crippled. The man screamed in pain as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of terror. "You dare to snatch things with your little strength?" Lin Ling said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't get out of my way, you'll die. Get out of my way." I was wrong. Get out of my way." The man's expression changed drastically. He finally reacted and hurriedly ran away. However, his eyes were filled with viciousness and unwillingness. After leaving the crowd, he gritted his teeth and said, "Good. You dared to cripple my arm. I won't let you leave Dragon Tooth City. Get out of my way." After saying this, he strode away. Obviously, he was going to find help. As for the martial artists around Lin Ling, they didn't dare to make a move to snatch the treasures. They were even glad that the man had made a move to let them know how terrifying the cloaked man was. Don't do things more than 3 times. If you have any ideas about me again, the next one won't be getting out of my way, but death. Get out of my way. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and coldly spat out this sentence. He also knew that Dragon Tooth City was a lawless area, so he didn't have to be afraid. The people around him didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. However, they looked at the treasures with fiery eyes. Finally, someone asked, after all, if they couldn't snatch the treasures, they could at least buy them. 1 million royal crystals for a treasure of the semi-supreme level. If it's any other level, 100,000 royal crystals will do. Lin Ling also calmly quoted the price. So expensive? Wow. People exclaimed, but Lin Ling didn't bother to pay attention to them. The treasures were in his hands. Take them or leave them, people's eyes kept flashing. Seeing that Lin Ling was unwilling to compromise, they finally reluctantly took out their royal crystals to trade. After all, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Lin Ling was expressionless. He took the royal crystals and threw out the treasures. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly came from the front. "Reeing, do you know how much money you've wasted by delaying my time? Brother Bailey, I know that you're searching for the cockroach from a year ago. It's a very important matter. However, I saw a treasure. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to disturb you. That treasure contains a large number of semi-supreme weapons. Brother Bailey definitely won't suffer a loss." "That's more like it." The crowd gradually separated. 5 figures appeared in front of Lin Ling's stall and stared coldly at Lin Ling. "They're from the Bailey clan." Looking at the young man in the lead, the surrounding people quickly dispersed with a respectful look on their faces. The young man in the lead had a cultivation of the stage 7 martial immortal realm. He seemed to be hiding some trump cards. Therefore, the crowd was quite wary of him. He looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, "How much is that cauldron?" Lin Ling sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly shut. He appeared to be unperturbed, but in reality, he had also heard the words of those few people earlier. In fact, he had even sensed that the man whose arm had been crippled had returned at this moment. He immediately understood what was going on. 1 million royal crystals for a semi-supreme weapon. Lin Ling said indifferently. So expensive? Don't you think you're being too greedy? The young man frowned. Lin Ling's attitude annoyed him. He didn't even look at him. "Are you deaf?" However, Lin Ling replied coldly. He knew that this person was doing it on purpose. "You don't know how to be polite. I'm talking to you nicely. How dare you scold me?" The young man's face became angry. He seemed to be using this as a pretext to make a fuss. The surrounding people's eyes flickered. They knew that the people from the Bailey clan were looking for an excuse to attack. After all, it wouldn't be nice to talk about robbing. The Bailey clan didn't want to lose face, however, Lin Ling still sat cross-legged and didn't move an inch. "Can't you hear me?" The young man's eyes were filled with killing intent. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes and said, "You have 3 breaths time. Get lost." What an arrogant rogue cultivator. No one has ever dared to say "get lost" in front of me. The price for that word is very high. The assassination was coming. Scram. Get lost. However, Lin Ling had already stood up and roared a few times. Was he trying to tell the young man that 1 scram was not enough? How about 3 or 4? You. The young man was stunned. He hadn't expected the cloaked man to be even more arrogant than he had imagined. He immediately attacked, and a wolf-fang saber appeared in his hand. He looked at Lin Ling and viciously slashed out, causing the wind and clouds to surge. A semi-extreme weapon. Everyone was greatly alarmed as they sensed the terrifying power of the universe, rumble. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also made his move. He didn't use any powerful martial arts. Instead, he threw out a punch, and with a cracking sound, the huge wolf-fang blade shattered. This time, everyone was shocked. The young man stood there in a daze, holding a broken saber. Scram. If it's not enough, then die. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his godly demon physique descended. It was as if he had the power to uproot mountains and rivers, causing the entire street to shake. Both of them punched out at the same time. Lin Ling already knew that the young man was from the 100 Lane clan. Even if there were no grudges between them, Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. Not to mention, the other party was trying to kill him. This was simply courting death. Do you know who I am? Looking at the punch with the roar of the dragon god, the young man's face changed dramatically. Even if you are Bailey Yenwu, you will still die. Boom, Lin Ling killed the young man with 1 punch. Then, he did not show any mercy and killed the rest of the people. Only the man with the broken arm was left alive. At that moment, the man's face was pale and he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Let me ask you a question. Who is the Bailey clan after? Lin Ling looked down at the man and said indifferently. He's one of the 3 youths who escaped a year ago. The man quickly replied. Thank you. Lin Ling's gaze turned serious. He knew that his big brother was trapped in the city. He had to go help him immediately. After that, Lin Ling raised his foot high and hung it above the man's head, causing the latter's face to be filled with regret. I've already answered your question. You promised not to kill me. When did I promise you anything? In fact, you shouldn't have come back. Lin Ling smirked coldly. His foot stomped down heavily like a dragon's tail. With a boom, the man was turned into a pile of meat. The whole street was split open, shocking the whole city. However, Lin Ling didn't stop. He disappeared from where he stood. So strong, this person's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, I feel like a berserk dragon has infiltrated Dragon Tooth City. Seeing that Lin Ling had disappeared, the rogue cultivators started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, the arena in the east of the city was the arena for life and death battles in Dragon Tooth City. Those who survived would be rewarded handsomely, while those who died would be reduced to ashes. On the other hand, the usually bustling arena was extremely quiet today. Moreover, this vast arena had been sealed off by someone. Are you trapped here? Outside the arena, a large number of experts gathered there and laughed coldly. Right now, Sakura was being pressured by them step by step. In the end, he escaped to this arena. Now, it would be difficult for him to escape. Young Master Bailey has entered. He probably wants to catch that cockroach with his own hands. Old Ma is also following him. This person is a 10th stage martial immortal. He's a ruthless person. With him around, there's no need to be afraid of that cockroach escaping. We'll guard outside the arena and make sure nothing goes wrong. A white-haired old man laughed. He was thin and weak, with a centipede-like scar on his face. His hands were holding 2 delicate beauties. His aged hands were rubbing them, causing the women to moan. As for the old man, his face was filled with satisfaction. This made the rogue cultivators at the side lick their lips. Evil flames rose in their hearts. They planned to vent their anger after completing this mission. You guys watch for a while. I'll leave for a while. the old man suddenly said in a dignified manner. Everyone nodded in tacit understanding. The envy in their eyes became thicker. The old man carried the two women to a corner of the arena. Then, he started to move. Moaning sounds continued to ring out. Not long after, the old man let out a roar as if he was venting something. His entire body was incomparably carefree. Looking at the two delicate women at his feet, their cheeks were red and they had already fainted. The goods this time are not bad. The old man reluctantly rubbed the woman's softness. With a smile, he put on his clothes and was about to leave. However, at this moment, a cold killing intent suddenly arrived. It was like a sword in the shadows, causing the old man's expression to change instantly. His intuition, which had been wandering in the ancient forest for many years, made him take a step and disappear on the spot. Puff, a strong light shot down from the sky. The ground was penetrated, revealing a finger-sized hole. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. This assassin-like attack made the old man's expression turn serious. He knew that although the power of the attack was not great, if it hit a person's body, it would definitely penetrate everything. Moreover, he sensed that the ground within a few hundred meters of the ground had completely collapsed. This meant that not only could the finger penetrate a person's body, it could also destroy all the vitality of a person. What a powerful attack! The old man couldn't help but raise his head. A cloaked man walked down from the sky like an assassin of the Grim Reaper. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The old man said coldly. He was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. This was the first time he was assassinated by someone. It's because it's you. That's why I want to kill you. The cloaked man walked down from the sky and slowly took off his hood, revealing a handsome face. He was like a god, like the Grim Reaper. It's you? You didn't die? The old man's pupils constricted, because this was one of the three youths. He never thought that there would still be one alive, and even dared to assassinate him. One had to know that there were many experts standing guard not far away. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember me. Fortunately, I also remember you. You were one of the leaders of the last assassination attempt. Lin Ling landed on the ground and said calmly. So what? You escaped last time. You shouldn't have come back. This time, do you think you can escape? I have to admit that you're quite powerful. However, the attack you used before should have been your full strength. However, you failed. A powerful aura spread out from the old man's body. The power of the universe surged as he stared at Lin Ling as if he was staring at his prey. I just wanted to save some time by assassinating you. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that his brother was trapped in the arena. Therefore, he didn't plan to delay any longer. He stomped on the ground and the speed of 30 worlds appeared. Mixed with the innate ability of the realm-devouring beast, it turned into a ferocious punch that flew towards the old man like a meteor. I know you're quite capable. However, coming here is the biggest mistake of your life. If you can't kill me in one blow, you'll be hunted down by all the rogue cultivators in the city. The old man sneered. He even thought that Lin Ling was stupid. Even if Lin Ling succeeded in killing him in this place, he would alert the enemy and die in the city. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't kill him. Rumble. Translator, Transin editor, Transin. It was a massacre. Boom. The two experts collided and they were evenly matched. I told you that you can't kill me with a single strike. The old man was shocked by the young man's strength. If a level 4 martial immortal could fight against him, what if he was a level 4 martial immortal? That was unimaginable. Fortunately, the young man was too confident. He was walking right into the trap. That's not necessarily true. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded in front of him. Colorful flames suddenly erupted from the fist and the power of the universe was born. The old man's expression changed greatly. This mysterious young man could increase his strength. Although he seemed to be evenly matched with the young man, he was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, if the young man unleashed a bit more strength, he would definitely not be able to stop him. Crackle. When the god-demon body and the space-time flame appeared, the old man felt a strong realm essence rushing toward him. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. His fist collided with Lin Ling's fist. However, Lin Ling's fist released a strong realm essence. causing the old man's arm to expand rapidly as if it was being blown up. The ferocious realm essence even reached his body. The old man panicked. He wanted to retreat, he wanted to run away, and he even wanted to call for help. However, it was too late. No. In the end, with a boom, the level 10 martial immortal expert was only able to shout out one sentence before he was destroyed by the powerful force. It's not difficult to kill you with a single strike. Lin Ling waved his arm and the spacetime flame disappeared into his body. He walked out from the corner. Although the old man was a level 10 martial immortal, Lin Ling was a level 4 martial immortal. Coupled with the fusion of the realm essence in his dantian, he had already surpassed the level 10 martial immortal realm. What happened? There seems to be a rumble over there. Hee, that old man is too fierce. He should be doing that kind of thing. However, those two beauties won't be able to take it. I see. I was surprised for nothing. I thought some strong enemy had come. Are you stupid? What kind of expert could come here? Outside the arena, the experts were worried at first, but they gradually relaxed. There were over 100 late-stage martial immortals here. Unless one was a half-sage, who would dare to behave atrociously here? It's your turn. However, just as they finished speaking, a figure wearing a large cloak walked out, causing those people to fall silent. A trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts as they looked around, wanting to find that expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. There's no need to look. That old pervert is already dead. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. He waved his powerful fist and looked down on these experts like a god. Brat, who are you? He seems to be the young man from a year ago. He's not dead? Someone recognized Lin Ling and shouted, causing the entire space to become deathly silent. Haha, we searched high and low for them, only to find them by chance. I didn't expect that we would be able to catch two people today. We're going to make a great contribution. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they were not afraid of Lin Ling. The reason was that this was the headquarters of the Bailey clan and the Lu clan. Perhaps they thought that they would not die in a place like Dragon Tooth City. 15, 16, 17. At this moment, Lin Ling was expressionless as he calmly reported the number of people. Brat, what are you doing? Someone with a calm temperament couldn't help but ask. Because Lin Ling had appeared alone and was facing so many strong cultivators, this young man was either stupid or had prepared a backup plan. Perhaps, he had invited some strong cultivators to help him. I'm going to kill all of you, so I don't want any of you to escape. After Lin Ling reported the number of people, he nodded calmly. There were exactly 98 people, less than 100 people. Arrogant. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the experts all roared. Did this young man want to kill all of them by himself? One had to know that there were many experts in the arena. If all of them came out, this young man would die here even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Cherish this hard-won sunlight, because you won't be able to see the sun in the sky tomorrow. Lin Ling did not plan to waste any more time. His 4 dantians began to merge, and the fire of time spread throughout his body, causing him to become as bright as a flower. The multicolored flames were extremely dazzling, and even the people in the distance were attracted by them. However, when they saw Lin Ling intending to fight almost 100 people by himself, the passers-by were all in disbelief. At this moment, Lin Ling erupted with the speed of 30 worlds, causing the experts to be unable to react because that speed was too fast. Shameless boasting. One of them was still angrily shouting. He recalled the events of a year ago. At that time, the 3 young men were hunted down like stray dogs, so after a year, the young man would not be able to change anything. He was still a stray dog. Boom. However, just as that person finished speaking, a fist passed through the side of his face, causing his head to spin like a top. In the next moment, he saw his back, and he went crazy. He was even terrified. Could it be that his head had been twisted to the back? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt dizzy, and with a plop, he died. You killed the violent tremor blade? In the crowd, someone roared, causing the entire arena to shake. No one expected that a late-stage martial immortal expert would be killed in a single blow. This caused the remaining people to be incomparably furious. In the past, it must have been fun to hunt me down, right? Today, it's your turn. Lin Ling did not care about the anger of the crowd. He activated his terrifying speed and weaved through the crowd. His fists were like the fists of the war god, wild and unruly. The power of his world origin and physical body was extremely fierce. Puff, with a punch, another person's chest was pierced through. He lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest, as if he was in disbelief. The second one. Outside the arena, the cold voice continued to float out. Fresh blood began to dye the ground red. You're crazy. Seeing Lin Ling continuously killing their people, the eyes of the experts turned red. However, Lin Ling's speed was incomparably fast, so they could not catch up to him. When they finally caught up, another person had already died. The 25th one. Bang. 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 The 32nd one. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, every time the voice rang out, the life of an expert would be reaped. One should know that these experts came from the 9 prefectures, and in their hometowns, they were formidable overlords. However, in this place, they were like ants. Who is this person? He's so powerful. His speed and world origin are both very fierce. He doesn't look like a 4th-stage martial immortal at all. I heard that he was one of the 3 people who were hunted down a year ago. I didn't expect him to come back for revenge. Translator, trans and editor, trans and no one could stop him. He's too scary. We can't win against him. As time passed, there were only a dozen people left in front of the arena. However, they were all panicking. Compared to a year ago, the young man was like a completely different person. He gave them the feeling that he was an expert in the half-step sage realm. Most importantly, the young man didn't use any martial arts. He only relied on his fists to conquer the world. This was beyond their understanding. Run. The remaining people hesitated for a moment before they started to run in different directions. It's too late to run now. Lin Ling sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't do something as stupid as cutting weeds without removing the roots. He took a step and chased after 5 of them. He looked down at them like a god. Don't go too far. You've already killed so many people. Do you still want to kill all of us? Seeing Lin Ling chasing after them, those people were both angry and scared. Back then, thousands of you chased after the 3 of us. Didn't you also kill all of us? However, the shadow of the Grim Reaper behind them laughed sarcastically. The Grim Reaper's scythe slashed down fiercely. His fist destroyed all the power of the universe and killed 5 people in an instant. They died again. Hurry up and run. It'll be too late if we're late. The faces of the people on the other side turned even paler. They wished they could grow another pair of legs and leave this place. However, their speed couldn't be faster than Lin Ling's 30-world speed. After a moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared in the corner of the arena again. He slowly walked back with 5 corpses in his right hand. Bang. Bang. Bang, those corpses fell to the ground, causing the arena door to fall into a deathly silence. This was because everyone was killed. Even those who tried to escape were no exception. This terrifying scene caused the martial artists in the distance to tremble with fear. They couldn't say a word. What happened? Didn't young Master Bailey tell you not to make a ruckus? At this moment, 3 people walked out of the door. They were from the gladiator arena. However, when they saw the scene at the arena door, they were all stunned. Outside the door, blood flowed like a river. Corpses littered the ground. The hundreds of experts from before looked as if they had been eaten by ferocious beasts. Not a single one was left. On the contrary, a man in a large cloak was searching among the corpses and collecting all the treasures. Retreat! Retreat! This scene caused the faces of those people. They only wanted to inform the young master quickly. Wait! However, just as they moved, a lazy and icy voice was transmitted over. The man who was collecting the treasure slowly turned around at this moment. He had delicate features and there was a friendly smile at the corner of his mouth. However, when this smile landed in the eyes of the few people, it was just like the smile of the god of death. At this moment, they didn't of the people. They didn't know why they didn't dare to move. They only had a feeling that if they moved a finger, they would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Is my big brother of them? Move Lin Ling walked slowly towards the three of them with a calm expression, as though he was strolling in his own backyard. The three of them were shocked. Could this young man be one of the people who escaped a year ago? This was too abnormal. He knew that the Bailey clan and the Liu clan were looking for him, but he actually swaggered into the Dragon Tooth City and killed so many cultivators. Their young master Bailey didn't even know that he had killed so many cultivators. After all, young Master Bailey was only one wall away from the arena door, therefore, they couldn't help but be shocked by this young man's courage. He's inside. One of them was completely afraid of Lin Ling's eyes and quickly replied in fear. Don't say it. The other person shouted anxiously. However, it was too late because the first person had already said it. I like honest people the most. The one who spoke can live, but the rest must die. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the arena step by step. The other two people's expressions changed drastically. They never thought that saying a word could save their lives. If they had known, they would have said it. After all, what they said was no secret. Go to hell. However, the two of them didn't have time to regret it. They activated their powerful Jiayuan martial arts and landed on Lin Ling with a boom. However, Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree and didn't move at all. Instead, he patted his clothes and said, "Is that all you've got?" The realm-devouring beast appeared behind him quietly. Its huge mouth made people tremble in fear. Plop, the two of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. They were experts at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. However, under their full-strength attack, their opponent was unharmed. The gap was too big. Both of you can die now. Lin Ling didn't even look at the two of them. With his god-devil body, unless the opponent had the power of a higher rank or the desolate body, he wasn't afraid of them. Bang bang, following Lin Ling's footsteps, the two of them were killed with a punch. Their blood dyed the door red. The remaining person stood there like a puppet, not daring to move at all. The two people who died were his seniors. They were people he had always admired and looked up to. However, these seniors were like chickens and dogs in front of the young man. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Watching the young man gradually leave, that person's heart was constantly hesitating. His eyes instantly turned cold, his body disappeared and a scorpion-shaped dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger was extremely extraordinary. It was a poison weapon. He had once used this poison weapon to kill an expert at the 10th stage of the martial immortal realm. This dagger was made from the tail of the universal scorpion. Although it looked ordinary, its power was almost at the level of a semi-extreme weapon. Whoosh, the dagger directly stabbed Lin Ling's back. Success! That person was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Perhaps this young man was too confident. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at that person indifferently. You sneak attacked me? I don't believe that you will let me go. You must be lying to me. Because, a long time ago, I learned that one's life is in one's own hands. Never trust others. Ha ha ha, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident and too kind. That person said with a ferocious expression. He wasn't old. He had only cultivated for 3,000 years. He couldn't compare to other old monsters, however, his talent was ordinary. He had reached the martial immortal realm in 3,000 years. This showed how sinister and cautious this person was. How pitiful. There was a way to live but you chose to die. Lin Ling was expressionless. He pulled out the dagger on his back. With a clench of his hand, the dagger turned into powder. You weren't poisoned? That young man saw that Lin Ling seemed to be safe and sound. His laughing expression disappeared and turned into fear. You underestimated my body too much. Lin Ling looked at him coldly. The young man knelt down with a plop. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. If I say I will let you go, I will let you go. In my eyes, you are not much different from an ant. Killing one more ant or one less, it doesn't affect me much. Unfortunately, you missed this opportunity. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales UVE offended someone you shouldn't have. I was wrong. Give me another chance, okay? The young man's eyes were moist, and he was practically crying. he hardened his heart and attacked earlier because he really didn't believe Lin Ling. He thought Lin Ling was playing with him and would kill him in the end. However, he wronged Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, he was really not worth mentioning. Whether he lived or died didn't matter much. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated Lin Ling at the same time. He didn't want to die. He still had a great future. Bang, Lin Ling revealed an evil smile. His palm landed on the young man's forehead, causing blood to flow out from the latter's forehead. He fell down with a plop and died completely. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and entered the arena. In his opinion, there was actually such a foolish person. He, Lin Ling, didn't want to waste time, so he couldn't be bothered to kill that ant. In the end, the ant thought too highly of himself and actually came to throw away his life. In this world, there are really many lowly people. At this moment, the fierce battle was still continuing in the enormous arena. Several figures were besieging Sakura, and Sakura was desperately resisting, but his momentum was gradually losing ground. Bailey Yenwu, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. You lied to us. Sakura was roaring furiously as well. On the other side, Bailey Yenwu sat on a chair and drank lightly with a carefree expression. It was as if he was watching a dog being gradually slaughtered. Yell, yell, the louder the better. Bailey Yenwu laughed and said, the three of you should have come from somewhere else, right? No wonder you were so naive and stupid. Last time, I felt that your strength wasn't weak, so I lied to you to shake hands and make peace. But you really believed it. In fact, if a conflict really happened at that time, with the martial artists I brought, they couldn't stop you at all. So, I shook hands and made peace with you. Otherwise, do you think you country bumpkins could talk to me? You bastard, you'll regret it. Hearing that, Sakura was boiling with anger. Last time, they saw that Bailey Yenwu was easy to talk to. Plus, they didn't want to waste time in Dragon Tooth City, so they made peace. But who knew that although they let Bailey Yenwu go, he didn't let them go? Haha, I, Bailey Yenwu, have never regretted anything. I've never hesitated in my life. You're called Sakura, right? When you go to the underworld after death, tell the god of the underworld that it was me, Bailey Yenwu. Lord Lu, cripple him. Bailey Yenwu drank another mouthful of wine. He didn't want to waste any more time. Yes, young master. A 10th-layer martial immortal realm expert walked out from the dueling ground. His universal world realm his worlds, S's. Tales translation translated Tales S's T. Young master, this Sakura must not be killed. He must be left for Fairy Lu. The guards beside Bailey Yenwu said respectfully. Of course. The Lu family is from the Heavenly Court. We can't offend them. Today, we'll do them a favor. Bailey Yenwu nodded. Their Bailey family was still very afraid of the Heavenly Court. Go see what's happening outside the arena. The three of them haven't returned for so long. I'm afraid something might have happened. Then, Bailey Yenwu said. What can happen? There's a level martial immortal stage expert at the entrance of the arena. Who in the vicinity can be their match? The guard replied with a smile. But he still obeyed Bailey Yenwu. At that moment, the level martial immortal stage expert Lord Lu's right hand turned into a tiger's claw. Black light flickered, and as if he was going to tear through the world, he ferociously attacked Sakura. You're also a rare talent. What a pity, what a pity. Today, I, Lord Lu, will cripple you. Lord Lu sneered. However, when his palm was about to grab Sakura, his body suddenly froze. This unforeseen event made Disher Tian stunned, and the people around him were also stunned. Lord Lu, why don't you cripple him? Bailey Yenwu also noticed that something was wrong with Lord Lu. He instantly frowned and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lord Lu, don't tell me you won't listen to the orders of my Bailey clan? Bailey Yenwu said again. Then, he stood up and planned to go over and take a look. Plop, almost at the same time, Lord Lu's head slowly slid down and smashed onto the ground. It was a shocking scene. The arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. What happened? The expressions of the various experts changed greatly. Grandpa Lu, that was an expert at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. He was killed? Moreover, throughout the entire process, they didn't see who did it. Instantly, an unknown fear arose in their hearts, causing their expressions to turn grave. At the same time, footsteps could be heard in the distance of the arena. A white cloak slowly appeared. Holding a huge sword, the tip of the sword drew on the ground, causing dazzling sparks. He walked over step by step. "Bailey Yenwu, we meet again." His indifferent voice was like a gust of wind that spread throughout the entire arena. "It's you." Looking at the figure, Bailey Yenwu's pupils finally trembled. Sakura was stunned for a moment. Then, he was overjoyed. "Second brother, you didn't die?" He was incomparably excited and tears flowed out. In the past year, he had been searching for the whereabouts of Lin Ling and Meng Lu. However, there was no news. This caused him to think that Lin Ling and Meng Lu were dead. But now, Lin Ling appeared in front of him again. "Big brother, we brothers are gathered again." Seeing that Sakura was fine, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. However, his gaze quickly fell on Bailey Yenwu. A cold killing intent spread out from his body. "Bailey Yenwu, you didn't expect that I didn't die, right? You even came to find me personally." Even Lin Ling's voice was filled with killing intent. Bailey Yenwu's heart trembled inexplicably and he started to panic. In the past, he already knew that Lin Ling and the other two were very strong. Now, even a 10th stage martial immortal expert was killed by a sneak attack. Therefore, he alone couldn't stop Lin Ling. Somebody come, somebody come. Help! Bailey Yenwu couldn't help but shout anxiously. He wanted the experts outside the arena to come. No need to shout. They're all dead. Help! However, Lin Ling directly killed all his hopes. Plop! As soon as those words fell, Bailey Yenwu's heart was struck by lightning. In fact, among Sakura and the other two, he was most afraid of Lin Ling. This was because he had a feeling that Lin Ling was the strongest among the three. Now, he knew that his intuition wasn't wrong. As for the people around you, they're all dead now. Lin Ling continued to move forward. The huge sword gently slashed out. The sword light was crystal clear and dazzling. No one could block it. Those few cultivators were instantly slashed into two. In an instant, only Bailey Yenwu was left in the entire arena. "In the past, you said that we should shake hands and make peace. However, after that, you sent people to kill us. Don't you know that your actions have caused you to offend someone you shouldn't have?" A half-step Sage Realm expert has arrived. Bailey Yenwu's expression changed drastically. If he didn't have any regrets before, he was now filled with regret. He never thought that his life would be ended by Lin Ling. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stood up for Fairy Lu. "How about giving me a chance? Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave Dragon Tooth City. Why don't you spare my life and I'll guarantee that you can leave the city. I know you're going to the Spirit Province, but Dragon Tooth City is the only way to get there." Bailey Yenwu looked at Lin Ling eagerly. "Don't talk about how powerful your Bailey family is. If we head to the Spirit Province, no one can stop us. If Dragon Tooth City overestimates itself, then we'll annihilate your Bailey family. You may not believe me, but I've already formed an alliance with the Uzumaki clan outside the city and some other clans in the ancient forest. I think these opponents should be a headache for you." Lin Ling sneered. "Impossible." Bailey Yenwu's expression changed again. The Uzumaki clan that Lin Ling mentioned was their Bailey family's greatest enemy. He never thought that Lin Ling would have such great rallying power. "You have no way out. When you chased us in the past, you already had half a foot in the underworld. Once you're there, you can tell the underworld god that I, Lin Ling, killed you." Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. "Haha, you think you can kill me? I just rarely make a move. Do you think I'm weak?" Bailey Yenwu saw Lin Ling's decisive killing intent and threw caution to the wind. He was a shrewd person. Outsiders might think that he wasn't strong, but in reality, he possessed the desolate body. "Let me show you my talent." Bailey Yenwu roared, and the talent hidden within his body was unleashed. The cry of a crane rang out. Then, tens of thousands of stars shone brightly, and the light of treasure soared into the sky. The entire Dragon Tooth City sensed it. Exquisite stars, pure crane. According to legends, this was the body of the divine crane. After the desolate body appeared, the pressure on Sakura increased greatly. It was as if he was facing an endless void and he was like a small boat in the sea. This was because his cultivation realm was the same as Bailey Yenwu's. However, Bailey Yenwu's talent was at the desolate body grade. Therefore, he felt such pressure. Unless his cultivation level was higher than Bailey Yenwu's, the pressure would never disappear. Desolate body? Is this your confidence? Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect that Bailey Yenwu was hiding a trump card. Haha, are you scared now? Do you think you can still kill me? Let me tell you, even though you're stronger than me, you'll have to put in a lot of effort to kill me. At that time, my father also came. Bailey Yenwu was in high spirits, extremely proud of himself. It's too early for you to celebrate. However, he did not know that the existence of the desolate body was nothing to Lin Ling, unless his desolate body exceeded Lin Ling's by a lot. But from the looks of it, Bailey Yenwu's desolate body was weaker than Lin Ling's. Watch me cripple you. Lin Ling stroked the vines on his left arm. Xiao Kunlun immediately grew and turned into a black plant. It sealed the entire arena, turning it into an ancient forest. Pa. Vines lashed out at Bailey Yenwu, causing his expression to change drastically. What sort of means was Lin Ling using? Controlling plants? Furthermore, this plant was too terrifying. It was as though it could drown the entire Dragon Tooth City. However, what truly terrified him was what happened next. Every time the vines lashed out at him, his body would tremble. The talent he was so proud of felt like it was about to leave his body. No! Bailey Yenwu cried out in pain. This was because his talent was obtained by his father in exchange for the Spirit State's illustrious sect. It was also his capital to head to the Spirit State's illustrious sect. However, this capital, this pride, was gradually disappearing. As the last sound of vines rang out, a divine crane with a dazzling body floated in front of Bailey Yenwu. Bailey Yenwu's pupils constricted. His talent had been extracted, his heart rumbled. Lin Ling was truly omnipotent. Now, you can still laugh? I've said it before, we're people you can't afford to offend. Lin Ling looked at Bailey Yenwu mockingly, then said to Sakura, Big brother, collect his talent, then cripple him. Roger that. Sakura was already itching to make a move. During this period of time, he had been hunted down so miserably. Now, he was going to return the favor tenfold. Bailey Yenwu, have you ever thought that this day would come? Sakura arrived in front of Bailey Yenwu, and first, he ruthlessly lashed out with his palm. Pa. Bailey Yenwu's head was like a rattle drum, swaying left and right. He kept vomiting blood, and finally, he was completely knocked out. Before he fainted, his only thought was that he had indeed provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. These two brothers were like two ferocious dragons. Even the local tyrant couldn't stop their rise. Stop. But right when Sakura was about to annihilate Bailey Yenwu, a furious roar suddenly resounded out in the sky, and then a man that was tall and sturdy like Vajra appeared. This man was around 40 years old, had a square face, and his face was covered in a dense beard, and he gave others an imposing feeling. Shockingly, he was Bailey Yixiong, the overlord of Dragon Tooth City, and Bailey Yenwu's father. Moreover, his cultivation was at the half-saint realm. Let him go, and I'll let you leave Dragon Tooth City. After Bailey Yixiong appeared, his eyes were slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that two of the three juniors he had hunted down a year ago were still alive and had even caused a huge commotion in his territory. Who exactly are these two people? Why are they so mysterious? Hand over 50 million monarch crystals, and I'll hand him over to you. Lin Ling's expression was slightly solemn as he raised his head to look at Xiaoxiong in the sky. The half-saint realm wasn't something he could go against right now. That person in the sky should have grasped the power of cultivation, and his fiend god physique was slightly unable to resist such divine power. 50 million monarch crystals? Do you know who you're talking to? Hearing that, Bailey Yixiong's face was filled with anger. Those two were trapped in Dragon Tooth City, yet they were still so arrogant. 80 million. Lin Ling smiled. His aura wasn't weak at all as he spoke indifferently. You. Billowing killing intent appeared in Bailey Yixiong's eyes. He was someone who had fought in the 9 provinces. However, he was tired of that kind of life, so he hid in Dragon Tooth City. However, when had he ever been threatened by a martial immortal realm weakling? 90 million. Lin Ling spoke again, fearless and fearless. Fine, I agree. Bailey Yixiong's heart trembled. He knew that the young man was also a ruthless person. However, he sneered, I can give you the monarch crystals, but I hope you'll be alive to enjoy them. After saying that, he glanced at the ring in his hand. After checking it, he threw it at Lin Ling. I'll return you a corpse. His actions seemed to be unintentional, but in Bailey Yixiong's eyes, it made his heart grow heavier. He hadn't expected that this delicate and pretty fellow in front of him was not only arrogant, but also very meticulous. In the world of the 9 prefectures, people like this young man were the most difficult to deal with. He was rough but meticulous, and had extraordinary courage. If he didn't die, he would definitely be born. I've already given you the imperial crystals. Can you give him to me now? Bailey Yixiong said again, you, don't think about going back on your words because the entire city has been sealed off. If you don't hand over the person, you won't be able to leave this place. This was also the reason why he had paid the money. He felt that Lin Ling and Luli would not be able to leave Dragon Tooth City. After an hour, head east and you'll be able to see your precious son. Of course, you can also follow us secretly, but I can't guarantee what I'll do. Lin Ling raised his head and said to Bailey Yixiong. What a cunning brat. Alright, I promise you. Bailey Yixiong attached even more importance to Lin Ling. The way this youth handled matters was simply watertight. Big brother, take Bailey Yanwu away from here. Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. The two of them then left the arena. Outside the arena, a large number of experts had already gathered. Every one of them was as shocked as celestial beings. They never thought that there would be 2 ferocious people who dared to cause a huge commotion in Dragon Tooth City. Is it the 2 of them? He's so young. TSK, he dares to fight an old monster of the half-saint realm at such a young age. His accomplishments will be extraordinary in the future. That's right. People like us don't even dare to speak when we encounter a half-saint. What's the point? They can't leave Dragon Tooth City. The passers-by discussed animatedly. Some admired him, while others sneered. Die. Of course, there were also people who wanted to seize the opportunity to snatch young Master Bailey away. However, they were all killed by Lin Ling with a single slash. Let them go. We'll look for them in an hour. Moreover, Bailey Yixiong didn't want to stop Lin Ling and Bai Yunfei. Right now, his goal was to get his son back. However, the killing intent in Bailey Yixiong's eyes intensified as he watched Lin Ling and Huang Xiaolong disappear into the distance. That blue-robed young man is a peerless genius. We can't let him leave Dragon Tooth City alive, or else it will be a disaster for us. My lord, the Dragon Tooth City is sealed by Lord Lu's barrier. As long as they let young master go, they won't be able to escape. Someone immediately replied respectfully. Good, well done. Although they're definitely going to die, their courage is really extraordinary. It's said that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake, but they've still stirred up a storm in Dragon Tooth City. Hearing that, Bailey Yixiong nodded and sneered. At this moment, it was getting closer and closer to the 1-hour limit. Lin Ling and Bai Yunfei quickly passed through the city. However, the Dragon Tooth City was vast and boundless. With their speed, they still hadn't reached the city walls in an hour. Second brother, the city has been sealed. We can't leave at all. Disher Tian looked at the sky in the distance and said with some worry. Big brother, I can just break the barrier of this city, so there's no need to worry about escaping. On the contrary, the Bailey clan and Lu clan have provoked us, so I plan to uproot them. Lin Ling smiled and calmly looked at Disher Tian, which made the latter gasp. His second brother had such a big appetite. Most importantly, the Lu clan is my mortal enemy. I'll definitely destroy them. Lin Ling said again, but when he said the last sentence, his voice was ice cold, as if he had a blood feud with someone. Is it Li Xiaoyao? Disher Tian immediately guessed something. Lin Ling nodded. Okay, big brother will accompany you, but what about this thing? Disher Tian and Lin Ling were friends from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he naturally wouldn't hesitate. However, he helplessly looked at the unconscious Bailey Yanwu. Kill him. What? Kill him? Didn't we use him as a hostage? This guy can't be a hostage. What's more, we don't have any grudges with the Bailey clan. It's all because of this guy. He actually dared to do such a thing. What's the point of keeping him alive? In fact, I've been waiting for you to say this. After the two looked at each other, Disher Tian directly killed Bailey Yanwu and threw him on the street, leaving a line of words, "We have handed him over to you." Previously, Lin Ling said that he would hand over the person, but he didn't say whether he would hand over a dead person or a living person. Since he didn't say this, then Lin Ling must have handed over a dead person. After throwing Bailey Yanwu on the street, the two quickly disappeared. Bailey Yanwu's body was lying on the street. At first, it wasn't discovered, but gradually, more and more people gathered around. Everyone was panicking. "It's over, young Master Bailey is dead." "Yeah, look at how ugly his death is. Lord Bailey will definitely be furious. He's most afraid of implicating us. This young Master Bailey also provoked the wrong person. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted because he was Bailey Yanwu. However, he didn't know that when others went all out, they would still dare to kill him." All kinds of voices were constantly heard in the streets and alleys. Not long after, Bailey Yixiong arrived. Looking at his dead son, he was stunned. "Find them, we must find them, even if we have to scour the ground." After a moment, Bailey Yixiong's roar spread throughout the city. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Ling's so-called hostage was actually just a corpse. "This dragon is too fierce, isn't he afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens? Mobilize all the warriors in the city, search them." Dragon Tooth City was sealed off, so people weren't afraid that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu would escape. As long as they spent some time, they would definitely be able to find Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. Even the Lu family received the news. Even Lu Xingyun was surprised by the courage of Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. "Lord, do we need to help with this matter?" someone asked Lu Xingyun. "Of course we need to help. Those two cockroaches humiliated the young lady, this hatred must be avenged." Lu Xingyun also ordered the experts of the Lu family to search Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu. In Lu Xingyun's view, even if Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu were a dragon, they were still lying in Dragon Tooth City at this moment. Dragon Tooth City, a lawless area, was like a devil city, a place abandoned by the gods. At this moment, huge waves were stirred up in the city. However, when people thought that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu would definitely be found, someone saw a hole in the city wall. There was a huge black hole in the sky, as if it led to the universal void. This discovery made Lu Xingyun's expression change greatly. He knew that the two had forcibly broken his formation and rushed out of Dragon Tooth City. What? Isn't the city's formation something that can only be broken by a half-step Saint Realm expert? When Bailey Yixiong heard the news, his face was filled with rage. Could it be that his son had died in vain? Moreover, killing his son, stirring up a storm in Dragon Tooth City, and then safely leaving Dragon Tooth City. If this matter spread out, he, Bailey Yixiong, would no longer have any face to speak of. However, Lu Xingyun guessed that Lin Ling and Bailey Yanwu were hiding powerful treasures on their bodies. They could launch a terrifying attack to break out of the formation, and this kind of treasure could only be used once. Attack the Lu family. Fortunately, the ancient forest was also their territory. Although it was not as convenient as the Dragon Tooth City, capturing Lin Ling and the other person alive was only a matter of time. Therefore, it didn't take long for the experts of the two great forces to swarm out and enter the ancient forest. They must capture Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen alive in the ancient forest. However, at this moment, no one saw that in a restaurant in Dragon Tooth City, two people wearing large cloaks were calmly drinking wine. Shockingly, they were Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. They didn't leave the city at all. Fairy Lu, she was the one who brought this vengeance. Furthermore, she is also a member of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, she must die. Lin Ling took a sip of wine, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Everyone thought that they had left the city, so they were looking for them outside the city. At this time, the Lu family didn't have many masters, so it was a good time to rob them. As long as he obtained more cultivation resources, then Lin Ling wouldn't have to fear the half-sage realm. The experience of leaving Qingzhou is indeed exciting. Disher Tian also drank a mouthful of wine, but there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. A mighty dragon is no match for a local snake. They were ferocious dragons now. Lin Ling calmly drank his wine in the restaurant. For the time being, he didn't act rashly. After all, this wasn't Qingzhou, and the experts he faced were like gods. It was always right to be cautious. Finally, through the conversations of the people around him, Lin Ling confirmed that the head of the Lu family, Lu Xingyun, had left. As a result, the two figures slowly left the restaurant amidst the enthusiastic chatter of the crowd. Hee, even the half-saints of the Lu clan are on the move this time. Those two cockroaches won't be able to escape. Isn't that so? But I have to say, those two cockroaches are really bold. They even dared to provoke a saint. I'm impressed by their courage alone. It's admirable, but it's a pity that they still have to die. I estimate that the two cockroaches will be caught by dawn. The martial artists who did not know what was going on were talking amongst themselves. They had no idea that the two cockroaches they had been looking for had been drinking with them. If they knew about this, they would probably be even more shocked. Because they clearly had a way out, but they chose to stay in the tiger's den. This kind of action was simply beyond the imagination of humans. As for the Lu family, they were a huge force in Dragon Tooth City and also a branch of the Heavenly Court. The reason they were here was to recruit experts into the Heavenly Court. Therefore, with just the 4 words Heavenly Court branch, not to mention the nearby area, even in the 9 regions, there were not many people who dared to confront the Heavenly Court, unless it was one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils. Night came quietly. 2 figures approached the Lu family in the bustling streets. Their footsteps were silent, as if 2 death gods had returned from the underworld and were going to collect debts. The Lu family was grand and magnificent. Its entire body was made of white jade and gold stones. The gentle jade light had a little bit of golden light, which was very dazzling under the night sky. At the entrance of the Lu family, there was a tall statue. Everyone who passed by looked at the statue with worship in their eyes, because that was the legendary deity, martial god Qilin. The title of martial god represented everything. He was also one of the recognized experts in the post-deity era. Martial god Qilin. At this moment, Lin Ling stopped and looked at the familiar yet strange statue. How many years had it been since he saw Tian Yanlin again? In the past, Tian Yanlin was just an ordinary person in a small valley. Later, he followed Li Xiaoyao and was guided by Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had become a famous figure in the 9 regions. Second brother. Seeing Lin Ling standing there in a daze, Sakura couldn't help but frown. This is your enemy? Lin Ling nodded. His gaze fell on the ancient sword in the hand of the statue. His eyes became colder. The true inheritance of the dark sword. That sword was Li Xiaoyao's sword. After Tian Yanlin framed Li Xiaoyao, he seized the sword and made it his own combat sword. So cold. Sakura stood beside Lin Ling. He felt a cold murderous intent. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling emit such a strong murderous intent. Of course, this murderous intent disappeared quickly. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be impulsive and destroy the statue. This would alert the enemy. At that time, it would be even more difficult for them to find Fairy Lu. Let's go in. Under the night sky, Lin Ling smiled calmly. After saying that, he strode toward the entrance. Who are you two? There were experts on guard at the entrance. In fact, they had already seen Lin Ling and Sakura. However, they thought that Lin Ling was worshipping the statue of martial god Qilin, so they didn't stop him. What do you think? Lin Ling didn't stop walking. How dare you? The guards were stunned. They had asked for the identity of the 2 visitors, but the other party had asked them back. Wasn't this courting death? You guys can't afford to offend them. Sakura followed closely behind Lin Ling. He licked the corner of his mouth and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Catch them. Phew. The guards finally shouted angrily, whoosh. At this moment, a fist broke through the air as if the dragon god was roaring. The speed of this fist was incomparably fast. It didn't seem to have a lot of momentum, but it was mixed with unparalleled power. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that when the fist landed on the body of the guard in front, a wave of power actually passed through his body and spread to the rest of the guards, causing them to be frozen in place. It was as if they had turned into statues. Looking carefully, their eyes had already lost their luster. It was obvious that they were killed by a single punch. "You guys, what's wrong?" "Phew." Only one person was still alive. At this moment, he said in panic. "They're already dead." "Phew." After Lin Ling made his move, it was naturally Sakura's turn. His big hand grabbed out, and when the last person was about to shout, he forcefully broke his neck. The two of them then stepped into the Liu family. Outside the door, other than the guard whose neck was broken and thrown to the corner, the others were still standing in the same place as if they were still on guard. But in fact, they were all dead. The people on the way here didn't notice this unforeseen event. Instead, they felt that the Liu family's guard was really strict. The Liu family was very big. It was brightly lit and was extremely lively. In a loud and bright hall, Fairy Liu sat on the main seat, looking down at the people in front of her like a queen. The people in front of her were all handsome men and women. They were all around 16 years old. Not only were their figures tall and straight, even their appearances were first class. Damn it, those two cockroaches escaped. "Number 36, come here. I want to give you 300 whips." Fairy Liu wasn't as elegant as the rumors said. At this moment, she was like a fierce queen. Hearing her words, all the handsome men and women trembled subconsciously and looked at number 36 with sympathy. They were all Fairy Liu's slaves. To put it bluntly, they were also playthings. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Kill Fairy Liu. Smack, the sound of an electric whip rang out. Number 36 was a young man. At this moment, his entire body was trembling as blue electric snakes wreaked havoc all over his body. However, he gritted his teeth because he knew that if he made the slightest sound, he would be beaten to death and thrown into the well to feed the dogs. He had seen such things many times before. Damned cockroaches. Fairy Liu's ugly face was ferocious at this moment. She kept swinging her electric whip as if venting her anger. Originally, the people who were going to be whipped alive today were the two cockroaches. However, who knew that the cockroaches were lucky enough to escape again? Ah! Finally, the young man could not bear the pain and let out a weak cry. At this moment, the hall was silent. Everyone looked at him with sympathy. The young man's expression changed drastically. He kept kowtowing and said, "Fairy Liu, spare me, spare me. You seem to have forgotten the rules." Fairy Liu's expression became even more ferocious. "You must have been gloating before." "No, definitely not." The young man panicked even more. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a palm that landed on the top of his head. Blood flowed out of his head and he died completely. "Drag him out and feed him to the dogs," Fairy Liu said mercilessly. "Yes, Fairy Liu." Someone walked out trembling and dragged the dead young man to a corner outside the hall. There was a well there. The roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from it. They threw the body into the well. There was a three-headed flaming hound inside. It was Fairy Liu's pet that ate human flesh. "I'm in a bad mood, very bad mood. If you can't make me happy, I'll beat you to death and feed you to the dogs." At this moment, Fairy Liu sat back down and put on a veil to cover her ugly face. Just by looking at her delicate body, she was indeed a first-class beauty. Unfortunately, all the handsome men and women had experienced Fairy Liu's viciousness. Therefore, in their eyes, Fairy Liu was like a scorpion. "Fairy Liu, you can make flowers lose their color and wither. You are the #1 beauty in the 9 states." Someone immediately flattered. Although he wanted to vomit, he had no choice but to suck up to her at this moment. Ordinary people wouldn't care about such vulgar flattery, but Fairy Liu enjoyed it very much. Therefore, she gradually smiled. Seeing this, everyone knew that Fairy Liu's mood had improved, so they all started to flatter her. "When it rains, your nose will be filled with water. When it rains, your face will be filled with pimples that are more dazzling than the stars in the night sky. When you stand on the street at night, you will be a star. And that huge mouth of yours, are you trying to compete with a toad? The most important thing is your yellow teeth. This is what puzzles me the most. Could it be that you grew up eating shit? That's why your teeth are so yellow?" At this moment, a sarcastic voice rang out in the hall, causing the hall to fall silent. Many people almost snickered because those words were too apartment. However, when they came to their senses, their expressions changed drastically. Someone actually dared to mock Fairy Lu for being ugly? Who is it? As expected, Fairy Lu, who had been slightly happy before, was now completely enraged. The veil was pulled off, revealing a face that would cause one to be unable to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Blurg. At this moment, 2 men wearing large cloaks walked into the hall. One of them started to vomit in an extremely exaggerated manner. "Madam, I give in to you. Can you put on your veil? Your appearance really makes me want to vomit." That person waved his hand even more exaggeratedly. "You." Fairy Lu didn't expect that these 2 people would not only call her ugly, but also vomit in front of her. This was worse than killing her. In her anger, she didn't have time to think about who these 2 people were and immediately pounced on them. The people in the hall were shocked. Who were these 2 people? They were crazy. Bang. Fairy Lu's attack could be said to be vicious and merciless. However, the person she was facing was not weak. He easily grabbed her arm and she couldn't resist at all. "You're courting death. My father will definitely kill you. You better kneel down and beg for mercy. Say I'm beautiful 100 times, 1,000 times. Otherwise, I'll feed you to the dogs." Fairy Lu still didn't know that a great disaster was about to befall her when her arm was grabbed. She ferociously roared. The 2 cloaked men looked at each other. One of them helplessly shook his head and said, "All right, I admit that I was wrong before." When these words were said, everyone thought that the 2 cloaked men regretted it. Fairy Lu raised her chin, waiting to hear the cloaked man's flattery. "In fact, after looking at you up close, your ugliness is beyond the horizon. Didn't you wash your face in the morning? Those eyes that are as big as mung beans even have eye boogers. Madam, please don't rape my eyes. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault that you came out to scare people." The other cloaked man said exaggeratedly at this moment. If that was the case, it would only make things worse. Blurg. Fairy Lu was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. When had she ever been mocked like this? She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the cloaked man in front of her immediately dodged, as if he was disgusted. "Even your blood stinks." Blurg. Fairy Lu spat out another mouthful of blood. She had completely lost her mind. "I'm going to kill you. No matter who you are, you're going to die." She went crazy and pounced at the 2 cloaked men, causing the handsome men and women in the hall to change their expressions greatly. In the past, there were people who mocked Fairy Lu for her ugliness, but it wasn't as exaggerated as these 2 today. However, in the end, that person's entire family was wiped out, and even 9 generations were implicated. Now, these 2 people were doing whatever they wanted. It felt good, but in the end, they couldn't escape death. Whoosh, the 2 cloaked men didn't block Fairy Lu's attack. Powerful realm essence blew away the brims of their hats. What was surprising was that the 2 people who came were very young. One was handsome and otherworldly, while the other was handsome and masculine. Just when everyone thought that these 2 people were dead, Fairy Lu was stunned. She stared at the 2 in disbelief. Everyone could even see that Fairy Lu's body was trembling. "It's you." Fairy Lu looked as if she had seen a demon, and she quietly retreated. This was because she recognized them. Weren't these 2 people one of the 3 young men from a year ago? Why did they come to the Lu family? At this moment, no matter how stupid Fairy Lu was, she knew why these 2 people were here. "What do you want to do?" Fairy Lu no longer had the arrogance from before, and her voice was trembling. This shocked everyone. Since they knew Fairy Lu, this was the first time they had seen Fairy Lu reveal such an expression. "Kill you." The 2 cloaked men looked at each other and spat out coldly at the same time. "No, my father is nearby." Fairy Lu kept retreating. She was very, very afraid. So what? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Bronze Chamber. I was wrong, please spare my life. Fairy Lu knew that her father was not here, and no one could save her. She quickly knelt down. I am indeed very ugly, but that is because my father mated with a dragon ape and gave birth to me. I should not have sent people to kill you. I was wrong, please spare me. Her voice floated out, and everyone was dumbfounded. Fairy Lu was actually the offspring of a human and a beast. Even Lin Ling's eyes focused. No wonder she was so ugly. However, this Fairy Lu's father was really desperate. he would not even let off an ape. You asked us to spare your life, but if your father was here today, I don't know if you would spare our lives. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked forward. In the past, Fairy Lu wanted to kill him, but because of Bailey Yanwu, he spared her life. However, who knew that this ugly woman would be so vicious and send people to kill them? Did she think that he, Lin Ling, was easy to bully? Yes, I definitely will. You have to believe me. Fairy Lu raised her head, her ugly face full of sincerity. She also did not expect that the cockroach of the past would be able to threaten her life today. Everything was like a dream. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head again. Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Of course, the most important thing is that you are too ugly. Staying in the world to harm people is better than dying. After saying this, Lin Ling decisively sent out a palm strike. The ferocious realm energy shook Fairy Lu to death. Dead, dead, dead. Seeing the fallen Fairy Lu, the surrounding people all fell silent. They were both excited and afraid. They were excited because this demoness was finally dead, and there was no need to torture them anymore. They were afraid that once the demoness died, the head of the Lu family would definitely be furious. You all should leave. Leave Dragon Tooth City immediately. Go. Lin Ling seemed to know that these people were innocent. He turned around and smiled at the youths. Benefactor, you want us to leave? Go. Hearing this, the eyes of the handsome men and women all became moist. No one knew how they had lived all these years. Hurry up and leave. If the head of the Lu family returns, with his temper, I'm afraid you all will be buried with him. Lin Ling said again. Everyone nodded gratefully. Some of them looked at Lin Ling and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, one of them said, Benefactor, this evil woman loves to kill people. After killing people, she feeds them to her dogs. I want to throw her to the dogs because my brother died in her hands. When they said this, the youth's eyes were filled with coldness. Fine, I'll feed the dogs then. It's best to leave some words in the hall. At least let the Lu clan master know where his daughter died. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Thank you, Benefactor. Those youths all rushed towards Fairy Lu, then spat at her, stepped on her corpse, grabbed her hair, and rushed out of the hall. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot over the years, which was why they hated Fairy Lu so much. Benefactor, you should leave quickly too. A naked girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Her delicate body was extremely attractive, but Fairy Lu didn't let them wear clothes, so she was used to it. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He took off his cloak and covered the girl's body. The girl's face instantly turned red. There should be a lot of treasures in this Lu residence, so I don't want to leave yet. Lin Ling looked at the girl with a smile. She didn't know why, but those clear eyes and delicate face made the girl's heart beat wildly. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. If we're talking about treasures, I remember Miss said it's in the East Wing. Oh, then thank you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. With a direction, he could save a lot of time searching for treasures. Then, he also took out some heavenly treasures and gave them to the girl. Then, he took Sakura and went to the East Wing. Xianxia, why aren't you leaving? At this moment, the girl was wearing Lin Ling's cloak. She was still in a daze as she recalled the smell of the cloak. Don't look. His world isn't something we can enter. We just need to remember this kind of genius in our hearts. The girl next to her guessed something. I know, but I really want to know his name. The eyes of the young girl in the large cloak were filled with hope. To her, being able to know the name of her benefactor was a great blessing. Let's go. However, she knew that this was just wishful thinking, so she put on the cloak and left the hall. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the girl was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care because he was going to be hunted down by a half-saint. Therefore, even if he wanted to take the girl with him, he would implicate her. Moreover, he didn't plan to keep her. Who is it? Along the way to the East Wing, they met more and more strong people. I'm Lin Ling, the person your master is looking for. Billowing flames appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. He was like a star in the night. What? Didn't you leave the city? Without any suspense, everyone was shocked. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. An old man reacted, "We've been fooled, our master has been fooled." When ordinary people encountered the pursuit of a half-saint expert, their first choice would be to leave the half-saint expert. Therefore, they thought Lin Ling's first choice would be to escape into the ancient forest. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would go the opposite way, causing everyone to be fooled? "I can only say that your master is too stupid." Lin Ling sneered. He took a step and the world-devouring beast and the dragon god's bone burst out. He punched those strong people, boom. Boom, boom. Once he attacked, no one could stop him unless they were at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Sakura laughed loudly. He also attacked. He turned into a skeleton and pierced through the night. A halberd appeared in his hand. He waved it and took a life. At this moment, no one in the entire Lu family could stop Lin Ling and Sakura. In the end, the ground of the Lu family was dyed red with blood. Lin Ling and Sakura strode forward. Not long after, they arrived at the east wing. It was a sealed secret room made of bronze. There were runes flashing on the surface. Obviously, it was a profound barrier. "You two are really bold. I, the Reverend King, have cultivated for 13,000 years. This is the first time I've seen the younger generation provoking a half-saint like you." However, in front of the bronze secret room, an old man sat cross-legged. There were a lot of chains on his body, so he couldn't leave the secret room 10 meters away. The Reverend King was a strong person in Jiuzhou. After he was defeated by Lu Xingyun, he promised to guard the secret room for the rest of his life. In exchange, Lu Xingyun spared his family. This was an expert at the peak of the martial immortal realm. "Senior, are you really going to stop us?" Lin Ling could see that the Reverend King was not hostile to them. However, he didn't allow them to enter the bronze secret room. He was the guardian of the treasure. "My two little friends, your talents are good. In the future, you will definitely be outstanding. Why do you want to challenge the half-saint realm when your cultivation is not high? I advise you to leave immediately. If Lu Xingyun returns, I'm afraid you will stay here forever." Lu Xingyun is the disciple of the Heavenly Court's martial god. His strength should not be underestimated. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin the guardian of the treasure at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Thank you for reminding me. May I ask, after defeating you, can we enter the secret room? Lin Ling smiled and said lightly. After defeating me, you have the qualification to enter, but it does not mean that you can enter. Moreover, there is not much time left for you because before dawn, Lu Xingyun will be back. Thank you, Senior. Before dawn, this time is enough. Lin Ling and Disher Tian looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Peak of the martial immortal realm, this was their first battle. Rumble. Disher Tian took the lead to attack. The halberd in his hand was mixed with the power of the universe and attacked the old man. Heavenly Sharp 5 Elements Chain. The old man was surprised, but he soon calmed down. He waved his right hand, and the chain under him moved like a snake and collided with Disher Tian's halberd. Ka ka ka. The chain seemed soft, but it was mixed with the power of the universe and blocked Disher Tian's halberd. Rank power. Disher Tian's face suddenly changed, but the more he fought, the fiercer he became. He waved his halberd, and the aura of the underworld was extremely strong. Little friend, your talent is very good, but unfortunately, your realm is too low. In the past, I was also an emperor-level genius in the 9 regions, but I lost to other geniuses and declined. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Maybe you are very extraordinary in your hometown, but there are many geniuses in the 9 regions, descendants of gods, the bloodlines of the 100 regions, and the 10 ferocious of the 9 regions. These rising stars with powerful origins have advantages beyond your imagination. The old man waved the chain again, and it was impenetrable. Disher Tian could not shake his opponent for a while, and he became more and more anxious, because dawn was getting closer and closer. Senior, I am also going to attack. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face became dignified. Let's attack together. I am at the peak of the martial immortal realm. It is not shameful for the two of you to join hands. The old man said with a smile. His tattered clothes gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert. However, he was not hostile to Lin Ling and Lu Xingyun. On the contrary, he admired them because Lu Xingyun was also his enemy. Although Lu Xingyun promised to let his people go, he knew later that Lu Xingyun had gone back on his word and wiped out his family. At that time, he wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was chained up. Now, he had been chained up for 8,000 years. Rumble, Lin Ling attacked again, and the realm-swallowing beast appeared. Desolate body. The old man's expression became serious. He waved the chain, and like a law of the universe, it slammed towards Lin Ling. 10% of rank power. The chain instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling and wrapped around his arm like a snake. He couldn't shake it off for a moment and felt a sharp pain in his arm. He knew that it was rank power. Only this kind of power could hurt his body. However, although his talent wasn't strong, his martial arts experience was not weak. Again. Lin Ling's battle intent became stronger. The dragon bone appeared, and the dragon god roared. What? Double talent? And it is also a desolate body. It is the dragon god. Boy, you are going to transform into a dragon. This time, the old man exclaimed. It was the first time he had seen a junior with two desolate body talents. After the dragon bone appeared, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. He shook off the chain in his hand and threw a punch at the old man. Hee, I've been here for 8,000 years, and I've been trying to comprehend the rank of a martial art. How could my rank be weak? After the old man recovered from his shock, he smiled faintly. His body shook, and the chains that bound him buzzed. Under the vibration, the whole Dragon Tooth city shook. Upon closer inspection, the chains passed through his collarbone, meridians, and dantian. No wonder he was controlled by Lu Xingyun. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. At this moment, the mysterious chains formed an 8 trigrams array and blocked Lin Ling's punch. At the same time, Sakura's halberd also arrived and attacked the 8 trigrams chain array. At this moment, the old man's face became serious. These two boys were as fierce as tigers, however, their realms were still a little weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop these two today. 20% of rank power. With no intention of hiding his strength, the old man shouted and let the 8 trigrams chain array's light soar into the sky. The power of the universe completely merged with his talent. What was more frightening was that his true god martial spirit had reached the state of the 4th seal. It was incomparably powerful in all aspects. Comprehending a martial art rank in 8,000 years was not something an ordinary person could endure. Only a martial arts fanatic could. Because of the stubbornness of a martial arts fanatic, he could achieve greater results in martial arts. Second brother, there is not much time left. After attacking for a long time without success, Sakura became more and more anxious. I should use all my strength. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The fusion of the 4 dantians actually suppressed the 8 trigrams chain array and deformed it. What a troublesome guy. Yes. The more the old man fought, the more surprised he was. He knew that he had underestimated these two, especially the blue-robed junior. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Time is getting shorter. Yes. However, the old man still blocked Lin Ling and Lu Xingyun's attacks, so he reminded them again. Senior, you lost. Sigh. Seeing this, Lin Ling also looked at the sky and floated back. Previously, he only wanted to experience how strong 20% of the rank power was. Now, he had a preliminary understanding. Unfortunately, he also wanted to continue fighting, but time waited for no one. I lost? Brat, don't talk big. Sigh. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man couldn't help but laugh. I think you have reached your limit. You can't defeat me at all. However, you don't have to belittle yourself. With your strength, you can be considered one of the top geniuses in the Spirit Province. Sigh. I never talk big. Sigh. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth outlined a confident smile. His right hand finally touched the scabbard behind him. The scabbard was currently Lin Ling's strongest trump card. The reason why he didn't use it at the beginning was that he didn't want to rely too much on this heaven-defying existence. In the space, a wisp of demonic chi began to spread out. It was cold and sharp, time seemed to be frozen. Sakura was stunned. He felt that he had lost contact with everything around him, as if the space had become gray. The old man's reaction was even more intense. A trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. My head, where is it? God. Suddenly, the voice of an ancient god sounded. An ancient figure appeared behind Lin Ling. His clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he was a demon god who had fought with the gods. What is this? God. The old man's expression changed greatly. Even someone as powerful as him was panicking. However, at this moment, sword light appeared, sparkling and resplendent. The Dragon Monument. Rank power. The old man shouted in horror. Then, he laughed bitterly. He knew that he was dead for sure. That was because the sword gave him the feeling that it contained 20% of rank power, and it was even stronger than ordinary rank power. It was most likely a power passed down by a god. On top of that, the youth's fleshly body was powerful, his realm essence was rich, and his talent was heaven-defying. With all these factors added together, he knew that this sword strike could kill him. I have no regrets dying to this sword strike. I had originally thought that only a half-saint could kill me, but today, a junior at the 4th level of the martial immortal realm is capable of killing me as well. The younger generation surpasses the older generation, the younger generation surpasses the younger generation. The old man said with a smile before he died. Clang, with a slash of the sword, it severed the universe, all of the chains were cut off. However, just as the old man thought that he was going to die, the sword disappeared. When he came to his senses, he saw that the chains that had bound him for 8,000 years had all been severed by the sword. This unforeseen event left him dumbfounded. You are free. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and calmly walked over. I am free. The old man muttered to himself. The word freedom sounded simple, but to him, it was like an extravagant dream. He had never thought that he would be free one day. Most importantly, the people who saved him were actually 2 mysterious juniors. You also broke the supreme treasure. Then, the old man said word by word, his face full of fear. Don't block the way, time is running out. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't mention that stunning sword strike? It was as if he didn't feel that it was something to be proud of. Instead, he said somewhat speechlessly. This made the old man smile bitterly and quickly stood up. However, perhaps because he hadn't stood up for a long time, he almost fell down. However, Sakura laughed and quickly helped the old man up. Although the senior had stopped them, he had repeatedly let them leave. This was also because he was worried about them. Moreover, this senior had also continuously taught them martial arts. This had left a good impression on Lin Ling and Xianxia. I am the Reverend King. Young friends, although I will not stop the 2 of you, there is a spirit formation seal on this room. Only a world spiritist can break through it. Furthermore, even a gold-cloaked world spiritist might not be able to break through it. The old man was grateful to Lin Ling for cutting off the chains that bound him. Because of this, he also tried to persuade him. However, as soon as his voice fell, a rumbling sound came from ahead. Those ancient symbols were scattering. How difficult is it? Now, it's done. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated in the air. Oh my God! The old man's eyes almost popped out. One had to know that he had seen Lu Xingyun set up this barrier with his own eyes. It had taken him 3 years to set it up, but the little brat in front of him had broken it in the blink of an eye. Wasn't it said that breaking a spirit formation was more difficult than setting one up? Moreover, Lu Xingyun's spirit formation was said to have come from the heavenly court. It was taught by martial god Qilin in the post-deity era. There were very few people in the world who could break it. This little brat had easily broken the spirit formation. This made the old man suspect that this spirit formation was fake. He could not help but stare at Lin Ling. He wanted to see what Lin Ling's expression would be. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. It was as if breaking the spirit formation was as simple as drinking water. Oh my God, where did these 2 little brats come from? The old man almost fainted from shock. However, Lin Ling had already strode into the secret room. Although the spirit formation outside the secret room was more difficult than ascending to the heavens for others, it was a pity that Lin Ling could break it with a wave of his hand. This was because this spirit formation was taught to martial god Qilin by Li Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, after martial god Qilin taught it to Lu Xingyun, the spirit formation had changed. If martial god Qilin was here, Lin Ling would have slapped him 3 times. This spirit formation was too bad. It was a disgrace to Li Xiaoyao. After entering the secret room, Lin Ling's eyes lit up when he saw the treasures in the room. There were a lot of imperial crystals. Moreover, there were many supreme weapons. Lin Ling even saw the jade talismans that he had obtained in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Of course, in addition to those jade talismans, there was also the Thunder Divine Grade Jade Talisman. It could erupt with the power of rank. It was extremely terrifying, however, it was a one-time use item. In fact, this kind of powerful jade talisman consumed a lot of materials. The real powerhouses disdained to use it. Generally, it was used by the weak or by the sons of the ancient families to save their lives. "Brother, collect all the jade talismans," Lin Ling said quickly. He found that there were more than 20 jade talismans. He thought that Lu Xingyun was reluctant to use them, so he kept them here. However, all of them benefited Lin Ling. "Haha, second brother, I like this shield." After collecting the jade talismans, Sakura immediately picked up a white bone shield. This shield was extraordinary and emitted a divine light. Second grade supreme weapon. It seems to be made from the bones of divine beasts. Lin Ling could not help but admire Sakura's foresight. Outside the secret room, the reverent king was dumbfounded as he looked at Lin Ling and Lu Xingyun. He suddenly felt sympathy for Lu Xingyun. He knew that Lu Xingyun would touch these treasures every day. He was reluctant to use them and kept them as part of his collection. However, all of them were now benefiting these 2 brats. Second brother, what kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful. There are 7 different colored flowers on a single stalk of grass. Hee, this is a rare great omen flower. Legend has it that it can bring good luck to people. Another function is to accelerate the breakthrough of the divine physique and reach the desolate physique. Brother, pluck it and eat all of these flowers. Okay. Sakura laughed excitedly. 2 little ancestors, you can't pluck all of these flowers. Otherwise, they will wither. We have to leave one behind. The reverent king felt an inexplicable heartache. It's fine. This flower loves the soil very much. After it grows here, it won't be able to grow in other places. It will wither sooner or later. Since we can't take it away, let's just pluck it. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. The reverent king's eyes twitched. These 2 bandits, he could imagine that when Lu Xingyun returned and saw this scene, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. This is a stone tablet. It's the dragon tablet. Lin Ling continued to collect treasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a broken stone tablet lying in the corner. His face was filled with joy. Lu Xingyun obtained this stone tablet in the ruins of the gods. He never saw its use. How do you know it's the dragon tablet? The reverent king exclaimed. What kind of foresight does Lu Xingyun have? How can he compare with me? Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. From a certain point of view, Lu Xingyun was just his grand disciple. The most precious thing in this secret chamber is this stone tablet. It's one of the 8 tablets of the dragon clan. It's a pity that it's broken. Lin Ling walked forward and activated his 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes. He examined the stone tablet, and his expression became more and more interesting. Calamity-destroying bow, a divine ability of the dragon clan. Chi. The reverent king sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragon race was one of the most mysterious races in the primordial chaos. All of the dragon gods gathered there were dragon gods, and their divine abilities were priceless treasures. Young friend, you have the aura of a dragon god. I'm afraid you can also cultivate this divine ability. Lu Xingyun had returned, however, Lin Ling didn't need him to say anything. His 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes were fixed on the stone steel as he divined, because the stone tablet was damaged, it would take some time for Lin Ling to deduce its contents. Moreover, the ancient symbols on the surface of the stone tablet seemed to be motionless, but they were mixed with a mysterious melody, making it difficult for anyone to remember them with a single glance. Lin Ling's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes had always been heaven-defying, but now it was being challenged. Most importantly, he didn't have much time left. Young friend, the sky is starting to brighten. The reverend king's expression grew increasingly grave. Sakura had already collected all the treasures and was now waiting for Lin Ling wait a little longer. Why don't you leave first, Reverend King? After all, you're free now. Hee, my family has been destroyed by Lu Xingyun, and I've been trapped for 8,000 years. I don't know where to go now, so I'll help you if I can. Thank you, Reverend King. That won't be necessary. On the other hand, your friend needs to speed up. The two of them were burning with anxiety. If Lu Xingyun, a half-saint, returned, it would be a tough battle. With their current strength, they could not stop Lu Xingyun. The purple light is here. I think Lu Xingyun has returned to the city. After an unknown period of time, the Reverend King finally left the secret chamber and looked into the distance. Come on. At the same time, a voice rang out from behind him. Lin Ling walked out of the private chamber, looking a bit tired. He smiled. The Reverend King couldn't help but be delighted. You succeeded? Let's get out of here. Lin Ling decided not to mention the stone tablet for the time being. Then, he left the mansion without stopping. The mansion was silent and filled with the smell of blood. When the three of them walked out of the mansion, they were greeted by a large number of strong warriors. The leader was majestic and had an extraordinary momentum. He was Lu Xingyun. They had spent the entire night searching for Lin Ling and his companion, but unfortunately, their search was fruitless. Now, they had returned to rest temporarily. Lin Ling and the other two swaggered past Lu Xingyun, which made Lu Xingyun frown slightly. The three people who walked past him gave him a very strange feeling. However, among the three people, two were wearing large cloaks, and one was wearing a blue and white robe. He couldn't remember who they were. In the end, because he missed his daughter, he quickened his pace and returned to the Lu family. That must be Lu Xingyun. When he comes home, I wonder if he will be surprised by the gift we gave him. Within the bustling crowd, Lin Ling and the other two had already blended in quickly. Sakura turned around to take a look and couldn't help but laugh mischievously. I don't think they'll be surprised. Instead, they'll remember us as cockroaches forever. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. The Reverend King followed Lin Ling and his companion. Previously, when Lu Xingyun looked at them, he was afraid of being discovered, so he was very nervous. However, he noticed that Lin Ling and his companion were calm, even calmer than him. This made him feel a little ashamed. These two guys must have done a lot of earth-shattering things, so they could be so calm. However, although Lin Ling and his companion were calm, they knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so they also strode out of Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, Lu Xingyun had already arrived at the gate of the mansion. How dare you? Our lord is back, and you don't even salute him. Master. The expert next to Lu Xingyun suddenly shouted angrily, because the guards outside the gate were motionless like statues. Oh no, they're all dead. Lu Xingyun looked at the few people indifferently. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. He instantly found that there was something wrong with the guards. What? The other experts' faces changed greatly. Someone dared to kill the guards of the Lu family. This was beyond their imagination. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Xingyun felt that something was wrong, and he quickly strode into the mansion. The mansion was silent, so silent that it made people's hearts palpitate. The experts who followed Lu Xingyun all looked dignified. They had been in the Lu family for many years, but this was the first time they saw the Lu family so quiet. Follow me. Lu Xingyun's face became even more dignified, like a dark cloud shrouding the place. As they continued forward, they saw the corpses on the ground, and the blood flowed like a river. Who is so bold? Seeing this, one of the old men couldn't help but shout angrily. Because the people who stayed in the Lu family were all dead, this was a direct provocation to the Lu family. However, Lu Xingyun didn't care about the dead people. His pace kept increasing, and his heart began to roar. All kinds of thoughts arose in his mind. Could it be that the intruder knew that he wasn't at home, so they did whatever they wanted in his house? Moreover, he hoped that the treasures were fine. However, those treasures were guarded by the Reverend King, and with the enchantment that Lu Xingyun had set up, the treasures should be fine. As he walked quickly, Lu Xingyun quietly smiled. It turned out that he was worried for nothing. However, when he reached the east wing, that smile froze on his face, because the huge bronze secret room's door was now open, and it was violently opened. There were broken chains on the ground, and the Reverend King was nowhere to be seen. No! Lu Xingyun roared, and rushed into the secret room like the wind. However, the empty secret room stunned him, because all the treasures were gone, only two treasures were left. One was the supreme giant flower, but it had withered, the other was the mysterious stone tablet, but it was now broken. Puff, Lu Xingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, and it splashed on the bronze wall like a bright flower. "Sir!" The other experts also arrived, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they all gasped in surprise. Gone, everything was gone. What kind of monster was this? Even the supreme giant flower was not spared. This person was too despicable. For a moment, the experts fell silent. They knew that Sir Lu treated the treasures in the secret room as second to his life. Now that his reverse scale had been plucked, they could imagine how Sir Lu felt. Who is it? Could it be the Reverend King? It can't be him, because he can't break the enchantment of the bronze secret room. Which bastard dares to rob our Lu residence when Sir Lu is not here? The experts discussed animatedly. Lu Xingyun's mouth was overflowing with blood, and his mind was filled with anger. How many years had it been since he became Martial God Qilan's last disciple? This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Who is it? He calmed down and kept thinking. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently. It's them, he said solemnly. His words made the experts stop talking and look at Lu Xingyun. They also wanted to know who had humiliated Sir Lu. It's those two young men. Lu Xingyun was indeed the head of the Heavenly Courts branch. After thinking carefully, he already had a guess. In Dragon Tooth City, even the 100 Lane clan did not dare to provoke him. Only those two people dared to, and they were the cockroaches he had mentioned. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The sage-to-be was furious. My lord, it's impossible. Shouldn't they have escaped from Dragon Tooth City? Someone asked incredulously. Those two had already guessed our thoughts and knew that we would definitely go out of the city to plunder. Therefore, they had been hiding in the city and used our departure as an excuse to turn our nest upside down. They even purposely let out news to make us think that they had escaped from Dragon Tooth City. Lu Xingyun said word by word. After hearing his explanation, the experts gasped again. The two young men were really terrifying. They knew their every move. No, it should be said that they were toyed within the palm of their hands. Oh no, Xianxia! Lu Xingyun suddenly thought of something and his face changed again. There were only three most precious things in his life. The first was his master, Martial God Qilan, the second was the bronze secret room, and the last was Lu Xianxia. Miss. Everyone came to their senses and rushed to Lu Xianxia's residence. They kept shouting in their hearts. Miss must be fine. Otherwise, they did not know how angry Lu Xingyun would be. When they arrived at Lu Xianxia's residence, they were disappointed by what they saw, because there wasn't a single person here. Lu Xianxia had disappeared. My lord, look at these words. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, causing Lu Xingyun to take a step forward. He arrived in front of the words written in blood, but it was still a shocking sight. Lu Xianxia's whereabouts were written in the words. She was dead. Most importantly, she had been thrown to the dogs. A dignified half-saint expert's daughter had been thrown to the dogs. This caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Xianxia! Lu Xingyun roared and rushed to the ancient well outside the hall. He immediately saw the body under the ancient well. It was being bitten by 3 vicious dogs. Judging from the clothes, it was undoubtedly Lu Xianxia. What a sin! The others also arrived at the ancient well. Their hearts were still trembling. Lu Xianxia had caught many people to feed the dogs over the years. Now, she had also ended up being fed to the dogs. Such an encounter was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lu Xingyun. I'm going to kill them. Lu Xingyun was stunned at the edge of the ancient well. Then, blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free of charge. He went crazy. He had lost 2 of the 3 most precious things in his life. Sir, please calm down. It was the first time for everyone to see Lu Xingyun so angry. However, everyone's persuasion was obviously useless. Lu Xingyun let out a roar that shook Dragon Tooth City. Everyone in Dragon Tooth City was like cicadas in winter. The wrath of a half-saint almost made them kneel down. Boom, then, the ground cracked open, and a figure shot up into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the ancient forest. By the way, there were 3 people who brushed past us earlier. At that time, I felt that one of them was very familiar. He seemed to have the aura of the Reverend King, but I didn't think too much about it at the time. Could it be that he was one of those three? A cold-looking man suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, their eyes turned red with anger. It turned out that the murderer had walked right past them, and they hadn't noticed him at all. They were so stupid. Chase. Then, the crowd rushed out of Dragon Tooth City one after another. A large number of powerhouses were dispatched, which also led to a drastic change in Dragon Tooth City. At this moment, Lin Ling and the other two were rushing through the ancient forest, startling the birds. However, at this moment, Lin Ling looked back, and his face suddenly turned cold. He said lightly, "This Lu Xingyun is indeed a half-saint powerhouse. He really has some tricks up his sleeve. He noticed us in such a short time." Hearing this, the faces of Sakura and the Reverend King changed greatly. A half-saint powerhouse had arrived? Die. In just a moment, the clouds above the sky were separated. Like the sound of Buddha, a rolling momentum forcibly swept through the ancient forest, rushing towards Lin Ling. "Leave quickly." The Reverend King knew how terrifying Lu Xingyun's strength was, so he said anxiously. "It's too late." However, Lin Ling didn't leave. He stood quietly on the ground, because he knew it was too late to leave now. Sure enough, dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Then, the dark clouds exploded, and thunder rumbled, bombarding the earth. A gentle middle-aged man appeared in the sky. He looked down at the three people on the ground like a saint, and the murderous intent in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. "You two cockroaches. You killed my daughter and robbed my Lu family. I'm going to tear off all your limbs and turn you into my dolls." The loud voice, with malice and ferocity, spread throughout the ancient forest. In a distant place, the warriors of Dragon Tooth City looked into the distance. They seemed to have guessed something, and they were all terrified. Those two young men were really bold. "Lu Xingyun, your daughter is vicious. She killed people and fed them to the dogs. Now, we are just returning what she did to her. Kill." Seeing Lu Xingyun, the Reverend King's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He and Lu Xingyun had been holding back for many years, but this time, he couldn't bear it anymore. "Old man, get out of my way." Roar. Lu Xingyun roared ferociously. His right hand pulled behind his back, and the wind and clouds were pulled by him, forming a huge lightning halberd and throwing it at the Reverend King. Rumble. As soon as the lightning halberd was thrown, its rank power reached 30%. The vast forest instantly exploded, turning into ashes. The Reverend King's face changed greatly. He also urged his rank power to resist the lightning halberd. Then, with a rumbling sound, the Reverend King on the ground temporarily blocked the lightning halberd, but he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This resistance was obviously only temporary. "Lu Xingyun, you can't do whatever you want." Roar. Seeing this, Sakura roared. He knew that he was no match for Lu Xingyun, so he activated the bone shield he got from the secret room. At the same time, his right hand waved out 3 jade talismans. As soon as the jade talismans appeared, a mysterious power bloomed. Wind, fire, and mountains appeared, all of which were rank powers. It was like a god had arrived, protecting the Reverend King from the lightning halberd in the sky. Rumble. With the addition of the new power, the pressure on the Reverend King's defense was greatly reduced. Undoubtedly, Lu Xingyun was once again roaring with anger because he had spent countless efforts to obtain those jade talismans. He was reluctant to use them, and even his daughter did not leave a few for her. But now, they were all taken advantage of by these bastards. Go to hell. His big hand was like the chaos of the universe. It ruthlessly pressed down, and the rank power of the 3 jade talismans was destroyed as easily as tofu. Boom. Forcefully resisting a half-saint, the half-saint realm was indeed terrifying. At the same time, the powerhouses of the Lu clan arrived one after another. They surrounded the area with bloodshot eyes, as if they were determined to kill Lin Ling and the other two. For a moment, Lin Ling and the other two were unable to escape even if they grew wings. "What's your name?" Lu Xingyun said as he looked at Lin Ling with a sinister gaze. He noticed that after his arrival, the blue-robed young man's expression had not changed at all. He was neither panicked nor nervous, and he did not even try to help the Reverend King and King Mu. Such an expression made him even more uncomfortable. Of course, this also made Lu Xingyun feel quite surprised. Such a calm junior, no wonder they were all fooled. Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. Why did you kill my daughter? Why did you rob my Lu family? Lu Xingyun said word by word. He had 100 questions in his mind. With the young man's cultivation, he really shouldn't have provoked the Lu family. Anyone with a brain wouldn't have done that. Your daughter killed us first. Lin Ling said calmly. She wants to kill you, so you should be killed by her. Who told you to resist? Lu Xingyun's eyes were full of cold light. He, as expected, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Like father, like daughter. But what surprised me is that you really dote on your daughter. Wasn't your daughter born from the union between you and an animal? Hearing this, the sneer on the corner of Lin Ling's mouth became even thicker, and his mocking voice floated out. This brat is about to die, yet he still dares to spout such nonsense. Hearing the mocking words, the warriors of the Lu family all turned pale. They all looked at Lu Xingyun. Sure enough, the murderous intent on his face had reached its peak. Little bastard, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Lu Xingyun laughed. It was a crazy laugh. This was also the first time in his life that he had felt killing intent toward a martial immortal level person of the younger generation. Furthermore, it was an intense killing intent. Thunder, come. He raised his right arm high, and rolling realm essence rushed out, forming a thunder cloud in his palm. Mixed with an incomparably violent power, he slapped it fiercely toward Lin Ling. His talent was the rare thundercloud talent, known as the supreme thundercloud gathering talent. His master had found it in a godly ruin and gifted it to him. According to legend, it was the thunder god's art technique art. Lu Xingyun, and Emperor by Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun, Xingyun 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 Xingyun, Xingyun Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun 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 Realm, Xingyun Shengshengyan, Xingyun Xingyun, Xingyun, Shengengenjian, Shengshengyan when he was, Xing then, Xingyun. Xingling sh Xingyun to Shengtou Xingyun. Time and space divine steel, realm devouring beast, dragon god, for elements fusion. Lin Ling spoke in a low voice. His aura climbed higher and higher. The body of a fiend god descended, a giant mouth appeared, a dragon god roared, causing the ancient forest and 10,000 dragons to tremble. At this moment, a vast amount of world essence, in addition to the power of the universe, crazily condensed on his fist, causing him to shoot up into the sky like an arrow. All kinds of illusions appeared, causing the reverent king's expression to change greatly. When this guy fought me, he obviously did not use 120% of his strength. Rumble, at this moment, the huge thunder cloud palm in the sky smashed down, and the earth god demon fist soared into the sky. In addition to the suppression of the time and space divine steel, it caused the ancient forest to tumble. A large number of huge trees that several people could wrap their arms around were tumbling in the sky at this moment. In the distance, the warriors of the Dragon-Tooth City who came to watch were all flipped over. The weak ones even vomited blood, and their expressions changed greatly. Boom, a deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's body was constantly pushed back by the enormous force, and his body was constantly being destroyed. However, his god-demon body was constantly healing his injuries. It was only when he was completely smashed into the ground that the destructive force disappeared. A huge hole thousands of miles wide appeared in the ground. Beside the huge hole, thunder and lightning roared like snakes, sealing the hole. He's dead. Many people said with serious expressions. The anger of a half-saint was indeed terrifying. Haha, is this all there is to a half-saint? However, in the next moment, a figure shot out from the huge hole like a javelin. He ignored the thunder and lightning around him and looked indifferently at Lu Xingyun in the sky. This unforeseen event shocked all the warriors of the Dragon-Tooth City. A martial immortal had actually blocked the attack of a half-saint? That was too heaven-defying. Heavens, his defense is even more terrifying than I imagined. The reverent king was also dumbfounded. In his opinion, after Lu Xingyun arrived, the three of them would be powerless to resist. However, who would have thought that the most mysterious young man would actually block Lu Xingyun's attack? It had to be said that this was an earth-shattering pride. Lu Xingyun didn't use his true strength. Moreover, although my second brother's defense is strong, it won't last long. In contrast to the reverent king's shock, Sakura said with a serious expression. In fact, Lin Ling also knew this. At present, he was still no match for a half-saint, however, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and it had to be released. Old man, do you know why I'm targeting you? First, your daughter wants to kill me. Second, you're from the heavenly court. Lin Ling floated up. His robe fluttered, and his long hair danced wildly like a demon. Bastard, I'll tear you apart alive. Lu Xingyun was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. It could be said that he had seen countless mid-martial immortals. However, Lin Ling had surprised him the most. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was definitely a peerless genius. However, the hatred of his daughter's death was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, no matter what, this Lin Ling had to die. He absolutely had to die. Tear me apart alive? You're not qualified. Your master is still a little qualified. However, it won't be long before your master becomes a ghost under my sword. Lin Ling sneered. His hands began to form complicated seals. An ancient aura began to spread out. It was like a barrier that sealed the entire ancient forest. Once this aura was released, everyone was shocked. People felt a strong pressure. It was as if they were seeing the arrival of an ancient god. Even Lu Xingyun's expression changed slightly. This cockroach's methods were really endless. Even with his experience, he couldn't see what the young man was using. I see that the people of this world are walking on the boundless earth. They don't know what's going on. 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 Even if they have 1,000 gene of gold, they don't know the poverty of the forest. A faintly discernible voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was like the sound of a Buddhist bell. It entered everyone's ears and gave them a sense of eternal holiness. What is this? The reverent king's expression changed greatly. The Lin Ling before him gave him a feeling that he was sacred and inviolable. Dragon Clan, 8 stone steel. God-shooting dragon bow. Could it be that stone tablet? That's impossible, right? He just finished reading the stone tablet not long ago, and now he's learned it? Hearing this, the reverent king's eyes filled with terror. What kind of monstrous comprehension ability was this? They knew the origin of Lin Ling's incantation, but Lu Xingyun didn't know. He only had a feeling that the young man at this moment seemed to have turned into a guardian dragon god. His master's words suddenly came to mind. In the chaos of the universe, the dragon race had 8 divisions. Among them were the Buddha, the dragon god, and the dragon god. They were extremely terrifying existences. Why does this brat have such a divine ability? Thinking of this, Lu Xingyun's face changed greatly. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately urged his powerful realm essence, wanting to completely kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling's divine ability was formed. In truth, he didn't know how powerful the spell would be once it was formed. However, he had an intuition that its power was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this moment, the halberd of thunder appeared, accompanied by the sound of thunder. It destroyed everything in its path. Most likely, no martial immortal expert would be able to block those lightning halberds. The 8 tribe stone steels of the dragon clan must have the dragon bone, dragon blood, and dragon soul as the foundation. With the dragon bone, I am the dragon god of freedom. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could feel the bones in his body emitting cracking sounds. Strands of mysterious energy swam out and poured into his left palm. He had never seen this mysterious power before, but he knew that it was very strong. However, it seemed that Lu Xingyun did not intend to let Lin Ling use this kind of power. Therefore, his right hand touched the scabbard, and his essence quietly poured into the tyrannical song sword. However, what left Lin Ling surprised was that even though the dragon bone's strength was isolated, it still poured into his left hand, causing it to become as warm and smooth as jade. As expected of the dragon clan's 8-division stone tablet. It's fighting with the scabbard for the power of the dragon bone, and even the scabbard can't beat it. Lin Ling thought to himself as he raised his head. The lightning halberd in the sky had already arrived. Its power was so strong that it could probably crush the entire Qing province into pieces. Sword. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling drew his sword. He had to grasp this final moment. The headless elder instantly appeared behind him. Demonic energy surged as if he was going to slaughter the world. What is this? Lin Ling's means had undoubtedly surprised Lu Xingyun once again. This was because he realized that apart from the divine ability that Lin Ling was using, even his sword gave him a feeling that he could not underestimate it. At this moment, the sword appeared, sparkling and resplendent, a sword light slashed towards the sky, causing time to seem to freeze. Boom. Boom! In the next moment, all the lightning halberds froze in place before exploding and falling to the ground. Good heavens! This guy is a monster. Seeing this, whether it was the martial artists in the distance or nearby, they were all shocked. To them, the number of geniuses from the 9 prefectures that they had seen wasn't many. However, they had always thought that it was just an undeserved reputation. But now, they felt that the geniuses of the 9 prefectures were nothing more than this. What kind of sword is this? Lu Xingyun was also greatly shocked. If a middle-stage martial celestial was so powerful, it was hard to imagine that he, a sage-to-be, would be killed by the sword if he reached the late-stage martial celestial. Thinking of this, Lu Xingyun finally felt a touch of fear. He knew that such a guy could not be allowed to live. Although Lin Ling's sword had surprised him, he was still confident that if they were to fight to the death, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. However, just as he was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred in front of him. Dragon God, Sky of Freedom, Calamity-destroying Sun Bao. Lin Ling's left hand turned into a jade-like hand. He gently pulled at the air, and a dragon's roar could be heard. A mysterious power was as dazzling as a meteor, gradually forming a 2-meter-long giant bow. This bow was made of dragon bones. On both sides of the bow were dragon heads. It was majestic and had the power to protect the Buddha and kill all ghosts and demons. Most importantly, Lin Ling began to hold the bow. Although his left arm was trembling, the bow was slowly drawn. An indescribably terrifying power quietly bloomed in the ancient forest. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Oh no, it's the dragon god. Seeing this, Lu Xingyun panicked. Because he saw that Lin Ling's arrow was actually a dragon. Most importantly, that bow and that arrow gave him an enormous amount of pressure. It was a god shooter bow. He can only use this bow once. Therefore, I have to avoid it. Lu Xingyun did not care about killing Lin Ling. At this moment, he only wanted to dodge the bow. Therefore, his body exploded, turned into endless thunderclouds, and flew away. The sage-to-be expert ran away. Such a change undoubtedly made people feel that it was unreal. One must know that when Lu Xingyun arrived, they all thought that the 3 cockroaches would definitely die. However, as the battle continued, the blue-robed young man became more and more courageous. He even used the god shooter bow to force Lu Xingyun to flee. This is the first time I've seen a sage-to-be running away. The reverent king stared intently at the sky as he solemnly spat out a sentence. Next to him, Sakura was extremely excited. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such means. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was full of cold sweat. The bow was difficult to draw. He could not control it. Lu Xingyun, where do you think you're going? Lin Ling did not intend to fully draw the bow. He finally decided to shoot the arrow. As soon as the arrow was shot, the world changed color. Countless dragon gods seemed to have arrived, wandering in the sky and roaring. Whoosh, the arrow was shot. It chased after Lu Xingyun at the speed of 100 worlds. The fatal killing intent made Lu Xingyun panic more and more. You're Lin Ling, right? From now on, let's shake hands and make peace. He even said anxiously. He was afraid that he would be killed by the arrow. Moreover, he wanted to run away, but he found that he was locked on by the arrow. There was no door in the sky and no way out on the ground. He knew that he was doomed. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a martial celestial junior. Whoosh, however, when he thought that he was going to die, the fatal arrow passed through his cheek and took away a strand of his hair. He was stunned on the spot. Rumble, the dragon god's arrow passed through the Dragon Tooth City and directly penetrated the huge ancient city. Then, it disappeared into the distance. This unforeseen event caused everyone to be shocked and terrified. They were surprised because Lu Xingyun was not dead. They were terrified because the power of the arrow was too terrifying. Damn it. I really can't control this bow. At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned. He looked into the distance helplessly because although he could barely control the arrow was not accurate. This meant that he failed to use the Great Solar Calamity Bow for the first time, otherwise, he believed that the arrow could really kill Lu Xingyun. At this moment, Lu Xingyun was still floating in the sky. It was as if he had walked around the gate of the underworld. His face was extremely pale and his body was still trembling. Translator, Transin editor, Transin retreat unscathed, looking at Lin Ling in the distance, he was still scared. He didn't dare to rush forward to kill Lin Ling, he was afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly shoot another arrow at him. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lord Lu, this person should have reached his limit. If we don't kill him now, there will be endless trouble in the future. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Bailey Yixiong was also attracted by the shocking battle here, of course, his heart was also rumbling. He never thought that the young man he met in the past would have such a trump card. That's right. He's only a martial immortal. He can't use such an arrow a second time. With the addition of Bailey Yixiong, Lu Xingyun's courage increased a lot. He followed Bailey Yixiong and led the experts of Dragon Tooth City towards Lin Ling. Sigh, that guy is still a bit lacking. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, the onlooking cultivators all shook their heads. However, even though they thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die, they still felt that Lin Ling had broadened their horizons. He had let them know that a martial immortal could also contend against a sage-to-be. Second brother, what should we do? Seeing the experts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Sakura's face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling shook his head. At that moment, he was completely exhausted. Likely, even an ordinary martial immortal would be able to kill him, let alone two half-sages. It seems that we've failed at the last step. King Mu shook his head and sighed. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling in the sky. He planned to die together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we're here. However, when Lin Ling and the others thought that the situation was settled, the forest in the distance suddenly started to move. A large number of powerful auras also arrived. The person in the lead was the fastest. He brought the demon god's tomb and swept away the cultivators of Dragon Tooth City. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood. No one below the peak of the martial immortal realm could stop him. Meng Lu, you're still alive. Seeing the vigorous young man, Sakura couldn't help but be overjoyed. Haha, I won't die so easily. The white-haired young man roared. What was terrifying was that there were a lot of experts following behind him. They were actually the Uzumaki clan of the Milky Way. Moreover, some of the ancient tribes in the ancient forest had also arrived at this moment. Such a change undoubtedly infuriated Lu Xingyun and the others, the Uzumaki clan in the Milky Way, the three major clans in the ancient forest. All of these are their biggest threats. However, these clans were scattered and had never been united. This caused Lu Xingyun and the others to look down on them. But now, these races from the era of gods had come together, and it would be difficult for them to take advantage of them. Bailey Yixiong. After the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan arrived, he was the first to roar. What made Bailey Yixiong furious is that he sensed the power of boundary essence from the old man. One must know that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan has always been a headache for Kuroto. The reason is that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan has always been a headache for Kuroto. But now, these ancient races even had boundary essence. This was obviously extremely disadvantageous for them. Senpai, let's not fight today. However, just when the Uzumaki clan's experts were about to go all out, Lin Ling said indifferently, if we continue to fight, we will suffer great losses. Although they will inevitably be destroyed, we will definitely not be any better. Why are you afraid of them? Hearing this, a 2-meter-tall man from another clan roared. He had thick long hair all over his body, as if he was from the Divine Bear clan. Obviously, this was the first time he saw Lin Ling, so he didn't think that Lin Ling, a junior, could command them. Listen to him, it's absolutely right. However, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan immediately said, which made the Longevity Bear clan stunned. The burly man frowned and asked, are you sure? Yes, his words represent the Uzumaki clan's words. So, if you want to go all out, then go all out. But without our Uzumaki clan, you can't win. The old man immediately said. Okay, retreat today. The burly man pondered for a moment and nodded. Damn it. Bastard. Looking at Lin Ling being protected by several clans and then safely leaving, Bailey Yixiong and his wife were furious. After all, their son and daughter had both died at the hands of those two young men. But now, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the murderers left. However, they didn't dare to fight with their lives on the line. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. They didn't want to see an ending like this, where they killed 1,000 of their enemies and suffered 800 of their own. Lin Ling, under the protection of many powerhouses, was now floating away, but he sneered and said lightly, Lu Xingyun, watch out for my arrow. What? This sentence was like a taboo, which made Lu Xingyun's face change greatly. He ignored everyone and immediately fled toward the direction of Dragon Tooth City, but after running for a few seconds, he suddenly reacted and looked back. There was no arrow behind him. He was obviously deceived. Little beast. Lu Xingyun was stunned in the sky. His face was incomparably ferocious. In fact, he was like a frightened bird at the moment. Who the hell are these three guys? They made us suffer again and again, and they can even threaten a half-saint. They are the strongest in the world. Bailey Yixiong also felt ashamed of Lu Xingyun, but he was more resentful as he looked into the distance. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Lu Xingyun's eyes were cold. He knew that he had to ask the powerhouses of the Heavenly Court to fight. Go back. When the powerhouses of the Heavenly Court arrive, all of them will be killed. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Xingyun walked toward Dragon Tooth City. It was not until the two major forces disappeared that the warriors of Dragon Tooth City began to talk and exclaim. They never expected that the three young men who were hunted down a year ago had grown to such a level. Not only were they not afraid of Lu Xingyun and his wife, but they also escaped unscathed, especially the god-shooting dragon Bao. They would never forget the horror of that arrow for the rest of their lives. Lin Ling followed the Uzumaki clan and took the lead to return to the Heavenly River. After arriving here, Sakura could finally relax. This was the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Even if Lu Xingyun came here, he would definitely die here. TSK, these two little friends are really fierce. With just the two of them, they stirred up a bloody storm in Dragon Tooth City. This is dancing in the tiger's mouth. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan seemed to know what Lin Ling had done and could not help but admire him. Old Uzumaki, who are they? The patriarchs of several other clans frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In their view, they were just martial immortals. What qualifications did they have to call them? Humph, don't underestimate them. What they did is something you can't do in your lifetime. The old man immediately disdained. Yo, they make themselves sound so powerful. Could it be that they are gods? Secluded Cultivation. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan sneered and immediately spoke of Lin Ling's pioneering work in the Dragon Tooth City. Every time he said a word, the faces of the patriarchs changed greatly. Two people, then, under the eyes of Lu Xingyun, such a monstrous wave rose. They were dancing in the enemy's lair. Admirable, this old man is admirable. I'm also convinced. If it were our entire race, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to achieve what the two of you have. Haha, Bailey Yixiong's precious son is dead, and Lu Xingyun's ugly maid is also dead. Good, good. Voices of admiration immediately rang out. Everyone was in awe of Lin Ling and Lin Feng. Don't be too complacent. Lu Xingyun suffered a loss this time, so he will definitely invite the experts of the Heavenly Court. At that time, if we don't improve our strength, we will be uprooted. However, Lin Ling did not have any pride. Instead, he said seriously. Heavenly Court? This is a terrifying existence. What should we do now? The leaders of the major clans all looked at Lin Ling. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a peerless genius. Since he could fight against Lu Xingyun, he could definitely lead them to victory. Lin Ling smiled. He was in the same boat as these races, so he didn't hide his needs. I need time. Just give me 1 year, and I'll be able to break through to the next realm. Then, I'll solve everything. It could be said that he had reaped a great harvest. Since he did not lack cultivation resources, as long as he was given some time, he would not be afraid of Lu Xingyun and the others. A year? Alright, before you break through, we will protect you. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan suddenly threw caution to the wind. They had been fighting with Lu Xingyun for many years, but they had never been able to defeat him. But Lin Ling had only been here for a short time, but he had already created so many miracles. Therefore, he bet on Lin Ling's future. "All right, we'll protect you." The other clans nodded as well. To them, a year was not a long time at all. "Thank you. When I come out, I'll take care of everything." Lin Ling nodded solemnly. His eyes were also filled with battle intent. He had to start the first battle to take revenge on the heavenly court. "By the way, what clan are you from?" Since they had decided to cooperate, Lin Ling also wanted to be more familiar with these allies. "We are from the Longevity Bear race." The tall and sturdy man laughed and said. His body was covered with thick brown hair, making him look like he was wearing a fur coat. However, in other aspects, he was the same as a human. Longevity Bear race? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed the origin of this race. He smiled and said, "One of the 100 great bloodlines, the mighty god bloodline." "Mighty god bloodline? Are we the descendants of the gods?" The burly man was stunned. In fact, they were just a branch clan. They had lived in the Dragon Tongue Fong for a long time, so they were not familiar with their origins. Yes, the legendary mighty god can be traced back to Quafu. Quafu once chased after the sun and traveled across the universe. You all have one of Quafu's bloodlines. So we have such a great background. It seems like we are also the descendants of the gods. The man looked at his clan members and could not help but laugh excitedly. Lin Ling looked at the other two races. One of the races had wolf ears, dark skin, and extremely long arms. They carried bows made of tree branches on their backs and stood like javelins. However, Lin Ling could see that although the bows and arrows looked ordinary, they contained power that could not be underestimated. Moreover, only this tribe could unleash the power of such bows and arrows. "She and explosive leaf wood," Lin Ling said with a smile. His words surprised the tribe because their bows were also passed down from their ancestors. Outsiders had no idea where the bows were made, but Lin Ling had pointed out the origin of the bows and arrows without any hesitation. "You all should be the Bao God's bloodline, which is also one of the 100 great bloodlines." "Little friend Lin Ling, your insight is beyond our imagination. We are different from the Longevity Bear race. We know our origin. We are the Vermilion Deer race and are close friends with the Flying Wild Goose race. We have the Bao God's bloodline, which is also one of the 100 great bloodlines." A tall middle-aged man said with a smile. He looked extremely calm. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the other bloodline. This bloodline was extremely short and ugly, but they looked extremely tall and sturdy. At this time, Lin Ling did not know the origin of this race. "We are not a descendant of the 100 great bloodlines. We are the ugly elephant race. We are good at barriers and digging holes." Seeing that Lin Ling was puzzled, one of them said with a smile. "Yes, you must know that the Uzumaki race can hide in the heavenly river, but we are not good at water. We rely on the ugly elephant race to dig holes. By digging holes, we have repeatedly escaped the pursuit of Bailey Yixiong and the others." The Vermilion Deer race person immediately said. "It seems that you all have your own skills. Well, then, I will rely on you for the next year." After familiarizing himself with the major races, Lin Ling's heart was relaxed a lot. "Don't worry, this year, we will be able to hold on no matter what." The people of the major races patted their chests and said. "Well, I will go into seclusion now." Lin Ling nodded and left, looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, when he left, he also gave a large number of cultivation resources to his big brother and Meng Lu so that they could improve their strength in a year. A year is just a blink of an eye for us. Our strength won't improve much. But geniuses are different. They can change so much in a year. Geniuses are the kind of people that make people envious. Looking at Lin Ling and the other two leaving, the major races sighed and said. Lin Ling and the others cultivated separately. He did not choose to cultivate in the heavenly river. Instead, he found an ordinary mountain range in the ancient forest, then dug a hole and hid in the mountain to cultivate. In the cave, Lin Ling's eyes flickered like stars. After his rebirth, his greatest goal was to kill his enemies with his own hands. And today, he was getting closer and closer to his revenge. With my current trump cards, I can defeat experts at the peak of the martial immortal realm. But it will be difficult for me to defeat a sage to be. The most important thing now is to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling analyzed, then took out the Emperor crystal that Bailey Yixiong extorted and immediately refined it. First, he had to raise his Dantian, which was the highest realm, Rumble. With enough cultivation resources, Lin Ling's Dantian surged and the realm sea roared. After an unknown period of time, when all the Emperor crystals were consumed, Lin Ling's cultivation reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. Following this, he began to refine the treasures he had obtained from the bronze secret chamber. It would be a waste to refine these treasures just like that, but at this moment, Lin Ling could not care less. His other 3 dantians surged. What was terrifying was that he was cultivating 3 dantians at the same time. Translator, Transin editor, Transin an expert had arrived, however, Lin Ling was too impatient. The weakest lightning-type dantian was unable to bear the burden and finally collapsed. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed. When one was unlucky, even water would be burnt between one's teeth. Among his 4 dantians, the realm-devouring beast, the space-time fire, the dragon dantian, and the thunder dantian. The thunder dantian was the weakest, so it was not strange that it collapsed. It could only be said that the path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. Even though Lin Ling had recultivated in 2 lives, there would still be accidents. However, Lin Ling's state of mind was also extremely calm. He glanced at the remaining treasures, gritted his teeth, and crazily piled up his dantian again. Rumble. As time passed, the collapsed dantian was reborn and he began to cultivate from the beginning. Lin Ling was already familiar with this because whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had the experience of recultivating many times. In the 9 provinces, he was probably the first person to recultivate. However, accidents happened again and the setbacks did not lessen. The 4th dantian collapsed again. F***CK. F***CK. Lin Ling was tongue-tied and his face became abnormally ugly. Looking at the other 3 dantians, they had all reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. When combined, they had the power of the 15th level of the martial immortal realm. Even his godly demon body, with the accumulation of a large number of treasures, had reached the power of the 150 realm. However, the weakest dantian had failed repeatedly. If I don't rush up, I won't come out of seclusion. Lin Ling became stubborn. He knew very well that if the 4th dantian did not succeed, he would definitely be lacking in strength to fight against a sage-to-be. Next, he carefully cultivated and did not dare to be greedy. The 4th dantian also slowly improved and gradually reached the World King realm, then the True God realm. As it got closer and closer to the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling became more careful. Fortunately, this time, he successfully entered the martial immortal realm and the rainbow also appeared. Unfortunately, the 4th dantian's talent was very ordinary, so rainbow was also extremely ordinary. However, Lin Ling was still secretly delighted. Then, he borrowed the large amount of spiritual energy gathered in his body and tried to break through to the martial immortal realm again. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm, the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, 4th level of the martial immortal realm. In the end, his 4th dantian had also reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. This caused Lin Ling to finally open his eyes, which were filled with ecstasy. With the fusion of the 4 dantians, the strength of the boundary essence had already reached the level of a 20th stage martial immortal. Moreover, compared to Li Xiaoyao at that time, Lin Ling's 3 dantians were not weak at all. Li Xiaoyao is getting closer and closer to his peak. Lin Ling rubbed his palms. Right now, he had to choose the path of cultivation. He could comprehend martial arts, it could also be used to cultivate rank power. Moreover, he would be able to unseal the true God martial spirit. In the end, Lin Ling gave up on unsealing the true God martial spirit because unsealing all 4 dantians would take too much time. Therefore, he chose to comprehend martial arts. After reaching the middle stage of the martial immortal realm, in addition to the powerful boundary essence, I can also use the martial arts left behind by Li Xiaoyao. However, the most important thing is still the Dragon Clan's 8 tribes' divine ability, Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The 8 tribes' divine ability he obtained was the Heavenly Dragon Technique, which was also the Dragon God's guardian of the Buddha God. It could kill gods and demons. I have seen the people of the world, walking in the boundless dust. They do not know what is going on. What is going on? How long can they enjoy glory and splendor? How many days do they have? Even if they have 1,000 caddies of gold, they do not know the poverty of the forest. Lin Ling silently chanted in his heart. Deep within his bones, the power of the dragon bone also spread out and formed a dazzling light in his left hand. Then, Lin Ling pulled his left hand and a majestic giant bow that seemed to be formed by the dragon bone appeared. In the past, this dragon bow could kill a half-sage with one arrow. Unfortunately, my accuracy was too bad, so this time, I have to improve it. Lin Ling knew very well that even if he had a powerful bow and arrow, if he didn't have a good aim, everything would be nonsense. Therefore, he also unceasingly comprehended. The first arrow, the heavenly dragon's protection, the good karma increases day by day. The second arrow, gather the emperor's karma, Bodhi does not retreat. A Buddha-like voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. What surprised him was that the great calamity-destroying sun bow was not worth a single arrow. According to legend, it could shoot 9 arrows, forming the 9 heavenly dragons' protection, the protection of all Buddhas, the connection of fate. This meant that when 9 arrows were shot, not only in this life, but also in the next life and the future life, it was extremely powerful. The Dragon Clan's 8 tribes' divine ability is indeed terrifying. Lin Ling was shocked. The great calamity-destroying Sunbow's arrow had the speed of 100 worlds. What if 9 arrows were shot? Moreover, Lin Ling also suddenly comprehended something with that arrow. The speed of his god-devil body also greatly increased. Unknowingly, it reached the speed of 40 worlds. At this moment, small finger-sized holes appeared in the huge mountain range he was in, like a beehive. This was the result of Lin Ling's arrow. What was terrifying was that the arrow that could kill a god-devil actually caused such a small reaction after piercing through the mountain range. Even the passing cultivators did not notice it. While he was in seclusion, Lin Ling also checked the scabbard. The scabbard required his essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit had greatly increased, causing the power of the sword to increase by a lot. Time quietly passed like this, and the area around Dragon Tooth City became quiet. On this day, Dragon Tooth City finally welcomed an expert. This was a young man. He rode 3 cheilants and arrived like a divine general. The moment he appeared in the sky above Dragon Tooth City, all the martial artists in the city found it difficult to breathe. They felt extremely oppressed. Obviously, he was another expert of the Sage-to-Be realm. "Senior Liu, are you here?" A soft voice floated out from the young man's mouth. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Lord Liu?" In the city, an old man immediately cupped his hands and bowed. He was an expert at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Scram! The young man took a step forward. What was terrifying was that his step caused the entire city to explode. As if it had been ruthlessly slapped down by someone, the old man's expression changed greatly. Different from others, he saw a huge foot that was ruthlessly stomping down on him. That foot was like the leg of a deity. "Sir, please spare my life." The old man knew that the young man was a genuine expert of the Sage-to-Be realm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw the old man's body explode. What was terrifying was that no one saw how the young man attacked. Everyone only saw the young man take a step forward. "How dare you? Why did you kill the people of my Bailey family?" Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Bailey Yixiong soared into the sky. "Who are you?" The young man looked at Bailey Yixiong with contempt. "Sage-to-Be realm? Too weak, too weak. You only have a first-grade desolate body. Savage 18 steps, cloudless deity. Besiege the heavenly river. Zhong Yan Guju, the guard of the gods." Bailey Yixiong tenaciously looked at that giant, his complexion greatly shocked. However, the formless pressure from the sky assaulted him, causing him to raise both of his hands to block that dreadful power. Boom! Boom! Bailey Yixiong's body was suddenly pressed down and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Looking carefully, the shape of the crater was a footprint, and in that deep pit, Bailey Yixiong's entire body was coughing up blood. He grimaced in pain as he desperately tried to block the invisible force in the sky. At this moment, his heart was also rumbling. What kind of power was this? Why was it so terrifying? Since he'd attained the half-saint realm, This was the first time he'd experienced the feeling of being easily suppressed by someone of the same cultivation level. Junior brother Lingbao, he's one of us. However, just when Bailey Yixiong was on the verge of death, an anxious voice sounded. Lu Xingyan had finally appeared. So that's how it is. In the sky, the young man looked at the ground with disdain. With a twitch of his brows, the terrifying power from before disappeared. Cough cough, Bailey Yixiong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then floated up from the deep pit with a dignified expression. He seemed to have guessed that this person was from the heavenly court. As mentioned by Lu Xingyan, this person's strength was indeed terrifying. Senior brother Lu, master is very dissatisfied with you. You can't even resolve such a small matter. Among the 18 branches of the heavenly court, you are the worst. The young man walked down from the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He was reprimanding Lu Xingyan like a teacher. Junior brother, I didn't want to do this either. Hearing this, Lu Xingyan cursed in his heart, but he still had a helpless expression on his face. Martial god Qilin had a total of 18 disciples. Among them, Lu Xingyan was not the most favored one. The young man in front of him was called Tian Lingbao. He was also a leader of a branch of the heavenly court. He was ordered by martial god Qilin to help Lu Xingyan. No wonder he was so arrogant. Humph. After the young man landed on the ground, he didn't even look at Lu Xingyan and immediately walked towards the city. Prepare a feast for me. I want the best wine, the best meat, and the most beautiful women. His voice drifted over at the same time. All right, junior brother, I'll get it done right away. Lu Xingyan did not dare to neglect and quickly replied. Lord Lu, who is this person? He's too arrogant. After Lu Xingyan, Bailey Yixiong followed. He was still not happy. He had been trampled on in front of everyone. He had lost a lot of face. He's a genius from the spirit state's Xian sect, a member of the heavenly court, and one of the disciples of the martial god's master. I advise you not to offend him, or else even I won't be able to save you. Lu Xingyan said solemnly. His words made Bailey Yixiong's pupils constrict. Xianzong, it was one of the 2 most powerful royal sects in the spirit state. It was as famous as the Vajrayana sect and controlled the entire spirit state. Unlike the other weak divine lands, the esoteric sect and the prominent sect were powerful forces outside of the 9 states. In the 9 states, many powerhouses knew about them. The people of Xianzong have the heavenly court as their backing. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend them. Bailey Yixiong secretly said. Both of them quickly caught up with that youth. In a vast hall that had just been built, the fragrance of wine floated. The heavenly spiritual treasure was sitting at the head of the hall, hugging 2 beautiful women. His big hands stroked the 2 women's cheeks until they blushed. Tell me, who are our opponents? The heavenly spiritual treasure stared at the 2 beauties in his arms and said lightly. They are 3 young men of unknown origin. They have called on the nearby tribes to fight against us. Lu Xingyan said immediately. Oh, interesting. What's their cultivation? The heavenly spiritual treasure smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lu Xingyan and Bailey Yixiong looked at each other, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Finally, they said, middle stage martial immortal realm. Bang, the heavenly spiritual treasure suddenly smashed the wine cup on the table, 2 good-for-nothings. But, one of them is too difficult to deal with. He has an unknown divine bow, and he can kill a sage-to-be. Lu Xingyan quickly explained. No need to explain. Explaining is covering up. It can't cover up your trash. You said that person has a divine bow and can kill you, but why are you still alive? Also, why is such a divine bow controlled by a junior in the martial immortal realm? The heavenly spiritual treasure said disdainfully. I don't know, but it seems that the divine bow is not a treasure, but a divine power of the dragon clan. Lu Xingyan said. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm very curious about that divine power. Well, I'll kill those 3 cockroaches for you today. Good. The heavenly spiritual treasure seemed to have heard something that moved him. This trip was really not in vain. Junior brother Lingbao, shall we set off now? Good. Seeing that the heavenly spiritual treasure was moved, Lu Xingyan and Bailey Yixiong suddenly looked forward to it. Don't worry, we'll kill them tomorrow. Have a good rest today. They can't escape even if they grow wings. Good. The heavenly spiritual treasure's voice was mixed with strong confidence, which made Lu Xingyun and others laugh. With the help of the heavenly spiritual treasure, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Ling. That night, the heavenly spiritual treasure enjoyed the beauties, and this person was extremely powerful. He actually asked for 3,000 beauties in one night. This made Bailey Yixiong gasp. He was afraid that this genius expert would not be able to lift his spirits tomorrow. However, the next day, the heavenly spiritual treasure appeared in spirit. Let's go and kill them. After saying that, the heavenly spiritual treasure took the lead. Although he looked young, he already had the prestige of an immortal emperor. Both Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yixiong nodded. Bailey Yixiong told Lu Xingyun that he was going to prepare, but when he secretly checked, he was horrified to find that the 3,000 beauties had been ravaged to death, and many of them were young girls. What a beast-like existence. Even though Bailey Yixiong was not a good person, he was also horrified by the ruthlessness of the heavenly spiritual treasure. This young man looked gentle on the surface, but he was actually like a tiger. They're in the heavenly river. Our people found that they're hiding in the heavenly river. A group of people left the Dragon Tooth City. Someone immediately told Lu Xingyun and others to go to the heavenly river. At this moment, in the heavenly river, the patriarchs of the major clans naturally received the news, and they were all on guard. What should we do? Now that they've arrived at the heavenly river, should we inform Lin Ling and others to come out? It's almost been a year. The people of the Longevity clan said uneasily. What are you panicking for? This is our territory. Why should we be afraid of them? The patriarch immediately reprimanded, wait here and see how strong they are. Hearing this, the people of the major clans waited quietly, because if they left the heavenly river, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. At this moment, above the heavenly river, many experts appeared, overlooking the rolling river below. The Uzumaki clan is good at water. They can greatly increase their strength by hiding in the river, but after we enter the water, our strength will more or less weaken. So, over the years, we have not conquered the nearby area. End of chapter 3023. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.